Come on, Maestro! Hit it!
A mighty battle raged on, with fiery projectiles hurled at a castle. Numerous troops struggled to defend the castle against the approaching hordes. Despite their efforts, parts of the castle crumbled, and people on the walls plunged into the depths. People were torn apart during the battle, and orcs climbed up the castle walls, infiltrating the interior. The defenders fought tirelessly, determined to defeat every single orc. But the orcs themselves showed unwavering fighting spirit, attacking without regard for losses. The orc mages blocked the raining fireballs with their magic, while a magical dome shielded the orcs perfectly. The orcs had another trump card up their sleeves, entering a berserker state. Deputy Commander Filion of the humans recognized this and was displeased. Together with some of his comrades, he stood on a tower on the south side, and realized that it was only a matter of time until the south gate fell. He observed the overwhelming numbers of orcs, and understood that the real problem would arise if the Orc Lord joined the fight. Unlike the other orcs, the Orc Lord was a master of aura, and possessed special aura abilities. Meanwhile, the orcs had already breached the walls, resulting in a terrible massacre. The orcs ran freely, killing anyone they encountered. A mysterious turquoise aura rose from the bodies of the fallen, creating a delicate mist that gathered into a larger source of energy in the center. More and more fallen emitted this mist, but even the people themselves did not know where it came from. The corpses enveloped in the mist suddenly rose as undead zombies and mindlessly attacked the orcs. The battle continued between the humans and the orcs. The humans realized that there must be a necromancer on their side, as zombies, undead, and skeletons fought alongside them, filling the battlefield. In front of the southern city gate, the Orc Lord continued to fight undeterred, overwhelming the humans with the help of his aura. However, a challenger appeared before him. The Necromancer, with green hair and a braid, floated in front of the Orc Lord, black and purple magical spheres mysteriously flashing around him. Despite his magical abilities, the Necromancer had muscles and carried a sword. The Necromancer knew that ordinary zombies couldn't defeat an Aura Master. He raised his hand forward and opened portals behind him, unleashing powerful monsters onto the battlefield. Accompanied by his numerous undead, who had now reached a considerable number, he marched onto the battlefield. However, the Orc Lord only needed to swing his weapon once forcefully to effortlessly defeat and sweep away his opponents. The Orc Lord, surrounded by aura and emitting a faint red glow, prepared to strike with his powerful arms. He brought his attack down onto the ground, and as the red aura faded, he noticed a powerful skeleton behind him. This skeleton was stronger than its smaller counterparts and also prepared for a vertical strike. However, the Orc Lord easily brushed aside the attack. Another strong undead rushed towards him, delivering a mighty blow that prevented the Orc Lord from countering. Seizing the opportunity, the skeleton prepared for another strike. Together with a larger panther undead, they launched a barrage of attacks against the Orc Lord, who skillfully evaded them. Suddenly, the panther saw its chance and dealt a tremendous blow to the Orc Lord, sending him flying backward. Despite the attack, the Orc Lord managed to stay on his feet, while his subordinates continued to fight on the battlefield. The Necromancer, wielding his sword before the gates, impressed the observing humans. They couldn't believe that a Necromancer possessed such excellent sword skills. He and his subordinates showcased their prowess on the battlefield, with the giant crushing opponents with brute force, the elf piercing enemies with dark lightning, and another follower shattering enemies and paralyzing them before delivering a finishing blow with his axe. The surviving humans were astonished by the spectacle before them. They realized that a single man with his abilities had turned the tide of battle and showed them a path to victory, even if he employed forbidden magic from the Empire. Compared to the Necromancer's creatures, the humans seemed tiny. The Orc Lord admitted that he never expected ordinary corpses to corner him like this, and grinned. He warned the Necromancer not to think he had already won just because he landed a good blow. The Orc Lord admired the Necromancer as a strong opponent, and entered his berserker state, his aura radiating from his body. Meanwhile, the necromancer had his own thoughts. He admired the Orc Lord's magnificent body, which he desired to make his own. The necromancer divided his sword into smaller pieces and personally charged towards the Orc Lord. As the necromancer swung his whip-like sword, it was held back by the Orc's aura spirit, while the real Orc landed a direct hit on the necromancer. The necromancer's body dissolved into the turquoise light emanating from the fallen soldiers' corpses. In a reflexive move, the Orc turned around, attempting to block the real necromancer's attack directly. A fierce collision occurred, and the Orc's sword got stuck in a pile of bones, as the necromancer had created a bone shield just before the Orc's counterattack succeeded. In the face of the Orc, he realized he needed to become much stronger. Bones started enveloping him from below, fortifying his body. He recognized the importance of growing stronger to ensure his own survival. His body became increasingly covered by bones as he focused his gaze on the imminent battle. Faces appeared before his inner eyes, motivating him to survive and become stronger for himself and those important to him. The bone solidified, forming a breastplate. While he considered his soldiers important, his armor was now complete. With his new armor, he stood face to face with the Orc Lord, both highly focused. The Orc Lord shouted at the necromancer, challenging him to entertain him well in their final battle. The necromancer charged forward, astonishing everyone with his tremendous speed. He pushed the Orc Lord back excellently and became even faster. His sword ignited during the attacks, further increasing his striking power. However, the Orc Lord also knew how to defend himself and prepared to counter with his real body and aura. In a different setting, it was a beautiful and grand academy with blue and golden accents, the Rodland Academy, the most prestigious and supportive academy of the Empire. Among the students, there were some who were not acknowledged. In a secret room accessed through special portals, Andreas conversed with an elderly man. In this room, there was a barrel of water, and many corpses hung from the ceiling. Andreas apologized for not remembering where he had placed the body he had been working on last week. The older man walked through the room, passing numerous tables where other undead lay undergoing experimentation. He expressed disappointment with Andreas for not remembering the body's location. In these secret rooms, Andreas and the older man studied the forbidden black magic of the necromancers. They had to keep their activities secret, as being caught would result in immediate execution. Andreas picked up a large bottle full of blood and carefully poured it on the floor, using it to trace a magical circle around a corpse. The older man instructed Andreas to take a step back as he began the ritual. Holding a small skull in one hand, he placed his other hand above the blood-smeared magic circle. They both enveloped themselves in a turquoise mist. Andreas, too, surrounded himself with the mist, which had spread throughout half of the room. The corpse within the circle rose but let out a scream, indicating another failure. The older man concluded it was enough for the day and made notes of the experiment, suggesting they clear their heads. Andreas, however, felt that he hadn't learned anything new and was disappointed with the day's lesson. As he cleaned the floor illuminated by a torch, he contemplated the dangers of what he was doing. Despite the risks, he couldn't simply quit. He looked at a few books on a shelf, realizing this was the only place where he could read books about dark magic in peace. He apologized once again to the older man for taking so long to clean up. The older man questioned how Andreas would manage everything on his own if he already needed half a day to clean up. Andreas found the statement foolish and believed he was only slow because he hadn't been taught anything and had to learn everything on his own. However, the older man continued to nag and harass Andreas, stating that he wouldn't tolerate any more mistakes. Andreas replied that he would do his best to satisfy his master. The teacher continued the conversation and mentioned that he didn't know if he could rely on him, but he would give him another chance. He ordered him to go to the Binholz National Graveyard and get him another body. He also reminded Andreas that he was the one who had taken him in as an orphan. For this reason, the teacher believed that Andreas always had to prove his worth, anywhere and any time. If he failed to do so, he knew exactly what would happen. Emotionlessly, Andreas looked at his teacher and knew that he would then become one of his experiments. The teacher then ordered him to go and not waste any more time. Immediately Andreas set off. As he opened the door to the corridor, he encountered other students and realized that his teacher hadn't even given him the money for the trip to the graveyard. He looked at the other students, and they also saw Andreas, surprised that he was still at this school. He quickly pushed through the students and told them that he wasn't just some object to be stared at. Andreas wasn't thrilled with the current situation, but he also didn't know how to escape from it. He was in the 3rd year of the magic department at the academy, but unlike his classmates, he was a talentless heap of garbage. As an orphan from a fallen family, he tried to gain the favor of the strong and defeat the weak. He was the worst kind in the academy, a villain. As a 3rd-year student, no one wanted to associate with him. But even though he didn't really want to, he had to continue living as Andreas Cromwell. In reality, he was Makoto Kaneshiro, and he found himself in the world of great sin. Originally, he was a member of the Special Forces who couldn't accept life as a regular citizen. The only thing that provided him solace in the normal world was great sin, a video game. He immersed himself so deeply in the game that he forgot everything around him. After finally completing the game after 12 weeks, he received a call from a mysterious voice that knew his real name and possessed detailed information about him and his gaming habits. He quickly shut down his computer, but without realizing it, he became a character in his own game. 6 months before the actual main story begins, he became Andreas, a character who is always pursued by the shadow of death. Andreas further explained that all the characters in the game had to participate in the same event. They would discover the identity of his teacher, Sharon, and kill him together with Andreas. This made Andreas realize that he needed to find a way to distance himself from Sharon before the main story began. The thought of not being able to escape the characters haunting Andreas as he looked at the academy. He wondered if he could really make it. Sitting on a bench, Andreas realized that he had no choice but to become stronger before the scenario began. The only thing he could rely on were the special character traits he had acquired while playing. Determined, he stood up and set off on his journey. In doing so, he thought about one of the traits that had been random, and he had received, the dual-core trait. This allowed him to learn and perfect both magic and sword fighting. He realized that he already had problems, and doubted that he could survive if he focused only on one of the two abilities. Learning both in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. He continued on his way, contemplating that he had to rely on the other character trait he had chosen for now. He looked at his hand adorned with a ring and realized he had no other choice. He had to choose a trait that best harmonized with his necromancy. Determinedly, he clenched his fist and prepared to select a character trait. In front of him appeared a red system window for the first time. Andreas looked at the selection of character traits and was astonished by the many possibilities open to him. At first glance, he saw some traits that didn't harmonize with his necromancy at all. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, he considered which trait he should choose. He wanted to focus on one he had never seen before. He was certain that among all the traits, there had to be a good one for him. Amidst the search among all the possible options, he caught sight of the evolution trait, surprised. He pondered the potential possibilities. Evolution described a phenomenon in which living organisms could reach a higher level. Andreas had never seen this trait before, and it seemed to offer exactly what he needed most urgently now. He desperately wanted to find something that would allow him to grow quickly and leave the others behind. He didn't want to think any longer about what if, and ultimately chose this trait. Andreas had made his decision and looked down at the city at the foot of the academy. The system window confirmed his selection before disappearing. Now he saw the possibilities that this character trait could bring him. He looked at himself, his panther and the skeleton zombie, his fairy and titan, as well as a gigantic skeleton dragon. In that moment, he made up his mind to conquer this world as Andreas. The story of Andreas continued in the Maple Leaf Dormitory of the Golden Academy, which could be used by the students free of charge. It was an old, beautiful building that may not have looked as luxurious as the academy itself, but was still well maintained. Andreas was a very minor villain in the actual game, and now that one was stuck in his body, they realized how weak he truly was. Sitting on his bed, he looked outside, contemplating how he could barely manage basic elemental magic. Therefore, his abilities as a necromancer were the only thing he could rely on. That's why he had chosen the evolution trait to further support and expand his necromancy. Andreas stood up, grabbed his cloak, and decided to make a quick detour to the underground laboratory before continuing his mission and going to the cemetery to fetch a new body for his teacher. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He was determined to become stronger as quickly as possible, not just for the next event, but also to be better prepared, as there were many characters who could kill him besides his master. He walked through the door leading to the underground laboratory and glanced at some books with unusual titles. These books were meant to teach him black dark necromancy. Andreas knew that if he were to be discovered with just one of these books, it would mean instant death. However, he also knew that something else could mean his immediate demise, and he looked back into the lab where a person was caged. It was a semi-naked woman with red-orange hair, bound to the wall. Inside the cage, Andreas knew she was a vampire. Vampires in this world were unaffected by sunlight and could also wield very powerful magic. They were not a species that Sharon could easily obtain. Andreas thought about how she was roughly on the level of a mid-game boss. Suddenly, the vampire spoke to him, causing Andreas to turn around. The vampire asked if he wouldn't help her escape. A train swiftly passed over a bridge, and due to the speed of the ride, the city in the background was only fleetingly visible. Andreas sat on this train, contemplating the conversation with the vampire, which seemed very enticing to him. He believed it to be a heaven-sent gift, a stroke of luck in his favor. The vampire promised Andreas that if he set her free, she would kill Sharon for him. She also asked if he wasn't afraid that Sharon would eventually kill him first. Andreas hadn't expected anything less, and knew that the vampire had read his thoughts when he was focused on the books. In that moment, he had been careless and hadn't acted like Andreas. The vampire appeared serious, because she knew it was her only chance to escape and make Sharon pay for imprisoning her. Andreas told her that if he set her free, there would be no guarantee that she wouldn't harm him as well. In response, she swore not to kill him, repeating this a few times but with a sly grin on her face. Andreas wondered if a high-ranking being like a vampire would keep promises made to mere mortals. He looked down at her, incredulous, questioning whether he should really believe her. Additionally, Andreas pondered if it was too soon to betray his teacher directly, and if it could cause further problems in the current timeline. The vampire, on the other hand, told him that there was no time to consider the matter, but urged him to set her free now. However, Andreas wanted to conduct further research to learn more about vampires. He knew that there was a book about them somewhere. The train continued its journey and passed through a tunnel. Meanwhile, the next stop, the National Cemetery with Hearthfell Station, was announced. Gasping for breath, Andreas dragged a suitcase behind him as he walked the final stretch to the cemetery. Completely out of breath, he realized that everything would be easier if he had money. But for now, he had to rely on his physical strength and hard work. He looked at the entrance gate to the cemetery, knowing that it was where all the black mages obtained their corpses. Andreas spoke to the guard watching the gate, claiming that he came from Jenny's house and was the third grandson. The guard asked if he had brought flowers. Andreas confirmed this and said that he had brought 13 azure sky irises, successfully gaining access to the cemetery. Luckily, he remembered the password from his previous game time. He continued dragging the suitcase and encountered an older man who was taking a short break from digging up a corpse. The man recognized Andreas and told him that he had perfect timing and had come at the right moment. He showed Andreas the corpse he had just unearthed, the corpse of a knight. As previously agreed upon with Sharon, the knight held a golden sword in its arms. The man told Andreas to take it, or leave it if he wasn't satisfied. Andreas was somewhat overwhelmed, but thanked the man and took the corpse. With his weak body he tried to carry it into his suitcase. Barely managing, he was ready to head back before it was too late. But as he sat panting and exhausted over his suitcase, he noticed a grave adorned with a beautiful tombstone. Several candles stood on it, and flowers were placed as well. Andreas felt as though he had seen the name on the tombstone before, and suddenly recognized it. He also remembered where he had seen it. It was the name Michael Lifehill, and this man was an aura master. Nickel was someone who had spent years training in complete isolation to follow the path of the sword. He trained until his hair and beard turned grey, becoming a badass anime grandpa in the process. He swung his sword from top to bottom repeatedly until he was eventually able to slice through the air. However, even though he chose the path of the sword and became an aura master, he died once he achieved his goal due to old age. Originally this was a small Easter egg. Andreas wondered why they had introduced something like that, because no one knew that he had ultimately succeeded in achieving his dream and becoming an aura master. In the meantime, the old man working in the cemetery had already started filling in the grave. Andreas continued to think about Nickel and wondered what would happen if he managed to create a dark knight from Nickel's body. Of course, he knew that even Sharon couldn't create a first-class dark knight in the present time. However, once Andreas further developed his character through evolution, it would no longer be a problem for him. So he wanted to start looking for a suitable body now, someone with the talent to become his subordinate. He approached the gravekeeper, who had just finished filling in the grave. The gravekeeper went on the offensive and asked Andreas if he wanted a different body. However, if that were the case, he would need Karen's permission first, because he didn't have the right to arrange such a thing on his own. Andreas thought for a moment and asked if the gravekeeper would make an exception if he exchanged the body for his signet ring. Surprised and fascinated by the ring, the gravekeeper looked at it. He recognized that it was the seal of a count and realized that he could fetch a lot of money by selling it. He questioned whether Andreas was truly willing to trade it for a body. Andreas told him that he had nothing else but this old ring and that he would gladly give it away. As a mage, only the results of his experiments mattered to him. The gravekeeper, who had already made up his mind and was acting a bit hesitant, handed Andreas the ring. Andreas assured him that he wouldn't tell Sharon about it. The gravekeeper was certain that Andreas would give in, which he did, telling Andreas that he could have another body. Andreas knew that the ring was valuable, but the body meant more to him than any amount of gold. He thanked the gravekeeper and instructed him which grave to dig up. The moon shone particularly beautifully that night, casting a soft blue light upon the earth. When the gravekeeper finished, Andreas opened the coffin and examined Nickel's corpse. He was glad that the clear future he had seen yesterday through his character selection was slowly coming closer, and he was taking the first steps in that direction. Once he returned, he intended to begin his necromancer training immediately, with the images of his first subordinate in the background. Andreas still couldn't quite believe that he would soon become stronger. He definitely wanted to rely on his first subordinate. When Andreas returned to the laboratory, he had to start working right away. He placed the body he had retrieved for Sharon on a table and realized that it was an ordinary usable body. He had to take care of this body, prepare it, and be responsible for it. He knew he would be punished if anything happened to it. Around him were more experiments and individual body parts, as well as tools. Andreas wasn't very pleased that he was being ordered around immediately upon his return, but he also knew that he worked better when annoyed. He thought that his body would instinctively remember the work. He wore a leather mask and wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand. He wanted to quickly finish the tedious work for Sharon and finally be able to start his studies. After preparing the corpse, he wiped away some blood, while quartz still hung from the ceiling above him. He thought about Nickel in his suitcase and wondered if he would be able to use him at his level. He knew that at his level, he could only work with a skeleton. Andreas pondered whether his character trait would also affect his subordinates, but was uncertain, since he had never used this trait before. Additionally, he didn't have any money left to test it on another body beforehand. Suddenly, the chains clanged as they tensed. The vampire addressed Andreas once again, asking how long he intended to keep them waiting. Andreas looked back at the cage and replied that they weren't asleep, as he had thought. The vampire emphasized that they had already sworn not to harm him, and asked again if he wouldn't free them, and if he wanted to toil for Sharon for the rest of his life. Andreas approached the cage, standing directly in front of her. He'd been waiting for this conversation with a hopeful look. The vampire asked if he was finally sane, and would finally set them free. Andreas had always wondered how Sharon managed to capture and imprison such a vampire. But as he read the book about vampires on the train, he found the answer. The vampire wondered why he had been staring at her silently the whole time and asked why he was doing that. She also asked if he still had doubts. She told him to hurry up and make a decision. Otherwise she would kill him herself, even if he freed her. Andreas said that he would free her, to which she widened her eyes. He explained that he could no longer work for Sharon. Joyfully she held out her handcuffs to him and asked if he would truly free her now. Andreas said that he would, but she would have to swear on the name of her family that she wouldn't harm him. Upon hearing this, she widened her eyes, and her body language changed. Andreas recognized from her reaction that the things described in the book were indeed true. He had read that a vampire who swore on the name of their family could not break that oath. Suddenly, Andreas also widened his eyes when the vampire agreed to his condition. She swore on the name of Lucifer. Andreas was surprised at how easily it went. The vampire swore on the name of her family. A system window opened in front of Andreas, informing him that he had fulfilled certain conditions and that the system had found a species capable of evolving. The probability of the vampire Angela becoming Angela Lucifer was currently 55%. To Angela's surprise, Andreas fiddled with something in the system window. Andreas wondered why he had the ability to evolve others as well, depending on whether they were his subordinates or not. The system window described the type of development, and that the goal could be developed to a higher level. Furthermore, it directly asked him if he wanted to develop her or not. Andreas thought about taking the opportunity before using it on Nickel to see the effects of evolution. He also thought that even if something were to happen, he wouldn't be at fault. Angela asked him what he was waiting for, and if he had deceived her and didn't actually want to set her free. In the system, he selected yes, and decided to evolve Angela. She was completely shocked, and a stabbing pain ran through her body. She screamed in pain, holding her head and falling to the ground. Andreas looked on in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding before him. Angela could hardly bear the pain and gasped in agony. When she regained some semblance of consciousness, she asked Andreas what he had done. Another wave of pain filled her body, and she fainted back onto the floor. Andreas wondered what was happening as she lay unconscious down there. He said she should pull herself together because otherwise he wouldn't know if the evolution was a success or a failure. Nevertheless, whether it had worked or not, he had learned something new about his character trait. If he could evolve beings that weren't his own subordinates, he could certainly evolve his own subordinates as well. He prepared Nickel on a table and intended to make him one of his subordinates. He smeared some blood on the ground again and drew a magic circle in the center, placing Nickel's body inside. Andreas prepared to summon him. He raised his hands to chest height above him and gathered the turquoise mist again while staring at the skeleton summoning. Then a system window appeared, informing him that a corpse had been found that was also capable of practicing necromancy. Additionally, the system added another effect to the corpse. Andreas was completely surprised by the message and couldn't believe what he had read. In addition to the turquoise mist, a black dark mist now appeared, swirling around the corpse. Nickel floated slightly above the ground while Andreas continued to perform the ceremony. he realized that it took an immense amount of mana to summon a simple skeleton. Slowly, the skin detached from the bones of the corpse until only the bones remained visible. As the last bit of skin dissolved into thin air, the skeleton, completely enveloped in the turquoise mist, stood upright. Andreas, lying exhausted on the ground, watched in astonishment. The system informed him that the skeleton summoning was a success, and that he had summoned a legendary-level skeleton. Additionally, it notified him that his skeleton summoning spell had reached level 3. Andreas couldn't believe that it had worked. Furthermore, the system informed him that the skeleton had a very high level, granting him a series of advantages, such as rank promotion and reclassification as a skeleton soldier. Moreover, it could recall certain things from its previous life. He looked at the skeleton and saw his status window next to it. Based on the status window and the sword mastery attribute, Andreas realized that Nickel had indeed been an aura master in his previous life. Subsequently, the skeleton communicated using sign language. Andreas explained to it that he was now its master and that he would take care of it and be responsible for it. The skeleton understood this, and Andreas felt confident about their future together. Once he returned to his room, he relaxed a bit. He looked at his calendar and knew that it would still take a year for Sharon to die. However, he also knew that there were still several things to be done by then. He opened the system window and checked his status. But first, Andreas wanted to summon his skeleton, so he got up and asked his system to summon the skeleton he had stored in another dimension for so long. It came through a blue portal to Andreas in his dimension. Andreas knew it would be bad if someone found his new friend, so he decided to give him some clothes. First, it was a sunny day outside, and it was peaceful. The skeleton wore a black parka with a hood and a red scarf. Andreas thought it now looked like a real human, no matter how you looked at it. Suddenly the skeleton began training with an imaginary sword. Andreas realized that the Easter egg description had not been a lie. He remembered the description that said Nickel had actually died during training, and wanted to continue training even after his death. Then he smiled, because it wasn't a bad thing for him. He clenched his fist, and had finally found a way to train his character trait. Andreas called out Nickel's name, causing him to pause his training. He asked if Andreas could teach him the art of swordsmanship. Nickel immediately began teaching his new master the art of swordsmanship. He showed him the basics and corrected his posture. However, Andreas was so strained just for maintaining the posture that he was dripping with sweat, and his body trembled from the effort. He was grateful that God had taught him to endure such physical strain. Additionally, he found it crazy that his first mentor was a master of aura, and trained him so rigorously. Nevertheless, he knew that with proper training, he too could use aura in the future. Furthermore, he could switch between mana and aura since he possessed the dual core attribute. He would embark on the path of a magical swordmaster, utilizing not only mana in his heart, but also in his dantian. Unfortunately, it would be a bit more challenging to grow initially, but once he mastered the initial phase, he would be stronger than anyone else, just like the first King Edmund who founded the kingdom. Nickel would pinch Andreas every time he deviated from the prescribed form as a punishment, causing Andreas to scream like a little girl. Andreas asked him what that was about, to which Nickel used sign language to make it clear that he should focus and not get lost in his thoughts. Andreas also asked how Nickel's grip could be so strong, even though it consisted only of a few bones. Nickel attempted to explain, but all that could be heard was the clattering of his teeth. Andreas remembered that he was a member of the Special Forces before entering the game, so he didn't really find the physical training to be that bad. He wanted to show the original Andreas a thing or two about guts. However, the screams he let out when Nickel pinched him again could be heard throughout the entire community building. In the evening, Andreas sat at his desk with a cup of tea and a small tea kettle, wondering how developed his necromancy skill was. Since he had skipped class today to train with Nickel, he opened his status window and found that in the 5 hours that Nickel had been in his dimension and trained with him, he'd gained 2 points. It was faster than he thought. Of course, he knew that it would take much longer to level up the beginner level of his abilities. Additionally, he found it strange that his teacher Sharon hadn't called him in a while. The vampire woman who was still unconscious still appeared normal, so Sharon hadn't discovered that Andreas had further developed her. Andreas realized that it would take a very long time for the development to be complete, and worried that something might go wrong. He looked somewhat annoyed in his room. Nickel was still training diligently there. He wiped off his sweat again and told Nickel that while he knew he had unlimited endurance and didn't feel fatigued, he was overdoing it with his training. He also thought that if he had a potion to help regenerate his endurance, he could train just as much. There were 2 potions that would be useful to him at the moment. One was the healing potion, which heals internal injuries and alleviates fatigue, and the other was the regeneration potion, which heals external wounds and significantly improves the regeneration rate. Unfortunately, there was no way for someone as poor as him to afford these potions. Andreas considered whether he should make the potions himself to keep the costs lower. However, he also knew that the manufacturing process would not be as simple as in the game. Although he knew all the necessary ingredients, he lacked the precise proportions. Determined, he stood up and decided to attend a lecture on potions to expand his knowledge. He made his way to the main building of the academy and opened the door to the lecture hall. Several students were already there, waiting for the teacher. As Andreas entered the classroom, the whispering of the other students about him began. They wondered why he had come to the potions class. Their first assumption was that he had only come to pick up a few girls. As they continued gossiping, Andreas could hear everything. However, he decided to ignore it and endure. He looked around the class and spotted a girl with short, blondish-white hair. She sighed and seemed equally bored with the gossip. Finally, the teacher entered the room and began the class. Professor Vauban taught intermediate herbology at the academy. He stood at the front of the class, speaking about individual ingredients for potions. Andreas listened to the lecture half-heartedly, since he already knew the content from the game. What interested him were the precise measurements for the potions. Bored, he continued to listen and wondered when the teacher would get to the point that interested him. Finally, the time came. The teacher explained that his next topic was a method for brewing a physical reinforcement potion. He repeated himself and explained to the students that the base of this potion was mohin leaves mixed with 3 other ingredients. As the teacher continued speaking and pointing at the board with his stick, Andreas was confused. He didn't know this recipe, and the explanation didn't align with his game experience. He was also surprised that the teacher presented a recipe with so many side effects. In response, he raised his hand and asked the teacher if he could ask a question. The teacher allowed it. Andreas asked why he didn't add 2 more ingredients. This question puzzled the teacher and piqued the interest of the girl who had sighed earlier. The whole class fell silent, and all eyes turned to Andreas. The teacher adjusted his glasses and asked why he should do that. He added that if he were to do that, he wouldn't be brewing a potion, but rather making a soup. The whole class burst into laughter. Andreas was puzzled because the ingredients he listed were the ones needed for a physical reinforcement potion. He was surprised by this reaction from the teacher, while the others laughed. He continued to ponder and concluded that the method he knew to brew a potion with fewer or no side effects had not been discovered yet. After the class ended and he left the room, he thought that his knowledge was much better than what he had learned in that class. He contemplated whether it would be better to learn on his own, and found his idea of attending the class not so wise. He slung his bag over his shoulder and headed to the research department. However, the blondish white-haired girl watched him with interest as he left. When Andreas arrived in the research area, he sat at a table with many scientific devices and liquids. His notes lay in front of him, and there was a large shelf with many books on the wall. He was currently trying to figure out the mixing ratio of the potion he knew from his game time, but the system kept reporting that the potion-making failed. Frustrated, he was annoyed by yet another failure, and visibly disappointed. He leaned back and contemplated that even if he knew the recipe, he would need a reliable method to prepare it. He also worried about the cost of the materials, which were much higher than he had anticipated. If he continued to use them for failures, he would soon go bankrupt. Andreas wondered what would happen if someone were to help him, but he concluded that it was impossible for someone to be willing to help someone like him. Suddenly, the door to his room opened a crack, and a small light shone through. The blondish-white-haired girl from his class stuck her head through the door. She approached Andreas and said that she had been expecting him to be there. Andreas was shocked because he knew that she was one of the playable characters in the game, and he wondered what she was doing here. She was Lucia Everlast, one of the characters that players could choose to play the game with. Her special talent lay in potion-making. Furthermore, Andreas was surprised why she was here. Normally she shouldn't have any close contact with him. Lucia wiped away the charred smoke that lingered in the air due to the failure and reminded him of his setback. Andreas wanted to ignore her and hoped that she would disappear, but she leaned forward slightly and asked him what he was experimenting with. He replied that it was a secret. Andreas was somewhat annoyed. Not only had he attended the class, which had brought him nothing but problems, but now he had even more problems than before due to his presence there. He tried to ignore her and turn back to his experiments, at which point Lucia looked somewhat irritated. However, she didn't give up and said that he was really bitter. Andreas had only one thought: she should just disappear. Lucia said that she hadn't expected Andreas to make the first move, causing him to turn around curiously. She placed her hand next to him and leaned slightly over his table. Then she asked him if he wouldn't like to study together with her. Confidently, she continued to ask if he didn't think it would be a good idea to learn together. Andreas felt that there was no reason to reject this request, so he asked her what she wanted and what she hoped to achieve from their collaboration. Lucia replied that it was so unusual for her to seek someone to research and learn together. Andreas responded that she would have no benefits from their collaboration. Lucia retorted that she would be very grateful if they could work together. She also explained that she had realized that Andreas had talent and was on the verge of creating something great. She looked forward to developing medicine that didn't exist in their world yet. Andreas silently contemplated. Actually, he wanted to make potions for himself. He knew that Lucia's interest in potions didn't stem from having a certain talent for it, but rather from the fact that she needed to find a way to cure her illness, which could potentially be fatal. Even the most renowned doctors and pharmacists couldn't cure her illness, so she began teaching herself potion-making. The disease she had was given to her by the system itself. Andreas also knew that no one else besides him was capable of finding an antidote for her, as he had played the game so intensively. However, he couldn't risk someone as intelligent as her discovering his true identity, as she would immediately kill him. He realized that she suddenly had an interest in him because of the things he had said in class. Andreas continued to ignore her, thinking that he shouldn't anger her recklessly. Therefore, he told her that he wasn't interested in collaboration and asked her to please leave. In response, Lucia mentioned the name of a mushroom. This surprised Andreas, and he made a shocked expression. She explained to him that he hadn't mentioned this mushroom in class, but it was another essential ingredient for the potion he wanted to brew. Andreas was surprised that she knew about the main ingredient. Normally, no one besides him should know about this ingredient. Lucia pointed to a test tube and told him that if he added this mushroom, he would be able to make a potion. Proudly, she said that she knew this intuitively, and that despite his rejection, she was willing to help him. She also mentioned that they could even earn some money if they were successful. However, Andreas declined again, and told her to please leave if she had finished what she came for. He didn't want to risk giving up his life so easily just because of her attractive offer. Lucia then started to leave, but before she exited the room, She told Andreas that she would give him some more time to reconsider her offer. She believed that he would change his mind soon. Andreas watched her annoyed and knew that it wouldn't happen so soon because, even though he wouldn't have to worry about normal collaboration, he found the risk of being exposed too high. After conducting enough research for the time being, he made his way back to his room to continue training. There he trained alongside Nickel and contemplated that he still couldn't solve the problem of the correct mixing ratios on his own. Additionally, he thought during training that another problem was money, and he needed to come up with a way to obtain something to afford the ingredients. He considered whether a good idea would come to him for this problem. Suddenly he startled as Nickel trained with full concentration and executed a downward strike. Andreas knew that Nickel had purposely exaggerated this strike to remind him that a certain focus was necessary during training. So he decided to concentrate more during training and think about his money problems later. He thought about an envelope on his desk and whether there really was no way to earn money. The only idea he had was to ask his older sister for money, from whom the letter came stating that she missed him. However, he realized that this was exactly what the previous Andreas had done. Nevertheless, he didn't know how else to help himself, and even though he didn't approve of this way of getting money, he couldn't find any other option. However, he told himself that this would be the last time he would do it. As Andreas walked across the academy campus, he happened to be recognized by another girl. She was surprised to see him carrying a book and wondered if he had changed and finally made something of himself. However, she concluded that even if he had changed and was finally learning something, it would be impossible for his trashy personality to have changed. And so she wanted to forget that she had seen him. The girl who thought of him this way was Diane Alvin, the magical prodigy and the youngest girl of the Alvin family. Another character who was normally playable and could easily kill Andreas if she found out he was using dark magic. When Andreas and Diane were younger, they had a very good relationship and often played together. However, after Andreas's family could no longer repay their debts, their good relationship fell apart. He also remembered that the original Andreas had done some unpleasant things back then, which would probably already be enough for her to kill him in a normal conversation. He thought about it, realizing that it wouldn't be unusual for her to kill him, and he recognized that he had already encountered many people who could kill him. However, amidst all his thoughts, he realized that asking his sister for money was truly the only option to quickly become stronger and reduce the danger of being killed, which was currently looming over him. Andreas set off for the capital city of Rodland. Once he arrived in the city, he knew that the place he was looking for must be somewhere ahead of him. It was a large, fancy house, and the lights from the street shining in the night sparkled on the building. Andreas and his sister sat in a small room upstairs, equipped with a window through which they could see the other guests visiting the building. His sister asked him why he hadn't responded to the many letters she had sent him, and if something had happened. Andreas apologized to his sister Amy for making her work despite being a lady of the Count. However, she told him that he didn't need to apologize as he bore no guilt. Full of shame and nervousness, Andreas clutched a small cup. Amy asked him why he had such a peculiar expression and began to giggle. She also asked him if he needed money again. She immediately handed him an envelope, explaining that she had suspected as much and had already prepared some money. He accepted the envelope, and Amy added that he shouldn't spend the money irresponsibly. Andreas thanked her and assured her that he would repay the money. Suddenly his sister's eyes widened, and she asked Andreas where his ring was, which shocked Andreas as well. He lied to his sister, saying that he had taken it off to avoid losing it. Curiously, Amy inquired if he would really take good care of the ring. Andreas couldn't tell her the truth, but Amy asked him, already suspecting that he had given it away if he had actually done so. She trembled all over and couldn't believe that he had done this particular thing. Andreas knew he couldn't lie because no matter what he would say, she would recognize that he was lying. She pounded her hands on the table and looked at the dejected Andreas in anger. She said that he wanted to disappear and that she didn't want to see him anymore. She stormed out of the room and also said that he should never come back, and that he didn't need to repay the money either. Andreas jumped up and yelled for her to wait. He would get it back. But his sister ran out of the room and slammed the door behind her. He realized that this ring was truly important to his sister, and that he had never seen her like this before. Amy was still running and crying, tears streaming down her cheeks, while Andreas stood rooted to the spot, wondering about the terrible feeling he was experiencing. He looked down at his hand and wanted to retrieve the ring as soon as possible. He remembered the death of his comrades and questioned the meaning of life when one only survives. He himself wasn't very happy when he became the sole survivor of his unit. Back then, he was determined to follow through with what he now had and achieve success. That's why he wanted to accept Lucia's offer, swallow his pride and take the risk. A week had passed since Andreas made the decision to accept Lucia's offer. Throughout that entire week, he spent his time refining and perfecting his potion. Lucia eventually urged him to leave his room and engage in some training, so he started running and spent all his time working on the potion and training with her, which was naturally exhausting. Meanwhile, Lucia mostly lounged around lazily. However, when she decided to get up and help, she was a great support, and things progressed much faster. Most of the time, though, she lay on the couch and slept. Andreas called her name, to which she sleepily responded. He asked her why it felt like he was the only one working. She retorted that he was just imagining it. Over time, this made him somewhat angry. Yet even in her half-asleep state, Lucia could give instructions to Andreas and share her expertise. She told him that he needed to change the ratio of ingredients, using a bit less of one thing and a bit more of another. Andreas knew she was right and always followed her instructions. Despite her laziness, her intuition was truly accurate, always pinpointing the problem he had. Thanks to her help, he could usually solve it immediately. As he continued to experiment and mix ingredients, he reflected on their collaboration. Although he worked with her for financial reasons, he found it to be the best decision he could have made. He added some more liquid to his potion, and then took a small sample using a pipette. He dropped a drop of the sample into a test tube, and the liquid inside changed. Andreas was somewhat shocked when suddenly the system window informed him that he had successfully brewed a physical reinforcement potion at the intermediate level. Laughing loudly, he could hardly believe his luck, and jumped up to wake Lucia, who was sleeping again. She asked if he had failed again, and that's why he was so loud. Somewhat incredulous about his success, he looked over at Lucia on the couch and told her that he had done it and successfully created the potion. With that, he temporarily ended his potion experiments. Additionally, the system window showed him that he had unlocked a talent and was able to develop it based on his character traits. He realized that he could probably develop anything as long as he fulfilled the conditions. When Andreas read that he had only reached 32%, he thought of Angela the vampire, so he dismissed the window and decided to let it be for now. Lucia was also thrilled with the finished potion and surprised that it had no side effects and could be taken every day. She wanted to inform the potion examination committee immediately about this potion. Andreas told her that she could handle that part, since he had taken care of all the experimentation. Lucia replied that although she had a lot to do with the midterm exams tomorrow, she wanted to take care of submitting it to the committee since he'd done most of the work up until now. And so, another day came to an end with a beautiful sunset. In the secret chambers of the dark magician, Angela lay motionless on the floor, still needing to wait for 14 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes until her development was complete. In her thoughts she repeatedly called out Andreas's name, wondering what he had done to her, and why her whole body was filled with a burning sensation and pain. However, she knew that there had to be something behind these pains. Shortly after their success with the potion, the midterm exams began, and they took a train to their examination site. Shortly before reaching their final stop, they were supposed to meet on the train to explain to the students what lay ahead for them. Andreas read a book on the train, and thought that he shouldn't worry about Lucia because her talent would easily help her pass the midterm exams. After the midterm exams were over, their next step was the Magician Tower to complete the final step of their potion, presenting it to the committee for evaluation. Andreas had also prepared well for the midterm exams and trained his swordsmanship with nickel. He set aside his book and reassured himself that everything would be fine for now. If he passed the exams, he also thought about Angela's development, which should be completed soon, and that he should check on her afterwards. Andreas believed that upon his return he would apologize to Angela and explain that he had developed her, hoping she would understand her situation. However, as he continued to focus on his book and contemplate all the upcoming events, two students were having a conversation on the train. One of them was the genius Diane Alvin, who was asked by her friend what she thought the midterm exams would be about this year. Her friend told her that the task and the groups they would be assigned to were random, and that it would be a piece of cake for her to pass the exams if she was lucky. However, Diane explained to her friend that she didn't care who she ended up in a group with. She would do her best and pass regardless, but her friend whispered to her that it might not be so easy after all, and discreetly looked over at Andreas. In response, Andreas put away his book, and one could see the differences between his initial and current appearance, which astonished Diane and made her gulp nervously. Suddenly an announcement was made that the students should prepare to disembark at their Auckland training station in a minute. The group's teacher instructed all the students to stand up and leave the train as a large building appeared in the background. The teacher explained that, as previously known, this year's midterm exams would be a group work where the members of each group would be randomly selected. He further explained that each group would consist of 3 students from the warrior class and 1 student from the magician class. Additionally, each group would have a supervisor. The teacher stated that each group had until next Monday to complete the assigned task. After his explanation, he wished all the participants good luck and announced the groups. Andreas wasn't thrilled with his group. Besides him and Sharon, his teacher, there were a few other villains at the school, and it so happened that 2 of them were in his group for the exam. She was already mocking him on the train, calling him seagrass, due to his hair, and asking if a mage like him could even lift weights. Andreas immediately retorted, saying he didn't want to hear that from someone who needed beef jerky to appear cool. Ivy replied that she couldn't smoke on the train and had to eat something all the time, jokingly suggesting that she could chew on him instead of beef jerky. Hazar tried to calm down their arguments and mentioned that they would soon arrive at their destination. They headed towards a castle situated on a mountain. Down in the valley of the mountain lay a small village. Their group entered the castle and was amazed by the grand estate owned by Baron Balaric. Baron Balaric was an older man with a beard. He warmly welcomed their group and explained that what had happened was a true tragedy. He was eager to explain the situation to the group. As the sun set outside, he informed them that the landlord of Frim village was his nephew. Although he was also a baron, he had no family. He provided them with all the information he had. Ivy thanked him for sharing all the details with them. Baron Balaric's butler approached him and whispered something in his ear which concerned the baron's son. Andreas overheard the conversation to some extent and looked at them skeptically. He immediately sensed that something wasn't quite right. After this conversation, the baron pondered for a moment and then stood up. He said he had something to attend to and wished the group good luck with their mission. The butler apologized to the group for the baron's sudden departure, explaining that his son was feeling unwell and he had to check on him. Ivy said it was all right and they had received everything they needed. Besides, they were planning to leave any moment and continue their journey to the village. At that moment the butler's expression changed, which Andreas also noticed. As their group left the castle, Ivy praised Christopher for keeping an eye on things, and mentioned that she had noticed the Baron seemed very calm and composed, despite his nephew being missing. While inspecting her sword, She asked Andreas if the Baron's calm demeanour was the reason he insisted they leave today. Andreas confirmed her assumption and explained that there were other things that caught his attention and seemed extremely strange. He pointed out that the part about the missing investigators with whom they had lost contact sounded like a fabricated story. Additionally, it was odd that they had only sent one investigator despite several months having passed. But what was most peculiar was the butler's insistence that they would only arrive in the village after nightfall, and his strong insistence that they stay overnight. When Ivy told him that she appreciated his concern, but the mission came first and declined his offer, he wore a very dissatisfied expression. Andreas realized that after they rejected his offer, he seemed as if his plan had failed. He explained to Ivy that he found all their movements, glances, or even their breathing to be as if they were hiding something. That's why their group wanted to head to the village immediately and boarded a carriage. 2 horses pulled the carriage at an insane speed. It was night-time now, and the horses rode on a narrow path through a forest. In the carriage, Christopher asked if they should look for a place to stay once they arrived. However, Ivy made it clear that investigating the town was their priority. Andreas also pondered and wanted to start examining the landlord's castle right away. Everything up until now seemed suspicious to him, and he wanted to begin investigating the house of the missing person. Suddenly, he noticed something, and instinctively placed his hand on his chest. Mana had suddenly started to move. The closer they got to the village, the more it spiraled out of control. He wondered what was happening. All of a sudden, the whole group realized that something was wrong, and the carriage was speeding up. Hazar asked the carriage driver what was going on. However, Christopher reacted quicker and told him to move. He opened the window and looked outside to see what was happening and why they were suddenly accelerating. But when he saw what was happening, he couldn't believe his eyes. The coachman, acting like a madman, whipped the horses uncontrollably, causing them to run as fast as possible in a frenzy. The carriage kept accelerating. Christopher informed his comrades that something was wrong with the coachman. Ivy tried to analyze the situation and then kicked open the carriage door, which fell to the ground outside. She looked outside but realized it was too late, and they were about to collide with something any moment now. She told her group to prepare for impact immediately. She explained that they were about to crash into the village gate, and everyone tried to brace themselves as best as they could for the impact. They crashed through the village gate at insane speed, and the carriage flipped over and slid further into the town, where people seemed to still be on the streets. The coachman slid along the ground and came to a stop amidst dancing bare feet everywhere. The people were dancing, completely oblivious to the group that had just crashed through their village gate. Hypnotized and possessed, all the residents danced under the blue moons. Their group had survived the impact relatively well, and was in the process of climbing out of the carriage. They looked at the dancing individuals with confusion. Christopher asked Andreas what was going on. As a mage, he should know what had happened to the town's residents. Andreas realized that this had to be a bigger issue than just a mana anomaly. He knew that the fact that mana was reacting to the mana in the environment was due to the presence of dark magic. Suddenly, one of the dancing children ran towards the group in a frenzy, but Vivian immediately pinned them down. Their group was curious and wanted to examine the child more closely. Vivian realized that the power emanating from the child was not that of a normal child, as she had to exert quite a bit of effort to keep the child pinned down. Hazar examined the child's feet, which were completely bloody from all the dancing. They concluded that it must be a curse. Hazar posed the question of whether there could be a connection between their mission and the curse. Christopher mentioned that the landlord had been missing for over a month, and if he had been dancing all that time, he would have died from exhaustion. Andreas also realized that there must be someone taking care of the villagers to prevent them from dying. Christopher had a slightly different thought, but didn't want to start an argument. Ivy realized that they might have been drawn into something very dangerous and problematic. Andreas knew that he wouldn't die here within the framework of the game. Furthermore, he considered that if they had followed the butler's suggestion, the Baron might have covered everything up. But since they had rushed straight to the village, the situation had changed, and they were thrust into a dangerous situation. The manner that Andreas felt was at the same level as that of his master, Sharon. However, what surprised him was the radius, which was much larger than expected. Suddenly an idea struck Andreas as to why the user might have such a large radius, and he considered the possibility of it being an artifact that enhanced their magic. Christopher noticed that Andreas was lost in thought and asked him what he was thinking about. Andreas said that they had too many clues to follow, and it would be best to start investigating the landlord's house for information. He believed that in such a situation, information was crucial. The group made their way to the landlord's house and found a few burning corpses outside. Ivy kicked the door in with a powerful kick, and they stormed into the house, preparing for an attack immediately. They looked around and saw many bodies lying on the floor in the entrance hall. Men and women lay dead on the ground. Christopher noticed something and realized that the clothing of some of the individuals matched that of the investigation team. He also noticed that they must have been dead for a while. Andreas told the others that they might not be able to handle this on their own. Ivy wanted to know exactly what he meant by that. Andreas explained to the others that based on everything he had seen, he believed this to be the work of a black mage. Ivy wanted to know more specifically how he came to that conclusion. He explained to Ivy and the others that he believed a black mage would influence and amplify people's emotions to draw magic from them. Ivy added that the main power of black magic was derived from emotions. Therefore, she also realized that the landlord was probably already dead. Andreas agreed, saying that it was very likely since he must have hindered the black mage's plans. Christopher then asked if the burning bodies outside the mansion were part of a black magic ritual. Andreas replied that this could be a possibility. Ivy said that they would know the truth once they apprehended the culprits. She didn't want to give up for now, and suggested searching the entire estate. Andreas and the others started turning the whole building upside down. They took candle holders and went through the corridors, searching every corner of the house. However, in the end they found nothing, not even the landlord's body. Meanwhile, Vivian looked out the window and told Hazar that he should take a look as well. He turned around to see what she meant. Andreas also looked outside and noticed that all the villagers were making their way towards the building. He looked very dismayed, but realized that the perpetrator was finally making a move. The group wondered what they should do next, as the first zombies were already looking up and had noticed them. Andreas also noticed this. Hazar asked Ivy what they should do now, and wanted to hear her opinion as the supervisor. She said that they should abandon the investigation of the building and escape. She also assigned Hazar the task of finding an escape route that would get them out of the building unharmed. Hazar rushed off immediately and got to work. He ran quickly to the end of the corridor, but then realized that something was wrong. The zombies were already storming the building, running up the stairs to the second floor and overpowering Hazar. He was even touched by a few zombies. Christopher rushed forward to help his new friend and pushed aside the attacking zombies in the front row. He drew his sword and ordered the others to protect Andreas since he was the mage of the group. He turned around and said that he would take care of the front line, at which point the zombies swelled slightly as it brightened in front of him, and he reflexively turned back around. The zombies exploded, killing him. Andreas got some blood splattered on his face in the process. Christopher flew across the corridor and landed on the floor due to the explosion. Suddenly Andreas was completely shocked and unable to move when he saw Christopher dead on the ground. He recognized him as one of his former soldier friends. He fell to the ground and gasped for air while Hazar picked up Christopher. Ivy tried to make Andreas understand that more zombies were coming, and they needed to leave now, or it would be too late. However, Andreas couldn't react and had become unconscious. So Ivy also lifted him onto her shoulders and ordered Vivian to destroy the window without hesitation. Vivian kicked in the window and Ivy and the others jumped out, landing with a powerful impact on the ground, carrying Andreas and Christopher on their shoulders. They quickly ran away. While running, Andreas regained consciousness and realized that he was having flashbacks of his last mission. He raised his hand and gathered magic in it. Then he cast the spell Grease on the ground, causing the zombies to fall. He followed it up with his second spell, Birth Shield, to further hinder them. Ivy, however, didn't like this, and asked him if he thought he had to fight alone. She continued to tell him not to exhaust all his mana, and asked if he could locate the Black Mage by tracing his magic. As they ran and looked for a hiding spot, he told her that he could do that. Andreas knew that the mage wasn't exactly hiding his magic, making it easy to track him down. He closed his eyes and cast the spell Mana Detect, allowing him to see through the zombies through the town until he found a small building within the city where he ultimately located him. He opened his eyes and told Ivy that the Black Mage was in a house that was at 9 o'clock from their position and about 100 meters away. She praised him and immediately changed direction, making her way towards the building where the Black Mage was. She was so fast that the others couldn't keep up. Unfortunately, she was moving so quickly that she didn't even notice the request to slow down. Running at maximum speed, she reached the building Andreas had described. However, the Black Mage was already waiting and had anticipated their arrival. Despite the tension and calmness, the mage remained undisturbed when Andreas and Ivy arrived at the house. Ivy wasted no time and promptly kicked the door open. Andreas couldn't help but wonder if they had to kick down every door they encountered. Ivy realized they were likely correct, and that the Black Mage might be hiding somewhere inside. She cautiously entered the room, as Andreas attempted to enter the room shortly after her. He noticed a red magical barrier between him and Ivy. Both of them realized it was a trap, and that the Black Mage had outsmarted them. Ivy focused solely on the barrier in front of her, and failed to realize she wasn't alone in the building. Suddenly she heard a voice and turned around. A zombie girl, almost completely wrapped in bandages and bleeding, said she was in great pain and then screamed, shocking and paralyzing Ivy. Andreas tried to open the barrier but realized it was beyond his power. Suddenly he heard a voice that told him how pathetic he was and repeated insulting words. He looked up and noticed that the barrier extended throughout the entire city and formed a second barrier outside it. Andreas couldn't believe what he was seeing, and stared incredulously at the spectacle above, unable to take his eyes off it. He heard a voice telling him that everything was happening by God's command, and that he should bow before the name Sloth. Andreas recognized the name Sloth, and couldn't believe he would hear that name here and now. The game he was in was called Great Sin, or Picada, in Latin. The story began when Sloth separated the 7 deadly sins from the main body, the Codex of the Apocalypse. If one could collect them all, they could summon the final boss. These items were crucial in the game to advance the story. As Andreas thought about these things, the zombies around him attacked him, but before they could grab him, he managed to dodge them with a powerful leap. During his evasion maneuver, he wondered why he would hear the name Sloth on the outskirts of the land, in a place that didn't even appear in the main quest. He fought off more attacking zombies, and realized that he would never last long enough alone to make it out of here alive. Managing to get past the zombies, he ran to his other teammates. The others were also fighting against the zombies who attacked them without regard for their own lives. Vivian was in a complete rage mode, attacking any zombie she saw, even with just a glimpse. She knew only one thing in that moment, driven by pure bloodlust. Hazar stood beside Christopher's lifeless body, allowing her to kill the zombies as she pleased. Andreas then encountered the group and asked Hazar what had happened to Vivian. Hazar was surprised to see Andreas and relieved that he was safe. He explained that he hadn't seen them until now. Andreas knew he couldn't trust Hazar, but he didn't want to leave Christopher alone, so he decided to play along for now. He told Hazar that Ivy was trapped in a barrier. Hazar asked what they should do next. Once again, Andreas heard the voice of the Black Mage, telling them that they were pathetic and that they were currently killing innocent villagers. Hazar also heard the voice and turned around frantically. Andreas explained to him that it was most likely the voice of the Black Mage. He also told him that the mage might be near Ivy. Hazar, concerned for Ivy's safety, wanted to go to her aid and left Christopher and Vivian with Andreas. Andreas thought that Hazar was far too obvious in trying to unload his useless teammates on him, but decided it was better than being betrayed by him. He instinctively looked at Vivian, who was still in a complete rage mode, destroying half the town. Andreas knew this wasn't good, and that the Black Mage would further intensify her anger and draw additional energy from it. He also knew that he would meet the same fate as his comrades if he made a wrong move. Suddenly 3 zombies rushed toward Vivian. Andreas thought it would be impossible for her to dodge this attack. However, Vivian counterattacked, astonishing Andreas with what he saw. Not only did she manage to dodge, but she also struck back directly. Suddenly, he heard a voice. He looked next to him on the rooftop and recognized the Black Mage sitting there. The mage asked Andreas what would happen now, that the only one who wasn't injured or captured had escaped. Andreas replied that it didn't matter since he hadn't expected anything from Hazar anyway. The Black Mage remarked that Andreas was unusually calm. Andreas said he had already anticipated his presence, as it was now time for the main boss to appear. The mage stood up and said he didn't know where Andreas got his confidence from, but wanted to test him. Due to his courage, Andreas then disappeared into a dark aura. He quickly realized that he had made a mistake and had been careless for a moment. He found himself in a kind of galactic cosmos. Andreas widened his eyes and then dissolved. He wondered what was happening all of a sudden. When he opened his eyes again, he saw his hands wearing military gloves. He found himself back in his original body and wondered if he was dreaming. Suddenly something exploded behind him, and he realized he was on the battlefield. He immediately prepared himself, took the gun in his hand, and wondered where everyone else was. He ran and held his head in confusion. Suddenly he stopped and looked ahead in bewilderment. He saw a burning person on the other side of the battlefield. The burning person called Andreas's real name Makoto and told him to run. Andreas recognized that it was Shohei, one of his former comrades. Without hesitation, he ran across the battlefield toward him, but Shohei was already dead and fell into his arms. "All right, brother, it's your turn."
He remembered how his father had given him the ring and told him that as long as he had the ring, he would be the true lord of the Cromwell household. With his last breaths, Andreas' father expressed that he no longer wanted to be a burden to him and asked him to be happy with his sister Amy. Tears streamed down Andreas' face as he realized what he had meant to his father back then. Andreas reached out his hand. Suddenly, the Black Mage noticed something and was astonished to see the black illusion barrier that had trapped Andreas shatter. Andreas shattered the barrier, causing it to completely implode. As the barrier broke, Andreas stood there unharmed. The Black Mage asked him how he could escape Sloth's curse and break the barrier surrounding him. Andreas didn't answer the question and simply stood there. A system window appeared before him. The system window informed Andreas that the synchronization rate between Makoto and him had now reached 100%. Furthermore, it informed him that as a result, he had gained Makoto's talent. Combat exceptional. Andreas explained that Sloth's Curse was nothing more than a game that simulated a person's daydreams. He also said that the wizard who had cursed him didn't truly possess the ability to harness his full potential. The Black Mage could hardly believe what he was hearing and grew angry. He immediately prepared a new spell and launched a kind of black spear at Andreas. Andreas managed to dodge it and asked the mage what he planned to do now that he knew the curse wouldn't affect him. This only made the mage angrier. Filled with rage, he cast another spear and attacked Andreas again, telling him to shut up. But once again, Andreas evaded and leapt to the side. He realized that the mage wasn't strong but couldn't end it without his necromancy. He halted his evasive maneuver and looked left and right. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that no one was watching him. Then he looked back at the mage, who jumped down from the roof. The mage asked Andreas who he was. Andreas told him that he would show him and began to use his necromancy ability. When the mage saw Andreas utilizing his ability, he was greatly surprised. The system informed Andreas that 23 corpses had been found, but due to his low level, he was only capable of summoning 9. A turquoise mist rose from the corpses, and skeletons emerged from it. The Black Mage was shocked to discover that Andreas was a necromancer and wondered if he belonged to the Black Mage Assembly and if they knew about Sloth and the artifact. Andreas deduced from the mage's reaction that there was indeed a Black Mage Assembly and that he mistakenly believed Andreas to be a member of that assembly. He wanted to take advantage of this misunderstanding. The system window informed him that he had summoned 7 regular skeletons and 2 skeleton warriors. Andreas told the mage that he had been tasked by the assembly to retrieve Sloth's pages. The Black Mage was puzzled that someone so weak with only a few skeletons had been assigned such a task. He cast a few black energy spheres. However, the skeletons wasted no time and immediately attacked the mage. He hurled the magical black energy spheres at the advancing skeletons and asked Andreas if he really believed he could oppose the power of Sloth with just those few skeletons. The spheres completely destroyed the skeletons and continued flying toward Andreas. He managed to summon an earth shield at the last moment and blocked the attack. The mage told Andreas to stop pretending and cast his dark spear once again. Andreas reached his hand backward and summoned his companion, Nickel. The mage hurled his spear towards Andreas, claiming that these skeletons were nothing more than a few small flies. However, Nickel had already entered through the portal and prepared to assist his master. He rushed forward and sliced through the spear flying towards Andreas. This astonished the mage, who couldn't believe that Nickel had simply cut through his attack. He was completely bewildered and somewhat fearful. The mage then conjured a small cube in his hand, which surprised him. A large hand attacked Nickel, but they managed to block the attack with some effort. The Black Mage's cube split into many small pages, and Andreas recognized them as the pages of Sloth. The mage couldn't believe that Andreas had pushed him to the point of having to utilize his valuable collected Sloth energy. He wanted Andreas to pay for disrupting his plans with his life. The conjured hands of the mage grew larger, and Nickel and Andreas had to maneuver to dodge the attacks. Andreas knew that he could keep up with this speed and that Nickel could withstand the attacks. The assaults continued to rain down on them. The mage screamed for them to finally die. Andreas realized that the attacks were getting faster, and he also recognized that the mage was struggling to control his power and hadn't yet fully mastered the strength of Sloth. He decided to go for his blind spot and attack him there. He fought his way behind Nickel and shared his plan with him. Then came a powerful attack from the Black Mage, raising a cloud of dust. The controlled hands took a brief pause, allowing the dust to settle. When the dust cleared, the mage saw Andreas still standing and had to admit that he was quite resilient. Andreas was out of breath and said that Nickel was just a skeleton he had created, giving the impression that the mage had succeeded in destroying him. The mage couldn't believe that he had taken away his partner and weakened him in such a way. However, he assured Andreas not to worry, as he would soon follow him. He then commanded his hands, controlled by Sloth's power, to attack Andreas once again, and they set in motion, launching their assault. Andreas made a face as if he had been waiting for this. Suddenly, a portal opened behind the Black Mage, and Nickel emerged, splitting the mage into 2 halves. As the 2 halves separated, Andreas was revealed. When Andreas had won the battle and stood beneath the blue moons, he couldn't help but think back to the times when he had pondered who could be behind the mask of the Black Mage. He looked down at the mage's lifeless body while Nickel stood beside him, sword stained with blood. Never in his life had he imagined that it would be the Baron's butler who practiced black magic. From this revelation, he deduced that the Baron must be somehow involved as well. Next to the butler's corpse lay the Sloth cube, enveloped in golden magic. Andreas picked up the cube, and a system window informed him that his mana recovery rate had been increased by 321 because he had obtained the 7th side of the Apocalypse Code. As he gazed at the cube, Andreas wondered what he could do with it since he couldn't simply wander around with such a rare item. He also glanced back at Nickel and realized that he was still there. He handed the cube to Nickel, asking him to take care of it. Then he stored Nickel in the summoning storage, intending to contemplate later what he would do with the cube. Andreas looked to his left and saw the same barrier that currently surrounded him, wondering why it was still there even though the black mage had long been defeated. It didn't matter to him whether Vivian, who was trapped within the barrier, could free herself or not. However, he pondered how he would explain to the others how he managed to escape the barrier and defeat the mage. He couldn't exactly tell them that he had accomplished it using black magic. He touched the barrier and realized that it was different from the one he was in. Suddenly, he felt a strong pull and was completely sucked into the barrier, disappearing within it. A small, sweet girl with green hair screamed in panic and trembling on the ground. She screamed again when the chair in front of her moved. Andreas' spirit was sitting in the chair, and he asked the little girl if she was Vivian Belkin. Little Vivian was completely bewildered and screamed once more, wondering if it was a ghost or a demon speaking from within the chair. Andreas told her that it was neither a ghost nor a demon talking to her. However, this didn't calm Vivian much, and she screamed again in panic. Andreas told her that he was a good fairy who had come to save her. This initially reassured her, and she looked at the chair questioningly and incredulously. Andreas, equally puzzled by the situation, found it nice that he was now inside the barrier to help Vivian break free from it, but he didn't know exactly what he was doing. The first thing he saw when he was drawn into the barrier was young Vivian being slapped in the face by a noblewoman. Since he couldn't be seen by anyone, he could easily investigate everything and discovered that the noblewoman who struck her was the second wife of the Belkin family's count and also the head housekeeper of the estate they were currently in. The Belkin family was famous for their first-class swordsmanship, and Vivian's father, the head of the family, always wanted a son to inherit this skill and bring glory to the family in the future. Unfortunately, his first wife, Vivian's mother, couldn't bear him a son but only blessed him with Vivian, which ended in tragedy. Even her mother was disappointed in herself and told young Vivian that she would have preferred not to have her born at all, which naturally disturbed and saddened Vivian greatly. That's why I ask all of you to leave a comment to cheer Vivian up, since even her own mother didn't want her and cast her aside. She endured. A seed of madness was planted within her, and the more time passed, the more she succumbed to insanity. To the point where she killed all the teachers and assistant instructors in the 5th year by herself. The still innocent and poor Vivian asked amidst the lingering silence if the fairy was still there. Andreas couldn't take away her memories of the past but wanted to extend a helping hand to help her overcome the abuse. Vivian cried and asked if he had truly come to help her. Andreas asked her why she was crying, to which Vivian wiped away her tears and wiped her running nose. She explained to him that she had never had anyone help her before, and that's why she was crying with joy. Andreas was overwhelmed in this situation and didn't quite know how to handle children who reacted like this. He told her that she had a special talent that hadn't been discovered by anyone else yet. She was puzzled and asked him if she really had something special. Andreas then told her that she had a special talent in swordsmanship. Her estate was truly beautiful and befitting of a noble family. Vivian was surprised why Andreas said she had a talent in swordsmanship and how he knew that, as she hadn't even touched a sword until now. He said that she had to trust him and that he knew a few things. Vivian asked why anyone would believe in her like that because until now she had only been insulted. Andreas said it was all right because now he would be by her side protecting her. The sunlight streamed into the room they were in. Andreas said he would help her, but in return, he demanded that she not tell anyone about him. She agreed and promised that no matter what happened, she wouldn't tell anyone about her good fairy. And so the days went by. Whether she was yelled at by her stepmother, training in the courtyard with a sword under the critical eyes of her instructor, or sleeping in bed, Andreas was always by her side protecting her, giving her courage, and supporting her. The months passed, and the green trees gradually turned into golden autumn hues. Vivian called out for Andreas and asked where he was, mentioning that she was now at the agreed-upon position, just as she had promised him. She asked if he would teach her swordsmanship again. But Andreas hid behind the tree. Suddenly, he emerged from behind the tree and told her not to shout like that and that she should hit him since she had promised not to tell anyone about him. She quickly covered her own mouth. She turned around and realized that he was hiding behind the tree while Andreas continued to scold her. Then the two of them started their training. He tried his best to teach her everything he knew. Their training methods and her talent in swordsmanship truly harmonized well, and her progress was remarkable. She was truly a prodigy. As Andreas watched her, he knew that these movements couldn't come from someone normal who had only recently learned how to handle a sword. He told her that her movements were perfect and that she would often be praised for her swordsmanship. But Vivian pouted a bit and became somewhat ashamed. Andreas thought she was a truly confident child but now realized that in some ways she wasn't as confident as he had thought. He asked what was wrong because her movements had been perfect. Vivian then said that no matter how many times she was praised, Andreas had never personally shown himself to her. That surprised him. He didn't know exactly how to respond to her. He thought for a moment and told her the first thing that came to mind, that he was a fairy and that's why he couldn't do it. But Vivian said that it was probably because she was a bad child. She thought that if she did her best and he acknowledged her, he would reveal himself to her. Yet, she had to realize that even when she had tried so hard, he still hadn't shown her his true form. She asked him if her efforts were in vain and that it didn't matter how much she tried, he would never show himself to her. When Andreas heard this, he remained silent behind her and didn't say a word. Suddenly, she heard her father's voice saying that she had surprised him. He couldn't believe the amount of talent she had just shown. Her father then asked her to show him her swordsmanship again. Vivian was surprised but wanted to fulfill her father's request and immediately showed him what she was capable of and what she had learned. When she finished, she eagerly awaited her father's feedback. However, he went into the house without saying anything but still told her that what he had just witnessed was amazing and praised her. This bewildered Vivian, and she could hardly believe her father's praising words. She then spoke to Andreas and told him that this was the first time her father had praised her. She looked up, and tears were welling up. She continued, saying that she had never dreamed that something like this would ever happen. Andreas was also surprised and continued listening. Vivian said that she wanted to stay with him here but she realized that it was time to wake up. Andreas was happy that she would finally wake up. She said that it was thanks to him that she found the path to look forward to and move on. She also said that she wanted to continue the path he had shown her and no longer be stuck in the past. Andreas approached her slightly and crossed his little finger with hers. She was confused and nervous. He said that the promise she had made to him had to be kept. She then said that she would do so forever, and the dimension they were in crumbled in the background. Vivian's final words before the dimension finally collapsed and the barrier dissipated were words of gratitude to Andreas for showing her a good dream. Then, the barrier created by the black mage collapsed, and Andreas held Vivian's hand. In the ruins of the city lay the corpses that Vivian had previously killed in her bloodlust. However, Vivian slept and looked truly happy. Andreas held her hand and protected her, just as he had promised her in her dream. Shortly after, she also woke up, and Andreas explained to her and Ivy that Baron Balearic was the one responsible for the crime. In this place, Ivy managed to destroy the barrier she was in on her own and then reunited with the others. Ivy now wanted Andreas to cut off the butler's head. She became really angry and wanted to go straight to the Baron's castle. So they set off immediately. As Ivy discussed the next steps, Andreas looked at her and realized that her killing intent was very strong, which didn't surprise him since Christopher was dead and Hazar was missing. One of the Baron's guards fell abruptly to the ground as a sword narrowly missed his face. His comrades asked Ivy, Vivian, and Andreas who they were and what they were doing there, ordering them to put away their swords. Even after returning to the Baron's castle, Ivy remained as furious as she had been in the village. She introduced herself as Ivy Clare, assistant professor of Rodlin Academy's night faculty. and stated that anyone who defended Baron Balearic was guilty of high treason and would be executed immediately. With this statement, Andreas wondered if she was serious and if she would really kill them all if necessary. She then held up a head, shocking all the guards at the castle gate from a very inappropriate angle. She asked if they recognized the head, which obviously belonged to the butler that Andreas had accompanied and patched up with some rope. Ivy explained to the guards that the butler was responsible for what had happened in the nearby village and that they wanted to be taken to the Baron immediately. The guards were surprised but allowed our group to enter. The Baron's estate was truly beautiful and befitting of a noble family. Vivian was surprised and impressed by the surroundings. When they reached the Baron, he was already waiting for Ivy, welcoming her, Vivian, and Andreas. They were all very surprised by what they saw and couldn't believe their eyes. The Baron recognized that Evan was dead and pointed to his son, Adele, who was a large mutated mass of flesh. The Baron explained that his son was supposed to die from an illness a few months ago. So the Baron explained that he had told this man to do whatever it took to help his son, even if it meant living in such a miserable state as he did now. He pointed to his fleshy son, who was crying and obviously in pain and no longer wanted to live. Ivy became angry and still couldn't believe what she was seeing. The Baron turned to his son and fell to his knees in front of him. He begged his son for forgiveness and, in hindsight, didn't find his decision as good anymore. Ivy drew her sword, took a few steps forward towards the Baron and his son, and grabbed the Baron by the collar. She forcefully threw him backward and told him that he should ask forgiveness from the people he and his butler had killed. The guards who had witnessed everything asked if the Baron was still alive as he tried to get up after the throw. Ivy turned around and asked the guards why they were standing around like fools, ordering them to call the investigation team and eliminate the monster in the background. The guards understood and intended to follow the order. Suddenly, a sharp stone spear formed in Andreas' hand, which he threw forward with all his might, to the surprise of Vivian and the Baron. Ivy was also taken aback when the spear struck the Baron's son directly in the face, causing him to die. The Baron couldn't believe that his son had been killed, and he screamed his name throughout the entire castle. As he witnessed the spear piercing his son, even the guards were shocked by the screams of their former Baron. Completely stunned, the Baron went to the body of his son and touched it, while Vivian and Ivy watched silently. Ivy then turned to Andreas and asked him what that was all about and why he acted without an order. In response to this question, Andreas stated that a creature created from black magic had to be eliminated immediately before it could act and endanger others. Furthermore, the only important information they needed was in the hands of the Baron, and he asked Ivy if he was wrong about that. Shortly thereafter, the Imperial investigation team arrived, arrested the Baron, and took the disgustingly grotesque mass of flesh, his son, with them. After Andreas, Ivy, and Vivian returned to the academy, they were immediately questioned by the Imperial investigation team and had to testify as witnesses about what had happened. They had enough evidence, and it was clear to them that the Baron had collaborated with a black mage. They told Andreas and Vivian that the Baron should be brought in immediately, and another meeting would be held afterward. The investigation team thanked them for their time and told them that they could now go home. Andreas and Vivian then left the interrogation room, and Andreas knew that the consequences for Baron Balearic, for dabbling in black magic, would surely be severe. He turned around and thought that even though the Baron would probably be angry with him at the moment, he should thank him instead. If he hadn't killed his son, he would have suffered much greater pain. Now he would surely be used as an experimental subject by a group of deranged mages who had no good intentions for him. Andreas suddenly widened his eyes as Vivian addressed him as Mr. Fairy, and asked if he had planned everything. He turned around and asked her what she meant by fairy, and what they were talking about, realizing that he was so lost in thought that he almost spoke just like the fairy. Vivian recognized the voice of her fairy and said that he sounded just like it. Suddenly, Lucia called out Andreas' name and ran to him from behind. She asked him if he was done with the investigation team meeting, which Andreas confirmed. Lucia held up her tablet and desperately wanted to show him something. She explained to Andreas that he had recently become a little celebrity and showed him an article about students defeating a black mage with an investigation conducted by the Imperial. It mentioned casualties and missing persons involved. Lucia was about to mention that it had only been a short time since they introduced their new potion when Andreas interrupted her and explained that he actually just wanted some peace and quiet. However, Lucia ignored his comment and told him that she had heard he would receive a reward, so he should invite her to dinner. However, Andreas explained to her that he wouldn't do that because the reward for the potion would be shared anyway, so she would have her own share. He was surprised that she didn't even try to get a free meal out of it. Lucia noticed that there was someone else standing beside Andreas and asked him if she was the person mentioned in the report as well. He asked Lucia if she had only just noticed her and introduced Vivian to her. Both of them bowed and exchanged names while Andreas apologized for Lucia's frantic behavior. Lucia then wanted to bring up the topic of the reward again. She explained to him that she wanted him to invite her to celebrate the success of the potion. However, he asked her why she insisted on him inviting her to dinner when she was so rich and had much more money than he did. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room, and both of them were genuinely shocked. They heard the voice, their eyes widening. The voice said that they were very bold entering the tower so casually and without any nerves. Andreas recognized the voice but couldn't believe that it was really the voice he remembered. In an instant, without the two even having a chance to react, a man with a blindfold and a large eagle on his shoulder appeared behind them and firmly held onto their shoulders. Andreas and Lucia turned around slightly to get a better look at the man who had suddenly appeared behind them and realized that it was Bard Alvin, the owner of the Rodland Magic Tower. The guard who was leading Lucia and Andreas through the tower turned around and was surprised when she saw Tower Master Bard Alvin. A large eagle perched on his shoulder, and a brown cloth covered his eyes. His eagle soared high as Bart looked around at Lucia and Andreas. He recognized Andreas' face and noticed that it hadn't changed at all. Bart was the head of the Alvin family and the current Tower Master of Rodland. Andreas wondered about Bart's presence and contemplated whether his personal presence could disrupt the balance. After scrutinizing Andreas, it was Lucia's turn, and Bart immediately recognized her as the daughter of Count Hollington. Lucia bowed politely, confirming Bart's assumption, and introduced herself as Lucia Everlast. Bart then thought to himself that one would only remember names if they had built a certain reputation. Andreas and Lucia were astonished that Bart had spoken out loud and wondered if they had just heard that statement. Bart extended his arm and informed the guard who had been leading them around that he would now take over. Using his magic, he created an orange whirlpool beneath him. The guard accepted that the Tower Master wanted to personally guide them. Andreas couldn't believe that Bart was using this kind of magic. The whirlpool expanded upward, completely encircling Andreas and Lucia. In response, Lucia asked him if he also thought that Bart was a monster for effortlessly using such complex and powerful spatial magic. She also thought that he was intentionally exaggerating to show off in front of them. Bart responded with a grin, stating that he could hear their whispers just fine. The magic grew more intense and powerful until it reached its maximum. Then, Bart, Andreas, Lucia, and the guard disappeared, teleporting into a room before a committee consisting of 3 elderly gentlemen, all wearing dark mage robes. When the group suddenly appeared before them, the elderly gentlemen were quite surprised to find the Tower Master among them. Bart asked the elderly gentleman if the investigation of the potion was still ongoing, to which one of the older men confirmed. He stated that they were currently examining its effectiveness. They further explained to Bart that they had everything they needed, with only the interrogation regarding the manufacturing process remaining. Bart then drank the potion that Andreas and Lucia had prepared. As he sat down the bottle, he immediately recognized the individual ingredients and listed them out. When he finished, he turned to Lucia and asked if he was correct or if he had forgotten something. Lucia then added 2 more ingredients. Bart continued, mentioning at lightning speed that the 2 additional ingredients were very interesting. He praised her and said that he had already heard rumors about Lucia but hadn't believed she was capable of brewing such a good potion at her age. Bart then turned back to the committee and declared that the investigation was now concluded, as he would personally approve the potion. Bart flew high into the air and asked why Andreas Cromwell's son was here and what he had to do with the whole matter. Andreas became angry but kept his composure and remained silent. Bart considered that the paper submitted with the potion stated that Andreas and Lucia had worked together. However, he straightforwardly asked if Andreas was just being carried along. Andreas remained calm and said nothing. Lucia looked over at her friend but initially remained silent. A few seconds passed, and then she explained that she wouldn't have been able to brew the potion without his help. Bart couldn't believe what he heard and cautiously asked once again if what he had just heard was true. Lucia confirmed it once more and said that he had done most of the work and she had basically served as his assistant. Bart accepted this statement but still wanted to confirm it personally. He snapped his fingers, and another orange circle appeared around them. Andreas was astonished that even in this situation, before they were teleported and under tremendous pressure. Lucia attempted to analyze the magic and realized that Bart couldn't use magic outside the tower. Bart teleported with Andreas and Lucia to another room, where additional mages were working at tables with various magical devices, herbs, and roots. Bart wanted Andreas to prove that he had actually participated in developing the potion by making it here and now. He said that all the necessary ingredients were available in the storage and Andreas could freely use all the devices. Andrea understood and immediately got to work under the watchful eyes of Bart and the other curious mages. Andreas looked at the table with many different devices and avoided using one that he hadn't used before to avoid unnecessary attention. After 5 minutes, he was done, and Bart tried the potion Andreas had brewed. After the test, even the tower master had to admit and acknowledge Andreas's accomplishment. However, Bart then asked why Andreas had used Hong Pishi, for example. The room remained filled with tense anticipation as Bart, Andreas, and Lucia were observed by the other participants. Andreas answered Bart's questions in detail, explaining why he had chosen certain ingredients. The other mages and even Lucia were amazed that he could explain everything so well under such tremendous pressure. Bart interrupted Andreas, who wasn't finished with his explanation, and removed his brown eye covering. He said that, even though they hadn't seen each other for a while, he knew for sure that the boy from back then would never have been able to create something like this. He came close to Andreas, wanting to put additional pressure on him. Bart looked directly into Andreas' eyes with his blue eyes and asked him directly who he really was. Lucia was puzzled by this question, and in eerie silence, the room filled. As Bart continued to stare at Andreas. At first, Andreas remained silent, but then he grinned and replied in a questioning manner if this was a joke from Uncle Bart telling him that he was 100% Andreas Cromwell. The same Andreas whom he had treated like a bug and made fun of. Bart was surprised by this unexpected response and had to admit that Andreas had undergone quite an interesting character development. Bart was confident and grinned. He wanted to make a bet with Andreas. Andreas listened intently, curious about what it would entail. When Bart then proposed that he would pay off the entire debts of the Cromwell family if Andreas invented a new medicine by the end of the year, Andreas was surprised. After blindfolding himself again, Bart continued that he would also grant him a wish. However, if Andreas couldn't invent a new medicine and lost the bet, he would have to leave the academy. Andreas and Lucia were astonished by the conditions of the bet. Bart then asked him what he thought of the bet and if he agreed to it. Andreas looked at him and had to admit that the conditions were indeed very challenging, but he bowed to Bart and graciously accepted the bet despite the tough terms. As the head of the Cromwell family, he couldn't simply ignore such an offer and let such an opportunity slip away. Bart told him that he hoped Andreas would truly produce something since he possessed such confidence. He saw his father's face in him through his blindfold, which reminded him that they had a good relationship and he was eager to see the results that Andreas would bring him. The final seconds of Angela's evolution came to an end, and she slowly regained her strength and ability to move. She pushed herself up, and her body was surrounded by an eerie purple mana. Angela looked at her wrist, which was still bound. However, After her evolution, she could easily break these restraints and shattered them into 1,000 pieces with a flick of her hand. With another motion, she also destroyed her cage and half of Sharon and Andreas's secret laboratory. She gazed at the devastation she had caused so effortlessly, and then she remembered Andreas and her vow not to harm him, as he wanted her to swear on the name of her family. She began to smile, and more images of Andreas filled her mind. Her smile grew more intense, and she couldn't wait to meet him again. Anticipation already burned in her eyes. After completing his duties at the Mage Tower, Andreas set off to the city to run a few errands. He had received some reimbursement for the material costs of his potion, so he no longer had the financial troubles he had at the beginning. His potions were so profitable that he contemplated focusing entirely on his training without having to worry about how to make money. Andreas' main problem at the moment was the pages of sloth that he had given to Nickel and stored in the interdimensional space for him. No matter how intensely Andreas thought about what he could do with those pages to gain a direct advantage, he couldn't come up with any ideas. So, he considered whether he could possibly trade them for something that could help him. At the moment, he didn't really want to take that step, but he couldn't think of anything else but to use his mentor Sharon to exchange the pages for something meaningful. The train Andreas was on came to a halt, and he got off, making his way back to the academy. He walked slowly, noticing something. He knew he was being watched. He looked around but couldn't spot any observer. Eventually, Andreas stood before the gate of Karen's estate. He was still suspicious and knew he was being watched, but he continued entering the estate, telling himself that he was probably just imagining things. Meanwhile, Angela was sitting on a tree, eagerly awaiting Andreas. She laughed and was genuinely excited to see him again. Both Sharon and Andreas were sitting in the lounge area of Karen's living room, and Sharon remarked that finally, the hot topic of the academy had come to visit him. Sharon examined the potion Andreas had brewed and asked if this was the infamous potion that had garnered so much attention alongside his midterm exam. Andreas confirmed this and told him that he had come straight to him after the final examination by the Mage Tower was completed. However, Sharon was not pleased that Andreas had secretly conducted research on a potion without his knowledge, and now had the audacity to act as if he were his student trying to flatter him. Andreas, however, did not confirm this and said that it was not his intention. Sharon was angry and told him to keep his mouth shut and follow him. He took a book from a shelf and used it to open a secret portal to his cellar, their research laboratory. Before Sharon and Andreas went through the portal, Sharon made it clear that he wanted to show him and engrave in him what it meant to become his student. Andreas couldn't believe that he would hold a grudge against him for such a trivial matter and found Sharon to be miserly. As the two went through the portal and descended a narrow corridor with a few stairs, with Sharon leading the way and generating a blue light using his magic. Andreas noticed that Sharon was in such a bad mood that he couldn't mention the pages of sloth. Today Andreas knew well that it was best not to talk to Sharon when he was in a bad mood. He decided to settle for reaching the laboratory and finding out Angela's status. When Sharon and Andreas reached the end of the stairs, flames and smoke greeted them. Sharon was taken aback as he looked into the antechamber of his lab, which resembled a battlefield. Everything was completely destroyed, and Andreas and Sharon stood there petrified, looking at the devastation before them. Andreas's eyes widened, and he thought that Angela's transformation, thanks to him, had been a resounding success. They then approached the cage where Angela was being held captive. Andreas reflected on the fact that it was a shame he couldn't talk to her again since she was a genuinely nice person. Sharon grabbed the chains that held Angela captive and cursed loudly. His anger grew, and his mood continued to deteriorate. He called out Andreas's name, to which Andreas simply replied with, "Yes." Angered, Sharon looked back at him and asked if he had done anything to Angela or her restraints. Andreas then lied and told him that he hadn't done anything, and he even feared for his own well-being if he approached the cage. Meanwhile, he thought to himself what an idiot Sharon was. Sharon straightened up and rose to his feet. He couldn't believe that a vampire, even if she was just a hybrid, had escaped from him. Andreas had to suppress his laughter and could only watch as Sharon held the remnants of their chains in his hands, both unbelieving and furious. Enraged, Sharon let out a scream. The screams of his anger were so loud that they could be heard even through the narrow staircase they had come down from, all the way to the top. It was late at night, and the blue moons had risen in the sky. Andreas made his way to his dormitory, deciding to bring up the topic of the pages of sloth on another day. As he walked under the trees along the street, red hair suddenly appeared above him. He was completely startled when, just a few milliseconds later, his name was called. He didn't move and realized that Angela was waiting for him, trying to lure him into a trap. Her right hand slowly moved around Andreas' neck as she asked him to answer a question she had since waking up. He was frozen, not moving, as he knew that any wrong move would prompt her to hurt him without hesitation. Angela told him to look at her, which he obediently did. She asked him to tell her everything about the ability she suddenly possessed. However, Andreas didn't answer her question. Instead, he countered with a question of his own, asking why she was doing this to him. He also asked if she hadn't kept her word, considering they had made a deal. She should think about the price she would have to pay if she broke her word and harmed him. Angela remained quiet for a moment and used some magic to hover in the air while one of her hands remained dangerously close to Andreas' body. She said that she knew perfectly well what the price was, but she couldn't help herself as she desperately needed to ask something. She told him that no matter how hard she had tried to break the chains that bound her, she had never succeeded on her own. So, she explained that she had found another way and asked if he knew it and what incredibly amazing method she had used. As she approached Andreas, she realized that he had a certain scent, almost like a great sin. Her eyes grew redder, and she told him that she finally understood. Andreas looked at Angela, completely unaware of what she was talking about. She said that he was very interesting and slowly ran her hand over Andreas' face. Then she asked him what they were just talking about. When he asked her that, she grabbed him by the throat, pushed him backward, and slammed him forcefully against a tree, causing a few leaves to fall. Andreas gasped for air, but Angela held him firmly against the tree. She told him that there were still plenty of things she wanted to ask him, but this place they were in was too obvious. So she wanted to stop attracting attention for now and leave it at that. Andreas was still struggling against her grip, but Angela told him that they would see each other again very soon. She also mentioned that she would use her newfound power in the meantime and surely find a good use for it. Furthermore, she couldn't help but thank Andreas for helping her. Andreas continued to try and free himself from her grasp, unable to believe the strength behind it. However, Angela reassured him that he shouldn't worry and that she wouldn't torture him. She licked her sharp teeth with her saliva-wetted tongue and told him that they were connected by fate. The next day at the Delusion dormitory, which looked almost regularly beautiful from the outside and was adorned with the typical golden and blue accents of the academy, the warm sun shone on a small terrace on the side of the building. Two women were sitting on the terrace enjoying their afternoon tea, pointed to a night in a book and enthusiastically told her friend a few stories about this night. The table was set with very exquisite tableware as her friend Julik was already on the verge of tears, asking Dane to take a moment's pause, dying, then told Julik that if she kept her eyes open enough she would surely find a knight to admire as well. Julik casually asked during their conversation if Dane had heard that Lucia Everlast had passed the examination of the Magic Tower Committee. Dane was amazed that she had achieved this despite her young age. She recalled hearing that Lucia was always lazy and sleeping during classes, but had to admit based on the current news that she was indeed a sleeping dragon who had it all figured out. Surprised, she wondered why she hadn't achieved something similar when she was in her first year. However, Julik said that wasn't even the most surprising part. She lifted her tray and showed Dying an article on it featuring Andreas and Lucia along with two magicians from the tower announcing their discovery of the new potion. Julik asked Dane if she could believe that Andreas was also involved in the discovery. As Dying read that he was also involved, her eyes widened. She examined the picture more closely and couldn't believe that Someone as untalented as him had managed to help create such a potion. Julik told her that when she first heard the story she also thought it was a lie. Dying remembered how they used to play together, and how Andreas had always blamed his circumstances and lack of talent for his failures since his family's downfall. She looked down at her book and recalled Andreas' words when he asked her if she had ever achieved anything on her own. She wondered if Andreas had truly changed. Gillick was thrilled that it was precisely Andreas, the king of vermin, who had accomplished something like that. Dane then stood up and called her companion a small eagle to her side. Together they wanted to verify if what they had read in the article was indeed true and if Andreas had truly changed. In the classroom, Lucia approaches Andreas and asks why he's wearing so many clothes. Andreas replies that he's not feeling well. Curious, Lucia wonders why he's attending class instead of resting, and he explains that he needs to attend enough classes to graduate. Just as the teacher enters the classroom, Andreas realizes that he must conceal the large scar on his neck resulting from the previous night's incident. He wonders about the redhead girl who suddenly bit him on the neck and mentioned something about a fated partner and a particular scent. He's unsure of what she meant. When the teacher notices Andreas wearing numerous layers of clothing, he asks if he's sick. Andreas claims he caught a cold. The teacher assumes Andreas is tired from his potion research and tells him he's already marked as present, allowing him to leave. Andreas expresses his gratitude to the teacher for the advice he gave regarding the hong-pushing extract and the matarata tree bark. Lucia wonders if Andreas is trying to provoke the teacher, which only angers him further. Andreas claims that the teacher told him if he added those ingredients, he would make soup instead of a potion. He then asserts that the soup turned out to be surprisingly good. The entire class starts to observe Andreas, likely thinking, what is he doing? The teacher reprimands Andreas for overstepping his boundaries, but Andreas, using his illness as an excuse, declares that he's leaving. As the teacher shouts his name, Andreas reflects on how people used to ridicule him when he was insignificant but now want to be friendly. He dismisses them, thinking they should shut up and praise him because he can simply switch to another class if he needs credits. Annoyed, the teacher asks how long Andreas plans to ignore him. Suddenly, Lucia stands up, grabbing the teacher's attention. She asks if she can explain as someone who co-created the potion. The teacher grants her permission. Lucia states that they learned the basics of potion making in the class and then applied that knowledge independently. She emphasizes that conducting personal research without relying on others holds great significance because it is their duty as magicians. The teacher agrees with her and says they can always seek his advice. He tells Andreas to take care and return safely. As Andreas gazes at Lucia, he silently acknowledges her skill in diffusing the situation. He still doesn't understand why she did it, but he is grateful to her. In a beautiful city within a mansion, a butler reports to a man named Duke Sinclair Cloche about potentially scoutable candidates. The butler begins by mentioning the students already enrolled at Rodland's Academy. Duke, a big man with red hair, looks at the report intently and exclaims that the daughter of the Everlast Company has created a new type of potion and is planning to sell it commercially. The butler confirms this, revealing that it is called the Everlast Potion and that the company is currently monopolizing its sales. Duke, intrigued by Lucia's achievement as a first-year student, predicts that many people will try to recruit her upon graduation. He decides to taste the potion, wondering if it's as impressive as its reputation suggests. The butler provides him with a sample, and Duke drinks it with anticipation. After consuming the potion, the butler asks Duke how it was. He responds with a wide smile, expressing his surprise at its efficiency, which is several times greater than any potion currently available on the market, with no side effects. Duke realizes that if they manage to commercialize it, it will revolutionize the industry. However, there is another matter worth noting. The butler reveals that the report mentions the potion was co-created and presents a picture of Andreas. Duke recognizes Andreas as the son of Cain Cromwell and wonders if he has a talent for making potions. The butler suggests that there's a rumor circulating about Andreas taking advantage of Lucia, questioning why his name would be added to the potion's creation. Given that neither household has any significant relationship with the other, Duke decides they should investigate further and consider adding Andreas to the scouting list if he has indeed awakened a talent for potion making. The scene shifts to a rainy night inside a mansion, where an old man asks about the outcome of the end-of-year award ceremony. The butler reports that everything went according to plan, referring to the old man as His Majesty. The butler adds that the Cromwell family will be demoted. The old man chuckles, mentioning Andrea's name, and with a wide grin, he expresses his anticipation to see if Andreas is different from his father. At the dormitory, Andreas is seen swinging a wooden sword, reaching his 1000th swing. Exhausted, he falls to the ground and drinks a potion while contemplating how impossible it would be for him to do this without them. He explains that the regeneration potion accelerates his muscle recovery, the healing potion alleviates fatigue, and by adding the physical reinforcement potion, he has essentially created a system for limitless training. Initially hesitant, he gambled on evolving the potions, and the results were astonishing. He can now create a greater number of potions, with significantly improved success rates and creation speed. As long as things continue in this direction, he believes he will be able to thrive. And if he acquires a good corpse and some items, he won't have to worry about his fighting strength. However, since Karen is always away, he can't sell the Page of Sloth to him immediately. Andreas wonders if Karen is in such a bad mood that he went traveling without even informing his disciple. He brushes it off, knowing he has other connections, and looks forward to his medical botany classes the next morning. With a resolve to stop worrying, he decides to go to sleep. Andreas grows irritated as he realizes someone knows he doesn't have a tablet and is using it against him. He wonders what the teacher is planning with the students and rushes to the Rodel Academy garden. Upon arrival, he wonders why everyone is in such a hurry, as it seems like an exam. The teacher reprimands him for being late and assumes that Andreas, being so engrossed in his research, didn't see the notice. Suddenly, Lucia appears and pulls Andreas aside, explaining the situation to him. She suggests that he should just buy a tablet at this point since he now has money. She explicitly mentions that the teacher discovered an awakening potion and came up with the idea to conduct an exam to analyze it. Andreas thinks to himself that the teacher simply had to boast about it. Arrogantly, the teacher tells Andreas that for someone of his caliber, figuring out the ingredients and proportions should be a breeze. Andreas thinks to himself that the teacher is a stubborn fool and mixes up his thoughts and speech, intending to expose Andreas for who he is. Andreas reflects that there's no need to be ashamed, as he has a bright future ahead. The teacher, with an angry expression, considers Andreas to be nothing more than a trash student who took advantage of Lucia, the rising star of the potion world. 4 hours later, the teacher is flabbergasted upon seeing that Andreas has placed second in the exam. Another instructor reassures the teacher that there was no cheating during the exam. The students are shocked as they realize that Andreas possesses a talent for potion making. Suddenly, a student shouts in frustration, questioning why the teacher claimed the potion he made as his own. The conversation continues as Fatty speaks up, expressing his frustration and questioning why the teacher would claim the potion he made as his own. The shocked students turn to Lucia for her opinion, and she suggests that if it's Professor Vauban, she believes he could have done it. Andreas confidently agrees, indicating that he had the same suspicion. Lucia asks where he's going, reminding him that she saved him yesterday. As Andreas approaches the teacher, he asks a question regarding the potion's ingredients. The teacher tries to avoid the question, but Andreas insists that it's relevant to the situation. He challenges the teacher to prove his claim by explaining why he used specific materials in the potion. The teacher becomes fearful of Andreas' intentions. Fatty asks if Andreas means that the teacher should prove it is in the Magic Tower examination. Andreas affirms that if the teacher truly made the potion, he should be able to easily explain why he used certain ingredients or admit he's not confident enough. The teacher, sweating nervously, arrogantly mentions that he's a professor at the prestigious Rodlin Academy. Andreas urges the teacher to answer his question, asking why he changed the upriver resin to cytomine petals. Terrified, the teacher realizes he was so distracted on the presentation day that he forgot to check that part. Fatty angrily demands an immediate response from the teacher. The teacher explains that they used the petals to cut costs since, if they were the ones developing it, they wouldn't know the difference. Andreas poses his final question, asking why the teacher used the more expensive D. Julie beetle instead of papina powder. The students wonder why the teacher is avoiding answering and begin to question if he really stole the potion. They are shocked by the revelation that the teacher could claim his students' research as his own. Suddenly, the teacher shockingly states that it's because papina powder has a hallucinogenic effect, completely missing the mark. Fatty, with a serious expression, corrects the teacher, stating that he remembers being told that the powder has side effects but not that it is hallucinogenic. He asks the teacher to explain how he arrived at his response. The students start screaming at the teacher, expressing their disappointment in him as a scientist and accusing him of stealing credit from his disciple. They demand that the teacher resign immediately, calling him a scammer. Desperately, the teacher points at Fatty and Andreas, accusing them of setting him up. He threatens to report both of them to the disciplinary committee. Andreas realizes that the teacher has reached rock bottom. Andreas tells the teacher that if he's so annoyed, he can ask Sir Alvin to arrange a place for him to explain himself. He reveals a black card, indicating that he is sponsored by Alvin. The teacher falls silent, unable to respond, and Andreas asks what's wrong. The defeated teacher falls to his knees. Meanwhile, Alvin watches the scene unfold through his bird, recognizing that the teacher caused a commotion and will have to face the consequences. As the bird flies away, Alvin reflects on how Andreas knew the theory and ingredients behind the awakening potion. He believes it's possible for Andreas to discover a new medicine before the end of the year, and he eagerly anticipates it. In the academy cafeteria, Lucia feels a bit sad when Andreas invites her to eat together, only to find out they're in the school cafeteria. As she touches the meat, she accidentally burns herself. Andreas guides her on how to eat this type of food properly, as Lucia is not accustomed to it due to her wealth. He shows her how to hold the meat, dip it in the sauce, and offers it to her. A green-haired girl sitting nearby also asks Andreas to give her some meat, and he obliges. In the hallway, Lucia asks Andreas when he plans to buy a tablet, suggesting that if he had one, he would be notified of events like today's exam and wouldn't miss them. Andreas explains that he's currently saving money. Lucia is surprised, pointing out that tablets aren't even expensive. Andreas remarks that nothing is expensive for her because she is wealthy. The green-haired girl happily addresses Andreas as Mr. Fairy, and asks if he wants a reward. Confused, Andreas questions why she's calling him that. They part ways, each going their own direction. While walking alone in the hallway, Andreas sees Karen. As they pass each other, Karen instructs Andreas to visit his lab tomorrow at noon. Andreas finds himself at a blacksmith's shop where he encounters Dean. She questions why he's there, to which he explains that he needed a sword for self-defense. Dean notices the box she's carrying and mentions it's a present for her brother. Andreas wonders if she's referring to Carlos Alvin, the eldest son of the Alvin household who had died prior to the game's start. He shares that Carlos had been killed during the Academy's end-of-year event and later joined the Zephyro cult, the same cult responsible for the terrorist attack. Andreas excitedly suggests that it would be nice if they could meet again, just the three of them. Dean contemplates how to ask him something, as she realizes that Andreas seems to have changed despite the rumors about him. Andreas startles her by asking if she has something to say, but Dean acts oblivious. As Andreas leaves the room, Dean turns around and admits that she wants to know why. However, she notices that Andreas has already left, making her feel foolish. Meanwhile, at the Academy's teaching department, an old man expresses his search for a material of the same quality as Angela throughout the continent but has been unsuccessful so far. He intends to continue searching a little longer, even though his hopes aren't high. He needs it for the congregation this weekend. Andreas realizes that this is where the game begins. If the old man becomes blinded by greed and asks him to give it to him, he will have won. Suddenly, Andreas tells the old man that he managed to obtain the Apocalypse Codex. The old man finds it hard to believe and tells him not to say such foolish things, as it's not something someone like him could obtain. Andreas opens a portal and presents the codex, stating that it's not something he can handle, so he wants to give it to the old man. The old man is left stunned but advises Andreas to keep it because it's a highly sought-after item that would only bring trouble if he kept it. He suggests taking it to the congregation to exchange it for another item. Since they have to attend the congregation this weekend, he asks Andreas to clear his schedule and prepare himself. In a beautiful night at the eastern edge of the city, within the Forest of Captivity Adjustment Area, a carriage with a skeleton coachman comes to a halt as a yellow-haired man approaches. He asks if they are going to the congregation and requests to ride along with them. Andreas recognizes him as Salem Edidia, one of the continent's greatest 10, known as the Devil in pursuit of truth due to his willingness to deal with forbidden matters for the sake of exploration. Salem asks Andreas for his name, and upon hearing it, he is shocked, turning to the old man and saying, "So you've gotten your hands on another Cromwell." Andreas wonders what Salem is referring to and speculates that there might be some secret regarding the Cromwell family. Salem advises Andreas to struggle as much as possible. Andreas looks at the old man, sensing that he shouldn't ask about it, but he still wonders what the old man is hiding from him. Suddenly, a black liquid entity appears in front of them, capturing the old man's attention. He stops the carriage and addresses the black liquid, referring to it as Dragon. Dragon starts taking the form of a human and apologizes, recognizing the old man as Karen Diprin. Andreas finds himself at the location specified by the old man, following Dragon's encounter with Salem and realizing their intention to steal the Page of Sloth. The old man points to a tree that serves as a marker for the path to the congregation. Salem, annoyed by the meeting place's height, smiles and expresses that it's just as he expected, noting the presence of greedy black mages. Dragon wonders if the black mages are foolish for attempting to steal the codex in the presence of Salem. Salem raises his staff and slams it to the ground, unleashing a devastating attack that covers the entire forest with a wave of energy. The individuals present in the forest are marked by this energy, and Salem estimates that there are 7 black mages present. Determined, he urges them to stop playing hide and seek. Salem disappears from his original position and suddenly reappears next to the black mages, releasing green energy that envelops the forest once more. Meanwhile, at the destination location, 3 people await Andrea's team's arrival. Salem greets them, specifically mentioning a guy named Morsh and remarking that it's been a while. Salem instructs Andreas to open the bag he was holding, revealing the severed heads of the black mages. A tall figure dressed in all black criticizes Salem, stating that this emergency meeting was meant to have few participants and Salem unnecessarily caused deaths. Andreas reflects on how the black mages Salem defeated were intermediaries and higher-level black mages, who were particularly troublesome in the game. Salem managed to deal with them simply by releasing his magic power. Andreas recognizes Salem as a true force to be reckoned with. The individual in black urges them to hurry and show the Page of Sloth. As Andreas prepares to open the portal, Salem finds Andreas interesting. He notes that Andreas didn't flinch after witnessing the massacre Salem caused, and he didn't hesitate when instructed to sever the black mages' necks. Salem observes that Andreas also possesses a dual core like himself. Before Andreas can retrieve the codex, Salem playfully blows on Andreas' neck, leading Andreas to question his actions. Salem responds by saying that he has taken a liking to Andreas, making Andreas wonder if Salem was gay in the game. The others present ask Salem to stop playing around. Salem reassures Andreas that he will help him out someday, but only once. He considers it a favor due to his affinity with the Cromwell family. Andreas acknowledges that Salem is someone who never breaks his promises, as there were numerous instances in the game where Salem fulfilled his commitments. Andreas contemplates whether he should alter his plan now that he has Salem's assistance. A skeleton approaches, holding the diligent sloth. Everyone is amazed by the sight. Salem questions why Andreas is entrusting the codex to a skeleton, while the old man wonders when Andreas summoned the skeleton. Suddenly, Andreas unsheathes his sword, surprising everyone present. He asserts that he was the one who found the page of sloth and wants his efforts to be recognized. Andreas explains that the page is in his storage along with the skeleton, meaning that if he were to die, no one would be able to access the codex. He calls out to Salem, reminding him that it's time to fulfill his promise. Andreas urges Salem to hurry because time is of the essence. Salem expresses his concern, questioning if Andreas is acting recklessly based solely on something he said. He ponders what he would do if he had deceived Andreas. In response, Andreas asserts that he will do his best even if it means risking his life, as he is willing to become crazy to survive in this chaotic world. Salem remarks that Andreas is a funny guy but recalls telling him to struggle, not expecting him to go this far. Suddenly, green energy emanates from Salem's staff, and snakes emerge from it. Wearing a menacing expression, Salem informs Andreas that if he insists, he has no choice but to kill them all.
Salem raised his staff high and declared that anyone who tried to touch Andreas from now on would be killed by him. The beautiful woman raised her hand and firmly stated that she wouldn't lay a finger on him. Furthermore, Salem warned that anyone who dared to question this event would suffer the same fate. Jester, skeptical, asked Salem if he was serious and whether he would truly fight them if necessary. He questioned whether Andreas was more important to Salem than their own lives. Salem smiled, assuring Jester that he knew him well and wasn't making empty threats. He meant every word he had just said. Moore sighed in disbelief, hoping that Salem was merely joking. However, her hope quickly faded when Salem's anger flared, cursing at the need to repeat himself. Moore and Jester fell silent once again, while Sharon and Bragan remained shocked and struggled to grasp the unfolding situation. The cheerful young lady, in contrast, felt excitement and curiosity about what would happen next. Jester turned to Morsi and explained that they were powerless in such a situation. He asked her if she still had an interest in Karen's student, now that she understood the consequences involved. Andreas, exhausted but grateful for the support he received, took a healing potion and thanked everyone for their patience. Jester urged Andreas to state his demands in exchange for the pages. Visibly fatigued, Andreas inquired about what he would receive in return. Jester found it absurd that Andreas didn't even know what he wanted for the pages. Raising his hand, Jester offered Andreas the opportunity to choose 5 items from a list, cautioning him to make wise and careful selections. A comprehensive list appeared before Jester, presenting numerous options. Jester pointed out that the list even included corpses, which Andreas could undoubtedly make use of. Andreas examined the list, contemplating the corpses Jester had mentioned. He considered the possibility of acquiring the bodies of the mages who had attended the assembly. Recognizing 2 specific corpses, the former Fairy Queen Mylene and the Tiger King Timer. These high-quality materials greatly interested him, igniting his desire to obtain them. Interrupting the discussion, an orangish orc informed them that he had already sold those particular corpses to Morn. He warned Andreas that Morn would be furious if he gave them away. Andreas recognized Morn's name, recalling him as a prominent figure in necromancy. He understood the potential problems he could face if he antagonized Morn and contemplated abandoning the idea of obtaining those corpses. However, a surprising voice intervened, stating that it didn't matter and that Andreas could take them if he wished. Amidst the astonishment of everyone present, they realized the voice came from a small fly, revealing that Morn was communicating through it. Sharon, filled with excitement, referred to the fly as the Master. Andreas was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, while Salem felt proud of Andreas for proving himself and deserving this reward. Grateful but unsure of Morn's intentions, Andreas expressed his gratitude, bowing to Morn for his generosity. He resolved to quickly make his selections from the list, to avoid wasting any more time. Sharon, however, felt anger rise within her, longing to be the one delivering the pages. In addition to the corpses of the Tiger King and the Fairy Queen, Andreas chose a few ingredients for potions. Salem, aware of better options on the list, questioned Andreas's decision and asked if he was certain about his choices. Andreas confidently asserted that those ingredients were essential to him. With the selected ingredients, he could create 4 potions worth hundreds of millions of wills, the currency in use. Additionally, he retrieved the ingredients needed to cure Lucia's illness. Growing impatient, Jester insisted that Andreas bring forth the pages of Sloth and hand them over. Andreas shared the same urgency and aimed to open the portal, delivering the pages to Jester. Unexpectedly, Salem appeared behind Andreas, instructing him to prepare for their departure. Grabbing Andreas by the collar, they forcefully broke through the root wall created by Morsi, escaping her pursuit. Morsi shouted for them to be pursued. Overwhelmed by the situation, Andreas turned to Salem and asked if the others planned to kill him once he handed them the pages of Sloth. Salem confirmed their intentions, reminding Andreas of his promise to protect him. In light of this, Salem inquired where Andreas wanted to be dropped off. Andreas expressed his desire to return to the academy, specifying that Salem should ideally drop him off near the train station in Rodland. Confirming Andreas's choice, Salem probed further, asking if Bart knew that Andreas was a black mage. This question raised concerns within Andreas, as he pondered whether Bart would even still be alive knowing his true identity. Salem cryptically responded that fate worked in mysterious ways. Although Andreas didn't fully grasp Salem's words, he trusted that he would understand in due time. Salem reminded Andreas of their earlier conversation in the carriage, encouraging him to continue fighting and assuring him that if he survived, he would eventually discover his true self. Returning to the academy, Andreas unpacked his belongings, carefully placing the Fairy Queen on the table alongside the selected potion ingredients. He left the Tiger King on the floor of his room, marveling at how such a sizable object fit into the subspace. The convenience of this ability impressed him. Recalling his past need to summon Nickel as a skeleton, Andreas decided to postpone summoning him until his necromancy level increased, allowing him to summon high-level zombies instead. Raising his hands, he stored the obtained corpses in the same dimension where Nickel resided. His attention shifted to the new bag gifted by Morn, and he discovered a book nestled within. Picking it up, a system window appeared, revealing that he held Morn's Black Magic Tome, a high-level skill book authored by Morn himself. Andreas couldn't believe his luck, receiving yet another gift from Morn. Excitement surged within him as he opened the book, finding a wealth of knowledge surpassing even that of Karen's library. Eager to fully comprehend the book's contents, he contemplated the possibility of transforming the acquired corpses into high-level zombies once he delved deeper into Morn's teachings. Glancing at Nickel, Andreas noticed another system window offering to develop his skeleton. The window informed him of 66 potential evolutions. Contemplating his next move, Andreas had long awaited this moment to develop Nickel, and felt relieved that it had finally arrived. Recognizing the direct correlation between the appearance of the status window and the handover of the pages of Sloth, Andreas deduced that the Codex influenced the speed of evolution. Despite potential concerns about complications, Andreas dismissed them, realizing that worrying wouldn't lead him anywhere. Moreover, the system guaranteed a perfect evolution. Consequently, he selected Yes and commanded the development of his skeleton, Nickel. Nickel observed his surroundings, displaying surprise at his new form. Andreas noted that unlike Angela, Nickel likely experienced no pain due to being already deceased. Suddenly, a late-night knock resounded on Andreas's door. Startled, he turned to address the unexpected visitor, instructing Nickel to retreat into the other dimension. Lucia stood before him, requesting a moment of his time. Meanwhile, Salem and Morn sat together, engaged in conversation. Salem read a book, seeking Morn's permission to ask a question. Morn granted him the opportunity and sipped his tea while listening. Salem queried whether Morn had shared the information about the sloth pages because he had brought someone to protect Andreas. In response, Morn maintained a deliberate silence. Salem chuckled, interpreting the silence as an affirmation. He knew that Morn had previously watched over Cain, Andreas's father. Salem was aware of the challenges Morn faced in teaching Cain, as he lacked innate talent and was assigned by the kingdom against Morn's wishes. Interrupting Salem's deductions, Morn countered with a question of his own. He asked Salem if he knew the origin of necromancy. Taken aback by the sudden shift, Salem expressed surprise. Morn recalled a poignant memory from his youth, a green-haired woman whom he deeply loved. He shared with Salem that necromancy represented an obsession with immortality, recounting a sorrowful scene where he and his beloved sat hand in hand on a cliff, bidding farewell as the sun set. Morn attempted to elaborate further, explaining how necromancy manifested as a pursuit to keep loved ones forever by one's side. He described a ritual involving a magical circle made of blood, where he placed his beloved in the center, touched her hand, and held her one last time, tearfully bidding her farewell. Salem listened intently, absorbing Morn's heartfelt tale. Curiously, Salem questioned if this tale originated from an old fairy tale. Morn responded with a simple, perhaps. Continuing their discussion, Salem probed deeper, realizing Morn's connection to the Cromwell family extended beyond Cain. However, Salem understood that further inquiry would yield no answers from Morn, so he decided to leave the matter be. Morn shifted the focus back to Andreas, inquiring about Salem's opinion of him. Salem, with a mischievous smile, divulged that he already knew everything, having spied on Andreas through his zombie fly. Salem stated that Andreas was one of the most eccentric individuals in the world, surpassing even Salem himself. Salem eagerly awaited Andreas's future development, intrigued by the unpredictable path he would traverse. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying "let him cook" to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Meanwhile, a man with a distinguished moustache introduced himself as William Hollington, extending his hand towards Andreas for a handshake. Addressing Andreas by his name, William invited him to take a seat while Lucia stood nearby. As they settled on the sofas, William apologized for having to travel all this way just for the initial settlement of the potion profits. He explained that he wanted to speak with Andreas in person, wearing a cheerful expression. William continued, expressing his excitement about their future collaboration and how Andreas had become a close friend with Lucia. Andreas responded, expressing his anticipation for the meeting with William. He expressed his gratitude for all the help William's daughter Lucia had provided by offering him such a good deal. Hoping to ease any tension, William mentioned that Andreas, being the producer, deserved his fair share of the profits. However, Lucia, in an arrogant tone, interjected, reminding Andreas that she was the one who ensured he received such a favorable deal. Passing a contract to Andreas, William asked him to review it. While examining the document, Andreas realized that he would receive 60% of the profits, with each unit being worth 3 million wills. As he calculated the staggering amount he would be receiving, Andreas's face transformed into complete shock upon realizing that he would be receiving over 1.8 billion wills. He thought to himself that over 1,000 units had been sold in just a month. While Andreas was still flabbergasted, William remarked that the potions were selling rapidly, indicating that the next sum Andreas would receive would be even larger. With a warm smile, William suggested they stop discussing business matters and enjoy a dinner together. He also mentioned that since this was the first time Lucia had brought a friend, he was looking forward to hearing Andreas's story. Andreas blushed upon hearing William's remark, especially when he added that Andreas was a boy. A month later, Andreas found himself on a train, marveling at the popularity of the Everlast potion, which had become a hit not only for combat, but also in high society circles. Due to increased demand, the trading company had decided to expand its suppliers and production facilities. While inside the train, Andreas couldn't believe that over 2,000 units had been sold in just a month. He regretted not purchasing a tablet earlier, as he hadn't anticipated making such a significant amount of money from the potion alone. Thanks to the potion's popularity, he had also gained more support from the nobility, leaving him with a total of 6 billion wills. Even after buying back Cromwell's estate for 3.5 billion, including handling fees, he would still have plenty of money to spare. The train announcement notified passengers of the upcoming stop at Harter Station, near the National Cemetery. Andreas, holding a bag, rose from his seat, realizing that he needed to retrieve the signet ring first. As the sky transformed into a beautiful orange hue, signifying the approaching night, the cemetery gate appeared picturesque before Andreas. He walked toward a small house and noticed a hooded man standing next to the old man, piquing his curiosity. Approaching them, Andreas was warmly welcomed by the old man, who invited him inside for tea. Andreas, intrigued by the presence of the hooded man, inquired about his identity. The old man explained that he had invited him to act as a guarantor, as he believed it would help avoid future problems. Inviting Andreas to join them inside the dark room, illuminated by a crackling fire, the old man and Andreas took their seats, while the hooded man remained standing. Glancing at the hooded man, Andreas thought to himself that a guarantor wielding a sword and concealing his face seemed like an obvious deception. He knew that the old man, Paimon, had been practicing necromancy there for a long time, but he considered him no more than a small fry, compared to Karen from the game. Reflecting on his status, Andreas realized that Paimon posed no threat to him at his current level. Andreas contemplates an extraordinary transformation of Nickel. Aware of its ability to harness aura, he realizes that unless faced with an opponent of the Aura Master level, victory against him is virtually impossible. The only unknown factor was the strength of the hooded man. Andreas wondered if he should have released the energy within his Bantian, questioning if holding back before had been enough. Paimon prepared to serve tea, mentioning that he had acquired it from a connection within the congregation and claiming it was quite good. With a disinterested expression, Andreas expressed his desire to discuss the matter of the signet ring instead of focusing on tea. Annoyed, Paimon retorted, remarking on Andreas's impatience. Andreas informed Paimon that the corpses he had purchased were mediocre, but due to Paimon's accommodating nature, he decided to exchange the ring for 5 million wills, causing Paimon to widen his eyes in shock. Paimon's expression shifted to a grin as he commented that Andreas had grown greater without him even noticing, adding that he was also generous. However, he reminded Andreas that despite his despicable nature, he was still a count. Paimon's face turned ominous as he declared that the price of secrecy was not cheap. Unfazed, Andreas asked if Paimon wanted him to pay more, silently acknowledging that this was typical behavior of a villain. With an unappealing appearance, Paimon assured Andreas not to worry, as he intended to trade the signet ring for the items Andreas had acquired from the congregation, as he had heard about his significant haul. Paimon suggested that Andreas simply give him a portion of those items. Andreas glanced at his bag, contemplating the offer. Paimon, now wearing a menacing and ugly expression, stated that it wouldn't be a bad deal for Andreas. Andreas took a sip of his tea, expressing his gratitude for the offer, while the two men looked at him confused and grinning. Setting down his cup, Andreas requested clarification, emphasizing that he would offer 5 million wills and nothing more. Paimon's eyes turned red with anger upon hearing Andreas's statement, admonishing him and referring to him as a brat. Andreas calmly responded that he understood exactly what Paimon meant. However, wearing a confident grin, Andreas remarked that he knew Paimon had never intended to make a fair deal in the first place. Paimon fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances with the hooded man, who began unsheathing his sword. The hooded man advised Paimon that their business was concluded. Suddenly, a portal materialized behind Andreas, and an evolved Nickel emerged from it. Andreas confidently stated that he was growing tired of this charade. The two men were astonished at Andreas's display, revealing a menacing Nickel. Andreas posed a question in a threatening manner, asking Paimon if he genuinely believed he could defeat him. Paimon stood up, instructing the hooded man to attack Andreas and seize all his belongings. Suddenly, something catches the hooded man's attention. He notices Nickel, who appeared behind Paimon preparing to slash him, but in the nick of time, the hooded man intercepted a devastating slash from Nickel. While Andreas calmly observed the unfolding battle, his confidence unwavering, Andreas remains composed in his seated position, anticipating the unfolding events of the deal. As he observes the intense fight between the guarantor, Dan, and Nickel, he realizes that Nickel is no ordinary man. When Dan thrusts his blade, Nickel swiftly grabs his leg and hurls him high into the air. In mid-air, Nickel imbues his sword with an aura, causing it to glow brightly, revealing a newfound strength after evolving. Despite Nickel's power, Dan proves to be remarkably resilient, standing his ground against the formidable skeleton. Andreas can't help but acknowledge Dan's toughness. The duel between the two adversaries continues, with swords clashing, blocks and strikes exchanged. Nickel spots what he believes to be an opening and launches a mid-air attack, only for Dan to counter by seemingly impaling the skeleton through the skull. However, much to their surprise, Nickel's phantom skill enables the blade to pass through his head without harm, almost as if he were a ghost. After delivering a swift knee strike, Nickel sends Dan flying out of the window and into the graveyard. Outside, Paimon employs his necromancy skills to keep Dan on his feet, and scolds him for his performance, demanding more effort if he expects to be paid. Paimon then shifts his focus to our main character, impressed by Andrea's summons with phantom abilities, but doubts its effectiveness against his elite soldiers. Summoning all he can, including the corpses buried in the graveyard, Paimon surrounds Andreas and Nickel completely. With no escape route, Andreas suggests they temporarily split up, planning to catch Paimon off guard when the opportunity arises. For now, their primary goal is to survive against the relentless undead army. Andreas swiftly maneuvers through the enemies, employing earth shield spells to clear a path for himself. Yet despite his efforts, the horde of undead shows no signs of stopping, continually closing in on them. In a desperate attempt to fend off the undead, Andreas employs a stone spear spell, launching rocks at their faces. To add to his challenges, archer enemies take aim at him from long range, making survival even more difficult. Paimon observes his army's struggle to defeat a single opponent, becoming increasingly annoyed with their incompetence. Meanwhile, Nickel and Dan continue their fierce battle, with Dan becoming frustrated by the persistent skeleton. In an effort to deal with Nickel, Dan drops a sticky bomb down his shirt, intending to detonate it within seconds. The explosion occurs, but Nickel seems to have vanished without a trace, leaving Andreas feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about his whereabouts. As the battle rages on, Andreas fights with all his might, even as his body begins to feel numb and strained. A grotesque zombie spews a noxious liquid onto Andreas's back, further complicating the fight. Yet, our main character refuses to give up, swinging his sword and wondering how much longer he can endure this relentless onslaught. Caught off guard by a low-level skeleton knight swinging a large axe, Andreas barely manages to block the attack in time. After attempting to kick the enemy, Andreas falls to the ground, surrounded and overwhelmed. The skeleton soldier strikes him in the skull, continuing the relentless assault by climbing on top of Andreas and beating him mercilessly. In his final moments, Andreas fears that he will perish at the hands of a mere skeleton knight. His mind races, thinking about the loved ones he cares deeply for, his sister Amy, Lucia's illness, and Vivian's mental health. He realizes that he has finally found a reason to live, and he refuses to succumb to this fate. Despite bleeding heavily, Andreas grits his teeth, and in a moment of desperation a bright light shines upon him, granting him new skills through his continuous training. His system informs him of his awakened talent combat and aura abilities, a result of his dual core trait. Now he can wield both mana and aura simultaneously. Empowered by this newfound strength and courage, Andreas retrieves his sword and resumes swinging, determined to survive and find his way back to where he truly belongs. The system confirms that he has achieved a second awakening. Damn! Did MC really become an aura user just like that? Plot armor-kun really came in clutch. The scene shifts to an injured Andreas, gazing at Nickel, who points his sword at Paimon. Andreas queries Paimon about the ring's whereabouts. With a sweaty face, Paimon insists on putting the sword away before discussing. He suggests that with one person dead, negotiations could improve. Andreas contemplates his options, his gaze landing on Dan's lifeless body. Eventually, he decides to wield Dan's sword and approach Paimon, demanding to know where the ring is. Paimon urges him to wait and take it easy, but suddenly he cries out in pain as Andreas cuts his arm. Andreas insists Paimon start talking, as he's no longer interested in discussing matters with him. Paimon, kneeling on the floor, reveals that the ring is in the cupboard's bottom drawer in the house. Andreas observes Paimon briefly before he starts coughing blood, his eyes turning red, veins popping out, and blood coming from his mouth. Paimon collapses to the ground, leaving Andreas wondering what's happening. Andreas had planned to get rid of Paimon eventually, and now contemplates the poisoned sword he used to cut Paimon's hand. He realizes that Dan is actually Bloody Dan, recalling Paimon mentioning his name. He acknowledges that the mask he found on Dan confirms his identity as the one who initiated the war in the game. Upon wearing the mask, Andreas feels a blue aura surrounding him, and his appearance alters with his hair and clothing changing. Removing the mask, he notes that it's an artifact capable of altering appearances. Andreas asserts that the mask confirms the identity of the person he just killed as Bloody Dan, the one responsible for instigating the war between the North and the Empire when he kidnapped the Northern Barbarian chief's child later in the game. Originally, the war was supposed to spread throughout the whole continent, and Andreas would have been drawn into it, but he unexpectedly prevented it. Andreas acknowledges that Dan was never going to live a long life anyway, so he thanks him for the mask, planning to use it wisely. He orders Nickel to search for the ring while he cleans up the mess. The scene shifts to Alvin Street's clinic, where Andreas looks at the news on his tablet. The headlines mention black mages, and the chaos caused by Paimon the Necromancer, and his hired sword fighting over gold in the National Cemetery. Andreas, sitting on the bed with bandages, realizes he won't be affected by this news, so he decides to focus on more important matters. He plans to buy his old mansion for 2.5 billion will, including fees and taxes. Suddenly someone covers Andreas's eyes, and they ask him to guess who it is. They both stay silent for a moment, and Lucia playfully remarks that Andreas is no fun. Andreas greets her with a simple, "Yo." Lucia places a basket of fruits on the bed and questions his curt reaction, reminding him that she came to visit because he's cute. Andreas thanks her with a casual, "I see, thanks." Unsatisfied, Lucia repeats his words with a hint of arrogance, saying, "I see, thanks," while Andreas wonders what else was he supposed to say. She then asks Andreas what happened to him. Nervously, he replies that it's nothing, just an outcome of overdoing his training. Lucia warns him that if he keeps it up, he might die one day, and at that moment Viviane opens the door. Viviane enters the room and Andreas calls out her name. They lock eyes for a moment, and with a hint of relief and worry on her face, Viviane addresses Andreas as Mr. Fairy. She rushes past Lucia and jumps straight onto Andreas while carrying that bakery, expressing her concern for him. Andreas smiles and reassures her that he is all right, while Lucia looks on with a hint of jealousy. 1 week later, the scene shifts. In the canvas of exquisite splendor, a resplendent picture unfolds, depicting a regal and opulent carriage adorned with intricate filigree, traversing a landscape of unparalleled beauty. The celestial dome above presents a tapestry of hues, where the sun's luminous rays intermingle with the ethereal wisps of clouds, imbuing the heavens with a kaleidoscope of colors. The resplendent panorama below unfolds like a mesmerizing tableau. a vista of picturesque land replete with verdant meadows, undulating hills, and placid waterways that mirror the heavens' majesty. This masterful artwork evokes a sense of grandeur and wonder, enthralling the beholder with its harmonious blend of elegance and enchantment. Sorry about that. Andreas and his sister are inside the carriage. Viviane wonders what Andreas wanted to show her, and recalls going with him because he said he got the ring back. However, she can't figure out where Andreas is taking her, as all the curtains are closed. She observes Andreas reading a book, and wonders how he could afford such a fancy carriage. The carriage stops, and she asks Andreas where they are, and what he wanted to show her. He tells her that she'll see once they get off.
Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice, and the old lady named Lupin opens the carriage, welcoming her back. Shocked, Amy asks what's going on and why Lupin is there. Andreas explains that he asked Lupin to work as their head maid again. Worried, Amy tells Andreas that they can't afford it right now. She holds Lupin's hand and apologizes, explaining that her big brother is still naive about how things work. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she notices something in front of her. Stepping out of the carriage, she sees her old house, Applewood Mansion, and memories of her childhood flood back. She turns around and asks Andreas why he brought her here. He hands her an envelope and asks her to read it, while Lupin is just happy to be there. Holding the paper, Viviane asks if what she read is true. If Andreas bought back their home, she questions how he managed to do it, fearing he might have done something bad. Andreas holds up a tablet and tells her he invented a potion, showing her a picture of it. He explains that it allowed him to buy the mansion back and assures her that she doesn't have to work so hard anymore. From now on, he promises to ensure there's money on her card every month. With tears on her face, Viviane admits that she didn't know about his efforts, and she feels guilty for saying something cruel to him just because of the ring. She clarifies that when she told him not to come back, she didn't mean it. Andreas pats her head and tells her not to be silly, assuring her that he knows she didn't mean to say all those hurtful things. He promises to be a responsible older brother from now on. While still crying, Viviane says that she always believed in him, but back then she was just so mad. Andreas acknowledges her feelings, while Lupin does her best to hold back her tears too.
Within the confines of the school dormitory, the lifeless tiger corpse lay strewn across the floor, encircled by a vivid red magical circle. Nearby, Andreas occupies his seat, engrossed in a book. Reflecting on his triumphant Second Awakening achievement earned from a recent battle, he contemplates how his newly acquired trait, enlightenment, expedites his mastery of necromantic skills. The profound ability enables him to comprehend theories more readily through introspection and exploration. Listing the array of newfound abilities such as Death Fury, Blood Curse, Ghoul Summoning, Corpse Explosion, Skeleton Summoning, and Revenant Summoning, he acknowledges the trait's role in augmenting his learning speed. Looking at the tiger named Timer, Andreas muses that he might now attempt summoning him, feeling confident in his thorough preparations. Determinedly, he raises his hand, anticipating a successful outcome, aware that he has thoroughly checked all potential causes of failure. Emboldened, he proclaims that it is time to begin. Surrounded by a beautiful radiant aura, the system announces minor necromancy, executing the revenant summoning. One corpse has been detected. A usable material for necromancy has been detected. With dual core utilization at his disposal and Nickel's evolution, he contemplates the addition of Timor's formidable might, envisioning the strength of an entire troop in himself alone. He declares, "Arise, O monarch of the tribe who made the continent tremble." The system responds, "The summoning material's ability value exceeds that of the summoner, stability decreased, and additional effects applied." As Timor opens his eyes and awakens, the system proclaims, "Minor necromancy revenant summoning success. Summoned a revenant, legendary." The level of the completed corpse is height. Status bonus is added. The level of the completed corpse is height. Status bonus is added. The level of the complete corpse is extremely high. Tier increased. It has become a revenant fighter. The level of the corpse is transcendent. It has regained some of its former egos. Revenant Fighter Legendary. Named Timer, an undead on Tier 5 with mana 891, with traits named Egos, its mastery are Fist and Berserk. Timur's mighty howl resounds with such intensity that Andreas nearly succumbs, but he manages to cast a soundproofing magic to shield the surrounding from the deafening noise. As Timur bows before Andreas, Andreas proclaims himself as Timur's new master. The journey of the seasons commences with the enchanting arrival of spring, where the world awakens from its slumber, and the trees begin their verdant transformation, adorned with lush emerald foliage. As the days lengthen and temperatures rise, the vibrant green canopies persist throughout the summertime, casting a soothing shade under the sun's fiery gaze. But as the year advances, the inevitable march of time leads us to the mellifluous symphony of autumn. During this bewitching season, the trees undergo a breathtaking metamorphosis, adorned with hues of amber, gold, and crimson. The foliage exudes a mesmerizing splendor, painting the landscape with a palette of resplendent colors. The leaves gently sway in the crisp breeze, creating a mesmerizing dance before gracefully descending to the ground, paving the path for winter's embrace. Finally, winter unfurls its icy grasp, shrouding the world in a glistening blanket of snow. The once vibrant trees now stand bare, their branches reaching for the winter sky like skeletal silhouettes. The landscape takes on a serene, ethereal quality as the earth rests, awaiting the inevitable rebirth of spring, and the cycle of seasons commences anew. Sorry about that. In the majestic and wintry Vilboar Mountains, which fall under the dominion of Marquis Magna, a group of students can be observed braving the chilling weather atop the frigid peaks. Their teacher, an authoritative figure, announces that he will now proceed to elucidate the details of their end-of-term examination. He reveals that the overarching themes of this exam are survival and collecting points. Each student is required to spend a grueling 72 hours on this arduous mountain, tirelessly seeking out hidden points scattered throughout its vast expanse. Diane's friend, a fellow student, taps Diane's shoulder amicably and expresses her unwavering belief in Diane's ability to outperform everyone once again. The teacher further informs the students that their bracelets, serving as a mark of distinction, also contribute to their overall score. Consequently, the idea of seizing someone else's bracelet to bolster one's own chances becomes an enticing prospect. However, the teacher punctuates this by cautioning the students that any untoward event, such as evacuation, inability to continue the evaluation, or damage to their bracelets, will result in immediate disqualification. This declaration sends shockwaves through the sea of students, leaving them momentarily stunned. The teacher concludes his explanation, instructing the students to cover their eyes with blindfolds, and informs them that the supervisor will guide them to the starting point. The scene transitions to Mount Vilboar's treacherous cliffside, where our boy, Andreas, can be seen scaling its formidable heights, a mere 46 hours before the commencement of the test. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Andreas takes notice of a level terrain that could potentially serve as a strategic location for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Pondering this possibility, he contemplates establishing a new base there. Suddenly, his attention is captivated by the sight of DNA Alvin, who appears utterly fatigued. Observing her closely, Andreas deduces that she is employing wide-area search magic in addition to maintaining a protective barrier simultaneously. This remarkable feat allows her to shield herself from the onslaught of the blizzard while adeptly navigating the treacherous terrain. However, he realizes that such a feat undoubtedly afflicts a tremendous toll on her mana reserves. DNA abruptly ceases her spellcasting, her breath coming in ragged gasps, before eventually collapsing to the ground. A thought flashes across Andreas's mind. Seizing Dienne's bracelet at this opportune moment could eliminate a formidable competitor. Yet he also muses on the potential benefits of joining forces with Dienne, envisioning an uncomplicated path towards achieving the highest score. As Dienne becomes aware of someone's approach, she activates a defensive spell, inquiring as to the identity of the intruder and demanding that they refrain from moving. Andreas draws nearer, unveiling his true intentions by affirming that it seems she has depleted her magical resources. Andreas tells her that magic is useful, but if she uses it recklessly in an environment like this, she will get herself into trouble. In a protective yet somewhat skeptical tone, DNA questions whether Andreas is solely interested in acquiring her bracelet, all while pretending to offer her advice. As she readied herself to attack, her magic inexplicably ceased to function, leaving her stunned. Andreas approached cautiously, causing her to crawl backward, insisting he maintain his distance. Annoyed, Andreas contemplated if she harbored a strong dislike for him. Inquiring about his intentions, she questioned why she should join forces with him. Andreas extended his hand, expressing his loneliness and vulnerability, persuading her that having a partner would be advantageous. Uncertain, DNA pondered whether Andreas's claims were true, but she couldn't trust him due to his identity. She wondered if his motives were rooted in pride, reputation, profit, or personal gain. Andreas then reached an item from his bag, a piece of chocolate which enticed her, causing her to drool and eliciting a smirk from him. He proposed they work together, to which she replied, "Don't get me wrong. Just now was..." Andreas inquired, "You don't want it?" The scene shifted to a bleeding student being held by a large hand. The one gripping the student questioned a goblin if this was the wrong person. The goblin showed a picture, confirming it wasn't the target, and called the big-handed individual a doofus. The orc-like figure acknowledged his poor vision, revealing several deceased students. The goblin mentioned they were searching for someone with green hair, and lamented having to deal with such a lousy job in bad weather. The orc explained they were paid and had no choice but to carry it out. The goblin spat on the lifeless student, expressing frustration at being assigned such a shitty job. Abruptly, a repulsive-looking orb manifested in the air, reprimanding them for wasting time and urging them to find the green-haired boy. Startled, the goblin turned to face the orb and admitted feeling taken aback. A hooded man communicated through the orb, lamenting his reluctance to employ them, branding them as fools. The orc mentioned conducting some research on the designated target and questioned why they were sent to deal with a mere student, especially when the hooded man himself was coming. Unperturbed, the hooded man instructed them to focus on their task, following Master Jester's orders to kill the target. As the orb vanished, the goblin referred to the hooded man as an asshole and expressed a ruined mood. He suggested they rest before proceeding, but the orc declined, advocating for further tracking of the human scent, suspecting it belonged to either students or supervisors. He believed that by targeting the students, they would eventually locate the real target. Additionally, he saw the students as potential enemies in the future, providing a reason to eliminate many of them. The goblin laughed and agreed with the orc's strategy. The hooded man dismissed them as fools and encouraged them to draw attention to themselves. Meanwhile, he worked on a massive magic circle and planned to plant a bomb formation on the mountain, getting ever closer to burying Master Jester's target. Meanwhile, Andreas and Dien successfully gathered 6 points from other students. While observing 2 individuals suspended upside down, Andreas turns to Diena and remarks that given the circumstances, the hung pair must have been part of the top tier. As they progress, Dien wonders silently about Andreas's newfound tracking and capturing skills, reflecting on where he acquired them. Moreover, Andreas's agility on rugged mountain trails surprises Dien, as if he's undergone a complete transformation. Diena pauses momentarily and then calls out to Andreas, capturing his attention. She inquires about his change, candidly stating that until now he had been quite unsavory. Internally, Andreas acknowledges her directness and responds by revealing that he had to change or risk losing everything. Admitting to his past misdeeds, he acknowledges his neglect of his sister, Amy, his only remaining family. This realization spurred him to become a better person. Leaning towards Dien, he expresses remorse for his past actions. Dien reassures him with a simple, "It's okay." Andreas suggests they proceed and strive for the top spot. Dien agrees, but asserts that ultimately There can only be one winner, and she aims to be that victor. Meanwhile, Ivy conceals herself behind a tree, observing Andreas and Diene. She reflects on Andreas's transformation from his previous despicable nature and ponders how someone who lived recklessly could undergo such a change of heart. She finds Andreas intriguing. The scene shifts to Andreas and Diene running, with Diene questioning how much longer until they reach their destination. Andreas estimates about 3 minutes. Inwardly, Andreas contemplates the competition rules, involving collecting points by either confiscating bracelets or capturing marked objects. As Andreas warns Diene of an imminent enemy attack, a red orc lunges at them, but they manage to evade. The orc's query about a missed attack is met with mockery from a goblin. Inquiring about Andreas's well-being, Diene receives his assurance. Surveying the injured students on the ground, Andreas comments on the unfavorable situation. Diene seeks clarification on the events, only to be interrupted by the goblin, who points at Andreas and addresses the orc named Mantos to rejoice, causing confusion for Andreas and Diene. Recognizing green hair in an image, the goblin deduces that they have found him. Confused, Diene gazes at Andreas while the goblin chuckles, finding the situation satisfying. Andreas inquires if they know him, to which Mantos insists Andreas is a stranger. They came to see him. The goblin proposes killing him and departing. Andreas counters, requesting they release the others for a more private conversation. Diene questions Andreas's sanity, suggesting they fight together. Andreas, aware of surviving students, urges Diene to care for them until overseers arrive. Despite her efforts to sway him, Andreas remains resolute, confident in his chances. Amidst laughter, the goblin taunts Andreas's certainty, questioning his intelligence. As the goblin and orc depart with Andreas, the goblin concurs, deeming the situation fitting. Receding into the distance, Diene internally speaks Andreas's name. Upon their arrival, the goblin suggests that the current location suffices, while the orc confidently states that the noise level won't attract any attention. Observing Andreas, the goblin proposes the straightforward approach of decapitating him for identification. The orc concurs, urging a swift end to their association with that guy. With his axe poised menacingly, the orc takes a swing at Andreas, who narrowly evades the strike, much to his fortune. The goblin joins the fray, launching a series of slashing attacks at Andreas, all of which he adeptly dodges. Abruptly, the orc's axe hurtles towards Andreas with a resounding impact. Uttering disbelief, the orc exclaims, "What the hell, you're no wizard!" as his axe is cleanly severed. Andreas addresses them by name, Mantos and Glau, questioning the validity of his assumption. He urges them to shed the preconceived notion that wizards are inept with swords. Curious, Glau inquires how Andreas knows their names. Andreas conditions his revelation on learning which individual from the constellation dispatched them. A sudden realization dawns upon Glau, who deems the situation dire. Their apprehension proves warranted as Andreas summons his 2 mightiest undead warriors. Undeterred, Andreas asserts that even if unwilling, they will eventually converse with him. Mantos concedes their misjudgment, while Glau directs a colorful label, Kidwell, at a certain individual. As Nickel readies for combat, Andreas enjoins him to wait, telling him to cut down anyone who tries to escape. Hearing this, Glau playfully refers to Andreas as a cheeky little shit. Mantos charges at Andreas, declaring the fight unfinished. Yet Andreas taps into his skills from a prior life as Makoto Kaneshiro, countering with swift precision. Andreas employs a retaliatory kick, thwarting Mantos' advance, then skillfully disarms Glau's knife thrust. With a deft catch, Andreas gains control of the knife mid-air, offering Glau a lesson in its proper use. In a fluid motion, Andreas directs the blade towards Glau, launching a flurry of strikes that propel Glau backward. Observing them intently, Andreas queries if they've concluded their efforts. Internally, he acknowledges the efficacy of his combat skills, noting their success. As he gazes at his 2 unenthusiastic undead comrades, he remarks that they've yet to partake in any action. Upon her companion's arrival, Diene conveys her to tend to the wounded. Acknowledging Dienne's skills and esteemed position at the academy, her friend suggests collaborative efforts might be optimal. Recalling Andreas's advice, Dien realizes she cannot idly stand by in the face of more casualties. Her friend commits to following Dien once possible, urging her to remain concealed from malevolent gazes. Dien affirms with a resolute yes. As the orc lies incapacitated, Andreas prompts him to divulge information. Inquiring about the sender of this group, Andreas questions the orc and goblin's purpose. However, the orc challenges Andreas to end his life swiftly. Pausing briefly, Andreas turns, requesting Nickel to deliver his sword. Catching the blade expertly, Andreas informs the orc that he will fulfill his desire for death. Adopting a stern demeanor, Andreas suggests alternative methods for extraction, minimizing time wastage. Abruptly, the goblin interjects, responding with a loud declaration that Jester Reuben dispatched them. Mantos attempts to restrain Glau's revelations. Despite his injuries, Glau confronts Mantos, dismissing any obligation to those who degrade them as animals. Locking eyes with Andreas, Glau discloses another crucial detail. Jester sent more than just the duo. Internally, Andreas concludes that the constellation must be involved, though he didn't anticipate Jester's role. Recalling Salem's warning, Andreas notes that Jester's defiance implies confidence in eluding discovery by eliminating him. Evidently, Glau and Mantos's commotion serves a purpose. Shifting focus to Glau, Andreas inquires about the whereabouts of the others. Glau concedes uncertainty but underscores their reluctance to antagonize Rodland Academy. He speculates that those seeking Andreas's demise might be orchestrating a substantial landslide. Internally, Andreas deduces that Jester aims to camouflage his assassination plan as an accident. This scheme, he surmises, shields Jester from Salem and Rodland's pursuit. Glancing at Mantos, Glau suggests swift departure, lest they become entangled. Challengingly, Andreas disputes their notion of an easy exit after their involvement in the student massacre. Fixing an ominous gaze, he questions their assumption that he would permit their departure. The scene shifts amidst the fierce blizzard's icy embrace. A solitary figure forges ahead with steadfast determination. Each step is a battle against the relentless gusts, their body leaning into the wind's unyielding force. The pristine beauty of the towering mountain in the distance stands as a silent witness, its majesty contrasting against the harsh environment. Alone in this unfamiliar environment, Dien reflects that she's nearly reached the summit, yet wonders about Andreas's whereabouts. Abruptly, something catches her attention. Suddenly, a massive magical circle beneath her feet activates, launching a barrage of magical assaults. Luckily, her protective barrier withstands the onslaught. Emerging from hiding, the enigmatic dark mages draw Dien's attention. Puzzled by their dissimilarity to the orc and goblin, Dien questions their identity. A hooded figure with crimson eyes smirks ominously, deriding Dien's entrance into their ritual site. Observing her more closely, he discerns her exceptional nature, not just a commonplace youth. Confronted with their sudden attack and evasive responses, Dien charges energy into her hand, warning them of the potential consequences if she resorts to lethal force. A surge of immense energy envelops her as she directs it towards the dark mages. Startled, the hooded figure observes Dien's mastery of double chanting. Noting her fusion of snowstorm and ice magic, driven by fury, Dien relentlessly unleashes her assaults, urging them to vanish. As her attacks connect, the hooded figure admonishes the dark mages and implores them to evade. Dien pauses her onslaught, catching her breath while the hooded figure acknowledges her impressive mana control despite her youth. However, he privately regards Dien as merely a child. Placing a floating eye on his forehead, he finds the situation amusing and declares his intent to fight alongside Dien until his mission concludes. Dien is shocked to witness the hooded man's usage of black magic. The eye begins glowing red, unleashing tentacle-like appendages that ensnare the hooded man. Meanwhile, Ivy's attention is drawn to an unfamiliar presence. The scene shifts to Dien defending against the tentacles, realizing her mana is depleting rapidly. Other dark mages join the assault, forcing Dien to the ground, panting heavily. Tentacles Man taunts her, proclaiming this as a disparity in experience. Dien retorts that his so-called experience amounts to little more than adding an extra head. Her defiance provokes Tentacles Man's anger. However, her words halt as Tentacles Man announces the end of playtime. Just as the tentacles approach her, a flurry of slashes materializes, severing the appendages. Curious, Deanna questions her savior's identity, and he responds as a mercenary hired by Rodland Academy, offering to take over. Deanna doubts his ability to handle the situation alone, even as a mercenary. Unbeknownst to her, Andreas, masked as the mercenary, maintains the ruse, conveying that Tentacles Man aims to trigger a landslide in the area. He urges Deanna to flee. Tentacles Man questions the mercenary's identity and knowledge of their plan. Andreas retorts that he wouldn't divulge such information to someone doomed to die. Amid Tentacles Man's attack on Andreas, he labels him an insolent fool. However, Andreas evades the strike with ease, subsequently incapacitating the tentacles. A simultaneous assault by Tentacles Man and the Dark Mages is met with Andreas's steadfast defense. Momentarily vanishing, Andreas baffles the Dark Mages, only to reappear and dispatch them swiftly. Deanna marvels at Andreas's speed. Suddenly, Tentacles Man's third eye emanates a menacing red light, prompting Deanna to scream a warning to Andreas. However, a massive explosion erupts where Andreas once stood. As the dust clears, the sinister sorcerers and Deanna stand in astonishment as they witness Andreas impale Tentacles Man's neck. The host is now lifeless, yet the eye remains animate, leaving Andreas perplexed. Suddenly, the monstrous entity launches an assault on Andreas, who manages to parry the attack, albeit being slightly pushed back by its force. Deanna inquires about Andreas's well-being, but he urges her to keep a distance. Inwardly, Andreas contemplates how the tentacle host should have perished already, yet it continues to display movement. He wonders if the creature has commandeered the host's body. As the creature emits a menacing roar, it grows in size while assimilating the host's form. Its tentacles lash out at Andreas, who skillfully evades them, shielding Deanna and preserving her life. The monster's tentacles sweep across the snow, blanketing the surroundings. Positioned securely behind a boulder, Andreas instructs Deanna to retreat as he prepares to create an opening. With precision, Andreas counters the monster's assault, slashing its tentacles. Deanna, utilizing her abilities, recognizes that the man who saved her remains unknown to her, yet he safeguarded her existence. Determined not to forsake him, she resolves to assist in whatever way she can. She conjures a slender, sharp blue energy in her palm, focusing on precision and condensation. With diligence, she succeeds. Meanwhile, Andreas contemplates how much easier it would be to overcome the monster if he could summon Nickel or Timur. His attention is drawn to Deanna, whom he perceives as steadfast, prompting him to question why she hasn't fled. Seizing the opportune moment, she launches the sharpened energy towards the monster, inflicting significant damage and revealing a mana core. Andreas discerns the core's importance and realizes that destroying it would conclude the battle. However, the monster retaliates swiftly, only for Andreas to parry the attack. He acknowledges the peril of his impulsiveness. Suddenly, the tentacles strike the nearby Dark Mages, impaling them. Deanna ponders why the monster is attacking its own allies, considering whether it is absorbing their mana. Their supposition proves correct, as the drained mages amplify the monster's size and power. While observing this dire development, Andreas remarks, "This is a dire situation." Yet he experiences a surge of energy enveloping him, a shield formed by ice magic. Moreover, his combat capabilities are heightened with enhancements like sharpness up and haste. He gazes at Deanna, who strains with exertion. Andreas acknowledges her sacrifice, urging her not to further tax herself and to retreat. In an instant, Andreas dashes forward, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body. A moment later, he and the monster lock eyes, triggering a burst of luminosity followed by a barrage of attacks. Our boy deftly fends off the onslaught. Another colossal attack is launched at Andreas, who realizes there is no respite. As he evades, he internally acknowledges the necessity of locating the core. His blade swipes at the monster, though the strike falls short. Abruptly, the gigantic creature is cleaved in two, leaving Andreas stupefied. The figure responsible for this feat calls out to Andreas, questioning his identity. Astonishingly, the person is none other than the formidable baddie Ivy. Andreas finds himself in a dire predicament, as fate had to pair him with Ivy among all possible encounters. He gazes at Ivy in silence, but she quickly issues a stern ultimatum, threatening to unmask him if he doesn't respond promptly. Their attention is abruptly drawn by a peculiar noise, and when it subsides, Andreas discloses that the black mages have planted an intricate, explosive magic circle. He stresses that unless they act swiftly to dismantle the arcane sigils, the student's safety is at risk. Ivy, somewhat skeptical, urges him to stop bluffing. Abruptly, another noise grabs Ivy's attention, prompting Andreas to reveal that the impending explosion is imminent. Without hesitation, Andreas departs, leaving Ivy to deal with the situation. Ivy reacts with shock and hurls curses his way, vowing to track him down, all while the explosive threat looms. She mutters a frustrated "damn it" and leaps toward the impending source of light. With Ivy gone, Andreas removes his mask and breathes a sigh of relief, acknowledging how narrowly he avoided detection. Concealed behind a tree, he contemplates that, if it's Ivy, she's more than capable of handling this. The initial scene depicted a relentless snowfall within a majestic mountainous terrain, where the white flakes descended with great intensity, casting an enchanting and serene ambiance. Soon thereafter, the narrative seamlessly transitioned to a somber and mysterious castle nestled within a desolate realm, where torrential rain poured relentlessly, shrouding the ancient fortress in an aura of ominous allure. In the Tenera Strait, near an ancient castle, a grim scene unfolds. The lifeless bodies of a mermaid and a bird lie within a crimson circle, encircled by flickering candles. Jester, harnessing his crimson powers, clutches the hearts of these creatures. He halts his ritual, letting out a sigh, and remarks that this is his private sanctuary. He directs his words to Salem, who sits menacingly near an open window as rain pours outside. Jester playfully mentions that proper etiquette involves a prior announcement when visiting. Salem smirks and retorts that Jester is the one lacking in manners, accusing him of underestimating Salem and pulling a stunt. Jester, maintaining his cool demeanor, claims ignorance of Salem's accusations. Salem activates his Ere powers, fixing a sinister gaze on Jester, and questions if Jester has grown weary of his immortal existence, hinting at the prospect of cremation. After a moment's pause, Salem gets to the point and asks Jester what he truly desires. He ceases his powers and reaches for a bottle of beer from the shelf. He suggests that Jester could have avoided trouble by simply admitting responsibility, blaming the chaos on a natural disaster. Salem proposes a deal. Jester lends him the Delight Sloth for a week, and in return, he'll let Jester off the hook this time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the academy, where Andreas strolls while clutching his tablet. He's engrossed in an article reporting that the black mage, Kidwell, met defeat at the hands of Assistant Professor Ivy Clare. The article covers the Empire's Investigation Bureau's focus on terrorism targeting academy students, and mentions the testimony of the Alvan House's daughter, who was saved by an unknown individual at the scene. Andreas discreetly tucks his tablet away in his bag, unaware that Ivy is covertly observing him from a corner. Inwardly, Andreas notes that with Tolman's suspension, Bacht is now personally overseeing the investigation, making it a high-profile affair. He anticipates a period of turmoil and decides it's wise to keep a low profile for the time being. Suddenly, Ivy approaches him, commenting that she's noticed Andreas has taken a keen interest in the night faculty training. Dressed sexily, she questions why she had to make the effort to find a mage here. Pointing behind her, Ivy playfully taunts Andreas as a virgin and instructs him to follow her. As they walk in silence across the training ground, Andreas can't help but wonder if Ivy has discovered his secret. Ivy, breaking the silence, inquires if he knows why she's brought him here. Andreas hesitates for a moment before admitting that he has a vague idea of her intentions. Puzzled, Ivy remarks that Andreas is surprisingly straightforward, though inwardly she finds his candor rather disarming. Andreas then respectfully informs her that he's not prepared to enter into a relationship with someone of the opposite sex at this time. Ivy, her anger flaring, threatens to kill him and demands answers about the demi-human duo responsible for the student deaths. She asks Andreas what happened to them. Andreas responds that he doesn't know. reiterating the story he told the investigation bureau, that he escaped when they were distracted. Inwardly, he's relieved that Diana didn't mention their pursuit of him. Ivy dismisses his account as nonsense and questions whether he truly expects her to believe it. Undeterred, Andreas leans in and affirms the truth of his statement, requesting to leave the situation. Unexpectedly, Ivy attacks Andreas with a sword slash, but he manages to evade it narrowly. She follows up with another strike, which Andreas blocks with his own sword, causing them both to slide backward. With a smirk, Ivy comments on how a scrawny mage like Andreas could block her, an assistant professor of the Night faculty. Andreas examines his sword and notices slight damage from the block. Ivy becomes increasingly suspicious of Andreas, insinuating that he might be one of the black mages. Unbeknownst to them, Vivian listens in from behind a wall, contemplating the possibility of Andreas being a black mage. Ivy, pointing her sword at Andreas, asserts that it's logical to suspect him given his suspicious behavior in black mage-related cases. She recalls that in the Boleric case, Andreas even took down the mage who had trapped her. Internally, Ivy ponders the difference between the masked man's voice and Andreas's, yet their body types match. She wonders how Andreas managed to pull it off. Andreas concludes that Ivy remains unconvinced by his explanation, and she confirms his assessment. Ivy decides to add one more question, noting that Vivian has changed since the midterm exam. She asks Andreas what he did to Vivian. Vivian, taken aback by Ivy's inquiry, listens intently. Andreas pauses briefly before explaining that all he did was rescue her. Ivy, confused, presses for details, and Andreas clarifies that he entered the barrier and saved Vivian. Nothing more. Vivian's face lights up with joy upon hearing this, and she enthusiastically declares that she knew it all along. Andreas is Mr. Fairy. However, Ivy erupts with frustration, telling Andreas to stop with the nonsense. She aims her sword at Andreas and questions how a supposed failure like him can freely enter and exit a black mage barrier. Their attention shifts to Vivian, who asserts that Andreas's statement is accurate. He indeed saved her life that day. Ivy, momentarily taken aback, withdraws her sword and declares that she'll be keeping a close eye on Andreas from now on. With Ivy's departure, alone together, Andreas expresses his gratitude to Vivian for her support. She reassures him, telling him not to worry about it, and affectionately addresses him as Mr. Fairy. With an adorably cute face, Vivian privately revels in the confirmation that Andreas is indeed her Mr. Fairy. The scene shifts to Andreas's family mansion, where we find Amy engrossed in her paperwork. Suddenly her maid calls her, informing her that they've completed cleaning the mansion. Amy expresses gratitude and acknowledges the challenge of tidying up a place that had been abandoned for so long. The maid reassures her, stating that it wasn't too difficult. However, she mentions their hesitation to enter the study room once used by the previous family head. Carrying a plate of delectable food, the maid suggests that Amy inspect the study room first. Amy agrees and heads to her father's study room. As she stands before the door like a baddie, she reflects on her childhood memories of playing hide-and-seek with Andreas, occasionally scolded for hiding here. With a faint smile, she opens the door, remarking how it feels like ages ago. Inside, she's met with a chaotic mess, but she brushes it off, attributing it to the absence of anyone to maintain it. Suddenly, she spots something on the floor, picks it up, and falls into contemplative silence. The scene transitions to the Welton territory, where a train is in motion. Inside the train, Andreas sigs and questions Salem about the discretion of their meeting place. Salem responds with a casual, "What?" Andreas expresses concern about the continent's greatest black magician appearing in such a public setting, prompting Salem to playfully call Andreas a brat and explain that he's giving him an in-person lesson, while also complaining about it. Salem notes that various individuals are after Andreas due to his perceived weakness. Salem gaily winks, suggesting they should get started. Internally, Andreas reflects on Salem not paying attention to his concerns. Salem proceeds to ask Andreas if he knows that the aura in his dantian and the mana in his heart are essentially the same. Andreas confirms this. Salem goes on to explain that theoretically, Andreas could convert both and put them to practical use, even without a dual core. After further explanation, Salem introduces his method, named transference, to Andreas. 10 minutes later, Andreas is seen successfully using the technique Salem taught him, marveling at the speed of converting heart mana into aura. He silently acknowledges Salem's extraordinary creation. Salem gets up, noting that Andreas seems to have grasped the technique, and advises him to keep practicing. However, as Salem prepares to exit the train through the window, Andreas urgently asks him to wait and presses for information about his father and the Cromwell house. Salem delivers a concise revelation, stating that Cain Andreas's father was Morn's apprentice. Andreas is shocked by this revelation, and Salem reiterates his earlier advice to investigate the details himself, dismissing it as a hassle to explain everything. Salem then leaps out of the train window, leaving Andreas puzzled about his master's cryptic words. Inwardly, Andreas contemplates the fact that he never realized Cain Cromwell was a black mage, neither in the game world nor since his arrival in this world. He acknowledges that it's a good thing he's on his way home, as there might be something significant to discover. The scene shifts to the Cromwell mansion, where Amy inquires about Andreas' thoughts on the maid Lupine's impressive cleaning work. Andreas, taken aback, questions if this isn't their father's study room. Amy confirms it was, but it was in such disarray that she furnished it with new furniture. Andreas expresses gratitude and suggests that it could serve as an office. Amy touches a family portrait, assuring Andreas that she left all the important items untouched. She proudly winks as she reveals the family photo from their childhood. As they both gaze at the portrait, Andreas remarks on the flood of memories it brings, his smile reflecting the nostalgia he feels. Yet, deep down he senses that these emotions are somehow detached, as if they belong to someone else. Suddenly, as Andreas touches the portrait, it radiates light, perplexing both Andreas and Amy. Andreas instinctively checks behind him, where a bookshelf begins to open. Amy inquires about the mysterious occurrence. Internally, Andreas realizes that his touch activated a hidden mage circle within the photo frame, unveiling a concealed entrance. Andreas wonders if the hidden mage circle only activates when both he and Amy touch the photo frame, leaving him intrigued by this newfound mystery. He contemplates that whatever lies beyond could be Cain's inheritance, or more likely, his will. With determination, Andreas decides to venture inside first, convinced that something extraordinary awaits. He asks Amy to wait outside, but she insists on joining him. Despite her attempts to persuade him, Andreas firmly instructs her to leave, and she complies, reminding him to be cautious. As Andreas descends the stairs, he abruptly halts, sensing the presence of a black magic item, reminiscent of the feeling he had with the sloth. Continuing down the stairs, he enters a torchlit hall and is struck by the sight of a peculiar tree before him. In the heart of a clandestine chamber, an exquisite petite arboreal specimen, adorned with resplendent blossoms, stands ensconced within a crimson halo, casting an enchanting ambience that evokes wonder and awe. The velvety petals strewn elegantly upon the chamber's floor form a tapestry of natural opulence, creating an ethereal sanctuary hidden from the world's gaze. Inwardly, Andreas marvels at the abundance of rare fairy flowers around him. However, as he stands before the mysterious tree, a system notification suddenly appears, displaying the message, Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0, The Purest Original Sin, awaiting to bear fruit. This leaves Andreas thoroughly puzzled, making him question if this is the central part of the Codex. His shock deepens as he contemplates the presence of something he's never encountered, even in the game world. He notices an item attached to the tree and becomes curious. Upon retrieving it, he discovers it's a letter tied to the original sin tree, making him wonder if it was left there by Cain. As he opens the letter, a brilliant light engulfs him from behind, transporting him to an empty white space as the letter begins to fade. Suddenly, an unknown individual materializes behind him, placing their hand on top of Andreas's head. This unexpected encounter evokes a wide range of emotions within Andreas, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment and uncertainty. This was the author when he was drawing these chapters.
Oh my God!
Andreas found himself immersed in a sudden revelation as his eyes widened. In the vision, his father held a seed, bowing before an elderly man. The seed was carefully placed in a jar, soon blossoming and radiating a captivating red aura, which his father proudly presented. However, the old man's reaction was ominous, and the scene shifted to Andreas's father cradling his lifeless wife. Aware of the malevolence of the old man, Andreas's father concealed the tree and cast some form of protective magic on their family portrait before meeting his demise. Back in the present, Andreas paused, reflecting on the vision. He realized the unsettling truth. The Empire and the Black Mages were colluding, just as Salem had warned. The Emperor had entrusted Cain to Morn's care, where he delved into dark magic and gave rise to the original sin. Once his usefulness waned, the Emperor had ruthlessly discarded him, and the tragedy that befell his family, including his wife's death and his mysterious ailment, all bore the Emperor's malevolent design. In response, Cain had exacted his own revenge by hiding the original sin in a place only accessible to Andreas and Amy. Suddenly, a man standing behind Andreas inquired if he took a good look at his father's memories. Andreas turned to face this individual who eerily resembled his father, except for the menacing crimson eyes. The man corrected himself. Instead of calling him Andreas, he addressed him as Makoto Kaneshiro. In that tense moment, Andreas drew his sword and demanded to know the man's identity. The man smirked, remarking that he had expected Andreas to recognize him sooner, given his history as a dedicated gamer. Andreas was transported back to a phone call he once received, where a voice had thanked him for playing their game. Andreas couldn't believe what he was hearing. He thought, "This guy, he can't be..." He cautiously asked the man if he was the game developer responsible for bringing him into this bizarre reality. With a sly grin, the man confirmed, "Bingo," and inquired about Andreas's experience in the world of deadly sins, describing it as a captivating fantasy realm. Andreas, still pointing his sword at the dev, demanded to know why he had been brought here. The dev, wielding the sword, replied nonchalantly, claiming that he simply wanted Andreas to clear this game. Andreas, somewhat puzzled, retorted, "Clear the game, you say?" The dev reassured him, "Yeah, simple, right?" The dev explained that Andreas had likely witnessed the repeated endings of this world through the experiences of Luis, Lucia, and Diene, all culminating in an apocalyptic conclusion. The original sin's destructive power had consumed the deadly sins and their wielders, leading to the world's demise. Andreas, still trying to make sense of it all, asked if collecting all the original sins and defeating the final boss would avert the end of the world. The dev nodded and added that as long as the original sin's consciousness existed, the world would inevitably meet its end. To prevent this, one had to gain complete control over it. Andreas was bewildered, asking, "Control of the sin?" The dev affirmed this and explained that only Cain's own flesh and blood could achieve it. Suddenly, a notification materialized in front of Andreas. The system informed him that the immature original sin required a contractor's blood, and asked Andreas to offer his blood and sign the contract. The dev observed, "Looks like the original sin sensed Andreas." Recalling the original Andreas, the developer expressed doubts about Andreas, suggesting he might be a talentless scum. While pointing at Andreas, he mentioned that only a select few could access this place before the original sin fully matured, and Andreas happened to be one of those few. Andreas took a brief pause, inwardly realizing that in 6 months, once the sin grew conscious, it would emerge from this ward and seek its own host. He pondered why he had been reincarnated into such a trash character, but now he understood the reason. With Cain concealing the original sin, only Amy and Andreas had access to it. Andreas turned to the developer, questioning what he expected him to do. The developer's request was straightforward. He wanted Andreas to form a contract with the original sin and become its host, guiding it by feeding and taming it. Andreas remarked that it was easier said than done, as failure would result in the sin devouring him as well. The developer conceded that there was no other option. As the developer faded from view, he conveyed that if Andreas succeeded, both he and the world would survive. He apologized for involving Andreas in this endeavor, but placed his trust in him. Andreas took a moment to reflect, and then the developer addressed him as "my son." Andreas raised his gaze and saw his father standing before him, expressing belief in his abilities. As his father disappeared, he assured Andreas that he could do it and asked him to look after Amy. Andreas was then left alone, in a picturesque haven bathed in the soft golden glow, bare a magnificent small tree, adorned with delicate leaves of emerald and dainty blossoms, stands as a solitary sentinel of nature's grace. Its branches, adorned with vibrant scarlet foliage, cradle a serene ambience, casting a warm and inviting aura that beckons all who approach. The verdant grass beneath its branches, kissed by the golden rays of twilight, dances in harmonious synchrony with the gentle breeze, creating a living tapestry of green and gold. A symphony of fragrant blooms encircle the tree, their petals painted in a kaleidoscope of colors, releasing a sweet perfume into the air, intoxicating all who venture near. Amidst this breathtaking display of nature's artistry, a solitary figure Andreas stands, enveloped in a radiant halo of shimmering gold. His contemplative gaze fixated upon the tree's delicate beauty. He finds solace in the tranquil sanctuary that surrounds him, where time seems to slow and the world's worries melt away. It is a scene of unparalleled beauty, where man and nature converge in perfect harmony, and the heart finds respite in the embrace of the sublime. Sorry about that. Andreas turned his attention to the tree, removing his glove and unsheathing his sword. With determination he cut his hand, acknowledging that this wasn't one of those typical, otherworldly reincarnation tales. He admitted that he didn't relish the idea of working without pay, but as he had previously stated, there was no alternative. Faced with no other options, he pressed his bleeding hand against the tree, thinking to himself that it was a lot like what he had been doing all along. A sudden reaction occurred, and a crimson aura enveloped Andreas. A notification popped up reading Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0. The purest original sin has taken residence within the user's body, recognizing him as its master. As Andreas became immersed in this aura, another notification followed. Mana recovery increased by 144%. Mana density will increase over time. Mana element will gradually shift towards dark over time, along with promises of increased abilities as more deadly sins were collected, unlocking further powers and features. In response to this, Andreas inwardly told Cain Cromwell, the father of the second half of his soul, to entrust Amy and the Cromwell family to him. As the reaction subsided, Andreas, with utmost seriousness, assured Cain to rest in peace and vowed to avenge all the tragedies that had befallen him. The scene then transitioned to a man bowing before an elderly man immersed in cleaning his sword. He inquired if the man had found the original sin yet. The bowing man was identified as Viscount Lamar Welton, head of the Intelligence Bureau. Lamar began explaining their investigation into Cain's activities before he was abruptly interrupted by the elderly man, who berated him, calling him utterly useless and questioning his claim as the head of intelligence. With a discerning sidelong glance, the elderly gentleman conveys that it's probable that Cain entrusted the sin to one of his relatives. Sooner or later, they will engage in negotiations with the elderly gentleman. Lamar then asserts his intention to conduct a more meticulous investigation of the Cromwell clan. The elderly gentleman promptly responds, remarking that currently it's solely one young Cromwell involved and there's no urgency to hasten proceedings. He graciously grants Lamar additional time. Lamar, still in a kneeling position, expresses his gratitude to the elderly gentleman, addressing him as Your Majesty. The elderly gentleman advises Lamar to maintain the surveillance he has initiated, emphasizing that it would be prudent to commence with the examination of the deadly sins first. The elderly man inquires about the Zephyr cult, as he is confident that they are concealing a deadly sin for their forthcoming god-summoning ritual. Lamar reports that they have detected some suspicious activities and anticipate a substantial gathering for the Zephyr summoning ceremony. The elderly gentleman expresses his satisfaction and instructs Lamar to keep a vigilant eye on them. The scene then transitions to an underground trafficking operation, where a man is wearing similar attire like the baddie Ivy, while other cloaked individuals are observed transporting crates. I bet the author was like, I bet you didn't expect that after showing this panel. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying Necromancer to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Close to the awe-inspiring Colosseum, one person leans in to tell another that this year's festival holds immense significance. The scene transitions to the underground passages beneath the Colosseum. The person replies, Indeed, Master Payat. The man explains that they've meticulously arranged everything, from the quantity of guards to the various entry points. He adds that they've also gathered extensive knowledge about the underground chambers beneath the arena. Guys, we get a note from the translators. He says that Zephyr was previously translated as Zephyr. It's supposed to be Zephyr, one of the demon dukes from Oz Goetia. Now let's continue with the story. The man then proposes that they might consider making significant sacrifices to summon Lord Zephyr. Pyatt, blushing, commends the man, assuring him that if everything goes smoothly, he'll be sure to introduce him to some charming ladies. The man smiles at this, but Pyatt playfully asks if perhaps he'd prefer his company instead. The man trembles slightly and replies that he's fine, and that all he did was seek assistance from their fellow students at the academy. Pyatt then remarks, What remarkable youngsters they are, well aware of the value of faith. Suddenly he recalls something and asks the man if he mentioned a potential candidate. Pyatt inquires if the man has successfully recruited her. Inwardly, the man acknowledges that Pyatt must be referring to Viviane. He explains that he spoke to Viviane directly, but she didn't seem particularly interested, as she claimed to have found her spiritual path. Pyatt responds, Well, if that's the case, it's a pity, but we can't force it. He mentions that he hopes the man will fare well without him, because he has crucial matters to attend to, so he won't be joining him. The scene shifts to the school dormitory, where Andreas is seen inside, staring at a system notification that reads, Traits, dual core unique, evolution, unique, original sin, talents, black magic, necromancy extraordinary, elemental magic, water element, poor, potion making, buffing type, extraordinary, physical, exceptional, combat, exceptional. Inwardly, Andreas reflects that a week after his return from the Cromwell mansion, he had been concerned about the potential problems that absorbing the original sin might bring. Fortunately, nothing adverse had occurred so far. As he opens his window, he contemplates that now that he knows Cromwell's secret, he's even more worried about his sister Amy. Looking majestic, he laments that if it weren't for the impending events at the academy, he could have stayed by Amy's side. Peering out of his dorm room, Andreas mentions that on the last day of the academy's festival at the arena, the Zephyr cult plans to carry out a terrorist attack. He expresses his concerns about the potential loss of life due to their ridiculous attempts to summon an evil deity. He resolves to eliminate them before they involve anyone else. With determination, he inwardly states that he needs to protect the playable characters if he wants to clear the game. and he acknowledges that there's a possibility the Zipar cult may possess other codexes, so he decides to investigate that as well. Andreas then opens a portal, and Nickel emerges from it. Andreas remarks that there's so much to do since obtaining the original sin. Now prepared, he instructs Nickel to resume their training. However, something unexpected occurs. A bright light surrounds Andreas, leaving him visibly shocked with widened eyes. A notification appears, stating that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, has detected diligent sloth. While gazing at Nickel, Andreas exclaims, "What?" The system continues by announcing that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, has been linked to diligent sloth, and is generating additional features, abilities, and enhancing base capabilities. Andreas, still surrounded by the bright aura of light alongside Nickel, mutters, "The sloth?" He ponders this strange sensation, inwardly noting that the original sin seems to recognize Nickel as the sloth. He wonders if it's because he carried it for an extended period. The system then chimes in, announcing that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, has completed its growth, and that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, and diligent sloth are no longer linked. Something begins to happen to Nickel, and a notification reveals Sloth Phantom Legendary, sharing the effects of diligent sloth. Nickel's status reads, Life Hill Undead, Tier 5, Mana, 2113, Traits, Self-Awareness, Mastery. The system provides further details stating that Codex Apocalypse Chapter 0, the purest original sin, now offers increased mana recovery by 188% and increased mana sensitivity by 66%, both linked to the sloth trait. It also mentions the availability of a special skill that can be used once every 6 days, with the current stored skill being sloth. Andreas, processing all these notifications, observes that Nickel's appearance remains unchanged, but his capabilities have undoubtedly improved. He then looks at Nickel and suggests they celebrate his power-up by cancelling today's training session. Bro just wanted to skip training. Andreas moves through the bustling streets, concealing his identity with a mask. The streets are alive with activity. People chat, have fun, grab food, and even engage in arm wrestling. As he walks, he recalls the presence of cultists in this area, searching for new recruits. However, seeing no familiar faces makes him wonder if he's mistaken due to the passage of time. His focus abruptly shifts as he spots a familiar face in the crowd. Huzzah! Internally, Andreas senses that Huzzah, the individual who went missing, reappeared before the terrorist attack, carries significance. He decides to tail him. Entering an alley, Andreas descends into a sewer, where he notices someone else walking. When the person detects Andreas's presence, he doesn't hesitate and launches a swift, lethal attack, ending her life. As he opens a portal, Andreas's inner thoughts confirm his suspicions. Huzzah and the rest of the cult are indeed preparing for a terrorist attack. As he completed the summoning of Nickel and Timur, Andreas instructed Nickel to trail closely behind him, while assigning the task to Timur to remain vigilant and keep watch. While Andreas began to move, Nickel dutifully followed. Suddenly, Timur discerned something amiss. The scene transitions to a room where some people hang naked, while others toil away on various crates, all under the watchful eye of Huzzah. Inwardly, Huzzah acknowledges that smuggling in the explosives had posed a considerable challenge, but assembling them shouldn't take more than a day. He privately opines that there should be no hindrance to tomorrow's ceremony. He hopes that his dedication might earn him a promotion to a higher rank. However, in the blink of an eye, someone is decapitated. As Andreas arrives, a cry rings out. They're under attack. Huzzah's voice pierces the chaos as he screams, "A spy! Eliminate him!" The assailants brandishing knives converge on Andreas, only to be swiftly and effortlessly dispatched by his deft movements. As Huzzah readies himself for an attack, he disparagingly mutters, "What a useless bunch." Huzzah inwardly considered the situation, thinking that dealing with a single man shouldn't pose much of a challenge. However, Nickel suddenly materialized behind Hazar, swiftly decapitating him. Hazar's head thudded to the floor, and Andreas couldn't help but acknowledge Nickel's impressive swordsmanship, as always. Standing amidst the lifeless bodies, Andreas noted that they were nearly finished, and suggested gathering all the explosives while calling Timur back. But then, in a sudden twist, Timur appeared next to him, only to be struck by an unseen assailant, sending him tumbling into the water. Andreas turned his attention to Timur, his concern evident. Suddenly, Payat materialized and retrieved Hazar's severed head. Payat expressed surprise, mentioning that he had dropped by early after completing his own business, only to stumble upon this chaotic scene. Sweating nervously, Andreas wondered when Payat had arrived. With a menacing glare, Payat questioned Andreas if he was the one responsible for Hazar's demise. Payat remarks that he hopes Andreas understands the gravity of the situation. Removing his hat and coat, Payat reveals his Mr. Clean haircut, and with a menacing expression reprimands Andreas for going too far, even dubbing him a little boy. Internally, Andreas acknowledges that Payat, one of the cult's high-ranking leaders who appears mid-game, possesses strength akin to an aura master, and he deems him a formidable opponent. Discarding his coat and hat, Payat warns Andreas that this will be a painful encounter, urging him to brace himself. Glancing at Timur and Nickel, Andreas speculates that Payat's strength may now surpass Ivy's, leaving him pondering whether Nickel and Timur, in their early evolution stages, stand a chance against Payat, who happens to be their unfavorable matchup. Payat's unique abilities, which bolster muscle and physical power, render blunt and slashing attacks ineffective. Andreas finds himself at a crossroads, uncertain about his next move. With his full transformation complete, Payat admits he doesn't know Andreas personally, but recognizes his strength, prompting him to go all out. Andreas readies himself for Payat's impending assault, but suddenly Payat vanishes from his spot. In that moment, Timur interposes himself, intercepting Payat's charge. Without delay, Nickel positions himself behind Payat, launching a flurry of slashes. To his astonishment, Payat turns to Nickel and casually remarks, that tickles. Then, in a surprising turn of events, Andreas strikes Payat from behind, targeting his neck. Much to Andreas's shock, the attack proves futile against Payat. Now fully engaged, Payat headbutts Timur and delivers a forceful kick, sending him flying. Payat seizes the opportunity to assail Andreas, who in response imbues his sword with aura. Before their blows can meet, Nickel skillfully intervenes, deflecting Payat's punch with his sword, creating an opening for Andreas, who swiftly slashes at Payat's neck. However, Payat remains unfazed by the assault, setting the stage for Payat's impending counterattack. To shield himself from Payat's retaliation, Andreas conjures an earth barrier, only for Payat to sport a menacing grin as he effortlessly smashes through it with a powerful kick, landing a blow on Andreas simultaneously. Andreas was sent hurtling through the air by Payat's attack, but Payat wasted no time, swiftly grabbing Andreas by the hair and delivering a barrage of punches to his already battered face. As Andreas gasped for breath, his mask fell, revealing his bleeding visage. Payat's expression transformed, his face lighting up with a blush, and in a rather playful manner, he commented that Andreas was exactly his type. Suddenly, Timur and Nickel approached from behind, ready to strike. However, Payat wasn't caught off guard. He swiftly turned around and simultaneously punched both of them. Following this, he embraced Andreas tightly, finding perverse delight in Andreas's anguished screams. Internally, Andreas pondered his chances of survival, desperately seeking an escape from this dire situation. Then, a notification from the system appeared, stating that the purest original sin had responded to the host's call and offered Andreas the use of a special skill called Sloth. Andreas hesitated, not aware of the risks, but with no other option, he reluctantly agreed. Upon activating the skill, a tremendous rumble shook the surroundings, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. Nickel and Timur looked up in bewilderment, while Payat began to sense an ominous presence as the blood of the deceased started flowing toward him. His eyes widened in terror, and he released his grip on Andreas, retreating to a safe distance. Andreas appeared menacing, enveloped by the encroaching blood. The system then reported that Andreas's magical power, mana sensing, magic chance speed, and mana recovery had all surged by 666%, and a temporary magic effect named Genius was in play, nullifying all mental magic. The system also noted that Andreas had entered a transcendental emotional state called Sloth, with the upgrades and enhancements lasting for a duration of 66 seconds. Inwardly, Andreas expressed his disdain for thinking, movement, and even breathing, as he deemed them tiresome. He considered opening his eyes a hassle, and found the act of keeping his heart beating bothersome. Andreas then conjured an earth shield with a mere flick of his fingers. While Payat managed to dodge, he wasn't quick enough and lost one of his arms in the process. Observing Andreas, who now emanated a formidable presence, Payat exclaimed, "What the hell are you?" Andreas prepared to unleash another attack, his newfound strength astonishing even Timur and Nickel. Andreas launched a barrage of rockets at Payat, who skillfully blocked each projectile with ease, grinning confidently afterward. Payat taunted Andreas, asking if that was all he had. Andreas responded with an exasperated sigh, muttering, "How bothersome," which left Payat bewildered, demanding clarification. Andreas then coldly declared his intent to swiftly eliminate Payat and finally find some rest, sending a chill down Payat's spine. Suddenly the Tower Master, who was nearby, appeared to have sensed Andreas's surging power, as evidenced by the apprehensive expression on his face. The scene then shifts inside the Colosseum, where an intense battle was unfolding. After the valiant knight secured victory, the entire crowd erupted into raucous cheers. Inside, the Tower Master couldn't help but ponder the strange sensation he felt. To him, it unmistakably reeked of dark magic. Oddly enough, the anti-black magic barrier he'd set up seemed to work against him. In a sudden turn of events, his daughter, a worried expression on her face, asked him what was troubling him. He reassured her, advising her to stay put, as an urgent matter had cropped up. The focus returned to Andreas and Payat, with Andreas employing a spell known as Rock Spear, a move that left Payat bewildered since it was considered basic magic. As the attack began to form near Andreas, Payat's face twisted into a menacing grin. He taunted Andreas, claiming that such a flashy attack wouldn't even scratch his skin. But in the blink of an eye, Nickel materialized and launched an assault on Payat, who managed to block the attack. Payat's frustration was palpable as he insulted Nickel, labeling him an ugly skeleton and taking a swing. However, Nickel skillfully avoided the strike by using his ghost steps. Payat then inquired about their next move, just as Andreas had finished preparing his attack. Andreas unleashed a barrage of rock spears toward Payat, who scoffed, asking if Andreas genuinely believed he could defeat him with such meager shots. Yet swiftly Timur materialized behind Payat and held him in a tight grip, rendering him immobile. With a menacing expression, Andreas uttered "Die" and let loose numerous rock spears at Payat. Following the assault, a system notification alerted Andreas that the special skill Sloth had expired and a counterattack was imminent. Andreas's entire body went numb as the system informed him of his inability to move, use mana, and impending severe damage due to overexertion. On the ground, Andreas cursed, feeling as if his body had been torn apart. Yet he resolved to rise, driven to finish Payat off. Another notification flashed, indicating that the undead summoned creatures would be removed due to mana depletion. Timur and Nickel vanished into a portal under the system command. Silence fell over the room as Andreas lay on the floor, powerless, and Payat, pierced by numerous stones, remained sprawled as well. Suddenly a new notification appeared, announcing that certain requirements had been met and the detection of an evolving individual. The message about Andreas's evolution left him bewildered, and the notification went on to inform him that his evolutionary progress stood at 33%, offering him a divergence. He initially quipped, questioning the system's intent with a dying person and insinuating that it might be a parting gift. However, Andreas eventually decided to accept the offer, The scene then shifted to Alvin, now situated in the sewers. He couldn't help but inwardly criticize the vulgar attire of the Zepar cult members. He pondered why these cultists had infiltrated Rodland's sewer, suspecting a connection to the peculiar presence he'd sensed earlier, but remaining uncertain. Alvin concluded that speculation was fruitless and opted to investigate the area, detecting a faint trace of dark magic. Upon reaching the battle site, he noticed a substantial amount of gunpowder present. The thought of such an explosion occurring beneath the stadium, endangering many lives, including his children, troubled him. As he surveyed the area, Alvin spotted Andreas and inquired about his presence. Drawing closer, he sensed the strongest trace of black magic near Andreas, leading to a shocking realization about the original sin being inherited by Andreas from Cain. The system then displays a message declaring that the time remaining has reached 0, and it solemnly announces Andreas Cromwell's evolution, signaling the completion of this transformation. It goes on to mention that the dual core, an epic trait, has now vanished, while a new and unique trait called Vessel has been manifested. As Andreas opens his eyes, he contemplates evolution, internally pondering if he had accepted the system's offer. He awakens in a well-appointed bed, where he's been meticulously attended to, evident by the care given to his wounds. Out of the blue, a voice reaches him, stating that his injuries were so severe that he should have perished. Yet miraculously, Andreas has nearly made a full recovery in just 2 weeks. Andreas soon discerns that the voice belongs to Alvin. Alvin prods him for an explanation, inquiring about what exactly had occurred in the sewers, which bewilders Andreas. Alvin presses on, clarifying that he's referring to the events in the sewers, leaving Andreas momentarily silent as he internally decides to keep that information concealed for now. Andreas proceeds to recount how he was strolling by the waterway when he stumbled upon a suspicious brawl involving a group of individuals. In an attempt to escape, he inadvertently got caught up in the turmoil. Alvin responds with a smirk, remarking, dragged into it, you say? He then requests Andreas to clarify where the others had disappeared to, as when he arrived, Andreas was the sole figure at the scene. Internally, Andreas remains resolute, vowing to respond by claiming he doesn't have that information, regardless of how often Alvin inquires. Alvin regards Andreas in silence and presses him on what he might be concealing. Andreas rebuts, reminding him that he earlier stated he wasn't concealing anything. However, Alvin's recollection of Andreas's father's plea to care for his children upon his demise leads him to change his stance. Alvin conveys that it's unnecessary to interrogate someone who appears to lack critical information, and that it might be swifter to locate a Zepar lackey lurking in town. He asserts that someone who barely escaped with their life likely possesses little valuable information. Andreas is taken aback by Alvin's abrupt withdrawal, pondering why Alvin is backing down so readily. As Alvin vanishes, he declares the end of the interrogation and takes his leave. Before departing, he reminds Andreas of their bet regarding Andreas's potion development, inquiring if Andreas hasn't forgotten about it, given that there's only 1 week left. Alvin expresses his anticipation, then disappears, leaving Andreas alone in the room. Andreas senses that for some reason, Alvin, despite knowing who he is, has allowed him to escape further scrutiny, prompting him to wonder why. This is particularly puzzling because Salem also seemed unfazed by the possibility of Bach discovering he was a black mage. Andreas vividly recalls encountering Bach in a vision at the Cromwell mansion, making him fairly certain that Bach is privy to the identities of both him and his father. Suddenly, the room's door swings open, catching Andreas's attention. DNA and Carlos enter, expressing concern for Andreas's well-being, having heard about his severe injuries. Carlos greets Andreas, noting it's been a while since they last met. Andreas is perplexed by the unexpected presence of DNA and Carlos. DNA explains that her father informed her of Andreas's situation, which is why she's come to visit. Carlos chimes in, remarking that Andreas appears to be in better shape than he had anticipated. Gratefully, Andreas thanks them for their visit. Carlos remarks on the pleasant sight of the three of them being together, evoking memories of the past. Diene, a touch embarrassed, playfully scolds her brother to desist. Carlos turns to Andreas and inquires if he shares the same sentiment. Andreas, in his inner thoughts, reflects on his past life where he often attempted to save others but met with failure. Now, with a contented grin, he declares, "But not in this life." He responds to Carlos, expressing his delight in seeing the three of them reunited, and within himself acknowledges that it's because he can now protect what's truly precious to him through his own strength. Andreas strolled along the campus road, glancing at the news on his tablet. Quietly musing, he remarked that Bach seemed to have a tight grip on the news. There wasn't a single report about the Zeppa cult's terrorist attacks. Tucking his tablet back into his bag, he inwardly acknowledged the lack of surprise, considering an external threat had infiltrated the Academy's core. The hush surrounding the original sin in the basement added to his assurance that it wasn't an issue worth worrying about anymore. As he reached his destination, a bespectacled man greeted him, remarking on his early arrival. Andreas simply responded with a casual, "Ah, yes." The man informed him that Sir Bach awaited, ushering Andreas to follow. They ascended the tower, navigating stairs until they stood near a door. "Four Eyes" announced Andreas Cromwell's presence to the tower master, who bid them enter, greeting them with a satisfied, "Right on time." Sporting a grin, he prompted Andreas to reveal the potion. Inwardly noting the tower master's disregard for the sewer incident, Andreas pondered which side Bach Alvin stood on, whether the Emperor's or his father's. After presenting the exquisite red potion, Alvin eagerly opened and consumed it, identifying it as an emit potion with side effects removed, much like the previous one. Respectfully acknowledging Alvin's ability to discern, Andreas hinted at expecting nothing less. Alvin, with a touch of humor, chided Andreas for testing him. Unexpectedly, Andreas unveiled another potion, claiming the removal of side effects for the Dian potion. "Four Eyes," and Alvin were astonished. Holding the potion, Alvin exclaimed in disbelief, "You made two in such a short time?" Andreas, showing deference, credited Alvin's support for the swift creation. Alvin, impressed but also teasing, noted Andreas's boldness in making him wait, conceding that Andreas had won the bet. Alvin snapped his fingers, whisking them away to the warehouse promised as a reward. The space shimmered with numerous gems and valuable items. Alvin generously urged Andreas to choose anything he fancied, to which Andreas expressed gratitude before venturing to pick out something special. Andreas mused inwardly about the vastness of the treasures around him. Each object he approached triggered a system notification revealing its name and abilities. For instance, there was the Knack's cursed orgel, emanating magically charged music that bestowed increasing power the longer it played. Then there was the Mithra's pocket watch, capable of storing up to 500 units of mana. Andreas recognized the exorbitant value of each item, well beyond 10 million will. However, his attention was abruptly drawn to a sword, the sealed Galaxus, its mana conductivity boasting an impressive 73%. He remembered encountering this named item solely within the confines of the game. He never fathomed finding it stored within Bach Alvin's warehouse. Andreas reached for the sword, stating his desire for it to Alvin. Alvin, dubbing Andreas a peculiar figure for his interest in a sword instead of embracing his role as a mage, mentioned discovering the sword in the Shire dungeon. Despite multiple examinations, Alvin couldn't discern any particular value in it, prompting him to question Andreas's choice. Confidently, Andreas affirmed his decision to claim the sword as his reward. Alvin saw Andreas as stubborn, much like his father, opting for an item that, in his opinion, wasn't the best choice among the available treasures. Undeterred, Andreas reassured Alvin of his satisfaction with the sword. Alvin warned Andreas that if he regretted his choice later, he wouldn't entertain any complaints. Handing Andreas 2 letters, Alvin explained that one was a letter from the Imperial Majesty acknowledging the Cromwell family's merits, held for Andreas while he was in a coma. The second letter was a recommendation, considering Andreas's newfound interest in swords, hinting that a visit might prove beneficial. Back in his dorm room, Andreas delved into the letters while Nickel trained nearby. The first letter detailed Andreas's potential title reduction due to past behavior. Yet recent commendations, especially from Alvin, Duke of Closil, postponed the title change for another year, based on Andreas's improved reputation at the Academy. Andreas dismissed the merit rank as an empty title and tore the letter, muttering about the Empire's threatening tone. He resolved to have Amy contact him immediately if she noticed any suspicious activity. Frustrated, he remarked, "What an annoying bunch." Shifting his attention to the second letter, Andreas noted Bach's seemingly friendly gesture, dubbing it a recommendation letter. The missive instructed him to deliver it to an old man living at a specific location marked on the map. Andreas recognized the map's familiarity, recalling the name Deshroon and the retirement of Deshroon Fawn, one of the continent's 10 great masters. Thanks to Bach's recommendation, Andreas realized he might have a chance to study under this swordmaster. He planned to investigate a nearby hidden spot while en route to Deshroon's residence, aiming to set off as soon as he had a holiday. The scene shifted to a rocky, arid, desert-like setting, revealing a cockroach-like insect perched atop a human skeleton. Andreas observed from a distance, summoning a rock spear and directing it towards the roach, ultimately defeating it. Internally, Andreas acknowledged the substantial reward from his battle with Pyatt, recognizing the amplification of basic skills through the combination of mana and aura. Acquiring the unique vessel trait removed the boundary between the Dantian and the heart, enabling the conversion of aura into mana and vice versa. He likened vessel to an enhanced version of Salem's skill, transference, remarking on the significant increase in combined aura and mana, ensuring he wouldn't run out of power. As he dissected the roach, he decided to gather every bit of the monster's byproduct, just in case it became necessary later on. Wiping away his sweat, Andreas contemplated that Mount Clatan, the tallest peak in the monster-infested Krathis mountain range, was the place he could meet Deshroon. However, before that, within this mountain's hidden spot, lay the giant's lair. There he could acquire the corpse of the giant warrior. Bro is Pokemon hunting for real. Once he found what he needed in the roach, he stashed it in a jar, tossing it into his bag before passing the bag to Nickel, letting him know he'd gathered all the gear they needed. Abruptly, a noise grabbed Andreas's attention, prompting him to swiftly slip on his mask and take cover behind a rock to scope out the situation. There lay a furry figure on the ground, unmistakably a Leopardian. Moving closer, Andreas sprang into action to aid the Leopardian, administering a potion and inquiring about what had occurred. Internally, Andreas acknowledged the resilience and combat prowess of the Leopardians despite their seclusion due to the Emperor's oppression of diverse races. As the Leopardians struggled to regain consciousness, Andreas contemplated who could have caused such harm to them. Suddenly, a colossal mosquito darted toward Andreas, prompting him to react swiftly, slicing it in two with his sword. Recognizing the bug's exceptional agility, Andreas recalled that only Ranox, the bug manipulator, could control such creatures. The bug army, under Ranok's command, possessed enough might to decimate an entire village within hours. Andreas realized Ranok's presence here held significance, likely connected to a treasure hunt orchestrated by Jester. Just as the Leopardian roused, Andreas turned to him. The Leopardian revealed that the bugs had attacked their village. Andreas surmised that Ranox must be after the prized Lunapult crystal, the only treasure carried by the Leopardians. Rallying Nickel and Timur, Andreas instructed the Leopardian to lead them to the village, hopeful that together they could provide assistance. The Leopardian hesitated, weighing the risk of bringing a mysterious human into the village even in such dire circumstances. Sensing the Leopardian's doubt, Andreas offered a perspective. If he were an adversary, he wouldn't have extended assistance in the first place. This assurance persuaded the Leopardian to accept Andreas's help, pleading for aid to save their village. Racing through the surroundings, Timur carried the Leopardian while Andreas pondered, noting the familiar direction they were heading. As flames flickered into view and the village burned with bugs swarming about, Andreas realized this was the same place he'd been aiming for. The spot with the giant corpse, now hidden beneath the destruction wrought by Rannoch's attack on the Leopardian settlement. Despite the Leopardians' valiant efforts, they seemed outnumbered and overwhelmed, evoking tears from their friend. In a sudden turn, a green energy materialized in Andreas's hand. Determined to keep his promise, he targeted the bugs. Utilizing a skill called casting minor ghoul summoning, Andreas reanimated the dead bug corpses, transforming them into undead minions that attacked the remaining bugs. Employing another skill, corpse explosion, he obliterated numerous live bugs, leaving the Leopardian astonished. As the bugs threatened a female Leopardian clutching her child, Timur leaped in, biting and dispatching the assailants. With Nickel by his side, expertly slashing through bugs, their combined efforts sparked hope for the Leopardians' victory. Meanwhile, hidden behind a rock, an unsightly figure watched in shock as his bugs were decimated. He lamented his failed mission to seek the deadly sins on Jester's orders and resolved to escape. Abruptly, a searing orange beam pierced his shoulder, eliciting a cry of agony. Andreas, the source of the attack, confronted Rannox, pointing his sword at him. While Rannox grew angry, demanding to know who Andreas was and why he recognized him, Rannox expressed confusion, questioning why Andreas, being a black mage himself, would attack him. Andreas silenced him, taking charge of the interrogation. Firmly, Andreas inquired if Rannox had been dispatched by the Jester to seek the deadly sins. Rannox, taken aback, questioned how Andreas knew, but Andreas demanded answers, warning of dire consequences if he refused. Internally, Andreas sensed something amiss and probed further. As it seemed, Rannox targeted the Leopardian village, presuming their Lunapult crystal was a deadly sin. Andreas urged Rannox to consider his response carefully. He made it clear that refusal to answer meant choosing death. Nervously, Rannox relented, displaying a document listing potential deadly sins, admitting its inaccuracy. Andreas withdrew his sword, acknowledging the information. Yet, as he examined the paper, he puzzled over its contents, a mention of mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea set for auction at Muriel. Andreas internally speculated that this could indeed be a deadly sin, setting his sights on Muriel as his next destination. Desperate, Rannox begged for mercy, but Andreas swiftly ended his life, thanking him for the intel. Internally, Andreas contemplated using Rannox's body for experiments, acknowledging the urgency of reaching Muriel before the auction. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying Necromancer to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. As the flames died down and the Leopardians found safety, a female Leopardian with healthy melons thanked Andreas for saving the village. She expressed their inability to repay him adequately and offered a Lunapult crystal as a token of gratitude. Andreas politely declined, expressing disinterest. Startled, she questioned his response. Andreas gestured toward a nearby cave, expressing a desire to explore it and requested permission to enter. This surprised and even angered some of the Leopardians, who questioned his intentions, skeptical of humans. Yet, the Leopardian girl, addressed as Elder after a moment's silence, granted Andreas entry. Others, calling her Elder, protested, deeming it an excessive request regardless of their debt to Andreas. The Elder reminded them that without Andreas's help, their village and the mine would have been destroyed. Suddenly, Andreas reassured them, explaining he had no interest in the Lunapult crystal. Perplexed, the Elder inquired why. Andreas promised an explanation inside, hinting that what he sought was there. Inside the cave, they reached a dead end. Andreas tapped the wall, affirming it was nearby, though the Elder saw only solid rock. Directing Timur, Andreas instructed him to break the wall, which he did effortlessly. Witnessing Timur's immense strength, the elder was stunned by the Tigerian warrior's power. As the rocks crumbled from Timur's punch, the guards cautioned the elder to leave, deeming it unsafe. However, she insisted they wait. To their astonishment, behind the shattered wall lay numerous crystals, revealing an unexpected treasure. The elder inquired if the crystals were what Andrea sought. He acknowledged their value, but reiterated his lack of interest. Curious, she pressed him for his true objective. Andreas pointed towards a colossal statue, stating it was what he desired. The group was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. As they pondered why such a massive object was there, Andreas simply stated that he'd leave all the Lunapult crystals for them, but asked for solitude in return. The concerned female Leopardian, as the head of the tribe, insisted on knowing why Andreas required this solitude. Andreas reassured them, mentioning that if he had any ill intentions, he would have acted upon them by now. Suddenly a Leopardian named Matahar grew furious, exclaiming, "What did you say? Even if you're our savior, that's unacceptable." The elder intervened, urging Matahar to cease his outburst. She expressed her decision to place trust in Andreas, acknowledging his choice not to take the crystals forcefully. She then appealed to Andreas, asking him to honor this promise as the first human they've ever made such a commitment to. After hearing that, Matahar was like, "Huh?" Finally alone, Andreas considered that since the corpse was no longer fresh, it might be better to transform it into a ghoul. He conjured a green aura on his hand, and the system notification indicated, "Ghoul summoning, 1 corpse selected." However, he failed the summoning due to an insufficient caster level. Removing his coat and weapon, Andreas mused that it wouldn't be that easy. He stretched, determined that no matter how long it took, he'd make it his own. Without wasting any more time, he attempted again, only to face the same notification of failure due to an insufficient caster level. Repeated attempts ended in failure, leaving him frustrated. He sighed, acknowledging that he'd been trying for over a week now, wondering if he should just give up at this stage. But you know what they say.
Never back down, never what?
Never give up!
After hearing that speech, he mentioned that since the place was no longer a secret, there was no guarantee the giant would still be around next time he returned. With renewed determination, he decided to push the limits and attempt to increase the mana beyond the usual standard, opting for broke. A green aura emerged around his hand once more, and the notification displayed, "Ghoul summoning, 1 corpse selected." Andreas thought to himself that he had time to keep trying. After this attempt, a system notification popped up, confirming the success of his ghoul summoning. He had acquired a Titan ghoul, a mythical summon. The system stated that the finished corpse's level was high, granting it a status bonus. Furthermore, it declared the corpse's level as transcendent, elevating it to a champion Titan ghoul. The system also mentioned that the finished corpse was almost transcendent, regaining some of its former abilities. Facing the giant, the system identified it as a mythical-level undead, inheriting traits from its life before death. Displaying its stats, it revealed the creature to be a champion Titan mythical ghoul named Rudrudol Canudondo, now an undead at Tier 6, with mana 3,733. Its traits included egos, monstrous strength, fighting spirit, and indomitable spirit. The giant then pierced its weapon on the ground in front of Andreas. It bowed in one knee and said, "Will you marry me? Ha ha ha, I'm just playing." Andreas found it pretty daunting, thinking he might be the only one able to control such a huge tribute at the moment. Now facing an army wouldn't make him scared anymore. He was relieved that all his hard work had paid off. The scene shifted to a castle where Jester was seated at his desk. There was a jar on the table with a fly inside it, and suddenly the fly burst. Perplexed, Jester muttered, "Rannox is dead." He shrugged it off, knowing he still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. A crow flew in, calling Jester's name, informing him that the Imperial Majesty wanted to see him. Jester nodded, asking the crow to let them know he'd be there right away. Glancing at a paper resembling the one Ranox showed Andreas, Jester mused that he had something to report. The scene shifted to a small house atop a hill, where an old man sat, casually munching on something. Without turning, he asked, "Did the Empire send you?" It was Andreas standing behind him. As the old man glanced at Andreas, he mentioned being there on the Duke of Alvan's recommendation. The old man chuckled. "Bacht? That boy sent you?"
Andreas stood, weapon in hand, feeling the weight of the old man's pressure, stronger even than Salem's. He couldn't fathom that this was merely a test. With a menacing aura enveloping him, the old man asked Andreas what was amiss, reiterating that he had instructed him to initiate the confrontation. Internally, Andreas thought the old man wasn't taking him seriously, fighting him with just a stick. He dashed forward, swinging his sword, yet the old man effortlessly sidestepped Andreas's attacks with incredible swiftness. Behind Andreas in a flash, the old man noted he'd grasped a rough understanding of Andreas's abilities, emphasizing it wasn't swordsmanship that needed training, a style relying too much on tricks. Lifting Andreas effortlessly, the old man spoke of movements too obvious, speed over strategy, and an inability to decipher opponents' schemes. With a swift slam to the ground, he emphasized the true lack, experience. Assuring Andreas not to worry, the old man promised improvement through practice. Day 1, training at Mount Clatan, we saw Andreas struggling against the old man's stick. By day 7, his diet comprising solely potatoes clearly didn't sit well with him. On day 15, he deftly evaded obstacles while honing his swordsmanship. By day 22, he found himself getting choked by the old man's unexpected actions. However, on day 27, a transformation occurred in our boy. He appeared sharper, more shredded, and leaped forward, displaying newfound muscular strength and an air of increased power. When day 33 arrived, the old man, now wielding a sword instead of a stick, engaged Andreas in combat. Andreas relentlessly struck, pushing the old man back with powerful blows. Inwardly acknowledging Andreas's improving movements, the old man found it naive that Andreas was contemplating mid-battle. Identifying this weakness, the old man evaded Andreas's slashes, countering with a forceful elbow strike that sent Andreas hurtling through the air. Swiftly following up, the old man continued by launching a powerful kick, propelling Andreas even further away. Despite the intense altercation, the old man acknowledged Andreas's unwavering fighting spirit, admiring his refusal to complain. Suddenly, the old man barely dodged an unexpected slash from Andreas, who was barely standing on his 2 feet, battered and exhausted. Andreas managed to muster the energy to inform the old man that even a swordmaster can lower his guard. He vowed to be less susceptible next time, before fainting mid-sentence. Inwardly contemplating the skirmish, the old man pondered whether Andreas had gathered his aura and directed it at him. A surprising tactic considering he didn't believe Andreas had mastered sword arts. Astonished, he wondered if Andreas had instinctively tapped into this ability, showcasing talent far beyond his expectations. The thought also reminded him of Luis, who mentioned enrolling at Rodlin Academy soon. The old man contemplated the possibility of arranging a match between Luis and Andreas, finding it an intriguing prospect. A few moments later, Andreas suddenly woke up from his slumber. He turned around and saw the old man sitting next to him. The old man asked if he could perform again the sword arts he did before he passed out. Confused for a second, Andreas then remembered what the old man meant. "Ah, that thing I did when I was beaten to a pulp," he said, acknowledging it was an act of desperation. Upon hearing this, the old man seized the chance to teach him sword arts and some basic aura control. Andreas thanked him profusely. Standing in front of a thick tree, the old man instructed Andreas to envision wrapping aura around the sword like a scabbard and sending it flying. With a demonstration, the tree was slashed into 3 pieces, leaving Andreas astonished. Though its basic form was a sharp slash, it could be utilized in various ways, from defending against explosions to creating shockwaves. Additionally, the old man revealed that by channeling aura into the body, instead of a sword, one could move at incredible speeds. To showcase this, the old man swiftly appeared behind Andreas, startling him. "Since when?" Andreas asked in shock. The old man explained that the aura mystic technique, the pinnacle of aura application, was based on the same theory as the techniques he had just shown. With a knowing smile, he advised Andreas to learn to wrap his aura around his body or sword and adjust the strength accordingly. However, this mastery was a distant goal. For now, Andreas needed to focus on learning the sword arts. Andreas diligently practiced by attacking another thick tree, encouraged by the old man to continue until he grew accustomed to it. Suddenly, Andreas received a system notification informing him that he had met the conditions to evolve his combat by 30%. Astonished, Andreas marveled at how hard he had trained. The idea that his combat skills had reached an evolving level seemed incredible to him. Nonetheless, he found it to be a positive development, enjoying the enhanced use of his body. After hard work, training, and help from the evolution system, Andreas finally managed to slash through the big, thick tree. The old man was shocked, evident in his look. While observing Andreas, he inwardly expressed that Andreas was even more of a monster than he imagined. He had never thought such talent could exist. Wulg, Luis, and even him were never as good as Andreas. The old man continued by stating that as long as Andreas was given clear direction, he'd probably thrive on his own. Therefore, there was only one thing the old man could do. He called Andreas, telling him he did well and that it was enough for today. They should go eat. He instructed Andreas to go first and dig up potatoes to boil. He also referred to Andreas as my disciple. Annoyed, Andreas inwardly expressed his frustration about the constant potato meals, feeling like they might start sprouting from his body. However, when the old man called him my disciple, something clicked within him. So, he asked the old man if he had just called him a disciple. What, you don't like it? The old man asked. No, not at all, Andreas answered. At home, they sat outside eating. Andreas inwardly wondered why Dashrun took him as his disciple. Even after more than a month together, he couldn't quite believe it. Suddenly, the old man handed him a book, telling him to take it. It was a book Dashrun wrote during his time in the mountain. Andreas took it, asking why he was being given the book. As Andreas looked at the book, a system notification informed him that it was a skill book written by Dashrun Forn, containing extensive knowledge of his swordsmanship. Andreas was shocked to receive such a treasure. It was a level-boosting item, much like Morn's black magic book. He wondered if that meant he could use Dashrun's egoless sword too. Dashrun looked at the silent Andreas observing the book. Then the old man laughed and asked if Andreas really hated being directly taught by him so much. Not at all, Andreas answered. The old man continued, explaining that as much as he'd like to teach potential disciples directly, sometimes too much training could poison a talent, especially someone as peculiar as Andreas, whose body was full of aura. Hence, he wanted Andreas to use the book as a guide to find the right training method for himself. Andreas inwardly marveled that a swordmaster had actually taken him in as his disciple. He couldn't believe it. The old man then rose and mentioned that now that he had finished teaching him, maybe it was time for him to leave this mountain. He explained that staying too long could dull his skills. Curious, Andreas asked where the old man would be going. The old man replied that he would be heading to the Southern Kingdom Alliance. Andreas noted that it was the opposite direction from where he was headed. Let me see you off as far as I can, master, he said respectfully. At night, and alone, a man is seen walking, inwardly expressing his hunger and wondering how far he has been walking. He appears tired, internally acknowledging that his grandpa and everyone in the village are gone, leaving him as the only one left. As he ponders what to do, exhaustion overwhelms him, causing him to fall to the ground. The sky turns thunderous, and rain begins to fall. Lying on the ground under the rain, a hand touches his face. That hand belongs to Andreas, who recognizes this individual as the guy called Benjamin Anakius. With widened eyes, he never expected to meet a playable character in a place like this. He describes Benjamin as a sword specialist, bearing the trait Lord of Sword, which means that the great sword, Rubens, sealed in Benjamin's village for generations, has appeared here, indicating the village was raided. Andreas recalls that in the game, Benjamin somehow managed to escape the demon sword. Unable to turn a blind eye after crossing paths with him, Andreas thinks to himself that he needs to make the playable character indebted to him. Moments later, as the rain settles, Andreas sits near a campfire, grilling some food. Benjamin is nearby, still sleeping. Suddenly awakening in confusion, Benjamin asks Andreas who he is. Andreas doesn't answer directly, instead offering him food and telling him to eat. Suspicious, Benjamin kept his distance and questioned Andreas about his intentions. Andreas calmly reassured him, stating that if he intended harm, Benjamin wouldn't be alive at that moment. He urged Benjamin to calm down, emphasizing the importance of eating to regain strength. Andreas pointed out that while the sword seemed significant, Benjamin needed strength to carry it. As Benjamin contemplated, memories of his grandfather showing him the sword and their joyful moments flooded back. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to cry, realizing he'd never see his grandpa again as he was now deceased. Observing Benjamin's emotional state, Andreas inwardly noted that Benjamin reminded him of Shohei, describing him as the sensitive type, akin to the character in the game. Handing Benjamin the food once more, Andreas humorously remarked, "How long are you going to make me hold this? My arm is getting tired." Accepting the food, Benjamin took a big bite. Andreas remarked on his hearty appetite, advising him to drink a potion to aid his strength. While eating, Benjamin cried and expressed profound gratitude to Andreas. Witnessing Benjamin's emotions, Andreas offered a genuine smile, which faded abruptly as he addressed the lurking figures in the shadows, admonishing them for their rudeness in watching someone eat. The cloaked individuals commented on Andreas's perceptiveness, while Benjamin, fueled by anger, insulted the hooded figures. Andreas remained silent, observing. As he gazed at the masked group, Benjamin's rage erupted, his eyes turning black and red as he accused them of his grandfather's murder. This reaction surprised Andreas, but he realized that these people were likely responsible for attacking Benjamin's village. Andreas explained that the acolytes were orphans raised by Jester to form his personal assassination squad. They reminded Andreas of his past life, well-trained soldiers capable of basic magic and enhanced with aura manipulation skills. The special masks they wore symbolized their abilities. They were formidable opponents, not open to negotiation. Armed with this knowledge, Andreas declared his intent to deal with them, but Benjamin intervened, instructing Andreas to stand back. With determination, Benjamin asserted that these people were after him. The masked figures charged forward, condescendingly instructing Benjamin to comply and hand over the sword. Ignoring their words, Benjamin retaliated. His strike caused a massive explosion of dust in the surroundings. As the dust settled, their opponents revealed a magic shield that blocked Benjamin's blow. Refusing to give them a moment's respite, Benjamin swiftly dashed towards them, slicing one in half. Another assailant attempted an attack, but Benjamin blocked it and countered by slashing the man from top to bottom. As two more masked individuals leaped at Benjamin from behind, Andreas watched in silence, inwardly acknowledging Benjamin's prowess, yet unwilling to let him suffer serious injuries as in the original story. Realizing things were about to turn ugly, Andreas stepped in to assist Benjamin. Suddenly, numerous masked men were sliced into pieces, leaving Benjamin bewildered. Turning around, Benjamin discovered that it was Andreas who had swiftly dispatched their attackers. The masked men, surprised by Andreas's sudden assault, decided to target him. However, Andreas operated on a different level, effortlessly defeating them. Witnessing Andreas eliminate the raiders who had attacked his village, Benjamin's eyes, previously black and red with anger, returned to normal. In the next scene, Andreas ruthlessly crushed a masked man's head. Confounded, Benjamin wondered, "Who is this guy?" Andreas, having finished off all the assailants, caught Benjamin's attention. Benjamin contemplated whether he could have protected the village if he possessed Andreas's strength. Andreas, turning to him, inquired about Benjamin's well-being. Nervously caught off guard, Benjamin stammered, "Huh? Yes." His attitude toward Andreas appeared to have shifted. "Andreas' majestic swordsmanship and face is making my guy feel some type of way, even making him say 'wife me.'" Andreas, noting this, realized he hadn't properly introduced himself. He revealed his identity as Count Andreas Cromwell, prompting a nervous introduction from Benjamin. Andreas, noticing the urgency, asked Benjamin if he had a place to go. Benjamin, scratching the back of his head, replied, "That's a bit complicated." Inwardly, Andreas speculated that soon, Luis and other major characters would be enrolling in the academy, prompting him to consider checking up on them and possibly looking after Benjamin as well. Proposing an idea to Benjamin, Andreas suggested teaching him proper swordsmanship if he had nowhere else to go. Taken aback, Benjamin responded with a confused, "Huh? This is ironic. Bro was a disciple not long ago, and now he's trying to be a master. Comment, let him cook if you enjoy this incredible manhwa. Andreas continues, saying that it would be a crime to let talent as good as Benjamin's go to waste. He tells him to get himself admitted to the academy. He even said that he will write him a letter of recommendation. Benjamin was hesitant. He tells Andreas that he doesn't have the money to go to the academy. Andreas answered by telling him that when he says he will recommend him, that also means he will sponsor him. All Benjamin has to do is decide whether to take it or not. Benjamin's eyes widened after hearing that. Andreas confidently told him that he has enough resources to do that. Benjamin started crying and sobbing, respectfully saying that he will someday definitely return his kindness. Nah, no need to go that far, Andreas responded. Back at his house, Andreas looked at a message he got from Benjamin, thanking him for the letter of recommendation and his support. He also says that Andreas has great swordsmanship, and he aspires to be as strong as him. Andreas inwardly says that it looks like Benjamin got admitted to the Monas Academy. He also explains that Benjamin is a sword specialist, so he'll have no problem graduating. Andreas sends a response message to Benjamin, telling him to work hard, and that he will provide him with as much money as he wants. After that, Andreas says that he should get ready to go to Muriel's auction.
He texted Carlos and told him that he'd like to participate in the Muriel auction. Carlos asks him if there is something he wants there. He tells Andreas to leave the entry tickets to him because his father will find a way to get him one. Andreas thanked him and asked to meet up at the auction tomorrow. Nice to have a great noble acquaintance, Andreas inwardly says. As he gets up, he says that it's time to do deadly sins in the most lawless entertainment district. In a somber castle, someone asked what became of the demon sword Rubens. Another person answered that the boy fled with the sword and they've sent a unit after him, but they still haven't returned. This discussion emerged between Jester and a masked individual. Jester inquired if the masked man was implying that he allowed the boy to escape. The masked figure remained silent. Inwardly, Jester acknowledged the sword as a demon blade, enhancing its wielder's magical and physical capabilities. He planned to study it, aiming to craft mass-producible demon swords. It was the material he sought to bolster the army. He believed he had finally found it, but the idea of it slipping away was unacceptable. He instructed the masked figure to dispatch Hosan to Muriel and join Aleb at the auction. Jester was resolute on acquiring the Crown of the Deep at any cost, confident that Hosan's presence would secure it, even in unforeseen circumstances. The scene transitioned to the port town, Muriel, renowned for its large ships and vibrant entertainment district, particularly the Night of Flowing Gold. Andreas and Carlos, masked and seated luxuriously, sipped their drinks. Andreas silently aimed for the deadly sins, but saw an opportunity to acquire as many named items as possible. Amidst the auction items, the White Nightmare sword, renowned for mana conductivity, was presented. Determined, Andreas decided to secure it and send it to Benjamin upon winning the bid. Carlos, leaning in, commented on Andreas's interest in swordsmanship, to which Andreas nervously denied, stating he intended to gift it to an acquaintance. Carlos suggested raising the bid to 50 million, but Andreas chuckled inwardly, preferring a gradual increase. The auctioneer announced, 23 million, going once, going twice, sold for 23 million wills. Not bad, Carlos remarked, because Andreas won the bid with just 23 million. Andreas mused inwardly, feeling he should have stuck with his initial 20 million bid, finding it more than sufficient. Next up for bidding was a map that had stumped countless scholars with its indecipherable code. Andreas hadn't anticipated encountering this map. It supposedly led to the dragon tomb of the revered Red Dragon, Krav Maga. Initially dismissing it as a mere Easter egg, Andreas was taken aback by its actual existence. As the bid soared, with bidders vying to unravel its secrets, Andreas inwardly calculated that corpses were valuable assets to him, compelling him to secure the map at any cost. The auction commenced at 2 million wills, prompting Andreas to open with 5 million. No one countered. Thoughts of harnessing the power of a dragon raced through Andreas's mind. Possessing such a creature would rival the strength of an entire country. The auctioneer announced, sold for 5 million wills. Andreas was elated, striking a victorious pose. An elderly man, noticing Andreas and Carlos's wealth, pondered their identity, but dismissed it.
choosing to let them revel in their riches. He slyly noted that their excessive spending prior to the crown auction worked in his favor, reducing competition. The auctioneer continued presenting items, and Andreas impulsively bought everything, including a rechargeable portal scroll facilitating movement twice a day, and an ancient alchemical tool. Carlos couldn't help but wonder if Andreas considered his purchases carefully. The highly anticipated final item emerged. The auctioneer dramatically unveiled a relic salvaged from the deep sea, Lords of the Seas. A system notification alerted Andreas about the purest original sin, detecting the power of benevolent greed. Eyes widened, Andreas exclaimed, "There it is!" Andreas was shocked when he heard that the starting price was 1 billion wills, and the bidding units were 10 million wills. Inwardly, he thought, "That's a steep price. If only I had the earnings from next month's potion sale." Carlos glanced at Andreas and then asked him if he really wanted that too. Andreas answered affirmatively, but added that he would try a few bids, and if it seemed hopeless, he would give up. Suddenly, much to Andreas's shock, Carlos offered to buy it for him. "Why?" Andreas asked incredulously. Carlos replied, "My father told me you were injured in the sewers because you were trying to save us." "Ah, that was... things just happened," Andreas nervously answered, wondering how much the tower owner had revealed to Carlos. Carlos began bidding, proclaiming that he would show the wealth of the Alvin house. The old man seemed taken aback as he looked at his tablet to bid, questioning how these kids still had money. Internally, he vowed to silence these young competitors with Jester's wealth. The bidding started at 1.5 billion, then soared to 2 billion, 3 billion, 7 billion, 8.7 billion, and then 10 billion. Carlos was on fire, declaring that things were getting interesting. Andreas smiled, noticing Carlos's competitive spirit. The auctioneer stressed the importance of winning in this situation, promising to pay them back. Then he announced an astounding bid of 50 billion wills. He asked if anyone else was bidding, but after Carlos's 70 billion bid, it climbed to 90 billion and finally reached an astonishing 100 billion wills. The old man appeared enraged, nervously laughing, debating whether he should continue. Recalling Jester's instruction to ensure victory, he put his hand on his head, biting his lips and sweating profusely, inwardly realizing that regardless of Jester's wealth, this bidding was just too much. He lamented not having clarified how much he was allowed to spend. Suddenly, the auctioneer thanked everyone and announced that Lord of the Seas was sold for 100 billion wills. The old man was flabbergasted upon hearing this. A man approached him from behind, chuckling and telling Alab that he messed up. The man, Hosann, mentioned that Jester sent him because Alab, being too stupid, would have messed it up. Hosann added that even if Alab had won with over 100 billion, he would have been killed for it. He instructed Alab to return and wait. Glancing at Carlos and Andreas, Hosann declared that he didn't know who they were, but hinted they should savor their victory before meeting their demise. He was plotting to kill them after the auction. Carlos, giving a thumbs up, remarked that he'd probably face a scolding upon returning. He mentioned his hunger and suggested they go out for something to eat. Andreas observed Carlos, internally noting that the wealth of the Alvin house was truly overwhelming, and that Carlos had showcased it exceptionally well.
In a grandiose setting, echoes of laughter resonated. Andreas, adorned with the crown, wore a bashful expression as Carlos teased, "That looks very good on you, Your Highness Andreas." Internally, Andreas mused that treating the codex like a plaything was absurd, but it seemed to be Carlos's privilege, having bought it for him. Following the laughter, Carlos suggested a celebration, and they seated themselves at an opulent table adorned with delectable cuisine. Raising glasses brimming with wine, they clinked in unison. Inwardly, Andreas acknowledged that thanks to Carlos he had secured greed safely, and the congregation had yet to make a move, allowing them to depart unscathed. Abruptly, a commotion outside disrupted their revelry. A guard's voice demanded identification, asserting that unauthorized individuals were not welcome. However, the guard's cries were silenced by ominous screams. The door burst open, courtesy of Hosann. Entering the room, he quipped, "Oops, did I interrupt your dinner time?" Carlos, rising from his seat, demanded to know their identity, while Andreas, still seated, remained silent. Internally, Andreas thought, "Speak of the devil." Hosann and his entourage entered, and with a smirk he instructed them to surrender the crown. promising a painless death in return. Inwardly, Andreas sighs, realizing the predicament. To make matters trickier, it's Jester's dog, Hosan the Devil Sword. Despite not mastering secret arts yet, he's as formidable as an aura master. Hosan, arrogant about his own talent, frequently clashes with his mentor, Deshrun. Eventually, he parts ways and dives into the criminal underworld. Recruited by Jester, who recognizes his talent, Andreas believed he could safely retrieve greed and get away with it easily. Observing Carlos, Andreas suggests they make a quick exit due to the escalating situation. Hosan, catching wind of Andreas's words, commands his underlings not to let them escape. The masked figures follow orders and charge towards Andreas and Carlos. Reacting swiftly, they break through a window, escaping the room. Hosan remarks, good, he doesn't want things to be too easy. Otherwise it would bore him. He declares it's time to hunt. In the forest, heavy panting echoes from Andreas and Carlos. Carlos optimistically mentions that crossing the river will keep them out of reach. Boarding a small boat, he notes Muriel as a lawless area beyond the Empire's power. But once they get out of here, those guys are nothing. Andreas urges Carlos to go ahead first and summon help. Confused, Carlos asks for clarification. Andreas explains that outrunning their pursuers won't be easy, and it's too risky for them to stick together. Escaping alone offers him a better chance. Carlos sighed, remarking, good grief, always a blockhead. He assured Andreas he understood, pledging to hustle and bring help ASAP. Observing Carlos's silhouette recede to the opposite side of the river, Andreas internally acknowledged that with Carlos safely away, it was time for him to unleash his full capabilities. Just as he voiced this thought, the pursuers caught up to him. Their confusion about Carlos's whereabouts led them to suspect that Andreas held the coveted crown. Without hesitation, Andreas dropped the bag containing the crown, daring them to come and take it if they could. With a confident expression, he prepared for the impending confrontation. The masked adversaries, enraged, vowed to shred him to pieces. Andreas deftly slashed through the initial rush of assailants, but more leapt from behind, shouting threats. In a surprising turn, Andreas's eyes glowed white and he quietly uttered, Rudrudol. Hosan, taken aback, speculated on a summoning spell, possibly involving undead entities. A colossal hand emerged from Andreas's portal, striking down some masked foes. Confused survivors wondered about the mysterious giant arm. While the masked figures were distracted, Andreas stealthily pierced one from behind, reminding him not to lose focus. He didn't stop there, slashing through several other masked assailants. Observing the scene, Hosan sported a wide grin, privately acknowledging that Andreas wasn't just adept in dark magic, but also quite skilled with a blade. Hosan chuckled, deeming Andreas quite the intriguing lad. Moreover, Andreas's swordplay struck a chord of familiarity with him. Amidst the scuffle, Andreas's attention shifted abruptly, surrounded by a sudden flurry. The cause? Hosan's attack. Andreas, blocking the strike, grinned as Hosan questioned the boy's true identity. Andreas quipped, "Who knows? Take a guess." Hosan then kicked Andreas, teasing him as a cheeky brat. Despite being sent backward, Andreas swiftly regained his footing. Hosan remarked on the familiarity of Andreas's sword, suggesting a named sword was wasted on him. Internally, Andreas pondered that Hosan seemed stronger than Payat. Though using sloth might secure a win, the aftermath posed a challenge. Hosan, with determination, declared adding Andreas's sword to his collection. Perplexed, Andreas questioned, "Collections?" before labeling him a pretentious thief. Hosan, clearly displeased with Andreas's retort, shot him an irritated look and hurled an insult before charging towards him. Summoning Nickel and Timur, Andreas declares, "As I mentioned, they can attempt to eliminate him if they dare." Andreas quietly contemplates that if Hosan is relying on the item's power, he plans to utilize sheer numbers to overpower him. Andreas opts to achieve this by turning the masked men he defeats into undead zombies. Hosan is momentarily surprised, then chuckles, remarking that Andreas is truly intriguing, to think he met a necromancer wielding a sword. Following this, Hosan unsheathes his demon-culling sword, Gainis. Andreas is shocked and starts sweating as the sword is known to be anti-undead. Hosan mentions that if he takes Andreas's corpse as well, Jester would likely be pleased. Inwardly, Andreas wonders just how many swords are concealed in Hosan's subspace sheath. Without further delay, Andreas decides it's time to initiate a war of attrition and commands his zombies to attack Hosan. The undead creatures rush and leap towards Hosan, whose grin widens as he questions Andreas's belief in winning with these trash. With a single slash, Hosan dispatches the zombies, stunning Andreas as his eyes widen. Timur manages to evade the slash while Nickel and Andreas block it. Undeterred, Timur rushes towards Hosan, who casually remarks that undead are easy enemies for him due to their lack of intelligence. However, as he focuses on Timur, Nickel attempts a surprise attack. Fortunately for Hosan, he dodges both the powerful slash and punch from Nickel and Timur. In mid-air from the dodge, Hosan comments on the surprising agility of the corpses. Suddenly, a green orb aura appears in Andreas's hand, summoning the giant undead behind Hosan, poised to deliver a powerful blow. Hosan swiftly turned around, spotting the colossal figure brandishing a massive blade poised to strike. A smirk crossed Hosan's face as he gripped his sword, bathing it in a beautiful pinkish light. Andreas widened his eyes, recognizing the magical blade as Farang. According to him, this sword temporarily buffs its wielder by absorbing the opponent's strength. Hosan confirmed this by effortlessly blocking the giant's attack, absorbing its power with a wicked grin and a bout of laughter. On the flip side, Andreas, realizing the impending strength drain on Rudol, inwardly cursed. He despawned Rudol, acknowledging that Hosan was a bad match for him. As Rudol vanished into the undead realm, Hosan absorbed the strength from its previous assault, a potent aura surrounding him. Maintaining his devious grin, Hosan remarked, "Just now that was a corpse of the giant tribe, huh?" He chuckled, expressing gratitude to Andreas for giving him the giant's strength. Andreas's zombies lunged at Hosan, but a swift swing of his sword effortlessly dispatched the undead horde. Hosan, unyielding, stepped on a zombie's head, thanking Andreas for deploying these masked lackeys. He revealed they were his client's underlings, yet their constant whining made him want to kill them. Andreas, nervously and angrily, feared the repercussions if Timur and Nickel faced Hosan. Hosan, dismissing the nuisance, proposed moving on to the enjoyable part. Suddenly, in a flash, Nickel attacked, but Hosan's agility allowed him to evade and leap behind Nickel, declaring his intent to deal with the most interesting and annoying individual. Grabbing a red-hued sword, he mentioned it had been a while since he used the sword-breaker. Andreas grew anxious, cursing internally as Hosan swiftly changed swords. He warned Nickel not to take a direct hit from that sword, prompting Lemur to defend against relentless attacks from Hosan, while Andreas joined the fray. In a massive clash, Hosan managed to block Andreas's and Nickel's attacks simultaneously. However, Timur emerged suddenly, raising both hands with the intent to crush Hosan with all his strength. Suddenly, Hosan spun around and laid eyes on Timur. A colossal explosion of dust and rocks enveloped the area where Timur had just collided. While they initially thought they had him, it became apparent that Hosan skillfully evaded the danger, dodging the attack. Hosan couldn't help but burst into giggles, expressing what a shame it was because Andreas was on the brink of victory. Internally, Andreas acknowledged the close call. If Timur hadn't intervened, either him or Nickel would have been split in two. Glancing at Nickel, Andreas grew concerned, noticing the cut on Nickel's sword and left hand. Hosan seized the moment, declaring it was time to wrap things up, relishing the thrill of battling against the aura using undead. Deep in thought, Andreas wondered if he had no choice but to deploy Sloth at this juncture. Abruptly, he asked Nickel to retreat temporarily into the undead world. However, Nickel stood firm, defying the command. Hosan laughed, remarking that Nickel displayed more backbone than his master, emphasizing the rarity of not turning one's back on the enemy. Out of nowhere, a system notification named Sloth Phantom appeared, prompting Andreas to decide whether to employ Sloth. The notification was directed at Nickel, presenting Andreas with the option to use it on him. Internally, Andreas realized he had forgotten that Nickel could also use Sloth. Considering the excruciating pain he experienced when using it last time, he contemplated that it might be more suitable for Nickel, who can't feel pain. Confident in his stance, Hosan asserted that Andreas seemed to be out of tricks. However, his expression shifted from confidence to nervousness as he sensed an overwhelming pressure. Under pressure from Nickel, who's currently gearing up for a formidable attack, Hosan shouted, questioning their intentions. Abruptly, Andreas lunged at Hosan, poised to strike while warning him not to meddle with Nickel. With agility, Hosan parried Andreas's assault and countered, acknowledging Andreas's impressive swordplay for a mage, but pointing out his sloppiness. Despite Andreas's struggle to defend, Hosan was about to finish him off. Luckily, Timur intervened just in time, delivering a punch that forced Hosan to evade and create some distance. Annoyed by Timur, Hosan decided to deal with him first, but his focus shifted to Nickel, still charging a potent attack. Hosan observed, inwardly questioning how an undead could possess such overwhelming aura. After Nickel unleashed a vertical slash, Hosan, puzzled by the seemingly single-stroke outcome, belatedly realized it was an aura secret arts. The forceful attack left Andreas shielding himself from debris, and when he looked up, he was shocked to see Nickel transformed, not into his human form, but with restored white hair and beard. Following that, Nickel reverted to his normal, undead form, and Andreas expressed gratitude before sending him back through the undead portal. Surprisingly, Hosan remained on his feet, though barely holding on. Andreas was astonished that he survived Nickel's secret arts. Examining his broken swords, Hosan noticed the damage. Suddenly, Timur leapt towards him, launching a devastating punch, but Hosan managed to dodge just in time. As Timur prepared for another punch, Hosan reached for his remaining sword, cursing Timur. Swiftly, Andreas joined in, blocking Hosan's slash, and then Timur delivered a face-distorting punch to Hosan's stomach, sending him flying. Ready for the confrontation, Andreas declared that he would end it with his eagleless sword. Observing Andreas's preparation, Hosan giggled, taunting him as a shitty brat. Despite blood coming from his mouth, Hosan stood firm, prepared to endure the attack due to his injuries, as he was unable to dodge at this moment. Determined to conclude the battle before Hosan could recover, Andreas dashed towards him, and a bright light enveloped them. Andreas's attack was so powerful that Hosan got sent into a flashback, where someone tells him that he is half wrong and half right. In the flashback, Hosan was young, and he was eating potatoes. Hosan was confused about what the person meant by being half wrong and half right. The person who told him that was the swordsmaster, who answers by telling him that a sword is nothing more than a tool, and a tool should be the last thing he thinks about in swordsmanship. Hosan was confused, so he asked the old man why the sword isn't essential in swordsmanship. He continues by saying, "Isn't it obvious if two equal warriors fight, the one with the better tools will win?" The old man tells him that is true in a battle between ordinary men, and that's why he said he was half right and half wrong. The old man continues by saying that a fight between those who have reached the state of Aura Master is won by the one who has greater insight into swordsmanship. So if he lacks insight, even if his opponent is using a tree branch, they may still be able to threaten his life. He tells Hosan that he has the talent to become an Aura Master, but if he is too dependent on his tools, he will destroy his own talent. Returning to the present, Hosan reflects inwardly, acknowledging that an undead proficient in the Aura secret technique, wielding a fractured sword, managed to overcome him. He chuckles, admitting he should have heeded the old man's advice. Collapsing to his knees after Andreas's slashing attack, blood spilling, he musters the strength to inquire if Andreas is the old man's apprentice. Andreas, with a solemn expression, simply responds, "Yeah." Hosan giggles, remarking, "No wonder he can detect the scent of potatoes on his sword." Meanwhile, on the opposite riverbank, Carlos successfully rallies assistance, readying a small boat. Urging everyone to hasten and embark before it's too late, he's taken aback as Andreas emerges from the water. Andreas, expressing relief at not succumbing to the attack, hastily implores Carlos to pull him aboard. Once on the boat, Carlos queries how Andreas managed to swim such a distance. Andreas explains that facing a group of attackers, he left a trail on land and swam here like a madman. Upon hearing this, Carlos, eager to return and confront their assailants, is advised by Andreas to stay composed. Indicating their bags, Andreas reassures Carlos that their belongings are secure. He adds that, given Muriel's lawless nature, such incidents were predictable. With a knowing look, Carlos asserts that he now understands, prompting a confused Andreas to inquire further. Carlos explains that he has figured out why everyone refers to him as a seaweed. A few moments later, atop a majestic mountain, a glow emanates from a cave, revealing Andreas carefully stitching a hand. Placing Nickel's severed hand back in position, he encourages him to give it a try, assuring him it's Hosen's arm, so things should be all right. After fixing Nickel up, Andreas scrutinizes his status window. His eyes widen in shock upon discovering that the Sloth Phantom, aka Nickel, has a 32% chance to evolve with a single divergence option. The system prompts him, asking if he wants to initiate the evolution. Similarly, the Revenant Fighter, identified as Timur, boasts an impressive 88% chance to evolve with a divergence option, prompting the same question. Internally, Andreas reflects on how their evolutionary odds significantly increased after the encounter with Hosan. Deciding it's an opportune moment, he opts to evolve Timur, given the substantial 88% probability. After accepting the evolution, an aura envelops Timur, and a system notification pops up, indicating a 342-hour evolution process. Andreas contemplates delving into elemental magic upon returning home. There's also something he wants to research. Meanwhile, back at Jester's mansion, Jester questions Karen's purpose. Trembling, Karen confesses he heard about his removal from the congregation. Jester confirms it, stating he suggested it due to the Congress not tolerating the unworthy. Even as Karen was about to express his thoughts, Jester interjected, asserting that Karen had yet to effectively guide a single disciple. Without hesitation, Jester pointed out that Karen had not contributed any valuable research results or artifacts, emphasizing his inferiority to even his own disciple. Jester questioned Karen's commitment to the congregation, highlighting the significance of securing a codex, a feat achieved by Karen's disciple Andreas Cromwell. Karen, eager for redemption, expressed his willingness to do anything to prove himself. In response, Jester revealed the discovery of the ancient magical beast Kushain near Rodlan. Karen, stunned, remarked on the creature's mythical nature, recalling it as a beast capable of dominating intelligent beings and sapping their strength through malevolent spirits. Holding a conspicuous red crystal, Jester offered the location of Kushain, instructions on unsealing it, and the power to control the formidable creature. As a condition, Jester requested Karen to bring his audacious disciple before him once the magical beast was tamed. Internally, Karen pondered that Jester seemed displeased with Andreas's independent actions, which suited Karen just fine. Not only could he rid himself of Andreas, the source of his troubles, but he also had the chance to acquire a magical beast if luck was on his side. Jester then urges him to treat this chat as a secret. Karen senses that Jester is likely driven by the deal with Salem. With a composed demeanor, he assures Jester to leave everything to him, emphasizing it's his duty as a teacher to guide a misguided disciple. The following day at Rodlan Academy, Andreas reflects on a lesson learned. He should have conducted his research in a more convenient location. Despite a promising start, he acknowledges it will take time to complete. Looking fatigued, he decides to return to the dorm for some rest. Abruptly, Lucia and Vivian approach him. Lucia questions why he ignored her calls, humorously asking if his tablet is just for show. Andreas apologizes, explaining he was out with an acquaintance and didn't check his tablet. Internally, He observes Lucia and Vivian getting along. Lucia then shows him a message on her tablet, a warning post. She excitedly mentions bidding farewell to the outdated student dorm, while Vivian secretly expresses a desire to share a dorm with Mr. Fairy. Examining the notice on his tablet, the message conveys that an unidentified spirit has been spotted in Tonelico Dormitory. To ensure student safety, Tonetico Dormitory will be temporarily closed. Residents should consult the attached list for their temporary relocation. Internally, Andreas contemplates an incident involving spirits attacking students in Tunarico Dormitory hints at the ancient magical beast's sealing event. He wonders why it's occurring earlier than expected, given that in the game it's supposed to happen 6 months later. Lucia notices Andreas's somber expression and asks why. She urges him to stop stalling and reveal his assigned dorm. Andreas replies that he's placed in Delgion dorm. Blushing, Lucia playfully calls him a lucky boy to be able to live in the same place as a beauty like her. Unfazed, Andreas questions her, brushes it off, and mentions heading back to pack his stuff and check the dorm situation. Lucia tells him to go ahead, while Vivian asks if she can accompany him, to which Andreas agrees. Vivian smiles and blushes, eliciting a jealous expression from Lucia. In the dormitory building, Andreas and Vivian stroll through the hallways. Andreas inquires if she saw it, and she responds that she caught a glimpse but lacks details since it's in the magic department. All she knows is that a professor named Karen Dufresne is conducting an investigation into it. Inwardly, Andreas reflects that his interventions have altered the course of events, but their conversation halts abruptly upon spotting a student in their midst. The student's eyes widen and saliva drips from her mouth, giving the impression of possession. Identifying her as Diene, Andreas urgently approaches, calling her name. However, Diene adamantly warns him not to touch or speak to her. Observing her condition, Andreas notes that it has also affected her. He elaborates that in Rodlan there are 2 mid-level bosses, including Karen. Recalling the in-game scenario, where only one boss obtained Kushain, and since the other boss hasn't made their move yet, he deduces Karen as the likely culprit. Concerned for Diene's well-being, Andreas advises her to leave promptly, addressing the entity that has possessed her. Diene, seemingly unaware, questions Andreas about his cryptic remarks. Internally debating whether to reveal the master's true name, Andreas decides to take the chance. Uttering Kushain, Diene's expression contorts in shock or terror, providing Andreas the opportunity to strike the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. Vivian catches Diene as she falls, and Andreas hopes his actions have succeeded. Moments later, Diene regains consciousness, prompting Andreas to inquire if she has returned to her senses. With a hand on her forehead and eyes closed, Diene asks about her whereabouts. Suddenly, Andreas questions if she recognizes him. Opening her eyes, she utters, "Huh? You're Andreas, right?" She questions why he's posing such a silly question. Andreas responds, revealing that it was a perilous situation. She had been possessed by a spirit. Vivian chimes in, affirming that Andreas was the one who rescued her. Diene admits to having a faint recollection of encountering him during her possession. Andreas suggests leaving the building for now. Outside, Diene apologizes for causing trouble, but Andreas dismisses it, inquiring if she volunteered as an assistant investigator. Diene answered affirmatively, saying that it's because she was curious. It's not every day you get to research spirits after all. So that's when Professor Karen asked her to join him. Inwardly, Andreas says that explains it all. He speculates that Karen's offers are just bait. He lured Diene to be possessed by a spirit. Since Diene was probably so focused on her sorcery thag, she let her guard down, letting Karen summon a spirit to possess her. That coward. He's getting bolder, Andreas inwardly dazed. He then asks Diene if she knows where Professor Karen went to. Diene answered by saying that, if she isn't wrong, Karen said that he's going to look for the main body. Inwardly, Andreas speculates that Karen must be in the sealing place, so we have got to hurry and reach Karen before it's too late. Meanwhile, a huge statue is seen surrounded by 4 dead corpses. probably sacrifices placed in each corners of the statue, while Karen stood near, grinning that he did it. As he says that, a huge alien-looking monster spirit gets out of the statue, and then with a menacing expression Karen inwardly says that all that's left is to get rid of Andreas. Meanwhile, Andreas, accompanied by Diene, dashed through the woods. Andreas thanked her for joining him, to which she replied not to worry and expressed her willingness to help. Internally, Andreas acknowledged bringing her along because he lacked valid excuses to leave her behind. However, he wondered if this decision was wise, fearing that not only would he be unable to use his summon, but a misstep might reveal his connection to Karen. Contemplating his judgment after a sleepless night, he pondered the idea of crafting an excuse to send her back. Suddenly they halted, confronted by other students, seemingly possessed by spirits. Vivian inquired if this was Professor Karen's doing, and Andreas confirmed it, explaining that these individuals were Karen's former students. When asked why a professor would do such a thing, Andreas remained silent. Urgently, he asked Vivian if she could subdue them without causing harm, as time was of the essence for him to confront the professor. With determination, she agreed, promising to follow him shortly. Internally, Andreas wished she wouldn't follow so he could unleash his full strength against Karen. Departing, he entrusted the task to her. Suddenly, someone prepared a magical attack on Andreas, but Vivian swiftly intercepted and blocked it. As Andreas left, he glanced back, expressing relief at separating from her, yet lingering anxiety that she might kill rather than restrain the possessed students. With no other choice, he conceded that he had to trust her not to cause harm, at least for the moment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a breathtaking palette of vibrant oranges, the lush green trees mirrored this ethereal hue. Simultaneously, the mountains basked in the soft glow of the sun's farewell, creating a scene where nature itself seemed to be illuminated by the graceful touch of dusk. Sorry, I got carried away there. Abruptly, a resounding roar echoed, emanating from the colossal monster that Karen had just unleashed. Amidst his laughter, he declared satisfaction, asserting absolute control over the monstrous entity. However, a sudden intuition prompted him to pivot swiftly, erecting a bone wall to shield against an impending attack. Struggling momentarily, Karen successfully thwarted the assault. On closer inspection, he recognized the assailant as Andreas, prompting him to inquire about the unexpected presence. Internally, Andreas had assumed he'd act swiftly, but the abnormally rapid unsealing time and the peculiar magic enveloping Karen proved him wrong. Noticing the Peldarine crystal in Karen's possession, Andreas recalled Jester having it in the game, leading him to conclude Jester's involvement. Karen, indignant, questioned the audacity of the attack, but dismissed it, as he intended to seek and eliminate Andreas regardless. Expressing his surprise, Andreas admitted he hadn't anticipated a small timer like Karen successfully manipulating DNA with a spirit possession. Karen's expression shifted upon hearing these words from his disciple, but abruptly he burst into giggles, leaving Andreas bewildered. Sporting a sinister grin, Karen accused Andreas of insolence in his address to his master. Confidently, he asserted the correctness of his decision to take Andreas under his wing. Revealing a hidden knowledge, Karen disclosed that he had covertly overheard a conversation between Andreas's father and his own master, Morn, in the past. In their chat, Andreas's dad mentioned, if he were to cultivate it, it could reshape the very essence of dark magic or even the entire world. Morn replied, indeed, quite a formidable prospect. Karen speculated that Andreas's change in demeanor might stem from possessing the coveted item his dad and Morn spoke of, or knowing how to wield it. Internally, Andreas never imagined that someone like Karen was privy to such information. Karen pressed on, expressing his desire for Andreas to unveil the legacy left by Cromwell, to which Andreas playfully retorted, "How dull." He mused about expecting something grand, only to find out Karen was scheming to rob a kid. With a grin, Andreas opened portals, summoning Nickel and Timur, prepared for battle. Karen was astonished to realize that the fearsome undead tiger was Lord Timur, the body Andreas acquired from the congregation. He is shocked that Andreas can control a high-rank undead already. Back to his grin, he inwardly says that as long as he has the Peldarine crystal with him, he cannot lose. He then tells Andreas to remember who his master is. Andreas answers that he didn't learn anything from him, but as the saying goes, the student outshines the master. Suddenly Karen lifts his hand, and a pink-red aura in an orb shape levitates on his hand. He then laughs out loud, saying that Andreas is really an insolent brat. And then all of his undead soldiers get summoned. His undead monsters contain zombies, skeletons, death knights, and flesh zombies. Inwardly, Andreas says that Kushain is buffing all of Karen's summons. Preparing himself, Andreas declares he's had enough of Karen, severing ties with him then and there. Smirking, Karen challenges him to try, revealing his plan to kill Andreas and claim his father's legacy. He ominously adds that he intends to reanimate Andreas's corpse as his slave once the deed is done. Meanwhile, Vivian grapples with possessed students while holding the entire bakery behind her. Internally, she acknowledges the urgency of catching up to Andreas. Despite her efforts to restrain the students, they persistently rise, now injured due to her attempts. Contemplating the option of ending them, she recalls Andreas's directive to subdue without harm. Regaining focus, she asserts that Mr. Fairy wouldn't want her to resort to killing. As a student charges up a magic attack, Vivian skillfully blocks it. Another assailant approaches from the side, prompting her recollection of Andreas mentioning a spell before freeing DNA from possession. With a blush and a smile, she deftly appears behind the oncoming student, affirming she remembers it. With a formidable strike to the student's neck, she utters, "Kushain." Observing the aftermath, she glances at the fallen student, pondering whether the impact was too severe or if the uttered word was wrong. Still contemplating, she shifts her attention to a girl preparing a magical assault. Swiftly, she dashes towards her, delivering a forceful kick to her face, saying, "Kushween!" Progressing through the students, she alternates kicks and punches while attempting to articulate Andreas's word, Pushain, Kuchain, Kyusain, Kugin. Amidst the relentless onslaught, she realizes this approach might lead to unintended consequences, admitting to herself that continuing could result in her killing everyone. After musing, she suggests, maybe the word Andreas mentioned is Kushain. Upon uttering it, the students' expressions contort, eyes widening, and spectral forms emerge from their bodies. Realizing its effectiveness, she declares that her task now is simply to beat them up. As the spirits began to emerge from the students because Vivian uttered the word Kushain, she didn't hesitate and dashed towards them, inwardly determined to end this before they could do anything strange. However, the spirits seemed unfazed. They even appeared to be laughing at her. As she got closer to them with that giat, the spirits dispersed, shocking Vivian. Her eyes widened as they surrounded her, leaving her feeling confused. Suddenly they started speaking, asking her what she was hiding. It seemed like she had become possessed by them. The spirits continued, saying, "Either way, she will be thrown out because, after all, it's her fate to be discarded again." Vivian started crying, her face turning red as the spirits continued, stating that for her to cling to life is unsightly. Suddenly, she felt like a child as the spirits continued, saying that she had placed her trust in a stranger when even her own mother had cast her away. Suddenly the spirits brought forth a traumatizing memory involving her own mother expressing disappointment, stating she had hoped for a son and wishing she had never given birth to Vivian. These memories felt like a growing weight of disappointment as the spirit continued by declaring that her very existence was a misfortune and that everyone around her would perish because of her. Then, it told her, why don't you just quietly die off alone? In a sorrowful twist of events, the spirit's illusions and words seeped into her consciousness. She held her sword close to her neck and inquired if Mr. Fairy would be safe if she disappeared. The spirit assured her with a promise. Vivian's eyes appeared lifeless, yet the word promise stirred a memory of her pinky promise with Andreas, a pledge to always watch over him. This recollection, so potent and pure, shattered her possession, and she regained consciousness. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, skeletons crumbled under the assault of Timur and Nickel. Andreas did not remain idle. He joined the fray alongside them. The professor too was embroiled in battle, bolstering his summons with the red crystal, questioning how far Andreas could persevere with only Timur and Nickel. Abruptly, Kushain unleashed a colossal beam, enhanced by the professor's red crystal. Andreas had no recourse but to halt his current actions and summon his giant undead, Rudol. Yet before the attack could land, a massive hand emerged from a portal, punching Kushain's head and halting its assault. Bewildered, the professor pondered the intervention. Suddenly, Andreas called Timur and informed him that he would entrust this big opponent to him. Timur was born straight from the streets, so he was ready to give this mucus-looking undead a low taper fade. Andreas, however, wasn't finished. He also directed Nickel to clear out the mooks and get into hiding, while he himself would confront the adversary. With their instructions clear, Timur wasted no time and immediately engaged the formidable foe. Andreas inwardly decides that instead of wasting his mana on inefficient Rudos, he'll go straight for Karen and steal his Peldarine crystal. Leaping over Timur and Karen's summons, Andreas realizes he must finish the fight before anyone notices. Suddenly, Kushain starts roaring in anger, while Karen laughs, claiming there's no way Kushain could lose to such an attack. Just as Andreas menacingly moves to slice Karen from behind, Kushain blocks Andreas's attack, saving Karen from a miserable demise. Karen, full of confidence, laughs, asking Andreas if he truly thinks he's a match for an ancient magical beast. Inwardly, Andreas acknowledges that using the deadly sins here might make it easier, but greed has its backlash, and sloth is still on cooldown. He then remarks that Karen seems to like antiques, mentioning the ancient beast he possesses, asking him to recall the big arm from earlier. Shocked, Karen wonders if the arm was from a giant and where Andreas acquired it. With a smirk, Andreas warns Karen that next time he'll crush his head, aiming to taunt him as much as possible. However, Karen remains unfazed, grinning and challenging Andreas to try it if he can. Suddenly, Andreas's eyes widen as he notices a red magic circle forming under him, followed by a huge red explosion where he stood. As blood spattered everywhere, Karen laughed menacingly, thinking he had won. But his smile faded as he saw Andreas in the air, unfazed by the attack. Karen wondered how this was possible. As Andreas landed on the ground in front of Karen and Kushain, he noticed the attack was vampire blood magic. He wondered if he wasn't affected by it, because of the time the vampire had bitten him on the neck. Now he see why Karen was studying Angela's blood. Karen had many questions, asking in anger how he had survived that high-rank blood magic. Andreas just grinned at him and answered, "Who knows? Maybe thanks to Angela Lucifer's gift." Those words shocked Karen as he exclaimed, "Don't tell me it was you who let that vampire escape." Andreas just smirked in response, saying, "My bad. Maybe you should treat your pupil nicer." Karen's anger burst forth, his face contorting as he shouted Andreas's name in anger and with killing intent. Suddenly a huge attack came towards Andreas, but with swiftness he managed to dodge it. Karen's madness was evident as he continued shouting at Andreas, berating him for ruining his one-in-a-lifetime chance. Kushain's punches were relentless as they continued to attack Andreas, who managed to dodge them. Glancing back, Andreas noticed that it seemed the nickel had managed to hide. Seeing an opening, Andreas swung his sword towards Karen, but luckily for him, Kushain managed to block Andreas's attack. Andreas's attacks shocked Karen as he inwardly acknowledged that this brat was more skilled with a sword than he had thought. Suddenly, Andreas appeared behind him, ready to end his life. But just as he poised to strike, Kushain swung his massive fist toward Andreas. The blow was powerful enough to make Andreas bleed and send him flying back. In a swift and clean motion, a hand flew through the air. It was Karen's hand, severed from his body by Nickel. Karen didn't initially notice the loss, but when he did, his eyes widened as he processed what had just happened. Meanwhile, Andreas giggled, and Karen's scream of pain echoed through the entire forest. Karen's screams grew louder and louder as Andreas congratulated Nickel for a job well done. Suddenly, Karen noticed the crystal on the floor, and Kushain started screaming with all its might. This was a bad sign, because Kushain's control was cut, and without the crystal, it could not be controlled. Understanding this, Karen leapt towards the crystal with the goal of regaining control over Kushain. However, a crunching sound echoed, shocking Andreas. His shock stemmed from the realization that Kushain had eaten the lower part of Karen's body, leaving him lifeless on the ground. As Kushain directed its gaze towards Andreas, he swiftly instructed Nickel to grab Kushain's attention while he attempted to recover the crystal. Unfortunately, Kushain, intelligent enough to recognize the crystal as the source of control, decided to break it into pieces, freeing itself from any manipulation. With the demise of the crystal, the buff that empowered Karen's undead army dissipated. Kushain then charged up a massive beam attack from its mouth, prompting Andreas to shout at Nickel and Timur to dodge. A huge explosion ensued, though Andreas managed to evade the attack. However, he was suddenly seized by Kushain, shocking him. As Kushain lifted Andreas into the air, Nickel and Timur were determined to save their master. They dashed towards Kushain, but it effortlessly swept them away. Just when all seemed lost, the one and only Vivian arrived and slashed Kushain's hand that held Andreas. Andreas was shocked to see Vivian. As he started falling, Vivian focused all her attention on him, trying to save him from plummeting. Completely unguarded against Kushain while helping her Mr. Fairy, she forgot that a giant mystical creature loomed behind her. Andreas warned her to watch out, but it was too late. Kushain struck her, sending her flying onto a rock. Andreas looked worried, shouting her name, but luckily our boy Timur was on duty and managed to catch her before she hit the boulder. Seeing that she appeared unharmed, Andreas sighed with relief and redirected his attention to Kushain. With no time to worry, Andreas opened the undead portal, wishing he had done more research before using the deadly sin. But he had no choice. The system informed him that the original sin had detected greed and asked if he wanted to use it. Internally, Andreas contemplated that it was better than ending up dead, so he decided to use it. Vivian slowly woke up, her eyes widening as she saw her Mr. Fairy standing firm in front of the gigantic monster. Vivian looked like she was about to cry, while Andreas's face twisted into that of a demon king. The fight began, Andreas laughing as he called Kushain a filthy ancient beast. While attacking, he declared he would turn it into an undead and make it his slave. His giggles and grins could make a person think he was the Joker. He swung a powerful downward strike at Kushain, but it managed to block it and sent Andreas flying backward. Now Andreas knew that Kushain had an absolute defense that only reacted to perceived attacks. In other words, surprise attacks worked best on Kushain. He then instructed Nickel to act as bait, to which Nickel swiftly complied and started attacking Kushain. Observing the battle, Vivian noticed that Nickel was undead. She lifted her eyes and glanced at Timur, who was holding her. Seeing his cuteness, she uttered, "Mr. Cat," in confusion. As Kushain was distracted by Nickel from the front, Andreas sneaked up from behind, wearing a menacing grin, ready to deliver a surprise attack. He stabbed it right in the arse, causing it to scream in pain. Andreas then announced his intention to turn it into an undead, but suddenly received a system notification stating, "The sealed sword, Galaxur, has detected the blood of an ancient magical beast." It went on to mention that the sword was beginning to absorb Kushain's blood. Confused, Andreas looked at the sword inside Kushain, witnessing it absorbing the blood. The system continued, warning that the Gree active duration was ending and a backslash was incoming. Suddenly, blood spewed out from Andreas's mouth, alarming Vivian, who called out his name. As Andreas fell, Kushain's body started glowing, as the sword continued to absorb it. With Andreas on the floor after his fall, Timur and Vivian rushed towards him, while Kushain was being drained dry. The suction was so intense that Kushain began evaporating, while Vivian clung to Andreas, prepared to protect him. A notification appeared stating that the blood of the ancient magical beast had released Galaxur's first seal. Inwardly, Andreas remarked that he never thought the blood of such a creature would be the key to unsealing Galaxur. As Kushane's body started to completely evaporate, Viviane asked if it was over. Suddenly, Andreas apologized to her for putting her in danger. However, she simply smiled and reassured him that it was okay, as long as he was safe. Andreas also apologized for concealing his true identity from her, to which she responded that she didn't mind because regardless of who he is, he remains her Mr. Fairy. Those words brought a smile to our boy's face, prompting him to wonder if anyone had ever placed such complete trust in him before. It felt good. The next day in the Colosseum, the 111th opening ceremony of Rodlan Academy commenced. A man named Luis Artman, ranking first in his class, was called to the podium. The speaker continued praising Luis Artman for his academic excellence and good conduct. This is where the game truly begins. So far, Andreas has managed to survive despite his lack of information. Although the number of people he has to protect has increased, it also gives him strength. From this point onward, as major events unfold, he will face them all because the war for the deadly sins is just beginning.
At the school event, the announcer stated that the next segment would feature a pledge from Mr. Luis Artman, the top student in his class. Luis stepped forward and began his speech, declaring that he and the new students of the 111th class pledged to stand alongside their seniors at the prestigious Rodlan Academy. They vow to become the spear and shield that protect the Empire and its people, striving to be heroes that bring glory to the Empire. Following Luis's inspiring speech, the announcer reiterated that Luis Artman was the first-year representative. As Luis left the stage and made his way back to his seat, he glanced at the older students, contemplating whether they were his seniors. He was certain they all appeared strong. His gaze then locked on Andreas and his group of friends. Luis thought to himself that Andreas's mantle indicated he was from the magic faculty, which made him wonder why he also carried a sword. Luis then smiled and remarked that Rodlan Academy seemed to be full of interesting individuals. The day's event was Rodlan Academy's spring tournament, featuring random matches across different faculties which many found intriguing. Two students discussed the tournament, with one cautioning his friend not to get too excited just because they don't have classes. He mentioned that as first-year students, they could watch the matches without worrying, but next year it would be their turn to participate. His friend agreed, saying that being first years allowed them to enjoy the event without stress, and it would be a valuable learning experience. Luis overheard their conversation and thought that watching the matches would be beneficial, as it would expose him to various skills and techniques, especially since the magic faculty was also participating. Lost in his thoughts, Luis accidentally bumped into someone, spilling their drink. The person, angered by the spilled coffee on his shirt, called Luis a bastard. Luis apologized, admitting he wasn't paying attention, but the man was not appeased and decided to throw a punch at Luis. Luis anticipated the punch and managed to block it, but he wasn't strong enough to prevent being knocked into the table where Andreas's girlfriends were seated, causing Diena's coffee to spill on her sleeve. The assailant, filled with anger, sarcastically remarked that Luis blocking the top of the night faculty's punch was impressive. He guessed that they weren't lying about him being supposedly the top first-year student. Luis, now on his knees, tried to maintain his composure, knowing he couldn't show his emotions while the baddies were watching. He inwardly noted that while the man's punch wasn't particularly fast, it was heavy enough that he couldn't fully stop it. The man then demanded Luis pay him 100k wills to cover the cost of his expensive uniform, claiming he'd let Luis off the hook if he complied. Pinky stood up and accused the man of outright extortion, urging him to have a shred of dignity since he isn't a beggar. Viviane remained relaxed, sipping her coffee, while Diana agreed with Pinky, suggesting the man seemed eager to be disqualified just to cause trouble. Diana angrily told the man, named Todlan, that by his logic, he should also pay her 100k wills for spilling her coffee. Recognizing Diana and realizing he could get into serious trouble, Todlon dismissed the issue and told Luis he was lucky before leaving. Grateful, Luis respectfully lowered his head and thanked them for saving him. DNA told him not to worry, and Pinky acknowledged him as the first-year representative. Luis blushed, agreeing, and introduced himself as Luis Artman. DNA introduced herself as a fourth-year student, and Pinky, as Lucia Everlast, a second-year, remarked that Luis was unlucky to have encountered trouble so early in the school year. Luis admitted it was embarrassing, and DNA reassured him, noting that Todlon was the top of the night faculty. Suddenly, Viviane stood up, saying that she is going. Blushing and smiling, she announced that Andreas's match was about to start. Luis recognized her as a member of the night faculty and extended his hand for a handshake. However, Luis was left hanging, only receiving a handshake from the air. Viviane looked at him with complete disinterest, and he inwardly remarked that she was a bit peculiar. Lucia laughed, expressing her desire to see the match as well, and invited DNA to join them. DNA was surprised by Lucia's interest, as she didn't expect her to be into such events. Lucia, with a smile, told her not to be so surprised, mentioning that even she gets excited about these things occasionally. DNA then asked if Lucia was planning to participate in the tournament, to which Lucia replied no. Turning to Luis, DNA inquired if he would be watching the matches too. Luis said he was just about to go and see the tournament himself. Since everyone was going, DNA invited him to join them, and he accepted. A short while later, they arrived at the crowded event. Luis remarked that the match they just watched was amazing and praised Rodlin, noting they were on another level. DNA, however, considered it average. The commentator then announced the arrival of the competitors for the next match. Luis was excited as the match was about to begin, with the announcer introducing the top student from the night faculty, Todlon Terry, in the blue corner. He was expected to perform well in this year's competition. In the red corner was the competitor who will fight against him, and that person is Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student from the magical faculty who had garnered significant attention for his invention of a new potion. Luis blushed upon seeing Andreas, recalling their encounter at the entrance ceremony and thinking he was cool. He wondered if Andreas would really fight the night faculty in a sword match. As the commentator announced the imminent start of the match, Todlon recognized Andreas from the magical faculty and accused him of pretending to be a swordsman. Andreas casually responded that he wasn't pretending, but if Todlon thought so, he didn't care. Enraged, Todlon called him a cocky bastard, and the commentator declared the fight was about to begin. Todlon then charged at Andreas, proclaiming he would teach him the true weight of the sword with a fierce assault. Right from the start, Todlon launched a ferocious attack. Lucia looked at DNA and asked if she knew about that. Confused, DNA asked what she meant. Lucia then explained that she had heard there would be an exchange meeting with Milko Academy after the tournament. Deanna mentioned that she was aware and recalled them saying that those with exceptional academic results should attend if possible, although she knows she would be forced to go regardless. She was confident that her father would insist on her attendance, as she imagined him saying that joining would help highlight the differences between them and Milko more clearly. Lucia then commented that just thinking about it sounded exhausting. She had also heard that placing high enough in the tournament would allow someone to join as well. DNA turned to Viviane and remarked that she could also join since she defeated Senior Aaron in her match and became the favorite yesterday, giving her a good chance of qualifying. Meanwhile, during Andreas's fight, he was effortlessly dodging all of Todlon's slashes. This infuriated Todlon, who called him a coward and demanded he stop dodging and fight. After a brief pause, Todlon admitted he never thought he'd need to use his special technique against someone like Andreas. Andreas merely looked at him with boredom. He wasn't intimidated by him in any way. Todlon suddenly disappeared from where he was and reappeared near Andreas with a slash, which Andreas sidestepped. Todlon vanished again and reappeared behind Andreas with a menacing slash, but Andreas evaded it by lowering his body. What a relentless attack from Todlon Terry. Andreas Cromwell is in danger, the commentator announced. Luis watched the fight closely, inwardly noting that he recognized the way Andreas is carrying himself. He remembers seeing it before. Nearby, Viviane smiled, declaring that this was her Mr. Fairy's victory. Toddlin continued swinging at Andreas in frustration, questioning if Andreas's sword was just for show and demanding he at least display his proud magic. The commentator added that Andreas Cromwell from the magic faculty was too occupied with dodging. Suddenly, Andreas responded to Toddlin, stating that he didn't need to use his sword or magic because the fight was about to end. A loud boom echoed through the arena, leaving the audience stunned and speechless as they witnessed Andreas sending Toddlin's head crashing to the floor with sheer force. A profound silence followed, broken only by Andreas declaring that there was no need to use a sword or magic against someone as weak as Toddlin. The commentator joined in, exclaiming, "Unbelievable," as Toddlon Terry, the favorite to win, was defeated by a fourth-year student from the magic faculty. The winner, Andreas Cromwell, stood triumphantly over Toddlon's unconscious body, looking cool. The crowd cheered loudly, and Luis was taken aback that he defeated the top of Thesta Knight faculty with his bare hands. "Who is that guy?" he wondered. Lucia was shocked, but Viviane was happy, confident that Andreas would win. Diene understood what Andreas had done. She explained that he used the knight's mana to invigorate his body. Her father, who was also watching, noticed Andreas had a dual core and was surprised that he revealed it in the battle, suggesting Andreas was no longer trying to keep it hidden. He noted that it looks like a storm is brewing. A few minutes later, the commentator announced that the last match of the day was over and that the best of 16 matches would begin the next day. He instructed everyone to check their tablets for the latest list of matchups. Andreas's friends arrived to congratulate him, especially Lucia, who gave him a thumbs up and told him he was amazing. Andreas, surprised, asked why they were all there. Diene replied that it just turned out that way. Despite the excitement, Andreas's attention was on Luis, wondering why he was there. Luis bowed and introduced himself to Andreas, who introduced himself in return. Inwardly, Andreas thought it was quite moving and a bit nerve-wracking to see the first main character he played in Deadly Sins alive like this. Diene then expressed surprise at what Andreas had done in his match, noting that she didn't know he could use an aura. She approached him, pointing out that he never learned to use a sword before because he didn't know he had a special constitution, and she assumed that was why he had recently started training with a sword. Andreas nervously confirmed her observation, inwardly acknowledging that she had analyzed everything he did. Luis, driven by curiosity, asked how Andreas managed to move so skillfully with a sword despite having only recently begun training. Meanwhile, Vivian, feeling jealous, silently wondered about Lucia, who was now beside Andreas. Blushing, Luis inquired if Andreas had a special training method not taught at the academy. Internally, Andreas noted that Luis seemed quite eager for someone he had just met, attributing his rapid progress to this enthusiasm and ability to learn. Andreas explained that he was simply using aura to enhance his body, though he admitted to himself that he couldn't yet achieve instantaneous movement like his master. After Hosan left, Andreas was the only apprentice taken on by Deshrun, who had given Luis only a little training due to his talent. This was why Luis was unaware of the aura control method his master used. Reflecting on Andreas' words, Luis pondered how to use aura to invigorate the body and nervously asked Andreas for a demonstration, as he found it difficult to understand from words alone. Andreas internally noted that teaching aura control wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two, and suggested he might show Luis another time. Occupied with the current match, Andreas told Luis they could perhaps go over it when he had more free time. Luis bowed and thanked him, to which Andreas laughed, commending his eagerness to learn despite having just enrolled. Lucia then joined the conversation, teasing Andreas for not sharing his aura knowledge with her during the half-year they spent researching potions together. Andreas apologized, explaining that he hadn't wanted to stand out at that time. Vivian continued to feel jealous over the time Andreas spent with Lucia. Lucia questioned why Andreas was now doing things that drew attention. Andreas replied that he thought he'd try participating in the exchange meeting, noting the difficulty of rising to the top with just magic. He then coughed, internally acknowledging that he was keeping a low profile to avoid attention from powerful figures. Lucia, considering his words, remarked on his lack of magical talent. Andreas responded that he had been working on his fire magic lately, to which Lucia jokingly wished him luck. The exchange meeting is an event he had never encountered in the game. Although there's no necessity for him to participate, he is eager to meet someone at Milko Academy. This individual is another playable character named Kechlung Violga. Vivian expressed her determination to do her best and join the exchange meeting with Andreas. Subsequently, Diene took out her tablet and mentioned that if they are participating, aiming for the top would be beneficial. She then reviewed the matchup list with Lucia. According to Lucia, if all of them, Andreas, Diene and Vivian, continue winning, Vivian and Diene would face each other in the top 4, with the winner confronting Andreas in the final. Dina confidently stated that she believed in her abilities, and Vivian responded that she wouldn't lose either. Andreas echoed their sentiments, vowing to perform his best. Dine suggested that they all give their best efforts together. Lucia remarked that 2 rookies have emerged as favorites for the championship, alongside one original favorite, making it apparent that all the championship contenders are present. Luis, laughing, remarked on the impressive company he had found himself among, to which Lucia replied that he should feel honored. 5 days later, on the day of the tournament final, the climax of Rodlan Academy's 58th spring tournament arrived. The competitors were called to enter the arena. This year's tournament had many surprises, with the most notable being the unexpected finalist, Andreas Cromwell, a 4th-year student from the Magic faculty. Opposing him was Diene Alvin, who had defeated Vivian Belrocan on her path to the finals. This marked the first time in 12 years that a champion would emerge from the Faculty of Magic. Vivian observed the scene and encouraged her Mr. Fairy to do her best. Lucia, sitting nearby and having watched Vivian's battles, thought to herself that Vivian appeared like a different person during combat. The commentator announced that, with all the attention garnered by the tournament's unexpected events, it was now time for the match to commence. He instructed both competitors to prepare. Diene apologized to Andreas, stating she wouldn't be giving up the champion title to him. Andreas replied that she'd need to give her best from the start then. With that, the match commenced. Diene wasted no time, summoning fire and telling him she would comply with his wish. The crowd was astonished as Diene declared she would end it immediately while summoning 7 fireballs. Andreas readied himself, positioned strategically, and then dashed toward her as she launched the fireballs with a determined expression, aiming for victory. The fireballs hit the arena, causing destruction, but Andreas dodged them all, getting closer. Holding onto a fireball, Diene threw it at him, but Andreas menacingly slashed it in half, leaving Diene shocked and confused. Andreas then aimed a slash at her, but she surprised him by using spatial magic, appearing behind him. Andreas grinned, impressed by her unexpected move, while Diene marveled at his incredible speed. Andreas turned to her with a grin, asking her to entertain him more, which left her flabbergasted. Annoyed by his unafraid demeanor, she yelled at him not to underestimate her. Luis felt nervous, and Lucia commented on Diene's incredible mana power, noting she was beyond a typical student's level. Diene internally acknowledged that she had never successfully used a particular move, but felt confident she could now. She transformed her fireballs into flaming spears with an explosive effect. Andreas, unafraid, dashed toward her with a smile, suggesting that if he could dodge it, her attack would be useless. This turned out to be his mistake, as Diene used her special portal to make a fireball appear behind him, resulting in a massive explosion where he stood. However, her focus quickly shifted as Andreas reappeared behind her. He inwardly noted that had he not protected his body with mana, the situation would have been dire. The combination of spatial and attack magic with double chanting was astonishing. DNA was taken aback that Andreas could withstand the fire spear she teleported to him using just his physical strength, making her wonder if he was even human. Diena's rapid growth surpassed all of his expectations, yet observing the development of these playable characters thrilled him. Once again, she teleported numerous fire spears behind Andreas, resulting in a massive explosion of fire. The crowd was stunned, and Lucia, with a worried expression, remarked that even for Andreas, being caught in this could be fatal. Suddenly, both she and Luis sensed Vivian's killing intent directed at Diene, which alarmed them. Panting with exhaustion, Diene declared her victory. Psych! Andreas suddenly attacked her with a long-distance slash through the smoke, cleaving the ground as the attack passed. Diene barely managed to dodge, shocked that the arena, which her father had personally fixed and reinforced just 5 days ago, was easily slashed by Andreas. Approaching her, Andreas acknowledged her impressive display and promised to show her something interesting. As black mist surrounded his sword, he explained, "First, you surround the sword with aura. Then, after rearranging the aura's mana, you apply a spell to it. This is what you can do with it." He demonstrated how to cast a spell using aura instead of conventional magic, effectively combining swordsmanship and magic. Guys, comment plus 1000 aura if you like the story so far. A loud sound echoed around the arena and beyond. Inside, a huge black mist, Andreas's aura surrounded the entire place. Diene was doing her best to block it, but was struggling a little. As the mist dissipated and the aura was thought to have disappeared, it suddenly reappeared on her cloak. Andreas smirked, amazed she had blocked it. Having no choice, she removed her cloak, saying she never thought he had such an incredible trick up his sleeve. She asked if it was due to his special characteristics as a dual core. He confirmed, but inwardly he knew it was technically thanks to his vessel trait. He assumed that some watchers must have realized by now that his trait wasn't an ordinary dual core. Diene's father was furious, inwardly demanding how Andreas dared to hurt his daughter with the sword he had given him. The bald man beside him was intrigued by Andreas using aura to cast magic, wondering if it was even possible. Diene's father explained that unless there is no boundary between aura and mana and the whole body is turned into a mana reservoir, it might be possible. Back in the arena, Diene thought to herself that she had nearly run out of mana, with probably only 3 big moves left. She needed to watch out for his weird fire from his sword and close physical attacks. The odds were against her in physical combat, so she had to dodge them and land a decisive blow. Andreas asked what she was thinking so hard about in the middle of a match. She replied, "A way to victory." Andreas said, "Same," then readied himself and leaped into the air, aiming a horizontal slash at her, which she dodged using her teleportation. He then barely noticed a hidden spell she had cast, concealed under the cloak she had taken off earlier. The place exploded, but Andreas managed to dodge the blast and regained his footing. With incredible speed, he dashed menacingly towards her with a slash. She dodged his attack by teleporting away. She then changed her magic from fire to electricity and launched an attack called Thunder Cobras at Andreas. Andreas grinned and said, "Thunder magic won't work on me. You must have forgotten that my strongest element is earth, which dominates electricity." He summoned an earth shield to block her attack, but his barrier broke. At that moment, he realized he had made a mistake. It was exactly at this moment that he knew he fucked up. With his current magic talent, he couldn't maintain both physical enhancement and fusion magic while using the earth shield effectively. Bound by her thunder attack, she told him that he had let his guard down. She summoned fireballs behind him, and Andreas cursed inwardly, knowing he was about to lose. "I win!" she declared, clenching her fist and causing a massive explosion. The match was over, and Diene had pushed Andreas out of the arena. Andreas thought to himself that she had many chances to knock him out, but she chose to push him out of the arena to guarantee her victory. That was smart of her. It seemed her experience on the snowy mountain had left a deep mark on her. The commentator announced that DNA secured her place as the champion of Rodlan Academy's 58th spring tournament. The tournament was over. First place went to DN, second place to Andreas, and third place to Viviane. As a prize for coming in second, Andreas received a full scholarship for his studies. DNA received a full scholarship and an elixir to increase her mana reserves, and Viviane received a scholarship for her final year. Later, Andreas entered a room with his name on it. It was a bit smaller than Sharon's lab, but he thought it was usable enough and offered the same level of security. This would make it easier for him to do his undead repairs and study black magic. Thanks to the prize he won, he could save money to buy a lab. He had a lot of work to do, including finding sword skills and defensive skills infused with black magic, so he needed it. He looked at his bank account, which now totaled 9 billion wills. Even after deducting the cost of the house and other expenses, the potion settlement still left him with plenty of money to spend. Honestly, he had enough money. He would have preferred the mana elixir over the scholarship. Since Diana got it, it seems like she's going to become even stronger. Of course, thanks to his vessel trait and original sin, his body already has plenty of mana. However, considering the future, he needs to increase his mana as much as possible. However, thanks to that incident, his mana had been boosted significantly, so he should be fine, he guessed. After killing Karen, he received a notification that the Codex Apocalypse had detected greed and submitted to him. Once it entered his body, the Codex Apocalypse temporarily took possession of the benevolent greed. At that moment, Andreas was confused until he received another notification saying that the Codex Apocalypse had linked with greed, enhancing his basic abilities and generating additional skills. He had 126 hours and 43 minutes until the linking was complete. The Codex Apocalypse increased his mana recovery by 222% and his mana sensitivity by 77%. He gained special skills that could be used once every 8 days, his mana quality improved over time, and his mana nature became increasingly aligned with darkness. Returning to the present, he noted that with greed synchronized, the amount of mana he could use had increased significantly. He recalled that the first time he summoned Nickel, it used about 25% of his total mana. Now it only used 1%, or even less. Considering Nickel was no longer just a regular skeleton, if he summoned a regular skeleton, he could probably summon 100 at once. With this ability, he could summon a large army, use his magic and sword fusion moves, and even use his trump card, Original Sin. With these capabilities, he probably shouldn't worry about any upcoming scenarios. The only thing that bothered him was that his intervention had altered the timelines and triggered an exchange meeting that was not part of the original plan due to Charon's death. The most important thing was not that it had changed, but rather the question of how and by whom. Even if the scenario changed, he still had a lot of the information. If it's him, he can bring this game to a successful end. The next day, back in class, Lucia was happy to see that Andreas was taking the same class as her. Andreas teased her, saying she was a habitual slacker but always showed up for potion class. She replied that the professors wanted geniuses like her to attend. Lucia then remembered something and asked if he was free after class. He asked why, and she said she was working on a new potion and could use his help. Inwardly, he thought it must be for her treatment potion. Even so, he asked her what kind of potion it was. She explained that the other day she mixed the mucus from a pollock frog's tongue with fairy pollen, added some atrium solution, and a slime's core. She asked him to guess what happened. Andreas was shocked when she told him that the solution cancelled out all its specific properties, dissolved itself, and disappeared. He looked at her in surprise, thinking there was no way she could have found a clue to her treatment on her own. He wondered how talented these playable characters were, like Lucia and DNA. Yawning, she told him that things didn't go well after that. Andreas asked what he could do to help. He said it was hard for him to make time at the moment, but he promised to help her later. After hearing his answer, she started pouting, saying that even though her cute junior was asking for help, he wouldn't accept right away. She guessed she was just a stranger to him. Inwardly, Andreas said there was still time to help because Lucia was determined to survive until her chronic illness took her. He apologized inwardly, but right now there were others in more danger. These people were other playable characters who had just enrolled and were classmates of Luis, named Selena and Chris. The first scenario begins during the midterm exam period. He needs to make these two stronger before then. It's the first scenario in the game, so it's not too challenging, but if they don't grow fast enough, they might die. Fortunately, Lucia won't be involved in that scenario thanks to her work on her treatment. DNA has already grown beyond his expectations, and Luis will probably be fine since he'll get stronger on his own if left alone. Honestly, he'd like to meet those two right away, but he can't because their new teacher is the boss of the first scenario. The teacher entered, said good morning to everyone, and told them that he would be in charge of the potion mixing and manufacturing class. He introduced himself as Kyler Schutzman and said it was nice to meet them all. Bro looks like he likes underaged girls. If you've made it this far,
Please step forward and press the button. Now, open your eyes, step forward, and push the button. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
now I want you to do something else for me. Please press the subscribe button.
Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe
Commenting "let him cook" will
lend you an air of charisma as well?
Class had been going on for a while when the teacher demonstrated a chemical reaction. He showed them that when a Platras potion is mixed with refined Kel water, a red sediment and black bubbles form. Andreas thought to himself that he might meet Selena and Chris at the night faculty training ground later. He was sure they were both training hard to catch up with Luis. Still, even though the teacher knew he was a black mage because of the whole sloth incident, he didn't seem particularly interested in Andreas. Even after the lecture ended, Andreas wondered why. In his private room, the teacher was speaking to someone on the phone. He had an important matter to discuss. The person he was talking to was Jester. Jester asked what the matter was, and the teacher Kyler said that Bakht Alvan was starting to be suspicious of him. Kyler feared he would have to leave the academy soon. Jester asked if it was because of Charon's death. Kyler confirmed and said that perhaps a lead on him had been leaked from Bakht's private office. Jester thought to himself that Kyler was getting scared. Ranox and Hosanna were dead, and the crown was missing. On top of that, Karen's mistake had forced Kyler to withdraw. Moreover, the Alkalites had also suffered a great loss. Nothing was going as planned for Jester. He asked Kyler when he was going to leave, and Kyler replied, "Very soon." He explained that an exchange meeting between Milko Academy and Rodlan was about to start. Jester asked how that was relevant. Kyler said that before he left, it would be better to crush these budding Empire youths before they became trouble. Not a bad idea, Jester said. Kyler planned to make his exit during the confusion. He told Jester he would report back later. Jester agreed and hung up. He thought to himself that all the people he had planted in the academy were now gone. He stopped walking and looked at the window, saying now that it came to this, he had no choice but to drag Andreas to the congregation. The next day, we see Selena training her swordsmanship. She had been practicing for so long that she was exhausted and needed a break. Meanwhile, Chris was nearby, still training. She told him that they should take a break because overworking his body was bad. He asked her why she didn't worry about herself instead. Fed up with him, she called him stoic and asked if he had watched the tournament final. He replied that he hadn't, as he was training. She told him about an incredible guy who could use a sword and magic at the same time. Chris found it laughable, asking if she was telling him that a half-wit who couldn't even master one thing made it to the final. He guessed he was right not to watch it. She told him he could say that only because he didn't watch it. She mentioned that Luis also recognized that person's ability. Chris was surprised and asked if Luis really recognized such a person, saying that it seemed like Luis didn't have eyes. Suddenly, Andreas, who was nearby, told him that it wasn't good for a freshman to trash-talk a senior he had never met. Selena was taken aback and felt a mix of embarrassment and nervousness upon seeing Andreas. Chris, who didn't know Andreas, asked him who he was. Andreas responded that he was a half-wit from the magic faculty with a sword dangling from his hip. Selena abruptly bowed respectfully with that gyat and apologized to Andreas, explaining that Chris had too much pride when it came to swords and couldn't help but misspeak. Andreas, with a taunting face, replied, "Pride, huh? Yet I don't see any conviction in his swordsmanship. He's like one of those slobs who can't decide whether or not to press his girlfriend for cheating on him." That hit hard on Chris. Andreas went directly for the sore spot, and Chris wondered how he could tell just by looking. He brushed it off and asked what a mage posing as a knight would know. Andreas replied that he thought he knew more than Chris. Angered, Chris told him if that was the case, he should show it. Andreas then inwardly thought that, as he suspected, Chris was a sore loser. He accepted Chris's challenge, but Selena stepped in front of them, telling them both to calm down because they would be suspended if they committed violence in the academy. Chris said they were just going to have a training match on the training ground and asked her to quit with the smart talk. Andreas picked up a training sword and said that having a training match wouldn't be a problem and guaranteed that he wouldn't hurt Chris. Chris smirked and said that for a mage, Andreas sure had a lot of nerve. Now ready, Andreas told him to come at him, to which Chris replied that he hoped Andreas wouldn't regret it. Before the fight could start, Selena told Andreas that she also wanted a match with him. She said it would be a rare and valuable opportunity to fight someone who could use both aura and mana at the same time. Andreas then told her to be ready because her turn would come soon. She then seemed confused by his words. Chris then interrupted, saying there wouldn't be a turn for her because he would defeat Andreas. He abruptly dashed toward Andreas with immense speed, but Andreas blocked his attack and pushed him back. Chris now looked nervous and a bit tired, probably because his speed was draining him. He dashed again with the same speed, appearing behind Andreas for a vertical slash at his head, but Andreas easily blocked it again. Andreas grinned, thinking to himself that Chris was certainly fast, but the Euro style of swordsmanship, one of the 5 great styles of the continent, required more than just speed. Andreas then counterattacked, thinking that Chris was only using the speed aspect of the style, without taking advantage of its full potential. The style was meant to create ever-changing sword strokes that made the most of speed. Andreas ended up sending Chris flying and stumbling to the floor. He continued to think that Chris seemed tired from trying to do too much, making his movements awkward in his hurry to beat Luis. Andreas decided to use this opportunity to set Chris on the right path. He told him to stop fooling around and give it his best. Those words made Chris angry. He got up and told Andreas that he would make him regret saying that. Chris then used the Yunor-style swordsmanship, specifically an attack called Sword Howls. He dashed with immense speed towards Andreas, executing numerous piercing attacks. However, in the next moment, Chris's eyes widened in shock as his attacks were not just blocked. His entire sword was destroyed by a single counterattack from Andreas. Andreas asked him if he called that Yunor-style swordsmanship and questioned whether Chris really thought he could become strong just by picking the best techniques from everything. He advised Chris to keep following his own path without any doubts, saying that was the right way to become stronger. Turning his attention to Selena, Andreas told her it was her turn. Nervously, she stepped onto the training ground and said she was ready. In her case, she was the exact opposite of Chris. Selena's family's swordsmanship worked against her strengths. It was only effective for those born with natural strength, which she lacked. Andreas told her to come at him, and she ran towards him, ready to strike. However, Andreas gave a disturbing grin and said, "Good, come at me, because I've got a ton of things I want to teach you." To teach what? Bro doesn't realize he sounds and looks really suspicious right now. If you looked at it another way, you might think he meant to teach her something else entirely, if you know what I mean. In the next panel, we see Selena's Giat as Andreas sent her flying. However, she quickly regained her balance, leaving Chris astonished at how swiftly Andreas identified Selena's weakness. Despite attacking with full force, Selena was in disbelief that she could do nothing against him. Andreas pointed out that using a heavy sword was a disadvantage for her, a statement that left her confused. She stood up and argued that she had always used this heavy sword, a point that Chris unexpectedly agreed with Andreas on. Chris added that Andreas had told him the same thing, which surprised Selena because Chris rarely accepted criticism from others. Andreas then inquired about their reasons for taking up the sword and their dedication to perfecting their swordsmanship. Chris, puzzled, asked why Andreas was bringing this up now. Instead of answering directly, Andreas revealed that he took up the sword to survive, a statement that shocked them both. He admitted that as a mage, he lacked any real talent for magic and had nearly died in the past due to this deficiency. Since then, the sword had become his lifeline. He pointed out that despite their years of dedication, they had been defeated by him and asked if they understood what that meant. Chris couldn't respond, but Selena answered that it was a difference in talent. That was wrong, so Andreas corrected her, explaining that it meant they had not truly confronted their swords. He questioned whether they wielded the sword merely to defeat others, or did they wield it out of sheer pride, even if it didn't suit them. For him, the sword was a means to survive, and he challenged them to consider their reasons for wielding their swords. As he departed, he told them to think about it and, once they found their answers, to come to him any time they wanted another challenge. Chris called out his name and told him that he would definitely challenge him again. Andreas smiled and said he looked forward to it. A week later, many students were entering the Rodlan Academy administration building. Vivian was there, thinking to herself that Andreas was late, while other students admired her bakery. She unsheathed her sword, which scared the people nearby. However, Vivian just looked at her reflection in the sword and thought that she should try smiling like Lucia when she met Andreas. But when she tried to smile, I'm sorry to say, but she looked terrifying, thinking to herself that she wished she were cuter. Andreas arrived, called her name, and asked what she was doing, reminding her that the orientation was about to start. Nervously blushing, she said she was waiting for him. He suggested they go in. As he turned around, she grabbed his cloak, called his name, and stopped him. He turned around and said, "Yes?" She then kissed him. Psych, she just said good afternoon to him. Andreas blushed a little and smiled, saying good afternoon as well. They then entered the lavish building filled with students from the swordsman and magic faculty. Inside, Selena told Luis that Andreas had beaten up Chris, but Chris told her to stop yapping it all to him. Todlon was also there, still looking angry. As Andreas and Vivian entered deeper into the room, he noticed that Lucia wasn't there and observed that everyone else seemed to be high achievers. It also seems like the freshmen are likely here based by their entrance grades. Suddenly, they heard someone call Andreas's name. It was Diene, who smiled warmly and asked if he came with Vivian. Andreas said yes and mentioned that he met her outside. He also noted that the students from Milko Academy hadn't arrived yet. Diene explained that there was an agreement between the two academies and she was sure they would come soon. Suddenly, students from Milko Academy entered. The fatty student in front commented that Rodlan Academy had a lot of cuties. He then greeted Diene and asked when she would come to him and marry him. This fat, disgusting, ugly pig was Grace Malon, a representative from Milko Academy and the son of its director. Diene responded that his arrogance wouldn't get him anywhere and told him to stop acting familiar because she found him disgusting. With an annoyed expression, Grace told her that she wouldn't find a man with her attitude, but Diene just ignored his words and looked at him with disgust. Vivian asked Diene if she was getting married. Diene explained that she knew Grace because she had met him a few times as a child when her father took her to Milko Academy. Vivian agreed with her, calling Grace a weird pig. Grace then approached Vivian, called her cute, and asked if she was interested in spending time with him that night. But just as Vivian was about to slice him up, a loud voice suddenly said, "Test, test." The voice called the students from both academies and greeted them with, "Good afternoon." The pig was upset and said things were going well until they were interrupted. However, Diena thought to himself that his life had just been spared. The man speaking announced that over the next week there would be a series of exchange meetings. These meetings would give everyone a chance to develop their skills through friendly competition. To start, he told the students to line up according to their faculty, regardless of affiliation. The night faculty lined up on the left and the magic faculty on the right. Vivian told Andreas that she wished they could stay together, but since they were from different faculties, they had to separate. And so, on the next day, the exchange meetings began, an event Andreas had never heard about before. In class, the teacher drew a magic circle on a piece of paper and showed everyone the result. He then asked the students to try drawing the magic circle themselves. Andreas was in this class, and so was Piggy, who was yawning at the back. Andreas thought to himself that since this was a magic circle lesson, the guy next to him, named Ketchlung, would excel. Ketchlung was known for his powerful, supportive magic and skill with magic circles. Noticing that Andreas was staring at him, Ketchlung nervously asked what was wrong. Andreas introduced himself to Ketchlung and asked if they could get along for the week. They shook hands, and Ketchlung introduced himself as well. With the introductions done, Andreas sensed a potential showdown between Ketchlung and Diena, who were in the same class. Andreas thought to himself that both of them were famous for being geniuses. They might even inspire each other with their magic circles. However, Andreas believed he could also inspire them. Although he lacked talent for magic, he had a gift for creating magic circles. In his past life, he had played this game many times and drawn all kinds of magic circles. He was confident that no one could match him in this area. He had several ideas, but wanted to surprise them with something more than just reversing the rotation of a magic circle. He wanted to show them a different kind of reversal, possibly something related to life. Suddenly, the students exclaimed, "Wow!" They were impressed and wondered how many spells Diena had used for her magic circle. It was expected of her. She was beyond student level. Andreas noted inwardly that her magic circle was reversed and floating, with water constantly revolving around it. It was very flashy, just like her. As he thought, geniuses are terrifying. Ketchlung then announced that he had finished his magic circle too. He said it was a pity that the paper wasn't bigger. Otherwise, he could have made it more elaborate. As he activated his magic circle, a bright light emerged from it. Andreas and the other students were taken aback, even Diena. They were all impressed as the entire classroom started glowing. Andreas's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" in sheer disbelief. Everyone's eyes were wide in shock as they looked around in awe. Even the teacher was flabbergasted. Ketchlung explained that this was an illusion magic circle created using rotation and reversal. It had a short duration, so everything would return to normal soon. His illusion made it look like they were floating and upside down. Even Andreas looked impressed as he said that Ketchlung was far more genius than he had expected. After a few moments, the magical circle's power faded, and Ketchlung laughed, saying that more research was needed to make it last longer. Diena told him that it was really amazing, so Ketchlung thanked her and said that her magic was amazing too. Andreas inwardly thought that not even Diena could compete with Ketchlung when it came to magic circles. What made this game so interesting was the fact that each character had a distinct and unique talent. For example, Lucia, who was cured of her illness, was the best at combat magic, while Ketchlung was unbeatable at supporting magic and magic circles. Diena, with her time-space magic, was second to none. Because of that ability, she was notorious as one of the cheat characters in the Deadly Sin game. The teacher told Diena and Ketchlung that both of them had shown the class amazing magic circles. So now it was time to see what the rest of the class had in store. Andreas felt a bit nervous, inwardly saying that he had tried his best, but showing his work right after theirs made him feel mediocre. Still, he thought his spell forms weren't anything to be ashamed of. As a plant-like thing formed, Piggy in the back started laughing and told everyone to look at what Andreas had made. Hippo called out to Andreas, tauntingly asking where the rotation and reversal had run off to, criticizing that the flower Andreas created was so shabby it wasn't even blooming. He continued, ranting about how a moron could even participate in this exchange, showing just how low Rodlin Academy had fallen. Andreas ignored him, thinking back to his time when he used to play the game as Ketchlung, when this pig always picked fights. Since everyone avoided him, no one followed him, but he was too annoying to be left alone. Ketchlung examined Andreas's flower and was genuinely impressed, amazed by the magic he had never seen before. Piggy, confused, asked if Ketchlung was blind because everyone could see it was just a mundane flower. DNA stood up and told Gorlock the Destroyer to take a closer look, though she doubted he would understand the form or the spell being used. Andreas thought that only those at DNA and Ketchlung's level could comprehend how this magic circle worked. Ketchlung then asked Andreas if he minded explaining it to everyone. Andreas didn't mind and told him to go ahead. Ketchlung explained that at first glance it looked like a flower created using the nature and life formulas. But there was more to it. In addition to those, the time and rotation formulas were also used to complete the Circle of Life spell. By incorporating the Reverser formula, a flower that is both fresh and withered was created. This explanation shocked the students and even the teacher. Gorlock the Destroyer was now ashamed and sweating bullets, while a suspicious student looked at him with a smirk. Diana summarized it simply, saying it was in a state of being both dead and alive. By transcending and reversing, Andreas had created a contradiction. Andreas thought both of them explained it very well. Being a necromancer made it easier for him to create spells involving life, but it was harder to do without using black magic. Ketchlung said the more he looked at it, the more he wanted to study it. Andreas told him that he discovered this as a result of wondering how to incorporate a contradiction into it. Diana then turned her attention to the inflated man, asking if he had something spectacular to show them since he was being cocky. Nervously, the balloon man answered that he did, saying it would be incomparable to theirs. As he said that, a purple energy appeared, surrounded by golden writings. Everyone looked at it and said it was bad because his creation started to change and looked dangerous. Piggy was nervous, hoping no one would notice what he did. However, Diana noticed and said that all he did was imitate her magic circle. Like a crybaby, Ippo nervously asked her if she had proof that he imitated her. Diana told him that, except for the elemental formula, the composition was exactly the same as hers. What's more, he seemed to have used the wrong levitation magic formula. Did he not see it because he was too far away? She asked. He denied her claims, but the fire from his spell started getting out of control. It intensified and started burning him, causing him to scream for help. "What a hopeless loser," Diana said, looking at him with an annoyed expression. Using her powers, she stopped the flames, barely saving his hair from being fully burned. Piggy continued, claiming that Diane must have tampered with his formula. However, the teacher told them to stay quiet. Despite this, Piggy prepared a fireball and insulted her, asking how she dared to make a fool of him. Suddenly, he pooped and pissed his pants, trembling in terror. Even the other relevant students in the class were taken aback as their attention shifted to Andreas, who exuded a menacing aura. Andreas gave Piggy a cold stare and told him to put his hand down unless he wanted to be cut down. The students wondered about Andreas and his cold aura, but Piggy knew that if he didn't comply, he would be in serious trouble or even killed. So he sat down and stayed quiet like a good boy. Andreas warned him to stay out of trouble, not just during this exchange, but also after he returned to his academy. He should stop acting big and behave himself. Those words from Andreas completely shattered Piggy's pride. He was so ashamed that he got up and ran out of the room like an elephant, shocking the teacher. Inwardly, Andreas thought there was no way Gorlock would behave just by being told, so he decided he would have to teach him a few pains later. The suspicious kid from earlier then stood up and told the teacher he would check on Piggy. The teacher agreed. Andreas looked at the kid and thought he looked familiar. Outside, Elephant was cursing repeatedly and then started screaming that it was all Andreas and Diene's fault. He vowed to kill them. He was so angry that he didn't notice someone behind him. That person called his name, and Ippo was so scared he shitted and pissed his pants once more, thinking it was Andreas. He quickly said it was a misunderstanding. However, it wasn't Andreas but the suspicious kid, who told him he must have mistaken him for someone else. Regaining his composure, Ippo asked who he was. The kid introduced himself as Antonio Holt, a final-year student at Rodlin. He said he was a personal apprentice of Professor Kyler in potion making. He explained that earlier he saw Andreas and Diana embarrassing Hippo, so he came to show him something that might help. Interested, Piggy asked him to show it. Cautiously, Antonio took out a mysterious potion and said his professor had created a potion that temporarily improves physical strength and mana. However, there are some side effects, such as temporary loss of taste, and they are looking for people to participate in a clinical trial. He gave it to Piggy, who asked if it hadn't been commercialized just because of that. With a devious expression, Antonio told him to try the potion, saying he was sure Piggy could easily overpower Andreas and Diene. Thinking about those two, Ippo was overjoyed at the possibility of overpowering them, so without wasting any time, he drank the potion. Antonio was shocked as Ippo drank the potion straight away. After finishing it without leaving a single drop, Antonio grinned and asked how he felt. Ippo's eyes turned black and red, and he inwardly noted that his mana was overflowing and his physical strength was tremendous. He summoned a fireball, charged it, and launched it into the sky where it flew a long distance without evaporating. Antonio told him it was incredible and that he could easily defeat those two with that power. However, Hippo disagreed and asked Antonio to give him all the potions he had, planning to use them all.
The following day, Viviane approached Diana to inquire about Andreas's flower. She mentioned that Andreas had told her Diana possessed it and had come to request it. Nervously, Diana explained that she was from the night faculty and questioned Viviane's need for the flower. She added that she wanted to study it herself, so handing it over was not simple. However, seeing Viviane's disappointed expression, Diana relented and said she would give it to her since she could easily draw another one. She then demonstrated to Viviane how to view the flower using mana. Viviane was thrilled upon seeing the flower. At that moment, Lucia spotted the flower and asked if it was the famous contradiction created by Andreas. Diana noticed Lucia and inquired if she was going somewhere. Lucia, yawning, mentioned that classes were over and she was headed to the lab. Noticing the flower, Lucia observed it was slightly misshapen and pointed out a distorted circle. Diana agreed with her observation. Lucia, sensing something hidden, took a pen from her bag, decided to correct the shape, and added a flow spell to it. To everyone's amazement, more flowers blossomed around them, creating a beautiful garden. Diana, astonished, remarked that she initially doubted it, but then recognized it as a double magic circle, while Lucia questioned if Andreas was indeed the creator. Suddenly, the dean of the magic faculty, Belial Costello, appeared and asked if this was the rumored magic circle. Picking a flower, he praised it as a remarkable innovation, expressing contradiction with basic spells. Diana bowed respectfully and apologized for activating a magic circle in such a location, but Belial only inquired about the student who created it. Diana informed him that it was fourth-year student Andreas Cromwell. Internally, Belial wonders if this is the Andreas Cromwell that everyone has been talking about recently. He continued to reflect that, for a magic circle designed for a single purpose, this one is almost a stepping stone to immortality, the ultimate contradiction. They all sat in silence for a moment, until Diana broke it by asking if something was on his mind, but Belial simply walked past them without a word. Lucia, irritated, questioned what was wrong with him, noting that he asked what he wanted and then ignored them. Meanwhile, Belial thought it was fascinating that he never imagined a student's work would inspire him. Now he felt he must keep an eye on Andreas Cromwell. At the training ground, many students were practicing their swordsmanship. Louise thanked Viviane for sparring with him and remarked on her strength, to which Viviane responded that he was quite strong too. Luis thought to himself that his conversations with her never really lasted. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to Tadlan, who was shouting at Chris, the second best in their year, asking if that was all he had. Chris, struggling to block Tadlan's attacks, told him to shut up, but Tadlan kicked him, sending Chris flying back. Holding his chest in pain, Chris thought to himself that with his current flawed swordsmanship, it would be hard to defeat him. He remembered Andreas's words, telling him to follow his path without doubt. Chris continued to think that, as Andreas said, he shouldn't doubt his own sword, because the essence of the Yunor style was already ingrained in him. As Tadlan charged at him with a fierce expression, he told Chris that no matter what he did, he would still lose. Chris blocked Tadlan's attacks and thought that the Yunor style is a sword technique that confuses opponents with its ever-changing strokes. The strategy was to parry the opponent's sword, break their posture, and aim for a decisive blow. Seeing Chris dodge his attacks, Tadlan cursed him for moving around like a worm. But at that moment, Chris's sword was right at Tadlan's neck, a decisive victory if it were a real fight. Frustrated, Tadlan pushed away Chris's sword, cursing and saying he hated such trash. He found it all to be a joke and dropped his sword, declaring he was done with it. However, Chris insisted that it wasn't a joke, praising Tadlan's swordsmanship as exceptional. With an angry and threatening look, Tadlan told him to stop talking and then threw a real sword at Chris. Chris yelled, asking what Tadlan meant and if this was truly a real sword. Tadlan simply told him to shut up and take it, vowing to make him regret mocking him, while opening a potion similar to what the suspicious kid gave to Piggy. Nearby, Luis urged Chris to apologize and end it, but Chris wondered why he needed a potion. Suddenly, the teacher arrived and demanded to know what Tadlan was doing. Just then, Tadlan's eyes turned red after drinking the potion. He began to growl like an animal. The teacher approached, questioning why a student like him was part of this exchange. Seeing Tadlan wielding a real sword, the teacher commanded him to put it down, but before he could finish, Tadlan slashed him. Everyone, including Chris and Luis, was shocked, while Vivian remained indifferent. The other students screamed, calling Tadlan a murderer as he stood next to the bleeding teacher. With a demonic expression and red eyes, Tadlan challenged Chris, saying it was time for the final round. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone called out to Andreas, catching his attention. He turned to see it was Ketchlung and started speaking to him formally. Ketchlung, catching his breath, reminded Andreas that he was 2 years younger than him. So, he urged Andreas to speak casually to him. Andreas asked if he was sure, to which Ketchlung replied, "Of course." He then inquired about the magic circle he had created the previous day, mentioning that he realized it was actually a double magic circle. Curious, he asked Andreas how he came up with that idea. Andreas responded by asking if it isn't more fun to have a hidden element. Puzzled, Ketchlung questioned if that was his true reason. The scene then shifts to a conversation between Lucia and Andreas in their direct messages. Lucia asked Andreas when he learned about double magic circles. Andreas complimented her, saying she was impressive for figuring it out so quickly. She explained that she discovered it while examining the circle with Deanna and Vivian. She added that if he had time for such things, he should assist her with her research, since she hadn't made much progress lately. Internally, Andreas noted that he had tried hard to conceal it, but in the hands of 2 playable characters, it was uncovered by them too in just a day. Ketchlung then mentioned hearing that Andreas had also created the Everlast potion, and asked what he planned to show in the potion class that day. Andreas replied that he intended to keep a low profile, as he couldn't reveal all his secrets to the class. Internally, he thought that he didn't want to stand out in front of Kyler. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the room, followed by the destruction of the school wall. Everyone was stunned as Andreas noticed Deanna protected by her shield. A monster appeared, and everyone shouted as Piggy, now transformed into a drugged-out elephant, entered, calling out DNA and Andreas for making a fool of him. Andreas was shocked, while Ketchlung realized that the oversized creature was Ma Yon. Andreas observed Piggy's transformation. His body was growing larger, his eyes whites turning black, and the pupils becoming red. Andreas recognized this as a side effect of Kyler's potion. Hippo shouted, declaring he would show them what happens when they mess with him. DNA screamed back, questioning if he was out of his mind and asking if he thought he could get away with this at another academy. Reflecting on the situation, Andreas realized this incident, which was supposed to occur during the midterm exams, was happening now. He regretted relying too much on game information and not monitoring Kyler from the beginning of the school year. Andreas muttered to himself, calling Kyler a piece of trash. The explosion and chaos caused by Hippo were heard throughout the area. Kyler, who was sneaking away from the school, stopped and grinned, saying his farewell party had begun. Back at the school, Hippo surrounded the area with his fire magic, intending to burn everyone. He launched a fireball at Deanna, but Andreas jumped in front of it, slicing it in half and shocking Hippo. Deanna noticed Andreas for the first time, surprised by his presence. Andreas told Hippo there was no turning back now. Hippo, recognizing Andreas from the previous day, called him a smug bastard. Andreas noted that Hippo still had some reason left, meaning it hadn't been long since he drank the potion. Hippo exclaimed that it was perfect, both his targets were there. Ketchlung asked Andreas if he was alright, to which Andreas responded that he was fine and told them to stay back for now. Deanna informed him that Hippo had killed a Milko student, and Andreas replied they should leave the cleanup to the professors while he bought them some time. He instructed Deanna to prepare powerful magic to blow Hippo away in one hit. Deanna nervously agreed while wondering how Andreas could stay so calm. She noticed the hippo growing bigger by the minute and knew that its body was extremely tough. Andreas reassured her that with Ketchlung's help, they should have enough firepower. Surprised that Andreas involved him, Ketchlung followed Deanna as she called him. As they ran, Piggy spotted them and charged up a big fireball, shouting at them to stop. "Die!" he yelled, launching the fireball at them. But Andreas dashed in front of it and blocked it, calling Piggy a loudmouth. Andreas told him that if he couldn't speak properly, he should just shut up. Andreas slashed at Piggy, but instead of flesh, he hit a barrier with a clang sound. It turned out that the hippo had activated a shield. Andreas didn't want to admit it, but even though Piggy was spoiled, he was still a mage, and the potion had made his shield much stronger. However, Andreas was determined to break through it. Seeing Andreas' powerful aura, Deanna thought to herself that he was wrapping his sword in magic even faster than at the tournament. She was right, as Andreas' attack began breaking through Piggy's barrier. Piggy noticed this and tried to reinforce his barrier, leading to a clash of endurance. Meanwhile, Ketchlung and Deanna were creating magic circles. When Andreas started to struggle, Ketchlung warned him to watch out as the hippo launched a light attack. Andreas noticed the danger and summoned an earth shield. The hippo's attacks were all blocked by Andreas' shield. Andreas wondered if he was losing his mind, thinking about using offensive magic while keeping his barrier up. Growling like an enraged rhino, Andreas realized they had to stop Piggy before he reached the final stage. He dashed towards the hippo's neck to slash him, but his sword couldn't cut through Piggy's tough skin. Andreas cursed, realizing Piggy's body was as tough as Payat's. Suddenly, Deanna told Andreas to get away. Andreas heard her and expected them to act. As Piggy was about to hit Andreas, he managed to dodge and move away. As Andreas moved, giving Deanna room to attack, she locked in and used a move called Iron Impale. Suddenly, massive iron spear-shaped attacks pierced Piggy from his stomach, through both chests, and even his mouth, as well as various other parts of his body. Andreas was stunned, his eyes wide with shock that Deanna had used such advanced magic. It was remarkable to think she could repeatedly use spells powerful enough to pierce his skin. As expected from a cheat character among playables, she might even create original magic before she graduates. However, turning the son of Milko's director into such a mess, this was sure to cause a lot of trouble, Andreas thought to himself. Deanna then remarked that although Hippo had turned into a monster, this situation was definitely going to be problematic. Ketchlung added that it couldn't be helped and offered to help them testify as best he could. Internally, Andreas reflected that with Deanna involved, Bacht, her father and the owner of the academy, would likely clean up the situation behind the scenes. He then told them that if someone came, they should explain the situation, and said he would fetch the professor in charge of the potion class, Professor Kyler. Screams were heard as an explosion occurred. "A monster!" people shouted, urging others not to fight it but to hurry and get the professors. Running towards the screams, Andreas looked around and thought to himself that Kyler must have gone to his hiding place amidst all the commotion. He needed to be stopped now to prevent further trouble, as his potions could be quite problematic in future war scenarios. Suddenly, Andreas halted when he noticed the suspicious kid, Antonio Holt. Andreas remembered him now and realized he was Kyler's lackey. Antonio didn't appear much in the game, so Andreas had forgotten about him. Now, he realized that Antonio must be the one spreading the potion everywhere. If he followed him, he was sure Antonio would lead him to Kyler. Suddenly, Andreas heard someone shout, "Run, Lucia!" He stopped and looked around nervously. Lucia was doing her best to protect the injured from another mutated student. As the monster charged up a big attack toward her, she urged the other students to run away quickly. However, the students asked if she wouldn't also run. Lucia couldn't respond, as she was focused on blocking the massive attack the monster had just sent their way. Even though she was blocking it, the force of the attack still went around her and reached the students, sending them flying. The monster continued its assault, its attack growing stronger and bigger. Lucia struggled to block it as it burned, wondering inwardly, "Am I going to die here?" She regretted trying to create a cure for her illness, thinking she should have just lived life without care, if she knew she would die like this. Suddenly, Andreas joined the battle, saving her by punching the monster and sending it flying just in time. Lucia's barrier stopped as she ran out of mana, and before she fell unconscious, she saw Andreas, whom she calls Senior Seaweed, since the first chapter she was introduced. The students exited the training ground. One was complaining about his arm hurting, while another rushed to inform the professors. As Luis, Selena, and Chris emerged, Luis told Selena he would leave her with Chris. Selena, puzzled, asked what he meant. Luis explained that he was going back to help Vivian because he had a bad feeling. Suddenly, the one and only baddie appeared, asking about the commotion. Everyone was shocked to see Ivy. Meanwhile, Vivian was still battling, thinking to herself that if she didn't stop him now, he would definitely go after Andreas. The fight became more intense as Vivian grabbed Tadlan's hands and delivered a powerful headbutt, sending him crashing to the floor. Tadlan looked enraged, while Vivian remained calm. Then, Tadlan started growing, his body transforming. Vivian realized this was dangerous, but she knew she had to finish him off here. She dashed towards him with a slash, but Tadlan blocked it and sent her flying backward with a swing of his arm. This inflicted significant damage on Vivian, who started coughing up blood, inwardly admitting she was still weak. She then stood up and thought to herself that in her current state, she couldn't protect Andreas. Ready to risk her life fighting this colossal monster towering over her, Ivy suddenly arrived and told her it was enough, asking if she had a death wish. With one hand, Ivy stopped Tadlan's powerful attack, looked at him, and said it was a shame he had turned out this way. With a swing of her sword, Ivy decapitated Tadlan's hand and head, easily defeating him. Vivian gazed at Professor Ivy in awe, silently noting her strength. After the situation was under control, Ivy turned to Vivian and praised her for holding out, but Vivian thought to herself that she needed to get stronger. Meanwhile, Andreas was fleeing from the mutated student while protecting Lucia. To slow down the creature, he erected an earth shield, causing it to crash. However, Andreas was frustrated because if Kyler escaped now, future conflicts would become problematic. Unable to summon any undead, Andreas realized he couldn't defeat the monster and needed to get Lucia to safety first before pursuing Kyler. Suddenly, he saw Belial standing in front of him and cursed him for not intervening while his students were under attack. Andreas ran past Belial, telling him to handle the monster, inwardly urging him to do his job and calling him a psycho. Belial, thinking he had hoped Andreas would show him something interesting, used his magical powers to evaporate the monster completely. Meanwhile, Andreas managed to get Lucia to a safe place, where a doctor could check her condition. The doctor told Andreas that Lucia was fine, just in shock from depleted mana, and she would recover with rest. Suddenly, Lucia woke up, and the doctor left. Andreas asked Lucia how she was feeling. Confused, she asked if it wasn't a dream, thinking she was going to die. He admitted it was a close call, and asked why she had tried to fight the monster. She explained that she didn't want to fight, but there were people who couldn't escape, so she felt she had to help. With a grin, Andreas told her she sounded like a hero, but inwardly blamed himself for her involvement. Angry, she told him that she nearly got killed, asking him if he knew that. He responded that she seemed to be doing fine if she could quit back like that. Inwardly, he acknowledged that the experience must have been terrifying for her, possibly making her want to isolate herself and focus on research. He told her he was busy and needed to leave. Shocked, she asked if he had come just to mock her. He brushed it off and told her that once everything settled down, they should start working on her potions. His words made her blush as she recalled how Andreas had saved her from the monster before she fell unconscious. She smiled, realizing he cared about her. Later that night, Andreas walked towards a cabin, thinking that if the scenario unfolded as expected, Kyler's boss fight should take place here. However, since the event occurred at a different time, he wondered if Kyler was really there. He remembered that in the game, you needed companion NPCs to defeat the boss, but now he had more than enough support with his undead soldiers. He commanded them to attack, and they swiftly destroyed the hideout, much to Andreas's surprise, as he hadn't intended for such extensive damage. Suddenly, Timur grabbed someone by the neck, and Andreas recognized the man as Antonio Holt, confirming Kyler's presence. Nickel wasted no time in slashing Antonio in half. Timur, after his successful evolution, was now a formidable beast, easily defeating the monster even in its final phase. There's also Nickel, who's empowered by the deadly sins. He could make short work of mid-level bosses. Andreas then searched through the debris and discovered a hidden underground door, which he opened with magic. With everything set, he told his soldiers that it was time to go in and pay the terrorist a visit. The moment Andreas stepped onto the stairs, something caught his attention. His reflexes were sharp enough to dodge a shadowy attack sent by Kyler, who menacingly asked how Andreas knew about this place. Andreas, Nickel, and Timur readied themselves as Kyler fully emerged from the shadows. Suddenly, Andreas summoned the hand of a giant undead creature, which fell from the sky to grab Kyler. Kyler barely dodged the attack, wondering what in the world it was, but then realized he had lost one of his hands. Nickel had swiftly slashed it off. Shocked for a moment, Kyler felt pain and started crying. Andreas taunted him, saying it was supposed to be his neck, not his hand. Kyler called Andreas a brat and accused him of killing Karen. Before he could finish talking, Timur leaped from behind, crushing Kyler and sending him crashing to the floor, dust and debris everywhere. Andreas commanded Timur to finish Kyler with one last blow, and Timur complied, punching again. However, something felt suspicious to Andreas. He was correct. Kyler transformed into a ball of shadow that blocked Timur and started swallowing him with the shadow. In his new ugly, shadowy form, Kyler accused Andreas of being selfish, killing Karen, the one who raised him. Andreas realized this was the final stage of shadow armor, which could replace lost body parts, helping Kyler regrow his cut arm. Kyler was taken aback that Andreas knew about shadow armor, calling it ridiculous as only his master jester should know about it. Ignoring Kyler's words, Andreas wine-slashed at him, but Kyler dodged, causing the attack to hit Timur instead. Andreas told Kyler he knew the shadow armor was a rare high-end item, with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Kyler giggled, saying that if Andreas knew that much, he should understand he had no chance of winning. However, Andreas cut him off, stating he knew it was weak against fire. Before Andreas could coat his sword with fire magic, Kyler attacked him, forcing Andreas to stop and dodge. Kyler then asked, "So what if it is?" saying all he had to do was not give Andreas any time to chant and activate his fire magic. Suddenly, Kyler was punched by a powerful blow from Timur, sending him flying. Andreas then instructed Timur to go with Nickel and stall Kyler. Confident, Kyler mocked them, asking if they thought mere undead like them could delay him. He found it laughable and dashed towards Timur and Nickel, causing a huge explosion where they were. While coating his sword, Andreas sighed inwardly, realizing it took more time than he expected. Meanwhile, Timur was trapped in the shadows, while Nickel attempted to slash Kyler. However, Kyler used his shadow abilities to block Nickel's attack. Kyler taunted Andreas, saying that even if a bunch of his brain-dead soldiers attacked, they wouldn't be able to harm him. As he spoke, Timur used his teeth to try and break free from the shadow, and Nickel had already freed himself using his sword. Kyler was shocked that mere undead soldiers were breaking through his shadow bindings. As Timur and Nickel dashed towards him, Kyler found it absurd and wondered what kind of undead they were. He braced himself for their impact and inwardly speculated if they were the corpses Andreas got from the congregation. Andreas was ready. He used his fusion magic to create a bone whip. Kyler saw it and was confused to see a whip. However, he didn't have time to think more about it as Nickel rushed towards him. Kyler used his shadow armor to block Nickel's attack, not realizing that Andreas had come from behind and used his whip on him. The bone whip completely surrounded Kyler and tied him up tightly. Kyler then remarked that Andreas said he would attack with fire, but instead, he used a physical attack. "Don't tell me you were just bragging and can't even use fire magic," Kyler taunted. Andreas responded calmly, "Bone explosion." As he spoke, his bone sword began to glow, and then exploded. Andreas wiped his bleeding nose, caused by the strain of double chanting, and admitted it was more taxing on his body than he thought. He silently acknowledged that dying made it look easy, but considered his new technique a success, even though it turned the corpse to dust due to using too much aura. With someone as important as Kyler dead, Andreas knew the congregation would react. For now, he needed to grab the item from the safe house, erase his tracks, and leave. The academy would likely be in chaos, so he needed to hurry back. Meanwhile, Alvin slammed his fist on the table and demanded the man repeat himself, asking how many people died. The man reported that 15 people, including 4 students from Milko, were dead. Witnesses said a student named Antonio Holt, who was now missing, distributed the potion. Antonio was an assistant to Professor Kyler, so Kyler probably made the potion. Alvin told the man to suspend the Academy's activities until the investigation was completed. Further details would be announced after discussing with Principal Zeos. The man agreed and left, leaving Alvin with an angry expression, wondering, what is happening in Rodlin? As the dust settled, Andreas ventured into the hidden underground room, illuminated by torches. He noticed that, perhaps due to the timing being different from the game he knew, there were many unfamiliar items scattered around. Most of them, however, seemed useless. While browsing through the books, he found Kyler's magic book, which had writings about shadow magic. This intrigued him now that he was a black mage. Back in his original world when he was playing the game, he never paid much attention to it. He handed the book to Nickel and told him to place it in the undead realm. Just then, something caught Andreas's eye, a treasure chest. He immediately recognized it as a chaos mimic treasure chest. He was surprised that it hadn't reacted to him, as normally a giant monster would have emerged, grabbing anything near and swallowing it into the chest. Since that didn't happen, Andreas figured that someone must have separated the chest from the mimic's body, meaning he could take the chest without having to fight the monster. Assuming Kyler hadn't already taken everything, Andreas approached the chest and opened it. He reminded himself that once the 3 items inside were removed, the chest would become a normal one. The rarity of encountering these chests made the items inside extremely valuable. Reaching in, he pulled out a key and the Chaos Mimic's core. Though he couldn't use the core right away, he was certain it was valuable. Then, Andreas felt something else inside. He pulled out an old rusted sword. This sword looks so bad. It's like it's been through a lot, he thought to himself. Curious, he scanned it with his system and received a notification. The sword was called Ever Changing, and its mana conductivity was 0%. The system explained that the sword's form and attributes would change based on its wielder. Andreas found it interesting that the sword changed shape based on its wielder, but since he already had his own sword, Galaxor, he didn't need it. He then noticed Nickel, who was clearly eyeing the sword. Knowing Nickel wanted it, Andreas tossed it to him, saying that he had been planning to get him a new sword anyway. Suddenly, a powerful aura filled the room, surprising Andreas. The system informed him that the sword's mana conductivity had increased to 150%, Nickel's downward slash speed had risen by 200%, and his damage would increase when the sword was held in a fixed position for a while. The system also said that the sword's form and abilities changed depending on its wielder. Andreas was amazed to see that the sword had changed to match Nickel, and it even had additional traits. Afterward, Andreas told Nickel to help him gather their things and head back to the academy. 5 days later, Andreas was on a train. When he stepped off, he heard someone calling his name. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lucia waving at him. Andreas told her she didn't need to come and get him. Lucia explained that her father had asked her to spend time with him because an important guest had arrived on short notice. Andreas suggested they head straight to her house to work on her research, saying they needed to get as much done as possible while the school was closed. Annoyed, Lucia mockingly repeated his words, but then she laughed and suggested they have fun instead. She wanted to show him around town, but Andreas cut her off, insisting they didn't have time to play. They got into the carriage, and Lucia mentioned that Piggy, the son of Milko's director, was among the victims killed in the recent incident. Andreas simply replied that Piggy had been a nuisance until the very end. Lucia went on to say that since Deanna was the one who stopped him, she wasn't held responsible for his death. Andreas agreed, adding that Deanna's father, Bacht Alven, was a duke and one of the 10 most powerful people on the continent. He was also the master of Rodlin's magic tower. This incident, however, must have hurt the reputation of the House of Alvin. Lucia noted that it was fortunate Deanna had strong backing, then asked Andreas if he had heard about Professor Kyler's death. Andreas nodded, saying he had heard that Kyler was killed by the very monster he had created. Lucia angrily called Kyler an idiot for creating a monster he couldn't even control. She reminded him that just being alive is a blessing, even if he didn't realize it. Andreas sat silently, understanding why she felt that way. Lucia was sick, and if she didn't find a cure soon, she would die. He also thought to himself that although the authorities reported exactly what he wanted them to, he suspected they were secretly investigating it. He knew he needed to be more careful from now on. A few minutes later, they arrived at Lucia's grand, beautiful mansion. As they got out of the vehicle, Lucia turned to Andreas and asked why he had suddenly decided to be proactive, especially when he was always so busy. Andreas replied that since he was already there to sign a contract for a new potion he and Lucia's father were working on, he thought he might as well help her out. Lucia was surprised by his answer and asked if he was serious. Before he could respond, their conversation was interrupted when a voice called out Lucia's father's name. A woman's voice said she never expected him to play her like a fool. Lucia's father, looking nervous, explained that the orcs of the Great Forest were tough creatures, making it hard to gather the materials they needed. The woman, clearly angry, asked if he really thought the orcs were scarier than she was. Nervously, he replied, "No, that's not what I meant." Watching this exchange, Lucia stepped in and called out to her father, "Dad!" The woman, now realizing she was his daughter, grinned. In an instant, she disappeared and reappeared right next to Lucia. She grabbed Lucia and told her to come with her. Shocked and confused, Lucia asked where they were going. The woman replied that Lucia's father hadn't kept his promise. Andreas, who had been watching nearby, felt a fearsome wave of force from the woman. He was terrified and wondered who she was. In a panic, Lucia's father begged the woman, whom he called Hagenthal, not to take Lucia. But in a flash, the woman vanished again, this time reappearing on the roof of the mansion with Lucia in tow. From the rooftop, she told Lucia's father that she will bring Lucia back the next time she comes back, and that he should have the neutralizer ready by then. She wished him good luck and prepared to leave with Lucia. But Andreas noticed something about the woman. He saw tattoos on her skin which appeared to be made of magic. A thought crossed his mind. Could this woman be Salem? He called out her name. Salem, shocking Lucia's father and causing the woman to stop in her tracks. It was now revealed that the woman was indeed Salem. He turned to Andreas with a grin and said, "Hey Andreas, it's been a while." Lucia and her father were stunned. Andreas then asked Salem if he would kindly leave Lucia behind. With an annoyed expression, Salem calls him a cheeky brat and warns him not to get carried away just because he was nice to him once. He then asks if Andreas dares to order him around. Andreas replies no, explaining that he is not giving an order but pleading with him. He assures Salem that he will provide valuable information in return. Salem asks if Andreas can back up his words, saying, as they say, "Your word is the source of disaster." Andreas responds that he will tell him where to find the book written by the god of mythological ages. This catches Salem's attention, and he jumps back down with Lucia, asking Andreas where the book is. Andreas hesitates and asks if he is sure he wants to share that information here, considering there are others around. Knowing what to do, Lucia and her dad turn around and cover their ears, prompting Salem to tell Andreas to go ahead. He adds that if he doesn't find the book, he will get rid of all of them. Andreas tells him that the book is at Lake Irva, located on the southwestern border of the Empire. He explains that it should be in an underwater cave in the direction of 7 o'clock. Salem, who has never heard of that lake, questions if Andreas just made it up. Andreas asks if Salem seriously thinks he would do that. Curious, Salem inquires where Andreas got this information. Andreas replies that it's the one thing he can't reveal, thinking to himself that it comes from his experience playing a game. Salem expresses his frustration, saying that this is why he dislikes Andreas and his secrets. He then turns to Lucia's dad and tells him that he will let him off the hook this time, but warns him about the consequences next time. Lowering his head, Lucia's dad promises that he will collect the materials no matter the cost. Salem replies, "Right. A merchant lives and dies on trust, as they say." Finally, he turns to Andreas and asks how he knew it was him since he had changed his appearance. Andreas explains that he has recently started to see the flow of mana. Inwardly, Andreas thought he never expected his mana talent, combined with his vessel's traits, would come in handy like this. As Salem waved goodbye and left, Andreas reflected that Salem had inscribed numerous magic circles on his body to enhance his magical abilities. However, this would eventually cause his body to disintegrate. Like Lucia, Salem was holding a ticking time bomb. The book he mentioned earlier contained knowledge about harmony. If Salem reads it and learns to maintain harmony between his magic circles and his body, he might be able to survive. Lucia's dad then thanked Andreas, promising to return the favor. Andreas replied that it was all right. Lucia approached him and asked how he got to know Salem. Andreas explained it was by chance, but quickly changed the subject, asking where her lab was. Acting playfully, she replied that she wouldn't tell him because there was no way she would let someone who might be working with the Empire's most wanted criminal into her lab. Andreas responded that this meant she wouldn't let her dad in either. Lucia agreed, saying she wouldn't let him in either. She then asked why he didn't just go and sign his contract with her dad already, since that was why he was there. He told her not to be so mean, insisting that the contract didn't have to be signed right away. Lucia shot back that he was the one being mean by always hiding things from her. Suddenly, Andreas's eyes widened in shock as he noticed Lucia's nose was bleeding. She tried to cover it, then started running away, saying she didn't want him to see her like this. But as she ran, she fell unconscious, hitting the Yamcha pose. If you know, you know. Flashback scene. Lucia was in her lab, working hard on a potion to cure herself. Every day she experimented with new ideas. Despite her efforts, she had failed 1,121 times because the acidic mucus from the pollock frog's tongue kept ruining her attempts. The 1,122nd failure happened due to the different heating conditions in her lab. The first 3 attempts had also failed because of the unusual setup. After trying almost every possible variable, she realized she might need to change the ingredients since the reagent was unstable. Years passed, and she kept failing until she reached her 3,160th attempt. Then one day, Andreas suggested using Yoban root, saying it could help neutralize the frog's mucus. That night, Lucia returned to her lab and followed his advice. Unfortunately, this attempt also ended in failure because having just the ingredients wasn't enough. She recalled Andreas telling her that it was hard for him to find time at the moment, but he would make time for her later. As she thought about his words, she pinned her notes to the wall. Andreas had only seen her struggles through a screen, so he didn't truly understand how serious her situation was. This lab was her battlefield and her survival depended on her success. Suddenly, he heard a knock at the door. It was the maid, who told her that Lucia had just woken up and asked if Andreas wanted to see her. Curious, Andreas inquired if Lucia had ever collapsed like this before. The maid replied, no, and that according to her doctor, Lucia's condition had worsened due to her recent excessive use of mana. Andreas felt guilty, thinking he was partly to blame for her situation. If he had stayed in line with the game's storyline, Lucia wouldn't have gotten involved, and now time was running out for her. Meanwhile, Lucia felt heavy and realized her mana flow was unstable. She feared she might die soon, even though she had hoped to spend her remaining time happily with Andreas. Remembering Andreas's panicked face, she smiled, thinking it was comforting to have someone worry about her. She believed he would remember her after she was gone. Just then, Andreas entered the room, startling Lucia. She screamed at him for entering a ladies' room without permission. Andreas responded, confused, that he had only come to check on her. Lucia turned away, hiding her face, and said she looked terrible after just waking up. Andreas replied, teasing her that it was her personality that was truly terrible. Brushing off the moment, he tells her to meet him in the reception room once she feels well enough to move. He mentions a new product deal he needs to sign with her father, and after that, he will help her with her research. A few minutes later, Andreas and the Viscount finish their business. The Viscount expresses his hope to maintain a good relationship with Andreas, stating that as the head of the trading company, he doesn't want to lose such a valuable product to other companies. Andreas agrees, thanking him for always offering favorable terms. Then, Andreas asks the Viscount about his deal with Salem, curious about the specifics. The Viscount explains that Salem gave him a recipe for a potion, which he prepares every 3 months at the trading company. Andreas thinks to himself that it must be a potion to delay Salem's disintegration. He never thought the Everlast Trading Group had a deal with Salem. He realizes that the Viscount has a lot on his plate. Suddenly, Lucia arrives and asks if they are finished talking. Andreas confirms they are, and she suggests they should leave. He excuses himself, and the Viscount thanks Andreas for always looking after his daughter. They head toward the lab together. As they walk, Andreas thinks about how, without help, it's impossible for Lucia to create her own cure. Although he currently has all the necessary ingredients, he must figure out the correct mixing ratios himself, since this world is no longer a game. The biggest problem is that the Yoban root he got from the congregation is almost gone. Curious, Lucia asks what he is thinking about, then teasingly suggests, "You're thinking about Senior Vivian, aren't you?" Andreas tells her not to be silly, and asks her how far she has progressed with her research. Lucia replies that there has been no progress since she discovered the reaction, and the Yoban root is running low too. Inwardly, Andreas thinks it's impressive that she has come this far. He then asks her if the cure is for herself. Suddenly, she stops walking and tells him she is going to die soon. She explains that she was originally supposed to live for another year or so, but she likely pushed herself too hard when she fought that monster the other day. Now, they say she has only 2 months to live. To her surprise, Andreas replied that she wasn't going to die. Lucia, not joking, insisted that she was serious. Andreas then told her there was no time to waste, so they should get started. Lucia agreed, saying, yes. That night, Lucia watched Andreas work and mentioned that she had already tried what he was doing. Andreas said if that was the case, he would skip ahead. Lucia agreed. After some time, Andreas had everything sorted out and told her she should sleep now. Lucia said she would stay a bit longer, but Andreas pointed out that she wouldn't grow taller if she didn't go to bed early. Then she suggested they have some fun tomorrow, but he replied that they didn't have time for that. Feeling a bit sad, Lucia admitted she was bored. She had been stuck in this life for years and was tired of it. Honestly, she thought this could be a waste of time and wanted to create some memories while she could. After hearing this, Andreas paused to think about her words. Finally, he agreed, but said they could only have 2 hours. Shocked, Lucia asked if he was serious. She mentioned she had never had a beer before and wanted to try it. However, Andreas told her to forget about going out and she said, "No beer then." The next morning, they went to the market. Lucia was very happy as she enjoyed shopping. The day after that, they returned to work in her lab. She was thrilled to have fun with him and just to watch him, wishing she could stay alive forever. 3 days later, when Andreas was leaving, Lucia said they could have left together tomorrow. But he reminded her that he had to go home today and told her they would see each other at the academy tomorrow. Lucia felt happy, thinking that even though she had little time left to live, these final days weren't so bad. The academy had reopened, and Andreas was working in his lab. Since there were no more lectures from Kyler, he had more time to spend in his personal laboratory. As he worked on his potion-making project, he tested it but sighed afterward. He then opened his status window. He had been using black magic a lot lately, allowing him to improve his skills, but his potion-making skills were still lacking. His talents in black magic and necromancy were extraordinary, while his elemental magic and water system skills were weak. He was gifted in agility and combat, and his mana was extraordinary. His potion production had a 40% chance of evolving, with 5 possible branches of evolution. A message asked him if he wanted to evolve his potion skills. His black magic and necromancy were also currently evolving, with 13 hours remaining until completion. Assuming it would be impossible to evolve his potion skills anytime soon, and given that he had a deadline of 2 months, his only option was to find a new recipe to increase his chance of evolution. Frustrated, Andreas realized he had been postponing Lucia's situation for too long, believing he had more time. He had been trying to follow the game's rules, but now he needed to consider a different approach. He had also ordered the ingredients for the cure back at the Everlast house. Just then, someone knocked at the door. He opened it to find Dean Belial standing there. Belial remarked that he finally answered the door, expressing surprise that it took so long since he had been waiting all afternoon. Andreas wondered why he was here, but before he could ask, Belial looked at him with a serious expression and said in a serious tone, "Can you use black magic?" Andreas was surprised by Belial's words. He was speechless. After a moment, he asked in a low voice what Belial was talking about. Andreas continued, stating that unless someone was crazy, no one at the academy would use black magic. Belial then mentioned that Professor Kyler was a sensible man beneath his facade and added that he didn't believe all black magic users were bad. Andreas, feeling busy, told Belial to excuse him if he had nothing else to say. However, Belial claimed he had seen Andreas's magic circle and was amazed by Andreas's understanding of contradictions. He assumed that Andreas could use it, explaining that the foundation of black magic is based on contradictions. Whether Andreas was a black mage or not was not Belial's concern, but he thought it might be more convenient if Andreas were. This way, Andreas could show him something more interesting. Confused, the young man asked what Belial meant. Belial explained that he was considering offering Andreas a private lesson. He believed that if Andreas accepted, he would become a warlock before long. The story explained that becoming a warlock means you can create your own unique magic. If you compare it to swordsmanship, it's like becoming an aura master. Belial held the title of youngest warlock among all those who achieved this, so it was normally a no-brainer to accept an offer from a genius like him. However, getting involved with someone as unpredictable as Belial was too risky. Plus, Lucia's cure was more important at the moment. With all this in mind, Andreas respectfully said he was honored by Belial's generous offer, but Belial interrupted saying, "So, in other words, you accept." He went on to say that they should start with the heart of elemental magic and matter fusion. He said he would return the next day at the same time. Andreas shouted that he hadn't accepted the offer, but Belial ignored him and disappeared. Andreas inwardly cursed, thinking that Belial was just saying whatever he wanted. He regretted catching the attention of someone so troublesome. 6 weeks later, Andreas brought food and suggested to Lucia that they take a break. When Lucia asked what it was, he replied it was a sandwich. Lucia smiled and munched on it, making Andreas think that she could really eat, but he was glad she had an appetite. Inwardly, he reflected that even with the help of Everlast Company, he couldn't get the ingredients for the potions. He had even skipped class to try various concoctions, but the success rate was still only 51%. He thought he might figure something out if he kept trying, but the deadline was approaching fast. While they were eating, Lucia mentioned that earlier, when Andreas was out, she had tweaked the formula. Andreas told her to eat first and then talk, but she continued whatever she was doing and asked him to come closer. She wondered if the toxins would partially disappear if they used heat extraction while mixing the ingredients. After some calculations, the success rate rose to 74%. Excitedly, she suggested they try making it, believing it might work at that rate. However, Andreas disagreed. He explained that they were already down to their last ingredients, and 74% was too low a chance to risk her life on. They needed to find another formula with a slightly better success rate. Lucia then proposed a different idea, prompting Andreas to ask her what it was. While munching on a sandwich and sipping the last bit of juice, she explained that if she ate all the ingredients at once, they would mix themselves, right? Andreas, more serious now, told her that this was not the time for jokes. Lucia playfully mimicked him in a nerdy voice, saying, "No's not the time for jokes." A loud silence followed, and then Andreas sighed, saying he was tired and was going home. To her shock, he left the room and closed the door behind him. Sitting alone with a sad expression, Lucia thought to herself that she was foolish for acting that way, especially since Andreas had given her such a grim look, which only made her feel more scared. Outside, lying on a park bench, Andreas reflected on how Lucia was pretending to be fine, which made him even more anxious. This wasn't a world where she could respawn if he failed. He thought back to the beginning in the private lab, and dreaded the possibility of using the 74% probability formula that Lucia had suggested. While he was deep in thought, there was a loud bam, bam, bam at the door. He casually called out for whoever was knocking to come in since the door was unlocked. DNA entered looking stressed, and told him that Lucia had collapsed and was coughing up blood. Andreas was taken aback by the news. They rushed to check on Lucia, who was unconscious on the bed. Andreas explained to Deanna that Lucia had an incurable disease. Deanna was surprised, saying she didn't know Lucia was suffering from one. However, she mentioned that she had already notified the Everlast house just in case. Inwardly, Andreas recalled that the doctors had said she would be fine for a few more weeks, but given the current situation, it was hard to believe their opinion. Deanna turned to Andreas and said that Lucia was in terrible condition. She would ask her father to get Rodland's best team of doctors, but Andreas interrupted her, saying he had a favor to ask. Moments later, Andreas showed Deanna what he and Lucia had been working on. Deanna praised their progress, saying they had done an amazing job to get this far. However, Andreas explained that they were stuck at this point. He mentioned that theoretically, there should be nothing left after the synthesis, but a lethal dose of toxins still remained. DNA asked him if he knew at which point the toxin was formed. He replied that he didn't know because they didn't have the exact ratio, so they couldn't pinpoint the problem. DNA explained that if they could convert the remaining toxins into water and remove them, the situation would be much simpler. Andreas's eyes widened in shock as he considered her idea about converting the toxins into water. He wondered why he hadn't thought of that before. If they could transform what was left into water, they might succeed. Suddenly, he remembered Belial suggesting that they start with the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. Andreas realized that if he learned about matter fusion, he could create the potion. However, he felt it was too late to learn it now, so he asked Diana if she could use matter fusion magic. Luckily, Deanie responded that she could sort of use it, which meant they might be able to make the cure. They decided to start immediately. For the next few hours, Deanie focused on her magic while Andreas mixed the ingredients. Day turned into night as they continued their work. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, people were doing their best to stop Lucia's bleeding. The doctors struggled to stabilize her mana. Despite their efforts, her mana flow was stronger than expected, making it difficult to control. Lucia's father kept insisting that they stabilize her condition no matter what. However, the doctor knew they were running out of options. If her condition continued like this, she would eventually die. Suddenly, the door swung open, catching everyone's attention. Everyone turned to see Andreas standing there, out of breath and apologizing for being late. The next day, a cool breeze woke Lucia from her sleep. As she opened her eyes, she felt confused to see Andreas sitting next to her bed with his eyes closed. She wondered why he was there. Getting up, she noticed that she felt better for some reason, and her mana felt calmer. This made her think about something called terminal lucidity, where a person feels better just before they die. Lucia then turned her attention to Andreas and wondered how long he had been there. She smiled, feeling relieved that she had a chance to say goodbye. She told him that she had a good time because of him, and that he had given her hope that her illness could be cured. In fact, she had almost forgotten that she was supposed to die soon. Without him, she believed her heart would have given up and she would have spent her last days in misery. Grateful, she thanked him for everything and said goodbye. Sitting there with a cute expression, Andreas suddenly asked her where she was going, startling her. Noticing her reaction, he commented that she looked better. Embarrassed, Lucia asked when he had woken up. He replied that he had been awake since she mentioned she would die soon. Annoyed, she asked him to leave because she wanted to be alone. Andreas accepted her request, understanding how strong she had been. He then told her it must have been difficult to live knowing she would die soon, and that it was amazing how she endured it alone. He was glad she felt all right, but mentioned that since he hadn't had time for a clinical trial, he still had some concerns. To be safe, he advised her to rest for a few more days. As he prepared to leave, Lucia called out his name with a hopeful expression, asking if she was really not going to die. Andreas reassured her that she would not, and told her to save her goodbyes for 60 years later. Suddenly, she started crying, saying she didn't want to die. Seeing her distress, Andreas decided to stay and help lift her spirits. In the following days, Andreas became Belial's apprentice. It was difficult for him to follow Belial, the youngest warlock, and he sensed that Belial wasn't thrilled about it. Regardless of Belial's feelings, Andreas found it to be a valuable learning experience. Time passed, and soon it was the day of the midterm exams. The teacher stood in front of the crowd of students, instructing them to line up, whether they were from the magic faculty or the night faculty. Suddenly, Vivian appeared behind Andreas and called out his name. He turned and said, "Long time no see." Vivian then mentioned that she heard he had cured Lucia's illness, to which Andreas replied that all he did was help her. Vivian then said, "So, you became a fairy for Lucia too?" Andreas laughed it off and thought that he would rather be called Mr. Seaweed like Lucia does, instead of Mr. Fairy. The teacher then got everyone's attention and began to explain the exam content. She informed them that their grades would be based on the number of floors they climbed. However, they should be aware that each floor has traps and monsters, and the higher they go, the more difficult it becomes. Additionally, the entire exam would be shown live to the academy and people outside. Andreas explained that this is Modras Tower, a 30-floor dungeon built with magic by Modras Alvin, the first head of House Alvin. Because of its extreme difficulty, no students have ever reached the top floor. Only students can challenge it, as it is enchanted to be inaccessible to anyone over the age of 25. Therefore, the results from this tower will determine who the strongest student in Rodlin is. Originally, the exams were supposed to be postponed due to Kyler's involvement, but since that issue has been resolved, he can now focus on the exam, the teacher continued, saying that entry would be limited to 20 people at a time. In the event of a life-threatening situation, students would be automatically summoned outside, so she encouraged them to do their best. She then announced that they would hand out their numbers. Andreas received number 38, while Vivian got number 16. Vivian wished they could go together, but Andreas explained that even if they could, the starting point would be random, and they would likely end up split up anyway. Suddenly, Deanna came over and asked them what their numbers were. They told her, and Deanna revealed that her number was 3, meaning she was in the same group as Vivian. Playfully, she commented that since Vivian and Andreas were always together, it made her think they were in a relationship. Vivian blushed and became nervous, while Andreas wondered about the nature of their relationship. Deanna noticed Vivian's reaction. Andreas recalled how he and Vivian had saved each other's lives and shared a few secrets, making their friendship feel different from the usual. So, he told Deanna, "Vivian is a friend, someone I can trust deeply." Taken aback, Deanna wondered if Andreas was pretending to be clueless, or if he was genuinely an idiot. She turned to Vivian and asked what she thought about Andreas and whether they suited each other. But Andreas interrupted, telling Deanna to stop because she was being rude to Vivian. Vivian, however, disagreed, saying that it wasn't rude at all, and then she quickly left the conversation. Deanna watched her go and thought to herself that it seemed like one-sided love. Meanwhile, Andreas stood there, looking confused. He sarcastically told Deanna that she did a good job joking around with a big-hearted person like Vivian, thinking that Vivian must be upset by her comments. Just as Deanna was about to tell the clueless guy that Vivian liked him, the students numbered 1 to 20 were called into the tower. That was her cue, so she said, "I guess this isn't the time to chat. We'll continue later." Andreas agreed and wished her good luck. She replied, "Of course I'm not going to lose this time either. You should give it your all too." Smirking, he told her that if that were the case, she would have to climb high because he was aiming for the top of the tower. His words shocked everyone around him, and their eyes locked onto him. One student remarked that Andreas certainly had a lot of confidence, while others speculated that he might actually do it since he had a unique constitution. However, it didn't matter what they thought. From just a glance, it was clear that Andreas was serious. Vivian said she was looking forward to it. As each student stood next to their respective portal, the teacher instructed them to enter. Just before stepping in, Vivian whispered to herself that this time she would prove she was stronger than anyone else, so that she could be Andreas's sword. The highest floor ever reached in the history of the academy was the 25th floor. This record was set by Maximin Cronel. After graduating from Rodlin, he became known as the Walking Calamity, and was recognized as one of the strongest aura masters on the continent. Despite his strength, even he could not reach the top of the tower. Not long after entering the tower, a notification appeared for everyone. DNA Alvin had passed through the first floor, and so had Vivian Belroken. All the students were shocked to learn that they had already advanced beyond the first floor. 4 days after the start of the midterm exams, something unbelievable happened. DNA Alvin emerged victorious after a long and fierce battle on the 20th floor, becoming the first person to break through since Maximin Cronel, the continent's strongest swordsman. DNA was thrilled that she had defeated the 20th floor's boss, finally breaking the wall that had held others back. High-ranking officials were in a luxurious room watching DNA's battles, and they found her impressive. One of them congratulated the Tower Master, DNA's father, saying that his daughter was the first mage in history to achieve this. The Tower Master replied that there was no need for such excitement, as it paled in comparison to the original tower of the Imperial Palace. He added that Maximin's record had simply been broken too late. However, DNA was not the only one making history. Vivian was still in the tower, fighting a dinosaur-like creature. It attacked with great force, but Vivian easily dodged its strikes using her acrobatic skills. As she thought to herself that the creature's speed did not match its size, reminding her of a previous battle against a mutated human. Since that day, she had trained every single day, and now she felt ready. When the monster lunged at her, she sidestepped its attack and delivered several powerful slashes, inflicting significant damage. The more she fought, the more enjoyment showed on her face. With one final slice, she decapitated the creature, a malicious smile spreading across her face. The important audience watched in shock, their mouths agape, as Vivian completed the 20th floor right after DNA Alvin. One man recognized her as the daughter of the Belroken family and found her astonishing, but another commented that her behavior seemed almost mad. A yellow-haired woman sat calmly and remarked, "You know what they say, everything beautiful has its thorn. If Vivian can tame the beast within her, she might rise above all others." This woman was the Duchess of Morhaime, Lady Mineas Morhaime. Now, on the challenging 21st floor, both Deanna and Vivian faced difficulties and ultimately had to give up their attempts to clear it. As soon as they exited, the crowd erupted in cheers, calling out their names and applauding. DNA turned to Vivian and congratulated her on reaching the 21st floor as well. However, Vivian replied that she had gone further than DNA, which meant she had won. DNA quickly countered, saying that if that was the case, she had defeated the boss on the 20th floor first, which meant she had actually beaten Vivian. Vivian disagreed, insisting that it was still her victory. DNA sighed just as Andreas approached to congratulate them both on reaching the 21st floor. DNA remarked that it was a bit disappointing to have only made it to the 21st floor after all her boasting. Andreas explained that the 21st floor was a whole dimension beyond the 20th, and not just anyone could reach it. Curious, DNA noted that Andreas sounded as if he had experienced it himself. Nervously, Andreas replied that he had only read about it in the library. Suddenly, the teacher called for the next group of entrants, numbers 21 to 40, to line up in front of the tower. This was Andreas's cue to leave. He told them goodbye, but Vivian called out his name and affectionately encouraged him to do his best. He replied, "Yes, later, Vivian." It was ironic. She had once been the person he wanted to avoid the most, but now she was the one he trusted the most. After entering the portal, Andreas found himself on the first floor. With determination, he began his climb. Outside, Vivian remembered Deanna asking if she thought Andreas and her would make a good couple, and how he had told DNA to stop teasing her because it was rude, and that she had run away, insisting it wasn't rude at all. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Vivian began to blush, realizing that she had confessed her feelings for Andreas that day. DNA noticed her blushing and looked at her in confusion. Meanwhile, Andreas was climbing the tower, and the first floor was as easy as drinking water. He cleared it in just 12 minutes. The climb from the first to the third floor was also as easy as finding sand at the beach, taking him 1 hour. From the third to the 8th floor, it felt like stealing candy from a sleeping sloth, and he cleared it in 6 hours and 45 minutes, the fastest time. The 9th floor was easier than napping on a Sunday afternoon, which he completed in 7 hours and 33 minutes. Now feeling hungry, he decided to take a break and eat a little. While he was eating, he opened his status window. Now that his black magic talent has evolved, it encompasses the entire black magic system, not just necromancy. Thanks to the successful creation of Lucia's potion, his potion-making talent has also improved. Additionally, with Belial's guidance, his elemental magic is no longer weak. It has become mediocre instead. Belial looked at him skeptically when Andreas suddenly succeeded at something he had struggled to do for hours. Still, that unusual mentor proved to be helpful. Andreas decided to seize his chance for evolution. He noticed that his elemental magic had a 74% chance of evolving. At this rate, he believed he would gain enough experience before leaving the tower. He should focus on using elemental magic skills to maximize his progress. However, he realized he only had 2 magic jamming potions left, which was not reassuring. For now, he decided to rest, as things would become much more challenging from the 10th floor onward. On the second day after entering the tower, on the 10th floor, Andreas faced an iron golem. He had already disabled its shield, and now he was waiting for it to attack him with its laser beam eyes. As he dodged the attack, he reminded himself that once its shields were down, it would begin attacking by randomly moving its magic core to one of 4 locations: its right arm, head, chest, or left arm. First, he decided to target its right arm. He drew his sword, surrounded by a dark aura, and slashed at its arm. However, that was the wrong choice. Realizing this, he opted to use a potion to end the battle quickly. He threw the potions at the golem's barriers, successfully deactivating them. With the shield down, he moved to attack the left arm. Just as he was about to strike, the golem shot a laser beam at him. He dodged by, quickly turning his head, and then elegantly sliced its arm in half, winning the battle. After landing perfectly, he wondered how many floors he could climb today. 7 minutes. In just 7 minutes, Andreas Cromwell broke Maximin's record of 8 minutes and defeated the Iron Golem on the 10th floor, setting a new record in the Academy's history. An observer, the old dude, praised Andreas for being remarkable. He noted that Andreas not only planned his strategy, but also cleverly used his strongest asset, potions, during the battle. It seemed as if Andreas had already experienced the tower before. The Tower Master watched the old dude with interest, and the old dude continued, remarking that he was indeed a clever and bold student. If he continued this way, he might surpass Maximin's record of completing 25 floors. The Tower Master, Alvin, also mentioned that he couldn't predict how far Andreas would go. However, he pointed out that many influential and wealthy people from the Empire were present, including the eyes and ears of the Imperial Court. The important figures in the room showed great interest, excited by the emergence of another strong competitor. From now on, the whole Empire would be paying attention to Andreas Cromwell. Meanwhile, on the 5th day of the exam on the 29th floor of the tower, chaos surrounded Andreas as he fought a minotaur. The monster looked furious, with bloodstains on its mouth and beard. With determination, Andreas dashed forward and delivered a powerful slash that decapitated the creature. As he stood there, he realized that climbing from the 27th floor and above was tougher than he had expected, since those floors didn't even exist in the game. Now, with only the 30th floor left to conquer, he eagerly anticipated the strength of the enemies he would face. With that thought in mind, he entered the door leading to the final floor. Meanwhile, in the spectator room where students watched the exam, they finally saw Andreas Cromwell reach the last floor. Deanna was surprised that he had actually made it. Not only had he broken Maximin's record, but he had also reached the top. Nearby, Vivienne commented that Andreas was still far from her level of strength, and she turned to leave. This confused Deanna, who asked where she was going. Vivienne replied, "Training," explaining that she knew Andreas would definitely win. Deanna looked at her in bewilderment while Andreas walked through the tower under heavy rainfall. He had been walking for a while but hadn't seen a single monster yet. He wondered if he would just walk out of here without doing anything, because there was no way the 29th floor was the last one. As he continued walking, he noticed something strange about the tree roots. He felt confused for a moment, but then his suspicion was confirmed when the roots began to crack and move. Suddenly, a human-shaped tree monster lay on the ground before him. At that moment, Andreas realized this was the boss of the 30th floor. Andreas prepared himself, his expression focused as the monster, named Graciel, towered over him. He found it interesting that he was heading straight into a boss fight. But then, the monster let out a loud battle cry and launched a powerful attack right at Andreas. He quickly dodged it and thought to himself that while fire-based magic is effective against tree-type enemies, in this rain, it was unlikely to do much damage. As the monster attacked again, Andreas swiftly slashed off its fingers, causing it to scream in pain. However, to his shock, the fingers quickly grew back, surprising him with its rapid regeneration. He realized this monster would not let him win easily. Using its roots, Gracil wrapped around Andreas's leg and flung him into the air. But Andreas managed to use a wind slash to cut himself free. As he regained his footing, the monster suddenly opened its chest and began shooting out bullet-like attacks that flew toward him at high speed. Andreas didn't know what they were, making them hard to deal with. Lacking information, he decided to summon an earth shield in front of him to block the attacks. To his surprise, the bullet-like attacks exploded, releasing a bright green light and leaving a thick layer of greenery on the shield. Andreas knew he would be in serious trouble if he got hit by those projectiles. Suddenly, he dodged another unexpected attack from Gracil. He took some distance and thought about how any openings he showed could be exploited by the roots hidden in the ground. On one side was the monster's main body, which kept regenerating, and on the other, its projectile attacks. This situation was truly troublesome for him. He realized there was no time to search for its core or weak points, and he couldn't cast any large spells. He had no choice but to finish the fight in one shot. The thought of finishing the fight in one shot sparked an idea in Andreas's mind. Meanwhile, some of the students observing the battle remarked that Andreas had been running around for 30 minutes and wondered if this was as far as he could go. One student noted that just reaching this point set a new record, so he was sure Andreas was satisfied with that. Another student commented that it was a shame because he thought Andreas would make it to the top. On the other hand, Deanna felt inspired now that Andreas had come this far, and she wanted to cheer for him. One student observed that Andreas looked so tired that he was dragging his sword along the ground. However, at that moment, Deanna noticed that Andreas wasn't just running around aimlessly. As he dragged his sword on the ground, he was drawing something while skillfully evading the monster's attacks. The powerful figures in the room, including the Tower Master, watched closely. They found Andreas's strategy outrageous. The bald man was shocked, while the blonde lady remarked that Andreas's idea was stupidly big. Deanna clenched her fist, realizing that Andreas was doing something similar to what she had done to defeat Piggy. However, his version was an off-the-scale giant amplification magic that he was drawing perfectly around the monster. Now that he had finished the drawing, Andreas ignited his sword with fire magic, ready to burn the tree monster to dust. Unaware of Andreas's plan, the monster kept launching its attacks, which he easily dodged this time. It swung its hand at him again, but Andreas quickly jumped onto it and ran along its arm until he reached its back. There, he stabbed the monster and used his mana to create a firewall. A bright magic circle appeared, and a powerful burst of fire incinerated the boss. The flames were so intense that they caused the cameras and TV screens showing the fight to glitch. Andreas has finally made a move on the 30th floor boss, the commentator exclaimed. He continued, saying that for the first time in the history of the academy, the 30th floor had been cleared. The students watched in shock, mouths agape and eyes wide. The commentator noted that he had wondered why Andreas had not attacked sooner, but now he understood he was creating an amplification magic circle. DNA was both shocked and impressed, realizing that Andreas had more than enough mana to cast such a large-scale magic circle. Meanwhile, the boss clearly looked defeated. As Andreas caught his breath, he said, "It shouldn't be able to regenerate after that attack." Meanwhile, the blonde lady found Andreas unbelievable. The more she looked at him, the more fascinated she became. She asked the vice commander, Demard Slay, who stood beside her, what he thought of him. He replied that Andreas was indeed fascinating, noting that his current ability was only a title, so recruiting him would not be a problem. She agreed they should bring him in. He suggested they act quickly since Her Highness, the third princess, seemed eager to make the first move. However, she assured him not to worry, as she planned to offer him the most tempting offer of all. I wonder what kind of offer she's thinking. Meanwhile, Andreas received a rune stone of desire. The system explained that this stone is awarded to the first person to clear the 30th floor of the tower, and its reward doubles when used within the tower. Andreas thought it would be useful in the Imperial Palace in the future. Suddenly, a portal began to form behind him. Confused, he wondered if it was the exit, as he thought he would be forcibly teleported back to the entrance. Without thinking, Andreas stepped inside the portal. Outside, important people waited for him, wondering why he hadn't emerged yet. Some mentioned they had come because the live feed had ended, but they decided to wait a little longer. Suddenly, the commentator informed the distinguished guests that they were investigating the reason for Andreas's delay. He thanked them for their understanding and patience. Meanwhile, the blonde lady remarked that Andreas Cromwell seemed to be leaving everyone in suspense from the very beginning. Just then, Andreas's feet appeared as he stepped through the portal. He was taken aback by what he saw. I would be shocked too, as he had expected to exit the tower but found himself in a different room, which he believed to be a hidden stage. As he walked up the stairs, he remarked that he had played the game many times but never knew about this hidden area. Well, there's no option to go back, he thought. He pushed open the door, which creaked slowly. When he saw what lay beyond, his eyes widened in shock. He found himself in a magnificent room filled with countless magic circles, interlocked like cogs, creating a massive spell. Realizing that this was the source of Madras Tower's power, he continued to walk forward. Suddenly, a mysterious voice congratulated him on reaching the top floor. The voice belonged to an old man who explained that this hidden floor could only be accessed by the first person to clear the 30th floor. It was hidden from view by layers of ancient warding magic. Andreas thought that the old man was just a psychic projection, yet he sensed an incredible amount of mana. The old man expressed delight at meeting him, saying he was the first and possibly the last person to do so. He introduced himself as Modras Alvin, the first head of the Alvin family. Though he knew this was only a projection of a man who had died hundreds of years ago, Andreas was surprised to learn that Modras was Bakht's ancestor. Modras remarked that Andreas was a rather quiet young man, but believed he must be quite capable to have reached this place. Deep down, he hoped one of his descendants would be the one who come here. So, he asked Andreas if his descendants perhaps hadn't inherited his magical talents. Andreas remained silent, thinking that this projection certainly liked to talk a lot. Modras then said, "Regardless, in recognition of your abilities, I will give you a reward." Finally speaking up, Andreas asked about this reward. Modras laughed, saying that Andreas was honest about his desires, but it wouldn't come for free. He activated a spell, stating that he had one final challenge for Andreas, to try and defeat him. The magic Modras used was directed at Andreas, and although it knocked him back slightly, he quickly regained his footing. Inside, he cursed the old man for attacking without warning. Modras challenged him to come forward and show what he was capable of, calling him a young man who would usher in a new era. Andreas replied that he couldn't really talk about his magical talents, which confused Modras a little. However, Andreas thought to himself that even if Modras was just a psychic projection, he was still expected to fight a legendary warlock. If Modras wanted to be mean-spirited, Andreas was more than ready. Modras burst into laughter at Andreas's words, saying it was wonderful to hear. Since Andreas had no choice but to fight, he reminded himself to stay calm. He believed that this version of Modras was weaker than he was when alive. If this place couldn't be seen from the outside, he had a chance of winning. Modras then summoned a gigantic cyclone, creating a massive burst of tornadoes filled with magic. However, Andreas charged right toward the two tornadoes and slipped through the gap in the middle, surprising Modras with his boldness. Andreas then used a spell called Wind Cutter against Modras, who found it interesting that Andreas was a sword-wielding mage. However, Modras warned him that this alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Andreas, unfazed, smirked as he summoned Nickel, who appeared behind Modras. In a surprising move, Nickel sliced Modras in half with ease. Modras was momentarily speechless at the sight of an undead creature. He laughed, congratulating Andreas for outsmarting him. Just as he was about to act, Timur struck him hard, sending him crashing down with great force. Dust filled the air, and as it began to settle, Modras remarked that this was delightful. He noted that Andreas certainly made things interesting. Modras continued, saying that being able to use magic and a sword simultaneously was already rare, but it was fascinating to him that someone who could even wield black magic was a student at the academy. Andreas was on high alert, knowing that this wouldn't defeat the old man. Modras then stated that Andreas was making a mistake, explaining that he was not human, but a psychic projection. He warned that recklessly attacking an old man without a physical body would lead nowhere. With a laugh, he unleashed a wind spear attack at Andreas and his summons. Andreas dodged the attack, but Modras followed up with a bomb attack aimed directly at him. Internally, Andreas thought that attacking this old man was pointless. However, he noticed the clock and realized there had to be something significant about it. Of the 3 small clocks, only one seemed to be working. Modras taunted him, saying that running around like a squirrel wouldn't help because there would be no end to this battle if it continued. Suddenly, one of the small clocks began to activate, catching Andreas's attention just as Modras declared he would change things up. At that moment, a cloud of lightning appeared above Andreas, and the room crackled with thunder. It was at this moment that Andreas knew he was in trouble. Fortunately, he quickly created a barrier around himself to temporarily block the attack and ordered Nickel to disrupt Madras's magic. Nickel understood and leaped towards Madras, swinging his sword. However, the sword passed right through Madras, who found Nickel to be an annoyance. Madras retaliated with a lightning attack, but it had no effect. Nickel turned around and launched another slash, which Madras dodged. Now pushed to his limit, Madras declared he would overpower Nickel with sheer firepower. He prepared another lightning attack, this one significantly stronger than the last. Andreas thought to himself that no matter how strong an undead might be against lightning magic, they would be destroyed if they kept taking hits like that. Madras taunted Nickel, wondering how long he could last against such power. Realizing that this wouldn't end well for Nickel, Andreas decided to unsummon him. This caused Madras to halt his attack, feeling disappointed because the battle was becoming interesting. Andreas thought about how Madras must know that undead and lightning magic are incompatible, yet he continued to use it against him. This only meant one thing. Madras could only use the elements controlled by that revolving clock, excluding spatial magic. After hearing Andreas's insight, Madras commended him for figuring it out. He explained that it was a rule Madras had set when he left him here, because, without restrictions, no matter how many tower conquerors there were, it would be impossible for them to defeat him. He continued to say that this was merely a handicap. However, if he couldn't even land a fatal blow, Andreas wouldn't stand a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Andreas again with lightning magic. Andreas dodged the attack while thinking about whether he should use offensive magic or wear his opponent down over time. Since he was a psychic projection, he would disappear once he ran out of mana. Casting magic repeatedly would surely drain a lot of mana. Andreas closed his eyes to sense Madras's mana. He felt confused for a moment, but then realized the source. The pillars around them were supplying Madras with mana. This realization gave him clarity. Madras noticed that Andreas had figured this out, so he used a thunder attack. To block it, Andreas created an earth shield. Since Madras's elemental powers were limited, it was easy to counter his attacks. Suddenly Madras appeared behind Andreas and said, "Just as you mentioned, the restrictions don't include spatial magic." He then attacked with another thunder spell. To Madras's shock, Andreas wasn't finished yet. He performed a double chant of black magic. Madras had thought Andreas was an upright young man, but he discovered that Andreas was quite cunning. Andreas smirked and replied that he believed Madras was the one with many secrets. Madras laughed and said, "That's what they call the virtue of age." At that moment, another small clock lit up, this one blue. Madras declared that Andreas's elemental advantage would soon vanish. He then cast Agua Field, summoning a large wave of water that spread across the battlefield. Andreas cursed inwardly as he realized Madras was trying to take control from above. Madras was flying in the air while Timer and Andreas remained below. However, Andreas didn't panic, as he and Timer were each targeting a different pillar. With lightning speed, he appeared in front of Timer and asked where he was rushing off to. Madras then used an attack called Hydra Wave, summoning 2 Hydra heads. Andreas observed the scene and thought that if he went after Timur, he would reach the pillar first. But his hopes were dashed when Madras trapped him in a water prison, saying, "Checkmate," after encircling him in an instant. Despite being trapped, Andreas didn't give up. He summoned a giant, this time not just its arm, but its entire body. The giant stood tall, wielding a massive sword, and destroyed one of the pillars. Madras was taken aback and exclaimed that there were no giants in his era. The giant towered over him and swung its sword at Madras. As expected, Madras teleported away, but the sheer force of the giant's attack freed Andreas from the water prison. Floating nearby, Madras remarked that it was good because the battle would be boring if it ended so quickly. However, Andreas smirked and warned him to be careful, stating that he had already lost one of his precious lives, referring to the pillars. The people outside were wondering what was happening since Andreas hadn't come out for hours. Tiene looked around, noticing the confused crowd and worried about how her father would explain the situation to the nobles. She knew it would be difficult for him. Vivian surprised Diane by coming up beside her without her noticing and asking if Andreas still hadn't come out. Diane replied that the professors were looking into it, but they had been at it for hours. Then, looking at Vivian, Diane asked why she looked so ragged. She wondered what Vivian had been doing for the past few days. Diane remembered that the last time they saw each other, Vivian had said she was going to train. Now, Diana wondered if Viviane had been training this whole time because it looked like she hadn't even slept. The most noticeable thing was that Viviane seemed to have not bathed. The smell was so strong it felt like it was giving uppercuts to everyone's noses. Oblivious to her own scent, Viviane turned to Diana and asked if her father was a mage tower master. Diana answered yes, and Viviane told her to do something about it. Confused, Diana said she couldn't do anything because she was just a student. Meanwhile, Andreas's giant was still destroying the pillars. Only 2 remained, and 3 people were working on them. Despite the odds being in Andreas's favor, he felt like he couldn't win. That old fox is very persistent, Andreas thought. He knew that whenever the old man had the chance, he would attack and restrict Rudo's movements, which was why he hadn't destroyed all the pillars yet. As Timur was about to destroy one of the pillars, the old man used a water prison on him. Andreas noticed this distraction and decided to attack the nearby pillar. However, when he swung his weapon, his slash was stopped by a water shield, leaving him confused. The old man giggled mockingly, saying it was a shame and that he was getting on Andreas's nerves. But this was part of Andreas's plan. He summoned Nickel back and quickly destroyed another pillar, leaving only 1. The old man remarked that Andreas summoning the undead he had withdrawn was unexpected. Andreas thought that the old man seemed too relaxed and guessed that breaking the remaining pillars wouldn't end the fight. Noticing Andreas not making a move, the old man asked if he was giving up. Andreas replied no, but that he was more interested in the clock behind him. This shocked the old man into silence, while Nickel prepared to attack. Andreas telepathically told Nickel to leave the clock to him and attack the old man. To Andreas's confusion and shock, the old man just grinned and did not stop him. With a clear path, Nickel jumped toward the clock and swung his sword, but instead of hitting the clock, he struck a powerful shield. The clock remained unharmed. The old man chuckled and asked Andreas if he really thought Modras would leave his magic spot unprotected. He continued, saying he wouldn't, and told Andreas to do whatever he wanted. He also mentioned that only something at the warlock level could damage it. But Andreas interrupted, telling him not to take back his words, which confused Modras. Suddenly, Andreas received a notification that he was activating Sloth on the Sloth Phantom Nickel. With a powerful jump, Nickel leaped toward the clock, while Andreas showed no expression, and Modras's eyes widened. In a vertical slash position, Nickel raised his hand and slashed, causing a huge explosion that shook the tower. People outside were confused, wondering what had just happened and if Andreas was still fighting. Meanwhile, Viviane looked unconcerned, knowing that our boy was safe. Back in the tower, the clock appeared intact. Andreas looked at Modras and said he thought Modras claimed he wouldn't interfere. Modras, recognizing the power from earlier, shifted from a serious expression to a playful one. He explained that the tower would still be used for exams next year, so if Andreas destroyed the clock, the tower would collapse. Andreas asked why this was happening, and Modras replied that he would have let him pass if he destroyed the last pillar, but he was curious to see what Andreas would do once he figured out his trick. Modras added that he didn't think Andreas would actually try to destroy it, to which Andreas replied that it could have turned into a real mess. Modras continued, saying that while Andreas's fighting style was dangerous, he didn't build the tower to kill his students. After hearing this, Andreas was shocked and inwardly cursed the old man, realizing that if he had destroyed the tower, there would have been no way to reverse it. Now that the test was over, Modras showed Andreas a necklace, telling him it was his promised reward. He explained that it was called Silver Light's Glimmer, a necklace that sharpens the wearer's mind, useful for using mana or aura. Andreas thanked him, thinking it was a great item but deciding to give it to someone else. Modras found the situation interesting, referring to Timur as a cat who had achieved perfection in life, a mythical creature, referring to the giant, and an undead who could wield a god's power. These were all the kinds of research material that would have excited Modras if he had seen them in his lifetime. However, the most intriguing thing to him was Andreas's body. Modras explained that it was as if a being from a mythical age or something even older and more dangerous resided within him. Andreas was speechless at this shocking revelation, but didn't ask further questions about it. Instead, he simply asked if he could leave. Modras assured him he could. As he vanished, Modras advised Andreas not to trust their god too much and urged him to guide their world in the right direction. As Modras fully disappeared, Andreas stood there confused, realizing that Modras had figured everything out, even though he was just a projection. A notification popped up, informing him that he had achieved the title, one who is recognized by Modras. With everything concluded, Andreas smirked and happily said, Modrus's tower cleared. Outside the tower, Andreas casually walked out. When everyone saw him, they felt shocked, confused, and surprised. Many emotions and thoughts rushed through their minds. Andreas was also surprised to see reporters and important people gathered in a huge crowd waiting for him. Just as the princess was about to speak to Andreas, a blonde woman introduced herself first. She was the head of the Morhaime house and said she had a proposal for Andreas. She asked the princess for a chance to speak, and the princess kindly agreed. Mineas, the blonde woman, then turned to the other nobles and asked if they could wait and see how things unfolded. Diane remarked that Mineas seemed to be acting very respectfully towards the princess, so they could only wait. Viviane added that since Andreas came out safe and sound, that was enough for her. Mineas then spoke to Andreas, saying he not only broke Maximine's record, but also became the first person in history to conquer Modrus's tower. She extended her hand to him and said she wanted him to come under her wing. Inside, Andreas expected to be approached by a high-ranking noble, but not someone as significant as Mineas Morhaime, the head of the Morhaime family and one of the 4 Grand Dukes of the Empire. Andreas bowed and said, "I, Andreas Cromwell, greet you, your Highness Morhaime." He continued, apologizing for not shaking her hand, because his hand was unclean. The man next to Mineas was about to say that Andreas was being disrespectful, but Mineas stopped him, saying it was fine. Andreas thought that it was actually Mineas who was being disrespectful. Mineas then asked Andreas if he had decided what to do after graduation. He replied that he hadn't made a decision yet. She moved closer and asked if he had a lover. Nervously and confused, he answered no, and asked why she wanted to know. She smiled and suggested that they form an alliance between the Morhaime and Cromwell houses. Confused, Andreas asked her what she meant by an alliance. Mineas explained that if he agreed, she would protect him from his political rivals and promise him financial and military support until the Cromwell house was restored to its former glory. The offer seemed too good to be true, so he asked her what she would gain from it. She responded that this alliance would be more than just words. It would be an alliance by blood between their 2 houses. To everyone's shock, she said she wanted him to marry her. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and the most devastated was Viviane, as shown by her expression. Mineas then asked Andreas why he was hesitating, saying it was a good offer. She looked at herself and said that if he was worried about their age difference, she believed she had kept her body in good shape. She asked if he found her unattractive as a woman. Andreas thinks it isn't just about saying that someone is attractive and beautiful. He wonders who would be foolish enough to accept a sudden offer of political marriage right away. Meanwhile, Viviane clenches her fist and runs away. Deanna watches her leave and thinks, poor girl. But if she were in Andreas's position, it would be hard to say no, given the state of his house. Andreas apologizes to Mineas but explains that he can't make a decision immediately. He asks her to give him some time to think. He believes it is also customary at the academy to hear offers from other nobles. With her hand on her chin, Mineas responds, "Oh, so you're going to compare me to them?" Andreas thinks that accepting her offer carelessly in front of so many people could cause trouble. Mineas agrees, saying she doesn't like it, but since it's customary, he will soon realize there's nothing better than her offer. "I know some of you would accept her offer in a heartbeat. I would too, so you're not alone. Game is game." Andreas apologizes if he has been unintentionally disrespectful, to which Mineas replies that she will forgive him if they can have dinner together in the future. He thanks her sincerely. Suddenly, someone calls his name again. He looks up to see the princess, who introduces herself as Princess Michaela Rodlin. She tells him she has an offer for him as well. The next day at the night faculty, Andreas walks through the halls, thinking he never wants to find himself in a situation involving one of the 4 great houses of the empire or a member of the imperial family again. Suddenly, he hears his name called. He turns to see Selena, who looks excited. She asks if he is there to practice swordsmanship. Selena bows and asks if he has time to train with her briefly. Andreas apologizes, saying he can't today because he is looking for Viviane. Pointing in a direction, she tells him that if he is looking for Viviane, she has been at the training ground, which has been closed since a recent incident. Andreas runs down the hallway to the training ground, recalling that Selena mentioned she had a quick peek at Viviane, but that the whole atmosphere felt too scary. He wonders what is going on, and if she has lost her mind, but he is unsure why. When he arrives, a bright light catches his attention. He sees Vivian training, her aura illuminating the entire area. Andreas realizes she hasn't lost her mind. Just when he thinks he has finally caught up with her, she is one step ahead again. He calls her name, and she hears him and quickly looks back. He tells her he has been looking for her. Nervously, she turns away, hiding her face and saying to wait because she feels all ragged right now. Andreas asks if she is okay, and Vivian blushes, becoming embarrassed as she realizes she smells like shit. Suddenly, Andreas excused himself on her, surprising her because he was too close to her face, but after a few seconds he said he was done. She noticed that he had put the necklace he earned by clearing the tower around her neck. He commented that it suited her perfectly, just as he had expected. Confused about why he gave her a necklace, she asked him why. Andreas replied that it was a thank you gift for helping him so many times. He explained that he found the necklace on the top floor of the tower, and it was said to help calm her mind, so he thought she should have it. With a silly expression, he pointed out that she didn't look very well, so he took out a potion and offered it to her to drink, suggesting that she should rest. However, Bree ran away, saying, Later, Andreas. This left Andreas confused, making him wonder if the necklace really had any effect. He started to think that the old man Madras might have been lying about it and that he had been scammed. In his personal laboratory, Andreas opened his status window and saw the achievement titled, One Who is Recognized by Madras. It asked if he wished to accept the rewards. He decided to accept and received a random talent related to magic. Then, the system indicated that an unusual power had been detected. His eyes widened as he read that he had acquired Magic Firepower, Light Element, Genius. The word genius stuck in his mind since he hadn't learned light magic yet, so it felt like just a decoration for now. He guessed he would have to learn it gradually. Next, he decided to summon Nickel and instructed him to place a corpse he had left lying around for 6 months in the middle of the magic circle. He believed he would be able to use it once he became more proficient in black magic. In theory, according to his current level of proficiency, he should be able to awaken it. This corpse is as legendary as the giant undead he have. This is the previous fairy queen, Meline. After his experiment, a loud explosion echoed from Andreas's lab, reverberating even outside its walls. Inside, Andreas was coughing amidst the thick black smoke that filled the room. He was taken aback by the intensity of the shockwave that had just occurred, yet his curiosity remained undeterred. As the smoke began to dissipate, a notification from the system appeared, informing him that a legendary creature, a shadow banshee, had been summoned. His eyes widened in delight as he saw a shadowy fairy hovering in front of him. It had worked. The system went on to explain that the level of the reanimated corpse was exceptionally high, resulting in a significant status boost. In fact, the power of the finished creature was so immense that its tier had been elevated, transforming it into a shadow fairy banshee. Still, Andreas was puzzled by the term shadow banshee. The system clarified that the corpse's level was transcendently high, enabling it to regain a portion of its consciousness from before death. Andreas's jaw dropped as he processed the word transcendently. This was far beyond what he had anticipated. The following day, at Port City Muriel, specifically at the shipboard restaurant called Blessing of the Sea, Andreas and Blondie sat across from each other at a table. She invited him to eat as much as he liked and added that she wanted to have a nice, long conversation, which was why she had reserved the entire ship just for them. Since the ship belonged to her, she assured him there was no need to be shy. She encouraged him to speak openly if there was anything on his mind. Andreas responded, saying that it should be him who invited her out as an apology for his previous rudeness. He expressed his regret that she had to go to such lengths to invite him. However, she dismissed his apology with a smile, remarking that since he would be her future husband, there was no need to apologize on their first date. Andreas was momentarily stunned by her words, but she quickly laughed, saying she was just joking and that he didn't need to look so bewildered. Inwardly, Andreas thought, that didn't sound like a joke at all. He knew well that Blondie was not someone who let anything stand in the way of her ambitions. After all, the Morhaime family had built its power by doing the dirty work and taking on mercenary tasks that other noble houses wouldn't touch. Breaking the silence, she asked if he had made up his mind yet, admitting that although she had told him to take his time, patience was not one of her virtues. "I'd really like to have your answer soon," she added with a playful glint in her eye. While cutting his meal and preparing to eat, Andreas reiterated his previous statement, telling her that he would need more time. That was his reply. He explained that his house was a fallen one, and there were many things he needed to take care of before he could graduate. Hearing this, she looked a bit disappointed but conceded, saying that it wasn't surprising he would have a lot on his plate. After all, the Cromwell house was hated by the emperor for no apparent reason. Lifting a piece of meat and taking a bite, Andreas asked if she really believed that, hinting that she didn't think the punishment His Majesty imposed was unjust. She responded firmly, stating that anyone could see it was clearly unwarranted, yet he seemed surprisingly calm about it. She then pressed him to explain why he was hesitant about forming an alliance with her. A brief silence followed as Andreas wondered how much he should reveal. He knew that she was someone who weighed everything in terms of profit and loss, and depending on the circumstances, she might even betray him. After taking a bite of her bread, she remarked that he was cautious by nature, but assured him that he had nothing to worry about. Not even a rat could speak without her permission here. She added that if he still doubted her, she could insult the emperor, whom she brazenly called a white pig, if that would reassure him. Her sudden outburst left Andreas utterly flabbergasted, causing him to spit out his food. He told her that her remark came out of nowhere. She, however, remained unfazed, asking if he was now ready to talk, or if he would even prefer a written statement. Inwardly, Andreas thought she was mad, but he responded, saying that if she was willing to go to such lengths, then he had no choice but to speak. "As you said earlier," he began, "the emperor wishes to crush the Cromwells. That is why I must build my power and foundation at all costs." Looking confused, she pointed out that his reasoning seemed contradictory. If that was truly his goal, then shouldn't he be eager to join hands with her immediately? Andreas shook his head, explaining that doing so would create a new problem. She inquired whether he was implying that his power would grow too great. He nodded and continued, "It's because the Cromwells are insignificant now that we are safe. The moment I gain real power, the emperor will begin to curb us again." She then understood, summarizing, "So what you're saying is that as soon as you become powerful, the emperor will target you again, and the Morhaimes could end up in his crosshairs as well." Andreas confirmed her assessment, but inwardly, he wondered about her true motivations for wanting to ally with him, especially when it involved risking becoming a renegade. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke again, saying she grasped the situation. She revealed that her plan had been to have a child with him, one born from his exceptionally gifted blood, and make him the next head of the family. But now, she realized that path could prove to be a poisoned chalice. Hearing this, Andreas finally understood her motive. He thought to himself that the Morhaime family held significant political influence, vast financial resources, and commanded a powerful mercenary army, yet they had never produced an aura master or a warlock from their direct lineage. She spoke again, saying she had always wondered why the emperor was so determined to destroy the Cromwell house. Inwardly, he thought to himself that, now that things had reached this point, he needed to reveal some of his hand and earn her trust. Even if they didn't form an official alliance, it would still be better to have a friendly relationship with House Morhaime. After making up his mind, he told her that his father, Cain Cromwell, had fallen victim to the emperor's ambitions. She looked confused and asked what ambitions he was referring to. He explained that the emperor sought to create an age of gods and rule the world as an absolute monarch. To achieve this, he needed to collect the greatest treasure of all, the deadly sins. Therefore, he was determined to stop the emperor at any cost, because it was his duty as the heir to the Cromwell house. After hearing his explanation, she fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "So what you seek is revenge for the Cromwells, or rather for your father," she remarked. He acknowledged that revenge was part of it, but the emperor's ambitions were far more dangerous and could shake the entire world. She nodded slowly, indicating she understood. "Come to think of it," she said, "I've heard that the emperor is bloodthirstily searching for something in the north." Inwardly, Andreas reflected on her words. Speaking of the deadly sins in the north, it involved the son of the barbarians who had been kidnapped by Bloody Dan. Just getting rid of the spies wouldn't be enough to change the course of history. In the original game, there had been no mention of who Dan's employer was, but now he knew. It was none other than the emperor. Noticing his silence, she asked what was wrong, suspecting he knew more than he was letting on. He suddenly replied, "Soon, there will likely be a war with the North." She looked skeptical. "You sound like a prophet," she said. He explained, "The barren lands, the feuding tribal chieftains. If someone provokes them just right, a justification for war could be created. If you consider how the emperor operates, It fits perfectly. She agreed, saying it was indeed something that pig would do, referring to the emperor. He continued, "Once the unexpected war is over, the nobles and feudal lords who were unprepared for it will be thrown into a panic, while significant changes take place. But if they're well prepared, they will still be able to maintain a strong position in the post-war world." A smirk appeared on her face. "Are you suggesting I should start stocking up on supplies in case of war?" she asked. "Yes," he answered, to which she replied, "Quite a generous heads up, assuming things turn out the way you expect." But then, he abruptly asked, "Are you sure that's enough?" She was puzzled. "What do you mean?" He leaned in closer. "By the time the pigs in the center, those weakened by tyranny, are ready to be taken, will you be prepared?" I have no idea what the fuck he means by that. But it was clear she understood, as indicated by the expression on her face. At the imperial palace, a place of breathtaking beauty, a figure knelt before the emperor to greet him. The emperor acknowledged the man's presence, and with a curious glint in his eye, asked him to share the latest interesting news. The man proceeded to inform the emperor that Andreas Cromwell, son of Cain Cromwell, had successfully conquered the 30th floor of Madras' tower. He also mentioned that Menaeus Morhaime had attempted to form an alliance with House Cromwell, although Andreas had yet to respond to the proposal. This man was none other than Duke Hector Kazaf, the Prime Minister of the Rodlan Empire. A hint of nervousness could be detected in Hector's voice as he continued, explaining that Menaeus' offer appeared to be a mere formality, and the true intentions of Andreas and Menaeus remained unclear. As Hector was about to present his suggestion, he was abruptly interrupted by Piggy, who dismissed his concerns as nonsense. "What's so frightening about Andreas, that punk?" Piggy scoffed. Hector quickly apologized, but Piggy waved him off and redirected the conversation, asking for a report on the progress of the people sent to the north. Hector agreed and informed him that they were doing their best, but had not uncovered any significant findings yet. Upon hearing this, the emperor urged Hector to push them to work harder. He then mentioned that Lord Jester had uncovered a lead related to the deadly sins in the northern regions. Hector's eyes widened at the news, and he assured the emperor that they would undoubtedly find it. Meanwhile, in the snowy northern expanse, a carriage made its way across the frozen landscape. Inside sat Jester, who spoke to himself, remarking that in order to obtain wrath, they would have to defeat the great chief. While studying a picture of a small boy, he murmured to himself that it could prove troublesome. Suddenly, a phone-like device began to ring. Jester answered, and a familiar voice greeted him. "It's been a while," she said. He called her Luna and asked what news she had, to which she responded with a revelation. She had discovered the identity of Kyler's killer. Intrigued, Jester inquired further, and Luna revealed that the culprit was Andreas Cromwell. She was absolutely certain that he was responsible. Hearing Andreas's name yet again, Jester's annoyance grew, frustrated by that punk who kept interfering with his plans. Yet Luna's voice remained cheerful as she playfully asked, "Can I turn Andreas into my toy?" Back with Andreas, his conversation with Menaeus had ended, and he was ready to depart. As he left, he inwardly reflected that a war would soon break out. It would be advantageous if he could keep track of the Emperor's actions through Menaeus in the future. But for now, his priority was to grow stronger, at any cost. With his black magic talents newly evolved, his first step would be to focus on studying Morn's and Kyler's black magic tomes. Once the Academy holidays began, he planned to acquire the Red Dragon Krav Maga. A week later, Andreas found himself at the train station. The station announcer's voice echoed, stating that the train heading to the Grandest Kingdom would depart in 10 minutes, and reminding passengers not to miss it. Glancing at his map from the Myriel auction, Andreas noted that it marked the path to the Great Forest and Grandest Kingdom, revealing that Krav Maga's dragon tomb lay deep within the vast Bhayatra Great Forest. Fortunately, he could take the train as far as Grandest Kingdom, which sat at the forest's edge. Beyond that, he'd have to continue on foot or by horseback. The forest was an unfamiliar and unregulated place, a territory where the Empire's customs and laws held no sway. He hoped his journey wouldn't spiral out of control. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder, snapping him from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Vivienne, who greeted him warmly. He returned her greeting, asking if she too was traveling. Vivienne replied that she was returning to her hometown. Surprised, Andreas remarked that her decision seemed sudden, to which she explained that her father had summoned her back. Concerned, he asked if she would be all right, recalling that she hadn't always felt comfortable at home. She admitted that she didn't want to leave and would prefer to spend more time with Andreas. Her candid words caught him off guard, leaving him wondering why she felt that way about him. Inwardly, he considered what he should do, realizing it would be inconvenient if she decided to join him now. However, Viviane continued, saying that her reluctance was exactly why she needed to return home. Hearing this, Andreas regained his composure, smiled, and kindly wished her a safe trip, inwardly noting that even she would someday stand on her own without relying on the help of a fairy. They exchanged goodbyes, and Viviane mentioned that she would see him again after the holidays. Andreas nodded, wishing her well, and inwardly acknowledging that the time had come for Viviane to learn independence. Later, as the sun set, Andreas stepped off the train and arrived in the castle town of Grandis Kingdom. Walking through the bustling streets, he reflected inwardly, thinking that although it was his first time here in person, there was something hauntingly nostalgic about the place. It's his first time here in person, yet it feels so nostalgic. But he deduced that it's because he used to come here a lot back when he was playing the game. However, he still wondered why it was so hectic here now. Listening to the conversations of bystanders, he heard one person remark, "I never thought things would spiral like this in just a few days." Another responded, "The orcs are running wild in the forest, and because of that, business is suffering." The mention of orcs made Andreas uneasy, stirring a bad feeling within him. He felt compelled to learn more. Stopping at an inn in Grandis, Andreas was greeted warmly, and handing over 2 gold coins, he requested a room and a meal. The innkeeper informed him he could have the last room on the 2nd floor. Taking the opportunity, he asked if something unusual was happening, given the town's current commotion. She nodded, explaining, "I suppose a traveler like you wouldn't know. Things are getting rough near the border. For the first time in 40 years, an orc lord has appeared in the Great Forest, or so they say." Inwardly, Andreas felt a chill. This is bad news, he thought. The appearance of an orc lord signaled the unification of the tribes in the Great Forest. Finding the tomb in the forest was already challenging enough. Now, there are organized groups of orcs as well. He then asked her if the road to the Great Forest was blocked. She replied, "Naturally, civilians aren't allowed anywhere near the endeavor anymore." Curious, he inquired if there were alternative ways to enter. She mentioned that becoming a mercenary was one option, though she cautioned against it, eyeing him skeptically. "You look too scrawny for that. A slender guy like you would get cut in half by an orc in no time." She chuckled, then added, "You're a man. Shouldn't you put on some more weight?" Her comment irked Andreas slightly. Nevertheless, she continued, "They're short on men and willing to offer rewards, so they might take you in." Andreas sighed inwardly. What a hassle, he thought. While they called them mercenaries, they were, in essence, soldiers bound to the army, which meant their movements would be restricted. But it seemed there was no other way. It is what it is, he resigned himself. It's better than not being able to go at all. As Andreas made his way to his room, he mused aloud, speculating that this might be why the Everlast Company failed to acquire the ingredients for Salem's potion. Either way, he resolved to stop by the Bhyatra fortification tomorrow and register as a mercenary. But then, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, asking if he planned to kill the Orc Lord. Startled, Andreas turned to see the figure reveal herself. It was Luna, who remarked that she'd been waiting a long time for him to leave the academy. With a joyful smile, she called out his name, but Andreas felt a chill of recognition. Before he could react, she speed blitzed him, appearing at his back, ready to strike him down with a single lethal slash. Fortunately, Andreas managed to dodge in the nick of time. Luna, however, was relentless. She leapt onto the wall and sprinted toward him, positioning herself above him with lethal intent. Raising her weapon, she cheerfully warned, "This is going to sting a little." Just as she was about to pierce him, Andreas shielded himself with shadow magic, which enveloped both him and her weapon. Luna looked intrigued, but as the magic responded to her presence, she was forced to retreat, gaining enough distance to collect herself. Rising to his feet, he noticed Luna's expression shift as she recognized his magic, Kyler's shadow magic. "Interesting," she said with a smirk, tauntingly asking if he had killed Kyler just to steal his abilities and, if so, how he had done it. Inwardly, Andreas cursed, thinking he had destroyed all evidence back at Kyler's hideout. But of course, it wouldn't matter to her. Luna Pendragon, known as the Eve's Madness, was a spirit medium, someone who could communicate with the dead. Casually, and with a mischievous look, she asked, "What's wrong? Are you planning to stay quiet forever? That's no fun." Andreas was growing increasingly frustrated with the persistence of the congregation. Seriously, bro is fed up. He finally spoke up, asking her outright if she was here to kill him. She shrugged and replied, "Not really." Meanwhile, Andreas began preparing a sneak attack with his shadow magic, but Luna spotted his intention immediately and struck, disrupting his plan. Frustrated, he felt her taunting laughter. "You know," she said, sounding utterly deranged, "now I might just want to kill you." Andreas gritted his teeth, thinking he'd have to stay on high alert. Despite her casual demeanor, she was a powerful warlock at such a young age. Realizing that her initial purpose wasn't to kill him, he demanded, "Then why are you here?" Luna suddenly seemed to remember. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a strange device resembling a phone and began dialing. "Jester," she murmured as the line connected. Jester remarked that it was quick, then asked her if she had made contact with the target. She confirmed, adding that she was with Andreas at that moment. "Good," he responded, instructing her to let him speak directly to Andreas. She agreed, tossed the device to Andreas, and told him to catch, which he did before starting his conversation with Jester. Inwardly, Andreas wondered what was happening. He thought they'd come to eliminate him now that they knew he'd killed Kyler. Jester's voice broke his thoughts, demanding how Andreas dared to lay a hand on one of his agents. "As always, you've got guts," Jester added. Andreas couldn't help but think, "That's rich, coming from someone hell-bent on killing me." Reluctantly, he apologized, explaining that his teacher had passed, so he hadn't realized Sir Kyler was Jester's agent. Jester responded with a smirk in his tone, acknowledging Andreas's smooth words but stating they didn't absolve him of his offense. "So this is what it means to be brazen-faced," Andreas mused inwardly, feeling a surge of irritation. "I'd like to punch him right now, but I need to avoid a head-on fight for now." Choosing to play the fool, he admitted that, while reluctant to acknowledge it, his actions often backfired. "But since it's partly my fault, I'll apologize," he added. He explained that during the sloth case, he was simply fighting for his life, and this time, he truly had no idea about Kyler's connection to Jester. "Since you're aware of your offense, I'll let you off the hook for now," Jester replied, though he added, "I wouldn't say I don't hold personal resentment, but as the congregation's director, I'm bound to act in our cause's best interests." Andreas wondered what Jester meant by that, but Jester continued, explaining that they needed someone to keep them informed of developments in Rodlin, at the heart of the continent. However, due to various complications, he no longer had the resources to do so. "That's why I have a proposal for you," Jester concluded. "This guy's speaking in such a roundabout way," Andreas thought, realizing that Jester ultimately wanted to bring him under his control. Then Jester delivered the proposition outright. He wanted Andreas to join the congregation. The suggestion stunned Andreas, his eyes widening in disbelief at Jester's unexpected offer. Andreas accepted the proposal, realizing he had no other choice. Once Jester hung up the communication device, he turned to Luna and remarked that, with this agreement, there was no longer a reason for them to fight. He handed the device back to her, but as he did, he noticed her expression. She was blushing. This left Andreas puzzled until she suddenly jumped on him, squealing with joy. She explained that this was the first time she had someone her own age in the congregation. Internally, Andreas was still confused. Just moments ago, she had been trying to kill him, and now she was acting like this. Regaining her composure, Luna told him that, as his senior, she would offer him some advice. She assured him that joining the congregation likely wouldn't make him any busier, aside from certain exceptional situations, and that all he'd need to do was report on activities at the academy. With a pat on his shoulder, she added that if he ever faced any difficulties, he should come to her for help. Trying to be respectful, Andreas replied that he'd be sure to greet her if they crossed paths in the future. But as he was about to say his goodbyes, she stopped him, announcing that she intended to accompany him. A bit taken aback, he told her that he wasn't on congregation business, but she simply shrugged it off, saying she didn't mind. Growing a bit irritated, Andreas inwardly wondered if this girl's head was filled with sunshine and flowers. With a hint of exasperation, he told her that this was the first time they had spoken, so he couldn't understand why she'd want to come along. Internally, he was already thinking of ways to shake her off. She replied, saying she had nothing better to do back home, to which he responded that this wasn't much of a reason. She then countered, asking if that wasn't reason enough, adding that when she had seen him go nuts during the congregation meeting a while back, she found it fascinating. That was why she thought it would be fun to tag along. Mockingly, she mimicked his actions from earlier, where he had dramatically stabbed himself, coughing out, "If you want the sloth, give me all your treasures before I die." Seeing her mock him like that, Andreas wondered if she was trying to pick a fight, and, without another word, walked past her, saying he'd just go by himself. But she quickly grabbed his coat, pleading with him to let her come along. She insisted that she might be useful since she was crazy strong. Andreas considered this. It was certainly tempting to have someone with Luna's strength by his side, especially with the upcoming battle against the orcs, and since there were no restrictions or laws against black mages in their region, it wouldn't cause any problems for them to travel together. So, he agreed, but with one condition. She raised an eyebrow, asking what that condition was, and he told her he wanted her to perform a soul engraving for him. A bit taken aback, she hesitated, admitting it was a hassle. Andreas countered, saying that her accompanying him was equally troublesome for him. Internally, he noted that soul engraving was a skill that granted a permanent spirit seance buff effect. In the game, it was a unique ability that only Luna could use, so as long as he could gain it, it was worth the inconvenience of her company. After a moment of contemplation, Luna jolted slightly and informed him that she, too, had a condition for him. Andreas was confused, but then she stated her condition, for him to be her friend. He asked why, and she explained that if they were friends, then being together wouldn't be such a burden, and she'd be willing to perform the soul engraving, even if it was a hassle. Inwardly, he thought it was odd reasoning, but he was more than willing to agree if it meant she'd do the soul engraving for him. So, he told her he accepted her condition and that they could be friends. His words made her so happy that she started jumping up and down with joy. Meanwhile, Andreas thought to himself that, even though they were outside the Empire, it could still be problematic if someone saw him with her. So he asked her if she could call him Buddy instead of using his name from now on. She looked confused and asked why. Internally, Andreas tried to think of a way to convince her, and after a moment, he told her that Buddy sounded like they were very close. To his surprise, the simple trick worked, and she joyfully agreed. Inwardly, he thanked God that she was so easy to persuade, though he couldn't understand why it made her so happy. 3 days later, at the Endeavor stronghold, orcs and soldiers were locked in a brutal battle, with both sides taking losses. Amidst the chaos, Dawson Endeavor, head of the Endeavor House, fought valiantly against the orcs. He managed to slay a large one in front of him, but suddenly an orc blew a horn that emitted a loud sound, catching the humans' attention. Recognizing it as their signal to retreat, the orcs immediately turned their backs on the humans and fled back to their territory. Dawson cursed the orcs, realizing they were trying to weaken his forces bit by bit. Just then, a man approached him, announcing that reinforcements from Bahayatra's fortifications had arrived. Dawson expressed relief and asked how many troops had been sent. To his shock, the man replied that only 2 people had come. Dawson was taken aback, confused, and even annoyed, wondering if it was some kind of joke, as even 2,000 troops might not have been enough. The man explained that he had tried contacting the kingdom about it, but there had been no response. Fortunately, he added, one of the reinforcements was Luna Pendragon, a black mage rumored to be on par with an aura master. Dawson questioned why someone of her caliber would be in such a remote area, to which the man admitted he didn't know. Dawson commented that it was unfortunate they hadn't sent a necromancer instead, and then asked about the second person accompanying Luna. The man replied that he was a wandering mercenary called Barry Sanders. Dawson, with a hand on his chin, tried to recall the name, but eventually admitted he had never heard of him. Nevertheless, he instructed the man to prepare dinner, stating that he would meet the newcomers himself. Later, as Andreas and Luna walked together, he explained his new alias, Barry Sanders. He assured her that it wouldn't be an issue to use that name here, and that he had decided to change his identity to prevent rumors from spreading about a noble of the Empire working as a black mage. She then asked if he intended to wear that lame mask all the time. Andreas replied that one could never be too careful, which was why he would continue wearing it. As they arrived at the door, Andreas opened it, and Luna found herself filled with excitement. The moment they stepped inside, Luna exclaimed joyfully that they were here to kill the Orc Lord. Andreas introduced himself as Barry Sanders, while Dawson welcomed them with gratitude, thanking them for coming. He added that if they performed well in battle, he would report back to the king and promised them a suitable reward. Another person present stepped forward, greeting them warmly and introducing himself as Filion Endeavor. He gestured for them to take a seat. Once seated, Andreas asked Dawson about the current situation. Dawson sighed and admitted bluntly that it was hopeless. He explained that they barely had the energy to hold off the enemy, let alone mount a counterattack. If the Orc Lord and its chieftains, who had so far remained on the sidelines, joined the fray, it would mean the end of their stronghold. With no support from the kingdom, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Andreas remarked that things were even more dire than he had expected. However, Dawson then added that the true threat lay elsewhere. The leader of the enemy, the Orc Lord, was an Aura Master. This revelation left Andreas taken aback, while Luna seemed to find it all the more thrilling. Inwardly, however, Andreas wondered if Luna could defeat the Orc Lord by herself, given its mastery over Aura. He considered the possibility of assisting her, yet knew that war was seldom that straightforward. Suddenly, Luna spoke up, announcing that she would take on the Orc Lord herself, but only after finishing her meal. Andreas, still pondering her unpredictable character, found it both amusing and somewhat worrying. Just then, someone burst into the room, shouting that it was an emergency. Filion turned toward the commotion, asking the breathless messenger for a report. Gasping, the man relayed that the Orc Lord had appeared just outside the walls. "What?" Dawson shouted, while Andreas remained silent, and Luna continued eating, unbothered. Outside, Dawson observed the scene and wondered what the Orc Lord was planning by leaving the main force behind and approaching with only a few chieftains. Regardless, he instructed everyone to stay on guard. The orcs stood there menacingly, exuding an ominous aura. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward and began to speak in a loud, commanding voice, addressing the humans. The human guards were shocked and fearful, questioning how an orc could speak their language. The orc continued, declaring that all previous attacks had merely been drills, intended to give his warriors a taste of the battlefield. Now, however, they were fully prepared. His voice was thunderous, resonating with such power that even the stronger warriors felt its impact, while the weaker soldiers clutched their ears as though they might burst. The orc went on, announcing that at dawn the following day, they would launch a full-scale assault. However, he added, it would be far too tasteless to end things so simply. With the honor of Al Ghul at stake, he promised to give the humans a chance. This chance, he explained, was that if the humans could win a one-on-one duel against each of his 6 chosen warriors, he would spare them for an additional day. Inwardly, Dawson cursed, recognizing the orcs' tactic as nothing more than a twisted game. The orcs clearly wanted to toy with them before delivering the final blow. One of the men muttered that it was clearly a trap, convinced that orcs held no true sense of honor. Another agreed, suggesting they should take advantage of the opportunity to attack now while the orcs' main forces were still distant. He was certain they could defeat them. Dawson, however, shook his head, reminding them that they were dealing with an Aura Master. Even with the element of surprise, taking down the Orc Lord and his warriors before reinforcements arrived would be a near impossible feat. One of the men asked if Dawson intended to accept the orcs' deal. Dawson replied that if they could manage to hold the orcs off for even one day, there might still be hope for reinforcements. Yet inwardly, he worried, knowing that only he and Luna were capable of standing against the orcs. He doubted that Andreas would be of much help. Just then, to everyone's surprise, Andreas spoke up, volunteering to face the Orc Lord's challenge. His suggestion left everyone in shock, except for Luna, who simply looked at him with her usual unbothered expression. Dawson, after a moment, nodded and advised Andreas to negotiate one additional condition with the Orc Lord. As Andreas made his way outside, he thought to himself, "Orc Lord, let's get a closer look at that ugly mug of yours." Now outside, face to face with these menacing creatures, Andreas approached them calmly as the Orc Lord bellowed, "Great, let's begin." The first orc combatant stepped up, and Dawson explained, "This format allows the winner to proceed to the next fight." He added that, while beneficial to their side due to their lack of skilled fighters, it meant Andreas would have to keep fighting until he was defeated. The man next to Dawson looked bewildered, unsure what Andreas was thinking, wondering if he intended to sacrifice himself for the Endeavor Kingdom. As the duel between Andreas and the first orc began, they slashed past each other at incredible speed. Dawson and the other man were stunned by the display, while Luna beamed with excitement. The surrounding orcs appeared equally astonished as, in the next moment, the orc's head went flying from its body, while Andreas remained unscathed. Another orc rushed forward with a fierce vertical slash, which Andreas dodged by leaping into the air. In a swift counterattack, he drove his sword down through the orc's neck. It was GG's. Like, come on man, that's too easy. Within minutes, he had defeated all the orc chiefs, leaving only one remaining. She readied herself, weapon drawn, with a glint of killing intent in her eyes. Andreas regarded her calmly and asked, "You're the last one?" At his words, she dashed toward him, striking out, but Andreas met her blade with his own. Dawson acknowledged Andreas's strength, murmuring about his impressive power, while Luna cheered him on. Meanwhile, the man beside them asked in disbelief, "Who is Andreas? How did he defeat those orc chieftains so easily? They're each as powerful as a knight captain to humans." Dawson nodded, adding, "Indeed. And I'm fairly certain the enemy brought some of their strongest aura users here." This led Dawson to wonder if Andreas, alias Barry Sanders, could possibly be an aura master, though he found it hard to believe. Still, despite the mystery surrounding him, Andreas had proven formidable beyond expectations. As Dawson pondered these thoughts, Andreas landed a final decisive stab, ending the fight. The guards looked on in shock, seeing that he had killed all 6 chieftains single-handedly. All they could do was cheer in elation for this small but significant victory. Meanwhile, the Orc Lord began to laugh, clearly impressed. Towering over Andreas, he boomed, "You have surprised me. It was a fantastic battle, honorable warrior." He then asked Andreas his name. Inwardly, Andreas noted that the orc seemed even tougher than he had anticipated, and, suppressing a tremor, he responded, "My name is Barry Sanders." Upon hearing this, the Orc Lord planted his weapon into the ground and proclaimed loudly, "My fearless orcs! Remember the bravery of this human warrior, Barry Sanders. He granted our warriors an honorable end and eternal repose." Internally, Andreas admitted the Orc Lord had startled him when he suddenly raised his sword, but it seemed he was far more respectful than expected. He continued to think, realizing this orc likely wouldn't seek revenge after such a show of honor. The Orc Lord spoke once more, stating that, as promised, he would grant them a day's reprieve to prepare. He said, "In that time, prepare yourselves to die with dignity." With his back turned, he began to walk away, his figure retreating into the distance. Andreas exhaled a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself that anyone who couldn't wield aura would have collapsed immediately under the sheer weight of the Orc Lord's fighting spirit. Now he understood what it felt like to stand in the presence of an aura master on the battlefield. It felt tangible, as if he could feel it against his very skin. Ayo pause? What does he mean by that? But on a serious note, Andreas knew that if he wanted to win against the Orc Lord, he would have to wait for the perfect moment. Engaging him recklessly, even with the aid of his undead soldiers, would likely lead to defeat. Later, they regrouped in a small house. A man spoke to Dawson, exasperated. "This is outrageous. How can the kingdom not send reinforcements?" "If that's the case," one soldier muttered, "then all we can assume is that the grandest kingdom has abandoned us." Another soldier joined in, frustration clear in his voice. "We've dedicated our lives to defending these borders, and this is how they repay us. It's just too much." Suddenly, Dawson's voice cut through their complaints with a commanding tone. "Enough!" he barked. "I won't tolerate any further insults to the kingdom." He paused, ensuring he had their attention. "No matter what happens, our mission remains the same, to protect the people of Endeavor and defend the kingdom from all threats coming from the Great Forest. That is all you need to focus on." Dawson then turned to Andreas and apologized. "You risked your life to buy us a day's grace, and yet, it seems it was all in vain. For that, I'm truly sorry." Inwardly, Andreas admired Dawson's unwavering dedication. Despite the kingdom's poor treatment, Dawson still kept his men united and morale high. Such loyalty, Andreas thought, was a waste of remarkable talent. With a respectful nod, he replied, "It's all right, Commander. In war, things often go awry when you least expect it. Just gaining the extra time alone to discuss our options like this was well worth it." Dawson inclined his head in gratitude. "I am most grateful for your understanding. Yet, it pains me to ask this of you, but I need a favor for tomorrow's battle." "Of course," Andreas responded. Dawson continued, "We've lost many men at captain level to the orcs' guerrilla tactics these past few months. That's why I plan to concentrate our forces at the west gate to face them head-on. However, the north gate will be thinly defended, making it vulnerable to a surprise attack by the orc chieftains. Regular soldiers won't be able to handle them. Andreas nodded, understanding the gravity of the request. Leave the north gate to me. Luna chimed in with a mischievous grin. I'd like to have some fun there too. The two men exchanged uneasy glances, recalling the rumors that Luna might have a few screws loose, yet even this seemed excessive. Dawson turned to her and asked, "Can you handle the Orc Lord?" With excitement in her eyes, Luna responded, "Leave him to me. I'll bring him down." Dawson then sighed, "Forgive me for placing such a heavy burden on you both." Andreas replied, "Don't worry about it." Luna, however, was practically brimming with anticipation, murmuring, "My scythe of death will dance on the battlefield tomorrow." Dawson spoke again, his voice tinged with shame. "Even though it might be beyond our capabilities, we have no choice but to fight. This place may be insignificant to the kingdom, but to us, it's our birthplace. If we survive, I promise to appeal to the king on your behalf to ensure you're properly rewarded." Andreas shook his head. "There's no need to trouble yourself, Commander." Then he lied, saying, "I'm helping for personal reasons. I lost my family to the orcs when I was young." Luna's face softened, her surprise evident. She hadn't known this about him. Inwardly, Andreas thought, "I must end this war and reach the great forest as soon as possible. I have no time for rewards or merits from the kingdom." With their discussion concluded, they were ready to eat well and rest for tomorrow's battles. Few hours later, a voice rang out. "Huh? You want Luna to do what?" Back with Andreas, he asked, "That's right. Can you do it?" Luna blinked, hesitant. "I've never done it before, but I probably can." Changing the subject, she asked, "Is the Orc Lord really that strong?" "Yes," Andreas replied. "When I was close to him, I could feel it. Even if I were at my best, there's no way I could defeat him alone." Luna's face lit up, her excitement bubbling over. "That's so thrilling! I can't wait!" Andreas then called out to her, his tone suddenly serious. "Listen carefully. If the fight with the Orc Lord takes a dangerous turn, I want you to hide. Wait until the bodies start piling up." Luna nodded, a glint of determination in her eyes. "Understood. When that moment comes," Andreas continued, "I'll turn the tide of this war." The next day, as the sun rose, its light illuminated a battlefield littered with corpses, casting an eerie glow across the land. Dawson and his crew remained stationed atop the castle walls. He turned to Luna and Andreas, giving his final orders. "I'll leave the west and north gates to you." Luna responded cheerfully, "Leave it to us," while Andreas nodded, saying, "Understood. I'll head to the north gate now." Just as he turned to leave, Luna called out, "Wait a minute." Andreas paused, watching as a green aura began to surround her. "I'm going to place a spirit seance on you," she announced. Andreas was taken aback, internally explaining the ability. Her spirit seance allowed her to summon souls with specific abilities suited to the situation. Suddenly she chanted, "Ashame, Togendi, Hushur," and launched a glowing green orb toward him. As it touched him, his body absorbed the light. "This should make things easier for you," Luna explained. A system notification flashed in Andreas's mind. The soul of the warhound Dwar has been summoned. Status boosted temporarily. He was stunned by the immediate effects, realizing he could now see everything happening across the battlefield with remarkable clarity, far surpassing his usual mana detection. Warhound Dwar's trait, target tracking, has been acquired temporarily, the system notified. Watching Luna, Andreas thought to himself, she even get the summoned soul's traits on top of boosting her allies' stats with no side effects. What an incredible ability. She's a literal cheat character, he inwardly thought. With his enhanced vision, he alerted the others. The enemy is approaching. Sure enough, the thunderous stomps of creatures echoed across the battlefield. A scout on the castle parapet confirmed, "Enemy forces are advancing straight toward us." Dawson reacted immediately, shouting, "Everyone, to your positions! Archers, ready your arrows!" Luna continued to play around, but Andreas called her attention. When she looked his way, he said softly, "Please, be safe." The orcs had arrived, their menacing presence palpable. The archers held their positions, arrows drawn, while the Orc Lord grinned with anticipation, thrilled by the promise of the fierce battle ahead. The battle had truly begun. As the orcs charged forward with all their might, the humans fought valiantly to stop them before they could reach the walls, firing arrows relentlessly. However, the orcs came armed with machinery, hurling fireballs toward the castle, each one hitting a section of the structure and leaving destruction in its wake. Fortunately, Luna was there, using a magic shield to block some of the incoming fireballs. Dawson, relieved, thanked her for the save, to which she responded with a joyful laugh, a stark contrast to the grim determination of the other fighters. After neutralizing the fireballs, Luna scanned the battlefield and noticed that the orcs had reached the gate, battering it with all their strength. The soldiers behind the wall were visibly panicked as the pounding intensified, signaling the wall's impending breach. Dawson quickly called for squads 4 and 5, along with the infantry, to rally with him. But he was abruptly interrupted as Luna declared she was going to play a bit. Dawson looked at her, confused, his eyes widening as she leaped down from the wall, a delighted smile on her face, her scythe in hand. The moment she landed, a powerful explosion erupted. Meanwhile, at the north gate, Andreas faced an equally grim situation. Orc mages were relentlessly bombarding the walls with fire magic, while others chanted strange incantations. As they finished, a red aura enveloped the area, spreading to all the orcs, making them look even more menacing. Filion realized that the orcs had entered a berserk state, their power heightened significantly. Meanwhile, Andreas fought alone against the berserk orcs, quickly noticing that their strength had increased significantly. As one of the orcs lunged, attempting to crush him, he swiftly dodged out of the way. It dawned on him that the orcs were in a state called frenzification, a transformation likely brought on by the orc shamans. Understanding the urgency, Andreas realized he needed to eliminate the shamans swiftly to weaken the horde and to turn the tide. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Luna was a whirlwind of destruction. Orc bodies flew through the air, cut to pieces by her scythe. It was as though she were invincible, with no orc able to land a single blow on her, as she dispatched them effortlessly. Watching from the sidelines, Dawson was astonished, thinking to himself that Luna was indeed a monster, just as the rumors said. Despite her innocent appearance, she was as powerful as a platoon of royal knights. Luna continued her joyous rampage until suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, sending her skidding back. She looked up, her smile unwavering, to see her attacker, the Orc Lord himself, standing before her. Commanding his subordinates to stand aside, he declared that he would handle her personally. Dawson and the other knights broke into a cold sweat at the sight of the Orc Lord, while Luna's excitement only grew. She had been waiting for him. The Orc Lord looked at her and acknowledged her strength, calling her a strong little warrior. Luna replied with a smirk, telling him that she intended to imprint his soul in Andreas, promising to try not to damage it too much in their fight. With that, she lunged at him with lightning speed, but he blocked her strike effortlessly. Still smiling, she promised to kill him without leaving a single scratch, which made the Orc Lord grin in anticipation, thrilled by the prospect of a worthy battle. Their duel was on an entirely different level, with each clash of their weapons sending shockwaves that killed any orcs nearby. The Orc Lord laughed, impressed by how Luna used her agility and mana to counter his raw strength. With a powerful blow, he sent her flying backward, but in mid-air, she unleashed a barrage of slashes, cutting down several orcs below. The Orc Lord's admiration grew, and Luna, laughing, urged him to keep glazing her even more. "Ayo, that sounded less sus when I was writing the script." The Orc Lord chuckled, declaring it a glorious day, though his tone turned menacing as he remarked that it was unfortunate they were in the middle of a war. He told her they would continue this battle in Valhalla. Curious, Luna asked where Valhalla was, but instead of replying with words, he answered by releasing an enormous aura that took the shape of a colossal version of himself. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight, and she charged toward him as he prepared a devastating aura attack. Meanwhile, Dawson rallied his men, urging them to charge into the fray, reminding them to protect their homeland and prevent these orc scum from destroying everything. Motivated by his words, the knights surged forward, clashing with the orcs in a brutal, relentless war where both sides would suffer heavy losses. As Luna engaged the Orc Lord's aura, she found herself unable to penetrate it. His aura attack continued on its path toward her, and this time, she wasn't smiling. The massive force of the attack sent her crashing to the ground and skidding until she collided with a wall. Concerned, Dawson shouted her name, but Luna only giggled softly, Admitting that this battle might be unwinnable, her eyes sparkled with a dangerous thrill as she looked out over the battlefield, where the Orc Lord's aura dominated, spreading across the field with raw, overwhelming power. Back at the North Gate, flames raged, and orcs screamed in agony as Andreas fought fiercely. A group of knights approached him, asking if he was all right, but he ignored them, mentally noting that he had cleared most of the northern gate. Suddenly, he received a notification. The Soul Warhound Dwar was observing the battlefield, allowing Andreas to assess the situation, including the grim scene on Luna's side. His system also alerted him to the presence of 869 corpses, which made his eyes widen as a revelation struck him. His aura flared to life, radiating confidence. The knights attempted to speak to him again, but he cut them off, ordering them to send all available men from the northern gate to support Commander Dawson at the western gate. As they turned to leave, they froze, horrified, as they saw the corpses on the battlefield beginning to move. But Andreas, unfazed, watched with piercing confidence. He knew that, from this moment onward, this battlefield was his. A green orb suddenly formed around Andreas's hand as he thought to himself, sensing his mana extending to the edge of the battlefield. This meant that all who had perished on these grounds were now at his disposal. He was right. Every lifeless body, from orc to human, began to glow with his aura and then started moving, rising from the earth. The knights stared in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend what was happening as, to their disbelief, the corpses were awakening. And not only the fallen orcs, but also their own slain comrades. It was in this moment that they realized a necromancer fought on their side. As all of the corpses rose, Andreas commanded them with a single purpose, to annihilate his enemies on the battlefield. At his word, the reanimated humans and orcs clashed against the living orcs. Meanwhile, Dawson lay on the ground, bleeding heavily and on the verge of death. The Orc Lord loomed over him, expressing mild surprise at Dawson's resolve. However, he sneered, saying that Dawson's decision was a poor one. He believed Dawson should have attacked him directly instead of defending Luna. Raising his sword, ready to deliver the final blow, the Orc Lord told Dawson, "If what you have chosen is the human way, then I will honor it." Dawson, facing his end, turned to Luna and asked for forgiveness, whispering that he had done all he could. His eyes suddenly widened as Andreas appeared, murmuring an apology for his lateness. Recognizing him, the Orc Lord was taken aback, exclaiming, "Barry Sanders!" in shock, noticing the dark aura of necromancy surrounding him. Andreas advanced toward the Orc Lord, the undead army trailing behind him. Still poised to strike, the Orc Lord remarked with a mix of surprise and disdain, "Never would I have thought someone with the strength of a swordsman like you would be a necromancer." With that, he swung his sword, causing a massive explosion that shook the ground. Dawson, in his final moments, called out to Andreas, telling him that it was too late for him. He wouldn't survive. Andreas could see that unlike Luna, Dawson's wounds were too severe to be healed by any potion. As Dawson lay dying, he asked Andreas to use his body in the fight, to wield him against their enemies, so that he could continue protecting his homeland even after death. Moved by Dawson's last wish, Andreas agreed, his resolve hardening. A loyal soldier rushed to Dawson's side, desperately calling out his commander's name and insisting he needed immediate healing. But Dawson only shook his head, telling the soldier to inform Fillion that he would be passing the command of Endeavor to him. Suddenly, the Orc Lord screamed Andreas's false name, "Barry Sanders!" taunting him and asking if he truly believed that his feeble army of flesh could stand against him. With one powerful swing of his aura-infused sword, the Orc Lord decimated the undead soldiers in an instant. But with so many corpses scattered across the battlefield, the ranks of the undead kept replenishing. Inwardly, Andreas acknowledged that ordinary undead soldiers were no match for the Orc Lord's power. He glanced back, noting with a pang of sorrow that Dawson had passed away. Andreas realized that with the Orc's berserk rage still active, ordinary tactics wouldn't be enough to turn the tide. It was time to unleash his strongest assets. As he closed the distance between himself and the Orc Lord, Andreas began summoning reinforcements from his undead realm. Powerful undead warriors, his most elite soldiers, stepped out from portals, ready for battle. He instructed Timer and Nickel to hold off the Orc Lord while Rudo and Meline were tasked with wiping out the remaining Orc forces. This is the moment we've been waiting for since Chapter 1. It's where it all started. With a swift command, Andreas set his warriors into motion. In an instant, they dashed forward, prepared to fulfill his commands with deadly precision. Meanwhile, Filion looked on in awe, whispering, "Raising fallen enemies to fight as allies." He had always known that necromancers were formidable forces on the battlefield, but witnessing one person single-handedly shift the tide of battle was beyond anything he had ever imagined. He pointed toward Rudo, who was tearing through the orcs effortlessly, as if they were mere insects, realizing that this necromancer possessed power that could alter the very fate of the battlefield. They quickly realized that each of the warriors summoned by Andreas possessed an almost surreal level of strength, so extraordinary it felt like something straight out of a dream. To think that just 2 undead could hold their ground against an aura master going band for band with him was beyond belief. Suddenly, Filion was called, his attention diverted. "What's wrong?" he asked, noticing the distressed man from earlier, who, with tears streaming down his face, informed him that Commander Dawson had been killed in action. A respectful silence fell over the soldiers, honoring their fallen leader. Meanwhile, Timer delivered a powerful punch to the Orc Lord, sending him skidding back with immense force. The Orc Lord quickly regained his composure, casting a steady gaze at Nickel and Timer. "This is truly a string of surprises," he muttered. "I would never have thought mere corpses could hold me back." Glancing around, he took in the sight of his fallen soldiers and felt a pang of disappointment. He felt he had failed as a commander, having led his proud warriors to their deaths in his zeal for battle. "Well done," Andreas commended his soldiers. The Orc Lord's gaze shifted toward Andreas, who was approaching steadily. Knowing his fate was sealed, and that he stood alone, surrounded by undead soldiers, the Orc Lord called out to Andreas, acknowledging him as a great warrior. "This will be my final battle," he declared. "Allow me to die as a warrior, by your sword." Andreas nodded, honoring the Orc Lord's request with a respectful response. "As you honored me, I shall honor you." They stood face to face, their auras surging around them, filling the air with palpable tension. Hyped by the moment, the Orc Lord grinned, and their fierce duel commenced. As they clashed, the Orc Lord challenged Andreas to guide him to Valhalla. Andreas struck with his bone sword, but the Orc Lord caught it mid-swing and retaliated with a powerful vertical slash, seemingly cleaving Andreas in half. But as the Orc Lord looked closer, he realized that Andreas's form was fading. It had been a mere afterimage. With swift reflexes, the Orc Lord countered again, but Andreas blocked the strike, causing a massive explosion that sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. The Orc Lord's powerful strike had been intercepted by a summoned wall of bones, a towering barrier Andreas had conjured to halt the blow. In the next instant, Andreas enveloped himself in a layer of bone armor, bones crawling up his body from toe to head to fortify his defenses. One wrong move, and the Orc Lord's blade would indeed slice him in two. The Orc Lord's grin widened, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Still have a few tricks left, I see," he said. Facing his formidable opponent, Andreas replied, "Against someone of your strength, I must use everything I have to defeat you." Witnessing Andreas's transformation, the Orc Lord's excitement surged, his aura flaring even stronger as he roared, "Come, you, great warrior destined to change the world, join me in my final battle." With a menacing look, Andreas charged forward, and their swords collided once again. Andreas's expression was both cool and intimidating, his movements precise as he blocked the Orc Lord's relentless attacks. The Orc Lord, however, was ecstatic, laughing with genuine joy. "To think I could face warriors of such strength, this is truly a delight." As their last thunderous attacks clashed, the Orc Lord proclaimed that he held no regrets in this life. A massive explosion erupted from their blows, shaking the battlefield. Back with Filion and the knights, Filion asked the man about Commander Dawson's body. Through choked sobs, the man explained that the commander had vowed to protect this land, even if it meant becoming undead. As the dust settled, the scene became clear. Andreas stood behind the Orc Lord, while in front of the Orc Lord lay Dawson's fallen body, blocking the Orc Lord's final strike. The Orc Lord's eyes widened as he looked at the vast world around him. "What a vast world," he muttered, before adding with a faint smile, "We fought well. I have no regrets," as blood began to seep from his wounds. Andreas looked at him with a mixture of respect and sorrow. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I would have fought you to the end myself, but there was another man who insisted on taking his swing." As the Orc Lord took his final breath and fell, Andreas turned his gaze to Dawson's lifeless form. "I kept my promise," he murmured. "You stopped the enemy with your own hands, hero of endeavor." Hey! Everyone should comment W. Dawson and Orc Lord right now. These two are truly respectful men. At the Bayatra fortifications, a man shouted in shock. What? The Orc Lord is dead? The messenger who delivered this news confirmed. That's right. It seems they've pretty much destroyed the Orc army as well. The man asked, how much did Endeavor's forces suffer? The messenger replied, fortunately, no serious harm was done to the civilians, but more than half of Endeavor's standing army was lost. And also, as a result of the Orc Lord's attack, Commander Dawson was slain in battle. This revelation left the man stunned, his expression clouded with grief. The loss of Dawson was a heavy blow. He muttered, if I had known, I would have rushed to Endeavor to help, even if it meant disobeying the king's orders. Suddenly, another man approached and asked, what's going on? Is something wrong? The red-capped man replied, it seems Endeavor has defeated the Orc army, though it appears Sir Evan's journey to bring reinforcements here was a wasted effort. Evan responded calmly, that's all right. If it means no further casualties, so be it. He then added, still, to have triumphed over the Orc Lord, quite impressive. Was Dawson an aura master by any chance? The knight shook his head. But I've been told the victory was largely thanks to a pair of mercenaries, a necromancer and a spirit medium. Evan raised an eyebrow. By spirit medium, you mean? The knight nodded. Yes. I believe you're familiar with her. The spirit medium is Luna Pendragon, daughter of Eve Millennium, one of the continent's 10 greatest. Evan von Orlean, the pure white holy knight, expressed his surprise. Never would I have thought I'd encounter the spawn of evil in a place like this, he said, but perhaps this too is the will of God. Inwardly, the red-capped man grew anxious. Oh no, he thought. Evan was an inquisitor of the Holy See, known for capturing and judging black mages. There had been no time to cover it up since the news had arrived so abruptly. He never imagined he would inadvertently expose the heroes of Endeavor like this. What a blunder, he thought. Evan then declared, it seems best that I make haste, for the daughter of Eve Millennium awaits the purification of the light. Night fell, and Luna asked Andreas, why did you leave in such a hurry? Andreas replied, I don't have much time. Luna, busy drawing something, remarked, they already prepared plenty of meat for us to eat. Andreas, flustered, said, if you want meat, you can have mine. Ayo, what I meant was, he said, I can treat you to plenty once I return from the great forest. With a joyful smile, she said, that's a promise then. Andreas nodded. I promise. He then asked, are your preparations ready? Yes, somewhat, she answered, explaining, this will be like the seance I performed on you before, but now the effects of the engraving will be permanent. It won't grant you the full power the Orc Lord had before he died, but since he was incredibly strong, even one of his abilities could be very useful. She directed him to stand in a magic circle, which Andreas accepted. Inwardly, he thought, the Orc Lord could be a tremendous asset if I were to evolve him into an undead. But since there aren't many opportunities to summon the undead, it wouldn't be a bad idea to strengthen myself instantly. Besides, who knows when I'll get the chance to meet Luna again. Suddenly, Luna looked at him and said, oh, by the way, I'm not the one who's going to do the soul engraving. Andreas was bewildered after hearing this as he watched her cast a spell. As it ended, a massive aura enveloped her, leaving him stunned, eyes wide, wondering if this was still Luna. Suddenly, another voice echoed from her body asking, how are you? She was floating, her presence formidable, and added that this was the first time her daughter had summoned her to help someone rather than kill. Upon hearing daughter, Andreas thought to himself, this means the woman within Luna's body right now must be the legendary witch, Eve Millennium. She then turned her gaze on him and asked, what are you to my daughter, Luna? Andreas, still processing the encounter, realized inwardly that the supreme black mage who had granted Luna powers as formidable as a warlock's by giving her just a fraction of her own abilities, now stood before him. In response, he replied, I'm a friend of hers. Eve seemed intrigued and replied, a friend? This girl making a friend? That is surprising. Andreas responded with a polite nod, but inwardly, he admitted, it was more by force than anything else. Eve acknowledged this with a subtle smile before saying, "Very well. Shall we begin?" As she spoke, she began chanting spells over the Orc Lord's body, causing an aura to form around the corpse, gradually dissolving it. Andreas looked on in awe as she muttered, "Another poor soul, one who only found meaning in existence on the battlefield. Perhaps he might find more peace in your company." Watching her, Andreas wondered if she was somehow communicating with the soul itself. It was indeed a surreal sight. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his forehead and warned him, "Brace yourself. This will hurt, really, really badly." And she was right. The moment she began the ceremony, Andreas let out the loudest scream he had ever uttered. The pain was overwhelming, causing him to cry and scream, barely managing to endure it. Observing his struggle, Eve thought to herself, "I can't believe he's still conscious. Most people faint the first time, no matter how strong they are." After what seemed like an eternity of agony, the ceremony appeared to be complete. The Orc Lord's aura had now transferred to Andreas. Eve smiled softly and halted the pain, allowing Andreas to stop crying as he collapsed to his knees, exhausted. She commented, "It would have been easier for you if you had fainted." Inwardly, he thought, "I was certain I was going to die." Just then, he received a system notification detailing a unique ability, aptly titled, "The Enemy of All." This ability was designed to empower him against overwhelming odds, granting him the bravery of one who stands against many, bolstering his courage in the face of multiple enemies. Along with a substantial boost to mana recovery, this ability increased his mana recovery rate in combat by 0.1% per enemy, up to an astounding 1000%. His HP recovery rate was also significantly enhanced, doubling his resilience with a 200% increase in combat. Moreover, the Enemy of All would constantly remain active, its potency scaling directly with his charisma and mental strength. This unique power didn't just make him resilient, it transformed him into a force capable of thriving against any number of foes. After reading this, Andreas was taken aback. Inwardly, he thought, "This practically means my mana is unlimited in a war-scale battle, and it even provides HP recovery. This is outright broken. It's like having a cheat code." Eve then observed him thoughtfully and commented, "From the look on your face, it seems the engraving was a success." However, her expression shifted as she noticed something odd. Placing a hand on his chest, she instructed him to hold still. "This is unusual," she murmured, perplexed. "How can there still be room for another soul within your body?" In a tone of shock, she explained, "A normal human can only handle one soul engraving, yet somehow, there's still space in you for one more." Inwardly, Andreas wondered, "Does that mean I could receive 2 soul engravings?" Eve, still astonished, added, "I've never seen anything like this before. This is a fascinating development." Internally, Andreas muttered, "Whether it's Madras or Eve, they both look at me like I'm some sort of research specimen." Eve's expression softened and she said, "Luna is worried about you, so I'm afraid I must depart for today." Bowing respectfully, Andreas thanked her for the soul engraving. In response, Eve told him, "Luna has been plagued by loneliness, born to a difficult mother. Please, look after her." Andreas nodded, replying, "Of course. She's my friend, after all." Eve's gaze warmed, and she said, "I'm glad to hear that. Bro is truly capturing them like Pokémons." As she began to fade, she left him with a final message. "Stay well until we meet again." With that, Eve vanished, leaving Luna's unconscious body resting gently in Andreas's arms.
The great forest of Baiatra, a colossal expanse rivaling the empire itself in size, was a domain far more hospitable to other races than it ever was to humans. Within this sprawling wilderness, locating a specific place was no easy feat. However, thanks to a map Andreas had obtained from Myuriel, he managed to navigate the dense forest and reach the intended destination without significant difficulty. At one point during their journey, Luna had asked how much farther they needed to go. Andreas replied that they were about halfway there. Observing the descending sun, he suggested they halt for the night and continue their trek in the morning. The following day, upon finally arriving at their destination, Luna stood in awe. She admitted that she hadn't believed such a place could actually exist. The way it was hidden deep within this impenetrable forest made it seem virtually undiscoverable. Even if someone had stumbled upon it before, she doubted they would have been able to acquire whatever lay inside. She speculated aloud that it might be a dragon's tomb, yet noted that it appeared to contain more than just that. There were things inside. Hearing her words, Andreas paused. Internally, he questioned what exactly she meant by things. Why had she used a vague term instead of simply saying a dragon corpse? The ambiguity concerned him. It could mean the place was dangerous. He was about to suggest they scout the area first when, to his astonishment, Luna walked straight through the portal without a second thought. Caught off guard and left with no other option, Andreas cursed under his breath and followed, resigning himself to whatever awaited them on the other side. As soon as he stepped through, the system's familiar voice echoed in his mind, announcing that he had discovered the scream of Krav Maga, the site of a dragon's death. That confirmation reassured him they had arrived at the correct location. However, the system followed up with another notification. He was now entering a hidden dungeon titled The Repeating Nightmare. That was when concern returned to him. He hadn't seen Luna since crossing the portal. Before he could call out, his surroundings shifted completely. He found himself in the middle of a city, its streets lively with children playing and chasing one another. The cheerful environment puzzled him. He glanced around in confusion, trying to understand how this could be a hidden dungeon. The system had declared this a place of death and nightmares, yet it resembled a bustling, cheerful town street. Just then, Luna's voice called out to him from a nearby rooftop. She asked where they were, and remarked with astonishment that this dungeon was unlike any she'd ever seen. Usually, dungeons were dark, eerie, and oppressive, but this one felt cheerful, almost fun. Relieved to see her safe, Andreas asked if she had noticed anything out of the ordinary. Luna leapt down from the rooftop and nodded, explaining that she had made a startling discovery. The people in this town were all ghosts. That revelation made Andreas freeze. He asked if she meant every single person here was dead. Luna confirmed it, adding that this was the first time she had encountered a place like this, an entire ghost town. Internally, Andreas reflected on the irony of the situation. They had come in search of a corpse, and yet they now found themselves surrounded by an entire settlement of the dead. Andreas spoke aloud, admitting that he wasn't entirely sure what connection this place had to the dragon's tomb, but reasoned that they needed to investigate before drawing any conclusions. Luna agreed, responding that it was time to begin a proper investigation. As the two began walking through the seemingly normal town, Andreas remarked that he believed they might be able to clear this dungeon like any other, by locating and destroying its core. However, he acknowledged that this one could be different, possibly tied in some way to the dragon they were seeking. Still, nothing was certain. They made their way around the village, eventually reaching the far side, only to discover a shimmering barrier blocking their path. It was a dead end, just like the other directions they had checked. Andreas quickly realized what this meant. Leaving the town was currently impossible. Seeing no other option, Andreas suggested they continue exploring. Luna agreed, and he pointed out how difficult it was to find any clues, especially considering how abruptly they had been transported here. He turned to ask Luna if she remembered anything just before the transition, any detail that might explain how they ended up in this strange place. But his words trailed off. A few feet ahead, Luna had become sidetracked, her attention fixed on something. Andreas followed her gaze and saw her watching a small stage where a theatrical play was unfolding. The performance depicted a valiant knight locked in battle with a dragon. Curious, Andreas joined her, thinking to himself that perhaps this reenactment could provide them with some useful clues. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. A villager who appeared to be a little tipsy approached and remarked that he hadn't seen Andreas around before. He asked if Andreas happened to be a mercenary. Playing along, Andreas confirmed that he was. The man shook his head and muttered that it was a shame if Andreas was hoping to join the Fire Dragon subjugation squad. He was a bit too late. They had already left the town several days ago. Intrigued, Andreas politely apologized and asked what exactly the Fire Dragon subjugation squad was. The villager seemed surprised that he didn't know. Andreas explained that he had only recently become a mercenary, hoping the excuse would be enough to justify his ignorance. The man nodded understandingly and said that, in that case, maybe it was a good thing he didn't know. Joining that mission could have been fatal for a beginner like him. Their attention then turned back to the play, as the villager pointed toward the stage, mentioning that it was a dramatization of the fire dragon's subjugation. He explained that a fearsome fire dragon had recently built its lair near the town, and the high priest, Lord Lethe, fearing for the town's safety, had called for an expedition to slay the beast. Internally, Andreas began to wonder, could the fire dragon the man spoke of be Krav Maga, the same dragon whose death had led them to this dungeon? Curious, he asked the villager if by Lord Lethe he was referring to the ancient god known by that name. The villager looked puzzled by the phrasing and asked what he meant by ancient. He then clarified that Lord Lethe was the town's guardian deity, not some forgotten relic of the past. That was why, before the squad departed, they had received Lord Lethe's blessing. Hearing that, Andreas's mind began racing. A blessing from Lethe, given to dragon slayers. Such a scenario could only make sense in a time long past. Could it be that this town actually existed in the ancient age? He reminded himself that hidden dungeons were often linked to ancient ruins, and this one was beginning to show every sign of being exactly that. The probability that this place was once a real town from a forgotten era, one that had faced a fire dragon threat, was growing stronger by the second. The man then told Andreas that if he waited just a few more days, he would likely hear news from the expedition. No matter how powerful the dragon was, he assured, the squad had gone fully prepared. They were accompanied by 3 knights of exceptional strength, warriors renowned across the land, and most importantly, they carried the blessing of Lord Lethe. With all that on their side, the man claimed, the outcome was practically guaranteed. When the play concluded, and the fictional dragon was finally slain, Luna's eyes welled up with tears. It had moved her deeply. She confessed it was the first time in her life she had ever witnessed a theatrical performance. The emotions of the story, the bravery of the characters, and the triumphant ending had struck a chord within her. The villager turned back to Andreas and, with a friendly tone, remarked that although he may have missed out on joining the subjugation squad, he might as well enjoy himself now that he was here. Andreas nodded, thanked the man politely, and agreed. Internally, though, his thoughts were elsewhere. He recalled that dragons, when nearing the end of their lives, often chose a resting place where they would spend their final days. Such locations were referred to as dragon mounds. He thought back to the message the system had shown him upon entering this dungeon. The phrase, "a place where a dragon died," had stood out. At the time, something about it had felt off. But now, if the expedition had been real and successful, then it all made sense. This could very well be a dragon mound. As Luna wiped her tears, she turned to Andreas with a bright smile and said that the experience had been fun. Then, almost as if snapping out of a trance, she suddenly remembered that they were supposed to be conducting an investigation. Laughing lightly, she admitted she had completely forgotten. Andreas glanced at the darkening sky and told her it was getting late. They should find a place to stay for the night. Luna agreed and suggested they grab dinner too. She was completely exhausted from what she jokingly called their intense investigation. Curious, Andreas asked if that had really been her first time seeing a play. She nodded and explained that she was always on the run, constantly being chased, so she had never had a chance to watch one before. Just as he was about to ask who had been chasing her, both of them came to a sudden halt. A tall man had appeared before them, blocking their path. He looked directly at them and calmly spoke both of their names, Luna's real name and the false name Andreas had used during the Endeavour Orc raid. With narrowed eyes, the man asked what they were doing here. Instantly, Andreas's instincts kicked in. He had a strange feeling of familiarity when he looked at the man, but it was Luna who reacted with more intensity. There was a flicker of recognition and dread in her eyes. Nervously, she asked why the man was here. She sounded shaken. Both she and Andreas slowly shifted into a battle stance. Andreas, analyzing the situation internally, recalled that this man had a complicated history with Luna. In fact, he wasn't just her enemy, he was the longtime nemesis of Luna's mother, Millennium, a legendary black mage, Evan von Orlean. One of the continent's 10 greats, a formidable warrior feared by black mages everywhere, known especially as the natural enemy of black magic users. Evan gave Luna a smirk and remarked that she had grown up. He asked how many years it had been since they last saw each other. But Luna, her voice filled with venom, shouted at him to stop speaking to her so casually. She declared flatly that she hated him. Evan simply chuckled at her reaction and called her cold. Then, with a grin, he added that when he heard about her being involved in the Endeavour Orc raid, they had no idea how much trouble it had caused him. Andreas, on the other hand, was silently cursing. He thought that if he was the only one hiding his identity, it wouldn't cause much trouble. Never in his wildest thoughts did he expect someone as dangerous as Evan to show up in a place like this. Out of nowhere, black smoke began surrounding them, and it looked like it was seeping out from the villagers themselves. Evan noticed it too, his expression hardening as he demanded they tell him what exactly was going on. It was at that moment Andreas realized what was happening. The people were actually turning into smoke. Evan calmly stated that it seemed to be a rather special kind of magic, but said it didn't matter. He explained that he was only there to purge the black mages and leave. Then he drew his blade, and it began glowing with intense light, completely shocking Andreas. The light from the blade wasn't just bright, it was actually erasing the black smoke entirely. Andreas attempted to block the incoming attack, but to his disbelief, his hand got sliced clean off. Luna, witnessing the whole thing, lost it. Furious, she shouted out Andreas's real name and rushed at Evan. But before she could land a hit, Evan delivered a brutal punch that sent her flying like a rag doll. Andreas, holding his bleeding arm, called out her name in panic, but before he could even move, a blade pierced straight through his chest. Evan, standing behind him, muttered his real name, Andreas, and mockingly said that now he understood. Very nice. The name he used on the orc raid was just a fake name all along. Inside his mind, Andreas was in disbelief. He couldn't even see it coming. Was this really where it all ended for him? Suddenly, everything around him began to blur and rewind, until a strange, eerie voice echoed in the darkness. A figure stepped forward, its presence unsettling, and it said that it couldn't bear to watch any longer. Not only had Andreas fallen for a pathetic illusion, but now he was about to be killed by mere humans. The figure found his weakness. Truly astounding. It stood right in front of Andreas as he asked it who it was. The figure just laughed, asking if Andreas still had enough strength left to act tough. Then it said they'd soon see whether Andreas could actually escape this place. The figure bent down, picked up Andreas's severed hand, and casually handed it to him, saying, "Take it. It's something you left behind." Just then, Andreas's eyes jolted open. He was sweating, gasping for breath, and completely disoriented. But what stunned him even more was realizing where he was. He was back at the same exact spot he first appeared in when he entered the dungeon. Everything around him was happening just like it had before. Two kids were playing exactly like they did the first time. That's when it hit him. Time was repeating. He called it a nightmare on repeat. Then he remembered what the system had called this place, a repeating nightmare. Now it finally made sense. The dungeon wasn't just dangerous, it was looping time itself. At that very moment, Luna appeared and threw her arms around him, thanking the heavens he was still alive. She said she had no idea what she would have done if he hadn't been there. He grabbed her and asked what had happened to her. She looked just as confused and said she didn't really know either. She explained that after Evan hit her, she collapsed, then everything went misty, and after that, she remembered nothing. Andreas thought to himself that this must mean she didn't die and come back like he did. Luna then added that when she woke up, she found herself back at the starting point of the dungeon. Just in case, she'd searched the area, and that's when she found him. Andreas couldn't shake the memory of that eerie figure's words, deceived by a useless illusion and killed by mere humans. As he glanced around at the bustling marketplace, his eyes narrowed. He quietly muttered to Luna that it felt like the town was stuck in a loop, endlessly repeating the same day. Luna questioned whether such a thing was even possible, but Andreas confirmed his suspicion. He speculated that it might be the result of some kind of magic. The odd part, he added, was that nobody else seemed aware of it. Only he and Luna retained their memories once the day reset. When Luna asked if by the end he meant they actually died, Andreas admitted that it was one possibility, but he also wondered if the loop restarted at midnight. Either way, he found it strange that Evan, who hadn't died, was still present. The situation unsettled him. At that moment, Evan strolled under one of the village arches, murmuring to himself that the place lay outside the god's favor and would soon need purifying. Andreas and Luna instinctively shifted into a battle stance, but Evan, with a calm and serious tone, assured them there was no need to be so tense. If he had truly wanted to kill them, he said, he would have done so already. Luna wasn't convinced. She reminded him sharply that he had attacked them not too long ago. Andreas didn't really follow Evan's reasoning and asked if he was seriously suggesting some sort of temporary truce. Evan responded in that same unnerving tone, saying it was a reasonable suggestion, especially coming from someone impure. Andreas, not backing down, made a proposal. He suggested that each of them investigate the town separately and meet back at the same spot when the day restarted to share their findings. Luna looked like she wanted to protest. She clearly didn't trust Evan, but just as she opened her mouth, the paladin abruptly cut in with a mocking remark. "What a strategist, huh, Andreas?" Andreas blinked, caught off guard, having no idea what that meant. Luna clenched her teeth, clearly irritated. Evan, on the other hand, addressed the issue directly. He asked what assurance they had that Andreas wouldn't simply vanish if he found an exit. If he did, wouldn't he just take Luna and leave? Andreas smirked and pointed out that maybe Evan should have acted more like a gentleman during their first encounter. That way, trusting him now wouldn't be such a challenge. Inwardly, Andreas told himself to just let it slide this time, suspicious as Evan was. Evan turned his head slightly and responded with a cryptic tone, claiming they were clearly misunderstanding something. The paladin's expression hardened further. Then came the unsettling declaration. If Evan truly wanted to, he could kill both of them the moment they woke up each day. Both Andreas and Luna froze at the words, eyes widening. Andreas, however, didn't look afraid. He looked intrigued. With a mischievous grin, he agreed to the truce, saying, "All right, let's work together." Luna was appalled. "No way!" she snapped. But Andreas continued, clearly enjoying himself. He teased Evan, saying he didn't expect to end up arguing with a brainless knight and called him stubborn. Evan clicked his tongue in annoyance at their bickering. In response, Andreas shrugged and told him that if he was so suspicious, he could simply trail him from a distance. With his skill set, hiding his presence shouldn't be difficult. That's when the air around Evan shifted completely. His deep blue eyes darkened, and a heavy silence fell over them, almost crushing in its weight. Without another word, Evan turned and began walking away. As he left them behind, he stated calmly, "Well, it doesn't seem like this'll be resolved any time soon. Let's just watch for now and see if anything promising shows up." Luna, visibly enraged, made an obscene gesture toward Evan while cursing him out with zero hesitation. Andreas, on the other hand, let out a relieved sigh and muttered to himself that he had honestly thought Evan was about to attack. A single bead of tension rolled down his cheek as he called out to Luna, saying that they definitely needed to find an exit before Evan did. Luna, nearly on the verge of tears just thinking about it, whimpered out, "Partner!" Luna really hates that guy, her tone full of whining frustration. Andreas commented that they were only forming this alliance out of pure necessity, not trust. As they resumed walking through the ruins, Luna's curiosity got the better of her, and she asked where they were headed. Andreas explained that he'd heard rumors about a priest from Leafy requesting a dragon hunt. That memory brought to mind a location they had passed the day before. Eventually they arrived at a massive, towering temple. Unbeknownst to them, Evan was trailing them like a shadow. He eventually spoke up, commenting on the structure ahead. "Ah, the temple. Oh, heavens. Perhaps we should have decided on our search zones first." Luna and Andreas turned to look at him as he continued, stating that without coordination, splitting up to investigate would be meaningless. Andreas responded that they had only come to this location because it seemed the most suspicious. Luna, irritated, grumbled that Evan had been following them the entire time. She muttered that they might as well check this place first before heading somewhere else. Suddenly, a man standing guard at the temple entrance interrupted them, asking Luna if she might be a priestess of Lord Nyx. She looked puzzled and was about to say no, but Andreas quickly placed a hand over her mouth. Flashing a polite smile, he told the man that he was absolutely correct. The man nodded and remarked that it seemed they had come to meet the priest. Andreas didn't waste any time and immediately asked if they could have an audience with her. The man responded politely but firmly, explaining that the priest didn't receive visitors who weren't followers. He then asked if Luna could have her guards wait outside for a moment. Luna looked at Andreas in surprise, clearly unsure of what was going on. Yet the two seemed to exchange a silent understanding through nothing but eye contact. Luna thought to herself that she didn't really get what was happening, but figured all she had to do was go along with it. Andreas leaned in and whispered, "Yes, go in and find out who the high priest is." Without another word, Luna ran into the temple. Meanwhile, Andreas stood there thinking. Even that gatekeeper had eyes that looked just like Luna's. What exactly was Luna's connection to the priestess of Nyx? Right then, Evan broke the silence, stating with certainty that dark mages were especially skilled at lying. Andreas raised an eyebrow, turning slightly to face him, as he told him to quit provoking everyone in this situation. Evan replied smoothly that his words were meant to be kind, and added that he would be more careful. He then said that once they left the temple, he would carry out his duty as an inquisitor. He lamented the fact that he hadn't been able to purify that child and her mother with his own hands. Andreas looked at him, visibly skeptical and somewhat irritated, and said he wouldn't question Evan's duties. However, he made it clear that he'd rather deal with a lying dark mage than someone obsessed with hunting down a child. At those words, Evan's expression darkened, his brow furrowed deeply. He muttered that such talk was blasphemy against the gods. Suddenly, the temple doors burst open with a tremendous force, releasing a pressure so intense it sent Andreas's hair whipping back. Both he and Evan turned quickly to see what was going on. Without hesitation, Andreas bolted forward, gripping his sword tightly and shouting Luna's name. The guards immediately reacted, unsheathing their blades and shouting, "Step aside! Unauthorized individuals are not permitted inside!" Behind Andreas, the Lord Orc's aura surged with a guttural roar, overwhelming everything in its path. The sheer intensity of it hit hard. His eyes began to glow red as he growled, "Get out of the way!" Startled, the guards screamed, their eyes wide with fear. But as Andreas passed between them, the force of his presence alone caused both of them to faint on the spot, unable to endure the overwhelming pressure. Andreas sprinted forward, panic swirling in his thoughts. What the hell is happening? He wondered, desperate for answers. When he reached the temple's interior, a golden cedar tree stood prominently in the middle of a dense cloud of black smoke. Andreas stopped in his tracks, eyes wide in disbelief. The sight before him was unreal. In the next instant, Luna came flying out of the smoke, thrown violently by its force. She tried to brace herself, but ended up crashing straight into Andreas. He barely caught her, then quickly asked if she was all right. To his surprise, Luna beamed with joy the moment she saw him. "Huh? It's you, partner. Looks like we hit the jackpot this time." Up ahead, the black smoke continued to spread, revealing an elderly man who stood his ground, gritting his teeth. His expression was furious as he pointed his staff at them and shouted, You impure beings! How did you manage to infiltrate this sacred city ruled by Lady Leith? Leave now!" Veins bulged on the old man's face from rage, but Luna turned to Andreas, as if trying to give him a hint or signal. "Partner, that's a real human." Andreas smiled knowingly. "I see. So it was you. You're the one tampering with time in this city." The old man began to stutter, visibly shaken. What are you talking about? I don't have that kind of power." Then, breaking into manic laughter, he declared, "It's all thanks to Lady Leith's power. Worship her. Lady Lethe granted us eternal life." At that moment, Evan casually began entering the temple. "So, this black smoke, is it supposed to be the work of a god?" he asked slowly. The man appeared puzzled by the phrase black smoke, but after a pause, he began laughing again. "Ha! That smoke is the sign of a miracle. It proves the humans here have been blessed. It's the sacred work of God." Evan, however, remained unconvinced. His expression serious, he said that God is light itself and could never create something so dark and twisted. Those words only fueled the old man's fury. "Evil? You dare call it evil, you—" But Evan didn't let him finish. Andreas cut in first, telling Evan to hold off. "Let's start by getting information from him first," he suggested. The man didn't seem too interested in their back and forth. Instead, he raised his voice again. "I won't hand over this city, even if it all began with my own mistakes. In the end, they're alive because of me." The three of them froze for a moment, stunned by the sudden confession. The old man raised his head high, confidence returning to his voice. "There's nothing you can do to stop me." His staff began to glow a deep crimson, and the stones around it pulsed with the same red energy. Andreas narrowed his eyes, uneasy. This guy. Could it be? Then it happened. Without warning, the old man collapsed. His staff clattered to the ground, and a wave of blood spread rapidly across the floor, splashing against a nearby stone. It was over. The man was dead. Some time passed. Still shocked, Luna knelt beside the lifeless body. Her voice was quiet and somber as she said, "It's no use. His soul is already gone. There's nothing left behind. We won't find anything this way." Andreas, staring at the body, asked, "You mean his soul has already returned?" Evan, now standing behind them, commented with a grim tone. He said it was clear the priest was the one keeping the city trapped in this time loop. He was the reason everyone was still alive. Luna didn't want to accept it. She turned her head away and muttered with a pout, Yeah, I get it." Evan added, "But the real mystery is still unsolved. We don't know how he was able to reverse time in the first place." Claiming it to be the power of God might have sounded absurd, but there was no denying that reversing time was a power beyond the ordinary, something truly transcendent. Still, it didn't seem like the old man had the ability to control such a force on his own. That meant the source had to be external, perhaps a device or some sort of special artifact. Evan began scanning the area carefully, eyes flicking across every shadow and stone. Andreas, watching him, guessed aloud that it was probably connected to the dungeon's core. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough clues to pinpoint it. Meanwhile, Luna was squishing her own cheeks in frustration and asked what they should do next. Even she didn't seem too confident about what came next. At that point, Evan suggested they consider exploring parts of the city they hadn't yet visited. However, he quickly dismissed the idea himself, saying it would likely be a waste of time. Luna blinked at him, clearly confused and wanting to know why. Evan explained bluntly that the fastest method was to capture the priest alive after the day reset, then extract the needed information from him. Without warning, Evan raised his sword to his neck and calmly added, "Until next time," before slashing his own throat and collapsing to the ground. Luna and Andreas froze in place, completely stunned. A dead silence fell over the temple like a curtain of awkward tension. Luna crossed her arms, annoyed. "It's satisfying," she muttered, "but also kind of irritating." Andreas watched Evan's body and thought to himself that, while waiting until evening did feel like a waste, the man's lack of hesitation was something else. Shortly after, Luna picked up her scythe, its blade glowing with a bright green shimmer. In a chipper tone, she asked, "So, should we get to work too?" Andreas broke into a cold sweat. The way she said that made it sound like this was some kind of game. Why do I feel like she's actually enjoying this? Honestly, do you even think before you act? He wondered. Embarrassed, he suggested they continue searching the temple. "Evan might have been onto something. We need more info," he told her. Luna's eyes sparkled. "Partner, you're a genius." The afternoon wore on, and the bodies still lay undisturbed at the temple's entrance, as if nothing unusual had occurred. Andreas approached Luna and sighed, saying, "We're not finding many clues, are we?" Luna didn't seem too worried. "It's fine. If we fail today, we can just try again tomorrow after Evan dies." Facing her, Andreas looked serious. "We can't keep doing this forever." That confused Luna. "Huh? Why not? Time just resets anyway." But as people around them began dissolving into smoke again, Andreas reminded her that they had no idea what was happening with time outside the dungeon. Luna didn't seem convinced. "Is that really important?" she asked. Andreas, however, had a quiet weight in his voice when he said that outside the dungeon he had people he needed to protect. That response caught Luna off guard, and an awkward silence settled between them. As the mist began to roll in, Andreas gave her a final look and said goodbye. The next day they reunited again and decided to head back to the temple as fast as they could. Luna, full of determination, declared, "Don't worry, Luna will definitely catch him, partner." When they arrived at the site, they saw the two temple guards already unconscious on the ground. It was clearly Evan's doing. Standing before the temple door, everything felt eerily quiet. Ahead of them, Evan stood completely still, like a statue. Luna frowned and asked sharply, "Come on, why'd you kill him before even trying to get information?" Andreas studied the scene, observing Evan closely. He came to a different conclusion. "It looks like he took his own life again." probably realized we were right behind him. Luna let out an exasperated sigh. You can't just act without thinking. But Andreas shook his head. Evan did not kill him. Before either of them could say more, Evan suddenly took a deep breath and cut into their conversation. This will be a long battle, he said, until we meet again. Luna, completely fed up, yelled out, That guy passed us again. While all this was going on, Andreas figured they might just keep going until one of them finally gave in. It was such a blunt approach, but he knew he couldn't just sit there doing nothing either. So simple. But I can't afford to stay still, he thought to himself. Glancing over at Luna, he said, I want to find a smarter way, but for now, let's go with something quicker. They parted ways once again, and the day repeated itself just like all the others. There they were again, standing in front of the temple, stuck in the same cycle over and over. On the third run, everyone was dead again. Then it happened the 10th time, the 47th, the 83rd, every time the same outcome, each one of them ending their own life. After the 120th round, Andreas stopped keeping count. No matter how often it happened, he could never get used to the horror of doing this to himself. The feeling of disgust clung to him, and the growing frustration from the never-changing results gnawed at his mind. What made it worse was not knowing how much time had passed outside the dungeon. The conclusion of the great sin was creeping closer, and he hated not being out there with the people he needed to protect. Then, on one of those endless attempts, when the three of them reached the temple again, they were greeted by a chilling message written in blood across the ground. You're all trapped. There's nothing you can do. Evan looked at it calmly, though something in his expression looked twisted and unsettled. He's toying with us completely now, he said. To go this far just to mess with us, he even ripped off his own arm. Andreas had had enough. His whole body tensed up as cold sweat slid down his back and his teeth clenched hard. Then, in a burst of rage, he roared with everything he had. You bastard! He couldn't take it anymore. His anger boiled over, and he drew his sword, swinging it through the air with such force that it kicked up a whirlwind of dust. Evan stood silently, not needing to say anything. Meanwhile, Andreas stood there breathing heavily, completely drained. Damn it! What am I even supposed to do? He muttered. But just as that fury started to fade into helplessness, Luna walked up to him and gently wrapped her arms around him. With her eyes closed, as if trying to quiet the storm inside her friend, she whispered, Today, let's not kill ourselves. Sometime later, the scorching sun was beating down on a small tavern where Andreas and the others had taken a break. Luna, clearly still annoyed, said to Evan, Luna already told you it's a waste of time for you, so why are you tagging along? Evan took a long breath before answering. Let's just say I'm here to keep an eye on the two of you. He turned to one of the bartenders and casually added, Can I get the strongest drink you've got? That pushed Luna right over the edge. She slammed her hand on the table, totally irritated. Andreas raised an eyebrow and asked, Is that really something a holy paladin should be doing? Evan replied without flinching, Nope, it's totally forbidden. But then he poured himself a beer and calmly added, I figure the all-merciful God will probably let it slide this time. I mean, after dying over 100 times, a mug of beer doesn't seem like a big deal. He poured another glass and offered it to Andreas, who took it in silence, his eyes looking off to the side. Inwardly, Andreas was stunned. I can't believe a guy as serious as him would say something like that. Evan raised his glass like he was making a toast and said, Since we've died together now, let's drink like it too. Luna squinted at him and mumbled, I think dying that many times broke something in his brain, though, honestly, he's easier to deal with like this than when he was all uptight. Before she could go on, Andreas stepped in. Let's just drink, Luna, for now. Luna took a deep breath, like the situation was really stressing her out. Evan, meanwhile, stared at her with an annoyed look. After that, they all took a drink. The moment the knight took his first sip, he let the glass slip from his hand. It spilled across the table, and he immediately passed out cold. Andreas froze, shocked. In his mind, he was yelling, What the hell? One of the strongest knights on the entire continent had collapsed after just one drink. Luna, on the other hand, lit up with excitement. She saw an opportunity. Andreas glanced at her, trying to figure out what was going on, and saw her standing up with a cheerful and slightly suspicious grin. She suddenly said, "Just this once, let's do it, let's kill him." Without thinking, Andreas jumped in and blocked her attack. "Luna, are you drunk? Please calm down," he told her firmly. Luna blinked, confused about why they couldn't just do it. To her, it made sense. Everyone would just come back to life anyway. Andreas replied seriously, saying they shouldn't be doing stuff like that to each other, even if they did revive. She swallowed hard, her face turning red from his words. An awkward silence hung in the air. Then, without warning, Luna grabbed Andreas's cheeks and started squishing and massaging them. With a sweet and teasing tone, she told him, "Friend, you're way too serious. You know, sometimes even the things you try so hard to protect can still slip away. Are the people you care about really so weak that they can't survive without you?" Her words caught Andreas off guard. They stirred something inside him, mixed feelings he wasn't ready for. Luna kept going, saying, "Look, even Luna is still alive, right? Of course, that's only because Mommy protected Luna. But still." At that moment, Andreas started thinking deeply. She had a point. They were all strong, maybe even at the level of main characters. Maybe it was arrogant of him to think they needed his protection all the time. His thoughts were cut off when Luna suddenly screamed. She put a hand on her forehead and said, "But Luna was protected by Mommy, so we need to leave quickly so you can protect the others." The White Paladin was still knocked out cold, so Andreas took a long breath and tried to calm himself down. He reminded himself that his friends weren't that weak. Luna was surprised and asked if he really believed that. Andreas nodded and told her yes. Then he suggested they explore the city for a bit to help sober up. Just then, Evan slowly opened his eyes without a word, like he had been awake the whole time. Later, Andreas and Luna walked through the village streets. She asked where they were going, and Andreas said he wanted to check out the temple again before the sun went down. She looked at him curiously. "Why? The old guy is already dead." Andreas reminded her that the first time, they had rushed in and tried to catch the killer as fast as possible. But this time, he wanted to find the murder weapon. He didn't believe the man could have caused the dungeon events by himself. When they arrived at the scene of the massacre, he explained that there was probably a magical catalyst involved. Luna pointed out that maybe it wasn't even in that spot. Andreas looked around for a bit, then said, "Now that I think about it, no matter how fast we get here, the old man is always already dead. That means this place is both where he's reborn and where the magic gets triggered. There's a good chance the secret is hidden here." Just then, Luna shouted in alarm, "Look, there's black mist coming out of the spot you destroyed earlier." A dense black mist began to spread across the area. Andreas reacted instantly, grabbing his sword and stepping forward as he told Luna to stay back. With a confident smile, he said it looked like coming here had been the right call. Luna, clearly thrilled, cheered him on with excitement. "Go for it, friend! Break it!" A loud explosion rang out, shaking the area. As the smoke slowly cleared, both of them noticed something strange. Hidden underneath all that mist were stairs leading down into a deeper level. The whole place was still cloaked in heavy black smoke. Without hesitation or fear, Luna dashed toward the stairs, shouting, "Bingo! Let's go down!" But Andreas quickly reached out and stopped her. He suggested they wait until the mist cleared a bit more, pointing out that the mist might be connected to the time loop. The two began discussing how thick the mist was and whether Evan's light might help get rid of it. Andreas went quiet, his face tensing with deep thought. In his mind he wondered, "Light, huh? If I'm not wrong, the spell should be—" Before he could finish the thought, he managed to focus enough power to create a small, glowing flame in his hand. Luna's eyes lit up when she saw it. "Wow, how did you do that?" she asked, completely amazed. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Talent acquired, magic power, light element genius. Andreas remembered the moment back in his office when he had received that message. It was a reward for clearing the Tower of Modras. He figured that must be why he could use light magic now. Luna was beyond excited and begged him to teach her how to do it too. But Andreas told her it was his first time, and that was about all he could manage for now. He stretched his arms forward and silently wished he had taken time to practice before. The small light was enough. It pushed the dense mist aside, and lit up a narrow path that led to a solid stone wall. Andreas began to descend the stairs cautiously, warning Luna to be careful since the steps were extremely steep. Naturally, Luna didn't listen. She skipped down the steps like it was nothing, full of energy and with no sign of caution. Once they reached the bottom, they were surrounded by pitch blackness. That's when they both heard something. A faint whisper. Living beings. Luna turned to Andreas and asked if he had heard it too. He nodded, confirming that something was definitely there. As they moved forward slowly, the voice returned, this time clearer. "Set me free." Andreas felt uneasy. Luna, on the other hand, was stunned. She told him there was someone up ahead. Then she asked, "Can you make the light a little brighter?" Andreas wasn't sure he could. He was already struggling just to keep the light going, but he decided to give it a try. He brought his hands together and pushed his focus to the limit, thinking, just keeping this tiny light alive is hard enough. Can I really make it stronger? He began concentrating deeply, trying to strip away the heat from the fire spell, rearrange the light and refine it. He repeated the process over and over in his mind, pushing through each step carefully. Magical circles started to form around his hands as the spell took shape. Then, all at once, the light burst out, spreading farther than before and cutting through the mist like a blade. "Wow! Incredible," Luna said, her eyes wide with awe. Andreas could hardly believe what they saw next. Right in front of them, a massive red dragon lay curled up, its wings wrapped tightly around its body. "Is that a dragon?" Luna stammered. Andreas stood frozen. He had only heard stories, but now it was real, Krav Maga. So this was where it had been hiding all along. The dragon was trapped in that space, resting quietly as the black mist surged around it. Suddenly the fog began to thicken again, spreading even faster. "We need to get out of here, now," Andreas warned. But just as he said that, a powerful gust of wind rose up, shaking the chamber. Andreas clenched his jaw, realizing he could barely keep the small light active under this pressure. Luna felt it too. The light was fading fast, and the pressure around them kept growing. But this was the best Andreas could manage for now. As the light faded and the wind grew stronger, darkness swallowed everything. Just like that, the loop restarted. The sound of loud bells echoed through the air. Children laughed and chased each other, fighting over a toy. Andreas found himself back at the familiar fountain. That's when Luna's voice rang out, full of energy. She was calling to him again. "Friend, hurry up!" she shouted, running toward him in a panic. "Come on, let's go with Evan too." Andreas stayed seated, calm as ever. He looked at her and said, "Luna, let's not tell Evan what happened today." Luna blinked in confusion, clearly not understanding why. He explained, "We might be working together right now, but don't forget, he still wants to kill us." But the truth was, Andreas had other thoughts weighing on him. Deep down, he was only thinking, first, we need to figure out how to escape this place ourselves. Meanwhile, back at the cave, the light they had created had been so intense that it shone even beyond the entrance. The priest's body and Evan's lay on the ground nearby, both unmoving. Luna shielded her eyes from the brightness, shouting for Andreas to keep it going. With a big grin on her face, she yelled, "The light's even stronger than before!" Through the glow, they saw the dragon's huge body, still curled up. But then Luna noticed something odd. She turned quickly and pointed. "There! There's something on its chest!" Andreas narrowed his eyes and said, "That has to be its core. Destroy it." Without hesitation, Luna nodded and launched herself forward, lifting her scythe and aiming directly at the dragon's chest. A thunderous crash echoed through the area as she struck. The impact kicked up a heavy cloud of dust. Luna swallowed nervously as Andreas called out to her, clearly concerned. When the dust began to settle, the core was still there, glowing red and completely unharmed. Andreas, now at his limit, let out a tired breath. "Looks like we'll have to leave this for next time." The next day, both of them were once again running toward the temple. "The heart," Andreas muttered, thinking about what Luna had said. She nodded. Yeah, it was glowing red. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Andreas realized something. If even Luna's attacks couldn't break it, there's no way the two of us can do it alone. Then an idea hit him. He turned to Luna and said, "Let's ask Evan for help." She didn't answer right away, her expression unsure. Andreas noticed her hesitation. "You don't like the idea, huh?" he asked. "Well, for now, let's just focus on getting out of here." At that same moment, Evan stood in front of the temple. He was preparing himself, hand gripping his sword, ready to draw it as always. Around him the guards were already down. Just as he was about to push the temple doors open, a voice rang out. "Wait, Evan!" someone shouted. Evan paused, turning sharply to see who had called him. His eyes narrowed when he spotted Andreas and Luna rushing toward him. Luna waved her hands as she kept shouting, "We found the core!" Evan didn't waste a second. "Where is it?" he demanded, but Andreas stepped in, raising a hand. "Before I tell you, I need you to promise me something." Evan tilted his head, confused. "Promise?" he repeated, unsure where this was going. Andreas took a deep breath, his tone serious. "Once we get out of this dungeon, you won't come after Luna or me for 1 whole month." Evan didn't respond right away. He just stared, analyzing the request carefully. Luna leaned in close to Andreas, covering her mouth as she whispered, "See, I told you it was impossible. Look at his face. He hates this idea." But to their surprise, Evan answered plainly, "All right." Both Luna and Andreas froze, eyes wide. They hadn't expected him to actually agree. Andreas gave a small smile and said, "It's a promise with a holy night after all. I'll trust you." The trio stood at the threshold of the site, but something felt off compared to the previous visits. Luna noticed it first, pointing toward the entrance and noting that there was no sign of the priest's body. She remarked that it didn't really matter whether he was there or not. Their main goal was still to destroy the core. Evan, gripping his sword with steady resolve, agreed. He suggested that the priest had most likely run away the moment he realized their victory was inevitable. Yet Andreas didn't appear fully convinced. Although he admitted the logic made sense, something still unsettled him. Then, without warning, a furious voice echoed behind them, forcing all three to turn quickly. The priest stood there, enraged, demanding to know why they insisted on destroying the city when he had given them a chance to integrate into the world. Andreas responded with venom, calling the priest a fool and questioning the point of endlessly repeating a world that had already met its end. The priest shouted back, still filled with righteous fury, insisting that their continued existence was meaningful, that even God had granted them forgiveness. Andreas, seizing the moment, pushed further, asking whether the priest genuinely believed that, or if he was just trying to convince himself. The priest shouted at him to be silent, but Andreas pressed on, accusing him of pushing the youth to fight against the fire dragon, an effort that ended in complete failure. Each of Andreas's words struck a nerve, and the priest kept yelling for him to shut up. But Andreas didn't back down. He pointed out the grim reality. The city had likely been obliterated in an instant, without regard to age or gender. That kind of destruction could only have come from a reckless expedition, one led by the very man standing before them. As Luna listened to Andreas's accusations, the weight of his words hit her hard. A vivid image filled her mind. A raging dragon tearing through the city, leaving nothing but ruin behind. The priest, perhaps trying to justify his actions, mumbled something about Lady Lethe having performed a miracle on the land. But Andreas wasn't done. He scoffed, comparing the so-called miracle to a curse, like a child waiting forever for a father who would never return. The priest's patience snapped. He clenched his teeth and declared that Lady Lethe was merciful, fair, and just. Then he raised his staff and slammed it into the earth. A deep rumble followed, and from the ground surged a thick black mist. Cracks formed rapidly across the stone, and then, in a blinding flash, the massive red dragon appeared. It roared in fury, its awakening shaking the earth beneath their feet and throwing the trio off balance. Luna cried out, pointing at the beast. Evan, his eyes widening, asked if this was the enemy they had to face. Andreas confirmed it, explaining that the dragon's core was embedded deep within its chest. He also warned them to watch for the black smoke swirling around them. The dragon reared back, flames gathering in its throat as it prepared to release its devastating fire breath. Andreas rushed to Luna's side, urging her to be cautious. In an instant, the dragon unleashed its flames, reducing everything in their path to ash. Andreas threw up a wall of black energy to protect them, while Luna braced behind her shield. Evan stood his ground, enduring the scorching wave that swept over the battlefield. Then, something strange happened. Luna was no longer herself. In her place stood Eve Millennium, her expression calm and familiar. She looked at Evan and smiled warmly, greeting him as if no time had passed. Evan's heart skipped a beat. Shocked, he asked how she could possibly be there. Now seemed shaken. His voice, once calm and measured, had risen in volume, a change that didn't go unnoticed by Andreas. What stood out even more was how rattled Evan became when Eve, with a warm smile, commented on Luna's growth, saying she had grown into a fine young woman. Evan responded, his voice strained, that it had never been easy for him to raise his hand against a child, but that it was no longer necessary. The tension between them only grew. Sensing that things were escalating at the worst possible moment, Andreas stepped in, trying to ground them back to the crisis at hand. Just then the priest's voice rang out with renewed intensity. He declared that Lady Lethe, known for justice and fairness, had punished the wicked beast that had burned God's children and had then hidden away. Using divine power, the priest claimed, Lady Lethe had revived the land through the beast's heart and gifted the people eternal life. Behind him, the mighty red dragon stirred, its aura swelling with divine energy. Eve swiftly raised her hand, which shimmered with green mana, and challenged the priest's words, asking if this twisted existence was truly what he considered eternal life. Andreas observed that, even in the absence of light, the black smoke surrounding them had begun to thin. Luna's body shivered involuntarily. She could hear the anguished screams of countless souls. It was cruel, she thought, for a god to trap his own children in an endless flow of time. High atop the dragon, the priest remained momentarily silent, as if taking in Eve's challenge, but her words only stoked his fury. His voice dripped with hatred as he hissed, You witch priestess! I'll deal with you first!" With a roar, the dragon released another surge of blazing fire. The trio instinctively moved back, unsure where the attack was aimed. Then the priest shouted, his voice echoing through the smoke and flame, "I will return!" The dragon's breath engulfed the temple gates and fire quickly spread through the entire village. Panic erupted as chaos consumed the area. Eve turned to Evan, urgency in her tone. "I'll handle the smoke. You take him down." But Evan hesitated, stubbornly claiming he didn't need help. Despite his tough words, Eve gazed at him softly, a look filled with familiarity, as though she had known him for far longer than she let on. Evan tightened his grip on his sword, now glowing with brilliant intensity, but before either of them could act, something unexpected happened. Both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. A colossal portal materialized behind the priest, pulsing with otherworldly energy. From within stepped Timur and Rudolph. "Is that a giant corpse?" Evan muttered, stunned.